Mic check, mic check. Hopefully, people out here can hear me. I'm just gonna do this real quick to see if I can hear myself on the other phone, real quick, guys.
Mic check, mic
Oh,
check.
there's that ugly voice. Yep, I can be heard. Thank you guys for tuning in. Thank you guys for stopping by. As you guys can see from the title, right? Would Ryan Tannehill and Derrick Henry make us more of a contender than Tua and let's say Raheem Mostert and Devon A-Chain? Like, let's just be real. That's the situation we're dealing with. How can we get better? Off-season the topics. And Drew Rosenhaus also spoke today. So I appreciate you, Ralph. I appreciate you, KP, sliding through California. All you guys so far right here, right now. First off, this is what I do want to start off by saying. I do want to start off by saying by that clipped up video that I clipped up of Lewis and Sharif. To me, that was like nobody won. You see what I'm saying? Like if you listen to that argument, nobody won. I had people messaging me privately, "Oh, I did Sharif wrong." No, it was just something I chopped up. I thought was funny in my opinion, and then you know, like Sharif said at the end, fellas, Lewis didn't have substantial evidence or what the case. So that's left to you guys to believe. Just me, I thought it was something entertaining and funny, especially after I chopped it up like that and it was just something that I enjoy. So maybe some other guy commented Pete's highlights. We'll do some Pete's highlights if crazy topics get up here and the debate is good or whatnot. But that wasn't to make nobody look bad in no shape or form. That was just it was funny to me. It was definitely funny to me. Um, that was about that. Shout out to Greg. Wrong, Pete. JJ McCarthy makes Miami Dolphins contenders. Come up here, fellas. Come up here. I'm gonna be dropping the link. Anybody out there ready to go, ready to talk? You know how it is over here. I'm gonna go ahead and give my opening thoughts. And before we get to that, I mean, you know what? Maybe, just maybe, I'll just go on Twitter real quick because the second part of the stream is Drew Rosenhaus, right? So maybe I got to go on Twitter real quick. Check out Drew Rosenhaus so maybe you guys can hear it for yourself. This is big. This is almost breaking news. I want people's thoughts on this too. This is what I like. So let me just I'm taking my second, going on Twitter. I gotta find it. Here it is, Drew Rosenhaus. Here it is. Hold on one second. We got Drew Rosenhaus in the building. Shout out to Mountie stopping through, coming through in the building. I'll give it to you, but I'm
Pete,
not
what's
that.
good? What's good?
What's up, buddy? Did you hear what's going on here? Did you hear the Drew Rosenhaus?
What happened?
Oh man, he's
What
over here
happened?
talking about his client and and Christian Wilkins, and they start talking about the whole situation. I'm gonna play it right now. Then we'll get to that. Give me 1 second, Salary. Mountie, how you feeling?
I'm good, man. I'm good. I'm just. I know Drew Rosenhaus. He represents a lot. I know he represents Ogba.
Shout out to Yankee stopping through in the building. Yup.
What up,
Hold on.
Pete?
What's up, buddy? I'm trying to look for, because I know I reposted it. I'm not too savvy with the internet, so I can't even find my own like. Like, I don't even know how to do this on Twitter. It's crazy. Give me 1 second. I'm looking for the Drew Rosenhaus's talk that he just had.
Oh
I
God, I
think it was
freaking hate
yesterday.
Drew Rosenhaus.
You
You
you you
know?
and me both. You and me both.
Dude, the guy's like
You,
fucking Jerry. This guy had the audacity to say that the Jerry Maguire movie was based on him. I'm like, no, it wasn't.
he really
You were,
said that?
yes, man. He was. He probably wasn't even an agent. Came out, man.
Hey,
Drew
Yankee, let
Rosenhaus
me
is a
ask you.
Drew Rosenhaus is a fucking vampire, bro. I'm
Oh
serious.
yeah, dude, big time,
Oh, a
big time.
100%. I actually think that he's the reason why we got Tyreek Hill, right? So if anybody's out here that wants to know, he was the one that egged it all up in Greer's ear that he could get Tyreek Hill and for a good price or whatever. And we lost all that draft capital. Listen to the fans now. You hear the fans on every mock draft. Oh, I had to trade back because I needed a third. I needed a fourth. We got to get players. We need to trade back. We need to trade back. They're so desperate. Everybody wants to trade
But
back to
Pete,
now accumulate picks. But
look,
this is the weird thing, Yankee, and I'm going to end with this. Remember, all those same guys were the same guys writing the motto, F those picks. Remember that?
But see,
How
the,
quick
the
they
the
flip.
problem, like the problem with this is that when we went after Tyreek, we literally put all of our eggs into that one basket because we were like, man, I mean, the way I see it, if you can't win with Tyreek and
What's up,
Waddle
bro?
and Smythe and the fucking running backs that we have, you know what, dude? Maybe the problem is not the wide receivers or the tight end or anybody else. Maybe the fucking problem is the quarterback. But you know what? They insisted. So they went after him and we lost all this fucking draft capital. Clearly, we now see that we lost
Clearly
that
for a
trade.
speed guy, just speed.
And look, we lost that trade, man. And no one can convince me otherwise. Because what have we done with Tyreek that we have not done before? Nothing. We lost a shit ton of draft capital. We're fucking 53 million. We were $53 million in the hole. Now we're trying to restructure shit. And everyone wants to give fucking Tua a bag of money. Which I'm like, dude, why are you giving him a bag of money? You have him under contract for 23 million. Let him go out
Yup.
this year. Let him prove that he can beat the top elite teams. Then you give him his fucking cash. But you're gonna fucking, I mean, it's like you're paying fucking $50,000 for a fucking, $20,000 car. What the fuck are you doing? Let him fucking earn it next year. I mean, and listen, if you're up to me, fuck next year. I'm sick and tired of losing.
Well, Yankee.
But Greer said
Now,
we went from 9 wins to 11 wins, Yankee. So how are we losing?
What, the
well,
trade?
you're still losing. If you can't win in the playoff, you're losing.
Yeah.
Period.
Huh? True.
So, but I'm, but I'm gonna tell you this though, Pete Yankee. Now listen to me, and I've said this before in the spaces. I think, yeah, Tua might have said he'll play on a 50-year option, but I'm thinking his agent is saying, no, 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 no. We want an extension because if we don't get an extension, we could hold out and put Miami in a situation.
Oh no, listen, Monty, if he want to do that, that's fine. Put Skyler to take all the first team reps. They don't have the balls to do that. You know why? Because what if fucking Skyler actually competes? You
Which
know why
helps
they're
the team, but
like,
then they're worried about seat sales.
no. Listen, they're not worried about seat sales. Well, you know why Tua's agent wants a a, a,
Well, hold
a
on.
contract
Hold on,
number?
Yankee.
Yeah.
Hold on, Yankee. Well, let me not to cut you off over the
No,
this.
that's fine, Monty.
Let's
What's
go
up?
back. Let's go back to 20. Okay, Tua had a potentially career-ending injury, a hip. That shit that put Bo Jackson out.
Yeah,
That ended his career. So you pick him number five.
that's stupid.
You pick it now. Mind you, in 19 and 20, Tua had the highest grossing jersey sales in the country. He beat out Mahomes. He beat out Joe Burrow. This dude is a cash cow, bro. This dude is worth money. He puts asses in seats, and I'm telling you, he's a revenue generator. I believe that. I
Look,
believe that.
you know what, Monty? I'm going to disagree with you. I think the one that puts seats. I think the one that puts asses in the seats is really Tyreek because people are there to see his play making abilities. Okay,
Yo,
that's
That
that's
that
yo,
that may
I
that
don't
may
know,
have
Cap.
shifted.
You
That
got
may
the
have
light coming
shifted in the
through.
last 2 years.
listen,
But in 2020, man, look, why would you risk picking a quarterback sight unseen, and you pick him number five overall?
because you have an idiot general manager, Monty. I guarantee. Listen,
Dude, I don't know a general manager that's that fucking that like that's
okay, let me ask you
crazy.
guys a question. Let me ask you guys a question, Monty and Pete and the two other gentlemen. Which, by the way, I'm having a really hard time seeing your names. But let me ask you
Greg,
a
the
question.
assistant GM. I
So
love
let
it.
me ask you a question. If the Dolphins don't pick Tua, what team would have picked Tua in the first round?
no one.
There you
I
go.
don't think he would have been a first rounder.
I agree with you.
Maybe the
I agree
Chargers.
with you.
You know who else I don't think would
Because
have
of
been a
that
first
injury.
rounder either? Noah Igbenogany that draft. So that's like two players we selected ahead of their time.
Yep.
So we I mean, I felt, that draft night, I said to myself, you know what, man? Tua, if the Dolphins really want Tua, I think Tua was going to be around in the second round, third round, because there was a lot of question marks on his fucking injury. There's a lot of
Jalen
doubt.
Hurts went in the second round, dude.
So why did we pick Tua Tagovailoa? And our offensive line sucks.
I
And they go,
just
but
I just told you. I just told you. That dude puts
Yeah,
ass 20 and 21. That dude's was put asses in seats, bro.
he
It
did.
would
He
have been
did.
bad optics.
He did. It was a desperate move. What's up, Cap? How you feeling today, dude? What you got going on? You heard anything in the grapevine?
Man, I mean, pretty much that's why I'm up here, man. Let me know what's going on. It's been kind of dead news lately, right?
what's up,
No, I
Cap?
got some breaking news. That's why we were
Okay.
pretty much going in on Drew Rosenhaus. Well, I like how Yankee went in on him because I agree. I did. That's somebody called him a vampire, and I agree with that. We got to get this guy away from the Dolphins and Chris Greer. I'm telling you. He look. First of all, this is a because he came out. He just spoke. I'm gonna play it. It's about a minute and 22 seconds long, right? But listen at the end, the very last word he says, right? He calls his client a stud. And Yankee, maybe a lot of people up here don't know who you are, and I just want my people to know you covered the Dolphins, right? Back in the days. And are you aware? And let me ask you a question, Yankee. Did you, by any chance, know about any agent back in the days? Yankee, you there? Oh well, anybody up here, Yankee or anybody. Are you guys aware that agents talk to each other? One agency, Drew Rosenhaus, he'll talk
Of
to
course,
another agent.
of
You
course.
you
They
know how they
always do.
talk, right? They all talk to
Yeah,
each other.
just like
So on
general
this
managers.
video, yeah. So Tua's agent and Drew Rosenhaus' agent, those guys know each other because Drew Rosenhaus is big time in Miami. Everybody knows him, whether you don't like him or not. This guy is big time. I'm sorry. Shout out to Tribal Chief Anthony. I got to bring you back down for a second
What's up?
because I dropped
What's up, everybody?
Yankee by accident. I'm sorry. So this is him calling his client Christian Wilkins a stud. But listen to how he talks about Tua. Well, I don't have no information on Tua's contract. And then he sits here and literally says exactly what I've been telling these people. The fan base, the national media, they're eating Tua's contract alive. Oh, Tua should be extended. That's easy content for them. That gives people to turn around and talk about it. But over here, like Yankee pointed out, we already gave him a contract. He's gonna play on his fifth year. Over here, at least for me, I don't believe he's gonna get a contract extension at least this offseason. So I'm gonna play the video. It's about 1 minute and 22 seconds. It's Drew Rosenhaus yesterday talking about who is more important for the Dolphins to sign long term. Is it Christian Wilkins or Tua Tagovailoa? And then we're gonna hear it now. Watch this.
Right now, who's more important for the Dolphins to sign to a long-term deal, defensive end Christian Wilkins or Tua? Well, I would say right now, because they still have Tua under contract in his fifth-year option year, and Christian Wilkins is not under contract, I would think the greater timing would be to get Wilkins done. At the end of the day, the Dolphins should sign both guys, and they're both very important. And I would say they're equally important to the team. Timing-wise, they might work on Wilkins first. And I believe if a deal is not in place, the Dolphins will use the franchise tag on that stud. He's an unbelievable talent and an all-pro defensive tackle.
Think they franchise tag him or they sign him long-term? I know you don't represent him.
Yeah, he's not a client of ours, so I don't have any direct information relative to the negotiations. But I think it's safe to predict if they can't get a deal done, then they would use the franchise tag. The deadline to franchise Christian Wilkins would be March 5th. And I believe if a deal is not in place, the Dolphins will use the franchise tag on that stud.
So right now, who's more?
Oh, I muted the wrong one. You hear how he called him a stud 2 times? Isn't that funny? How do you guys feel about that?
Man, all I know is I remember Drew Rosenhaus. I remember Drew Rosenhaus down here, bro. Like when
we can find his replacement.
back in the day.
Another thing,
Back.
Tyreek Hill, we should trade him too. This guy's a clown. He's out here claiming to want to fight Jake Paul. I hope he gets knocked out if that's the case. Trade him and give Waddle the bag. Stop talking about trading Waddle and start talking about trading Tyreek Hill and give Waddle the bag.
Well, hold on, Greg. The only problem that I have with Waddle is you trade Tyreek Hill. Waddle gets banged up a lot.
Yeah.
So you trade Tyreek Hill and Waddle's gone 3, 4 games or something like that. You know, what does Tua do?
Remember what I told you guys about Waddle? I don't think that guy was hurt. He was a more of a player to me in his feelings, knowing he can get away with things from this coach because it's so friendly vibe. So if Waddle didn't want to be in there on run plays on a stretch of, he knows it's going to be one pass that drive and 3 runs. He's going to say on the first, I'm not even going in on this drive because he wants to be targeted, and he knows what they did to him with Tyreek Hill. They took that away from him. He was a hurt feeling. He was a player in his feelings, in my opinion, because when he limped out,
Listen,
he came back in and he was running fast. Go ahead.
but Pete, you know what? If that's the case, dude, that means that Waddle's soft, and this is the fucking NFL. And you know what, dude? You may not be the top wide receiver in the league, Jalen Waddle. And if that's the case, that's fine. But you know, are you fucking about yourself, or are you about the goddamn team? The honest to God truth is whether I think that the Hill trade or not was wise. Waddle has to realize that Tyreek is an elite wide receiver. Hey guys, I don't know what that noise is. It sounds like a bag of paper chips, but it's like either typing or there's a bag of paper chips in the background. But look, there's no
Hmm.
way in hell that Tua's representation is going to allow him to go out there on year 5 of his deal, because if he gets hurt, he gets nothing after next year. Nothing. So it's a lot like the Jerry Maguire.
Or if he falls on his face and has a bad season or something like that.
Well,
Or
yeah,
he
and there's
continues
that.
not playing good again, like not showing up against these playoff teams and stuff like that. Like, and
I mean, listen, that alone is reason for me not to extend them. I mean, me personally,
So everybody up here
So
sounds like
Yankee.
y'all
That's why.
rather extend Christian Wilkins before Tua.
I would.
no,
I,
honestly, I
well, I
like
mean,
I've said this on other panels. I like Christian, but I'm not giving him the money he's asking for. He's not CJ Chris Jones or Aaron Donald. He wants to get between 30 between 23 to 35 million dollars a year. He
So
is
then
not.
why should we entertain giving Tua 40 million when he's nowhere near that fucking range either?
Yeah, no.
because I'm going to tell you why. Because you know why?
They
Because
want to
look at
prove
Daniel
themselves
Jones's
right. They made
contract.
the right choice.
You got Daniel Jones's contract just for the sake of
But
numbers and
no, but
contract.
hang on. Well, I'm sorry to interrupt. The problem with Daniel Jones' contract is that you guys forget that there's a state tax in New York. So a lot of that money that he's getting is really not 40 million. There's a shit ton of money that he's losing on the state tax. Where here in Florida, you don't have
Yeah,
that state tax.
but the Giants still have to pay it though. See, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
They
but
still have
that's
to
because
pay
of a
it.
tax issue. It's not. If we're trying to compare Daniel Jones to Tua based on money, you have to factor in the tax, because that tax is very significant, and that would put Tua at about 31 million. Not, I mean, I think, if I figure it out correctly, it's like 32 million is what Daniel Jones is really getting paid when you consider the New York State tax. So, I mean, that's a shit ton of money. But Tua, people are fucking Miami are talking about paying Tua 45, $50 million. When the fuck has Tua played to that level to get paid what Burrows, Mahomes, Allen are all getting paid? They're fucking nuts.
Oh no, and but us Yankee. The issue is they bring up the Justin Herbert contract because Justin's getting that paid that much money, the money that Burrow, Allen, Mahomes money, and they say Herbert didn't deserve that contract.
Well, here's the problem is that, Herbert, his first year, went out and threw for 4,200 yards. And since he's been in the league, he has shown that he has got elite arm strength. I've seen that guy throw a 70-yard pass on the dime.
You know what
That
you
guy.
just made me think, Yankee? It's funny, right? Because you have everybody, like a lot of the two and ears, they're out here saying, "Oh, well, we could do a Daniel Jones type contract because that'll help us out." Let me ask you guys up here on the panel: would Daniel Jones and Saquon Barkley in Miami make us more of a contender than Tua and Mostert? How do you guys feel about that?
I wouldn't.
Uh,
No, I wouldn't say they make us more of a contender. And what people forget about the Daniel Jones contract, the GM for the Giants set up an out where he can get out. The contract is really a 3-year contract, like you saw with Kirk Cousins in Minnesota. It's not a full 4-year contract.
So
I
what
The
thought
are
it
you
was. I thought it was actually a 2-year deal. They gave him a 4-year deal with a 2-year out.
right?
Yeah,
So
they
who? But
gave him
who's
a
guys?
4-year deal,
Who's got the
2-year out.
out? Who's got the out? Is it the team's got the out, or the
Yeah, the
The,
player?
team.
the,
It's the second year. It's a team.
the GM
Team.
it's a team friendly deal. The team hasn't a way to get it's a
Also, so the team has the out.
yeah.
Oh, okay. Listen, I'd be willing to do that deal. You know what? I'll give two a 50. I'm willing to give two a $50 million
hey,
next year.
I'm
But
thinking
now,
Daniel. I'm thinking Giants, where they sit at, they can draft their quarterback if they decide to go that route, and Daniel Jones should be a hot commodity to be in the trade market, just like Justin Field is right now. Daniel Jones on draft day will be a potential draft day trade candidate, and more than likely, we would not extend Tua by that time. He can be in conversations to plug him in. And Anthony, are you gonna? I'm gonna ask you the question one more time, so you could maybe. So you don't think Daniel Jones and Saquon Barkley in Miami, right, with the Penguin and the Cheetah, will make us more of a contender than Tua and Mostert, buddy? Are you seriously not
No, no, no,
thinking with
no,
that one?
no. Uh no. I think Barkley makes us a contender, but you're gonna have the same issues that you have with Tua with DJ. DJ has
You know,
serious accuracy issues, and he's not consistent enough down the field.
no.
That's
Shout
why
out Cap
Giants
like a
fans
king.
want to move on
You,
from
you
him.
you know, you see, there's so much hate on Daniel Jones. That guy is uber athletic. He's mobile. Mike McDaniel will not have any concerns calling any play with him. He'll actually, with Barkley, feel more comfortable of running the rock and all over, inside, outside, tosses that he likes. Daniel Jones will do the bootlegs because of his mobility better. And in New York,
No, they're talking
Anthony,
about the passing.
Pete,
Name their receivers in New York. They're probably one of the worst teams in the NFL
they
just with
have no O
separation
line.
alone. No O line, no
Pete,
separation. Go ahead, Greg. Talk to me.
listen, you guys, man, you got all these Dolphins fans out here bringing up Barkley, Eckler, Henry, Resign, Wilkins, Patrick Queen, all these guys. How do you guys think we're going to pay for all that? We only have a set amount of cap. We're negative cap still. Don't worry, we'll be in positive cap. The only way to fix this team is to get more draft picks and get more cheap contracts on here and find guys to replace it. But unfortunately, we have a GM who sucks at his job. That's why he needs a guy like Greg to come in his office to save his job. And he just thinks throwing money at the wall is going to fix his team. It ain't going to fix things. We're going to kick the can down the road, and in like 2040, that's when you'll see the Miami Dolphins fix it all up. We'll win a Super Bowl like in 2050.
Yeah. No, and Greg, this sounds crazy, but you were on a panel with me when I said this. It was last night that I fear Greer is going to sign this contract with Tua not because of the fact it's going to save us money on the cap, but more to cover up his mistakes in drafting, like his horrible some of the contracts that he signed that were a mistake, like the Bradley Chubb contract is backfiring on him now because we don't know how Bradley's going to come back after his third torn ACL. Is this his
yeah,
third or
but
second?
you know what? Listen, Bradley Chubb started turning it around halfway through the season. It's not like this guy was playing elite football. He started picking it up. Probably 6 or 7 games after he got trashed. But look,
Stop.
we've given up way
Bradley,
too much draft capital for people like Chubb and Hill. You want to know what? You want to know how you get draft picks? You got to fucking trade Tyreek Hill now, not next year. Now, if you don't trade Tyreek now, you're fucked. Because
Bradley
next year
Chubb,
Tyreek will be a year slower, and
Yeah, but
Bradley
Tyreek's not going to keep this elite. Tyreek is not going to keep this elite speed up for 3 years, man. So
yeah, but we have a window right now with this GM to go. You see, a lot of people tend to forget Greer doesn't have much time. He doesn't at all. So he can't afford to lose a star player like Tyreek Hill right now that'll help him get to that Super Bowl. My issue, if we trade Tyreek
Pete,
Hill, what are we
you
going to
think
do?
Tyreek? You
We
think
lose one of
Tyreek
the
is?
best players in the NFL right now, like in today's NFL, not 4 years from now.
But Pete, is Tyreek Hill gonna put us? What? Tyreek has been with us for 2 years. He didn't put
Yeah,
us in the skid.
I feel like Mike McDaniel underutilized Tyreek despite what the stats say with him. I would have made Tyreek Hill an MVP in this league. Like he's better than CMC at every position. Listen to me, Yankee. He could be a running back better than CMC. He catches better than CMC. He's faster than CMC and way better receiver than
So
CMC.
so are you
He
saying that the
underutilized this guy in the most important stretch. Okay, you do all that little nice stuff, receiver, keep him in one spot all through the regular season as long as he's dominating. But in the playoffs versus the Chiefs, why didn't we see the Cheetah and Wildcat? This is the Cheetah. He is a Wildcat. You see what I'm saying? Like we took that L on purpose to sit here and show the world that despite with how cold it is and record breaking, McDaniel doesn't have a brain upstairs. How bad did he want that win? How bad did he want it? That's my question. That's the issue I have with this, man.
so are you saying that more or less that the past 2 years us getting to the playoffs was because of McDaniel or because of Cheetah?
Cheetah. That's why I'm saying he's the most. To me, the Cheetah is the best player in the entire NFL. He can do the most explosive things on the field more often than anyone else at any given position.
Okay,
Give him the ball. I guarantee you, he's the hardest guy to tackle in this league.
Look, Pete. The only way I agree with the only way I would say you don't trade Hill is if you go out and get another quarterback, because the Tua Hill combination has not worked in winning big games. You know why it doesn't work in winning big games? Because they fucking double team him and triple team him. And fucking Tua's a one-read quarterback. Our offense is a scheme that you basically drop back and you throw the ball to fucking Tyreek Hill. How many times have we seen other wide receiver, whether it was Barrios, Waddle, Smythe, or even one of the running backs out of the flat? But you know what? We drop back. It doesn't fucking matter because Tua doesn't have to go through progressions because he's a one-read guy. So the second
And you know what, Yankee?
you double or triple team him, Pete, and you take Hill out of the game, and that frazzles Tua. When Tua
That's the
gets back,
quarterback's
we're
fault.
fucked. So
Exactly. That's the quarterback's fault, not the other guy's fault.
my argument is, if you want to keep Tyreek, that's fine. Then you need to get a new quarterback because this quarterback combination of Hill and Tua is not working. Now, if you're gonna stay with Tua, then you fucking trade Tyreek and you try to get as many fucking players as you can on the draft while you can, because he is what's gonna give you the biggest return. Am I right or wrong?
You don't think you don't think a Jalen Ramsey can give us a big return like that?
But we don't want to get rid of Jalen Ramsey.
No, I'm saying you're saying.
I mean, yes, I agree with you, but do you want to get rid?
You think Reek is the only player on the team that can give us a big return like that?
Okay. So I think that Tyreek, for example, you send Tyreek to Houston with CJ Stroud. Oh my God, are you fucking kidding me? You sent Tyreek to the Chargers with Waddle. I mean, with Herbert. I mean, that changes their offense totally. We have a quarterback that is a one-read guy that cannot throw the ball. Guys, 30-yard pass in the NFL is not a deep pass. It's not a
Yankee,
deep pass.
would you trade Waddle for the number 5 pick?
That's the mid-range right there. What you just described, for 20 to 40 yards is the middle of the field.
Right. I mean,
50 to 70 yards is the deep part of the field.
right.
And,
Tua can't throw that.
yeah, and
I
this is
don't think Tua can throw that.
yeah, not consistently enough. And I've said, like, when I say this, his fans get mad. His
Oh yeah.
ball, his ball, and Pete's heard me say this multiple times. His ball has too much air to cut through. Like, he throws it with too much, what's it called? Loft.
It's not. It's well, look, and it's not just that. He also doesn't have a tight spiral, and that's why on my wall the other day I posted like a 3-minute video of Dan Marino throwing absolute darts and lasers, and I'm not talking about 20-yard passes. I'm talking about 40-yard passes where the ball is probably no more than 5 yards off the ground, and this ball's traveling 50, 60 yards on a dime, where the wide
Like a
receiver does not break
fastball.
stride.
So,
All right,
Yeah.
so
for
this
all
is an
Catching a
honest
stride
question.
like
Would you
that.
guys, do
and
we
for all
have
those
enough cap? Like,
jackasses,
for next year and this year, do you guys think, if hypothetically we trade to a team like Atlanta, who's in a dome, who doesn't rely on elements, do you guys think we would have enough capital to trade up to get a Jaden Daniels?
It depends. Would Atlanta give us the 8th pick?
Nobody's
Yeah,
giving up a high draft pick for Tua on his 5th-year
no
contract.
way,
Think
no
about
way.
this, Anthony. They're talking about 2nd-round draft picks with Justin Fields to Pittsburgh. Justin Fields is a more enticing prospect at this point than Tua is right now,
there's still
despite what the
upside
stats
with
say.
him.
Exactly. This is why I say, and Alex Ruiz, I see your comment. I've been staring at it, and it's bothering me, dude, because you're telling me Ryan Tannehill, and it's not Barkley, because I already think Daniel Jones and Saquon Barkley will improve. But here's the question. There's no trading. Everything will be free. How do you guys feel about Ryan Tannehill and Derrick Henry coming to the salary cap demise, the Miami Dolphins, on a cheap deal as a team tandem, those two together to upgrade the quarterback position and the running back position, leaving Miami? Because remember what they told us. Oh, we're going to extend to a long term to keep our team. Well, guess what? It doesn't seem like we're going to extend to a long term anymore to keep our team. Why do I say that? What
Right.
did we do? We cut Xavier Howard. We let Ogba go, who would have been one of the best depth pieces in the entire NFL. He's a borderline starting defensive end in this NFL. Then you're going to more than likely let other players go who you were supposed to keep by extending Tua and saving the team. That's not happening anymore. So this is why I'm starting to feel, as each day goes by, and then you hear agents like Drew Rosenhaus with that clip that I played, I just feel confident we're not worrying about extending Tua and a quarterback like Tannehill, Derrick Henry, who are open in free agency, can come in and do the same thing he did with Tennessee. But what happened in Tennessee? Why did he fail in the AFC Championship game? He didn't have multiple weapons we had. And let me tell you something. I like one thing you said, Yankee. And every draft board, I see that the Dolphins need a tight end. And I wholeheartedly disagree. That is not one of our weaknesses.
No.
That is actually one of our strengths on this team. And they
We
were
just don't use it.
underutilized in this
Right.
offense. And that's why they're looked as a weakness on this team. Bro, Julian Hill is a stud. To me, he's a stud. That's the reality of it. So how do you
But
guys
guys,
feel? Would Tannehill and Henry make us more of a contender than Tua and Mostert? Be
look,
honest, with the
you,
same
you,
team.
look. You want to know what? Instead of getting Tannehill, I would go after I would go after Russell Wilson.
How about Kirk Cousins?
No, hang on, not Kirk Cousins. Russell Wilson. I'll tell you why Russell Wilson. Russell Wilson has a chip on his shoulder right now. He feels that he has to prove something. Russell Wilson is guaranteed all this money from Denver. So Russ, you can literally sign Russell Wilson to a very, very team-friendly deal, because he's going to get $30 million next year from Denver, playing for us. So you can talk to Russell Wilson, bring him to Miami on a team-friendly deal. You can trade
On
Tua,
the veteran minimum?
but remember he has a guaranteed contract with Denver. They got rid of him, but they still owe him guaranteed money. So next year,
And
Russell Wilson will get paid $30 million, whether he's on the bench for the Dolphins or starting for fucking whoever. He's still gonna get paid his bag of money because he's got guaranteed money. So you can sign him on a on the minimum veteran deal, and he's still gonna get $35 million to play next year because Denver's paying him 30. So
oh my God. And I already said this a while ago, right? And I called this out. I said on one of the shows here that Russell Wilson will play for a team on a veteran cheap deal for a starting opportunity because
correct.
of the 30 million, 37 million, I think it is, that Denver will owe him this upcoming year by cutting him. And
And
if he finds his way to Miami, the take that I gave was the only NFL player or any sports person in general that my wife follows, I don't know if you guys remember that take, is Russell Wilson. And that was a quarterback I was worried we would get when he was in trade discussions with Denver because of that. And it just makes too much sense. Russell Wilson, a Super Bowl winning quarterback. Imagine what you think Kyle Shanahan, Mike McDaniel would have lost 3 games lead in the division with Russell Wilson at quarterback? Let's be honest. Just ask yourself, do we lose the home division, home playoff game with Russell Wilson late in the season the way we did with Tua?
No,
look,
but to me, I think Russell is a little bit. I like Russell, but I think he's a little bit past it. Like he's over the hill a little bit. Is that what
Who's
you
that
mean?
guy? Pete, who's that guy? Joe Milton, you said?
Joe Milton from
from
Tennessee. He's a
Tennessee.
big dude.
You talking about the Tennessee quarterback?
Yeah, but you know what? I like all the rookie quarterbacks. I like JJ McCarthy. I love Drake May. Those are my top 2 quarterbacks right now. The other guys seem a little skeptical to me, but at the same time, I don't think if we're thinking from our team,
You're not
the
a big
team
fan
we
of
love.
CB, Caleb Williams, really?
No,
Nope.
no, no.
Nope.
No, man. This guy has like 5. They're telling me he's mobile, Anthony. He has less than 600 yards. That guy can't run. He's slow as dirt. And now he's sitting out on the combine to hide some flaws. That's his best decision in his life. But a team should beware by selecting him by him trying to hide flaws, his 40 time, his
And
bench, whatever.
as
All
a
of
rookie,
that matters.
what
That shows
the
lack
biggest
of
red
work
flag to me?
ethic right there, not showing up.
Yeah,
I don't like players not
and for
showing
me, the
up.
biggest red flag was with Williams is him demanding a franchise give him part ownership.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah, I
what the hell
remember
was
that.
that all
Yeah,
about?
who the hell does this
You
guy
had-
think he is? He's gonna come in and be Spider-Man of the NFL now, and now he wants to take over ownership of the team that drafted him. That's crazy.
Guys, what was the name of that fucking quarterback that was drafted number 1 in the first round by the Raiders? That was an absolute
Jamarcus Russell.
Jamarcus. That's Caleb Smith is another Russell waiting to happen. I'm telling you right now. As a
I
matter of
don't
fact,
think Anthony, as much as I want it, I just don't think our regime right now is allowed to go under a rookie quarterback and try to develop them. As much as I would love us to draft, they're
Yeah, I don't
actually
think
right now either
I
stuck
don't think
with
they're gonna do
Skyler.
that.
Yeah, they're either
they're not.
stuck
They're
with
not. Yeah.
Skyler or we
if we're
get
gonna win, we need
lucked
to win
in
now.
and we
And they're trying to
luckily
prove that they didn't
Russell
make a
Wilson
mistake
should
in
be.
drafting Tua.
This is what I don't understand. People don't want to have competition, but they don't want to have Skyler either as the backup. You got to have one or the other.
That's what I'm saying. We're developing Skyler to see if he can save this regime, which I truly believe can happen. But at the same time, when you got guys like Ryan Tannehill, you could bring him back home, right? And that
It'll never
includes,
happen, Pete.
yeah, but on a cheap
It'll
deal
never happen.
with Derrick Henry, give that guy his final tally. Look what
I
Joe
see Derrick
Flacco
Henry.
did.
Derrick Henry, I see
exactly.
coming here.
Yeah, and imagine that Derrick Henry. What happened when they lost that playoff
How
game
about
in the
Flacco?
championship? They didn't have the weapons for throw, so they logged in and they closed down on Derrick Henry. Here in Miami, Tannehill will have the cheetah.
Look,
He will have
look.
the penguin. He'll use Durham Smythe and Julian Hill, the tight ends, because he knows how to do it. And we have the
I'm gonna
running
tell you
back.
right now. I'm gonna tell you the play right now. This is gonna be the play. The big play is gonna be them re-signing Wilkins, letting Wilkins walk. They're gonna wine and dine him. He's gonna come back. We're gonna repay him. The second move is gonna be Henry. After that, you're gonna have the draft. You're gonna get whatever in the draft. If you're gonna move down, you're gonna move down. If you're not, you're gonna get a first rounder. It is what it is. That's gonna be the other splash. So you got 3 splash moves right there. The fourth one it's probably going to end up being you wait till free agency because you got three waves of free agency. Then you're going to go after a big name free agent. So you're going to probably get 4 key pieces to the team to contribute to this run this season. That's the only thing that I can see happening with the cap situation we have right now.
Hey guys,
No,
and,
man,
let,
there's
and
And
let's
I've
too
not
said
many
this,
forget.
options out there.
and Pete, for the draft specifically, and Cap has heard me say this. I don't think we're draft with how they've said multiple times that they're not worried about the offensive line as much as the fan base is. I think they're going to go all defense. They're going to draft linebacker, safety, and corner. Like they're
But you
going
know
to
what?
trade down.
That just but Tony, that just goes to prove to you how fucking stupid Greer is. Because and I remember when he said that, I'm like, oh, you guys are more worried about the offensive line than we are. And they go, yeah, dude, because you want to know what? If Tua has to extend the play, he can't, because our offensive line is not that good. I mean, whether people want to realize that our offensive line is not that good, they're counting on the scheme of Tua being a one-read guy and getting rid of the ball in less than 2 seconds to make that offensive work. But all of a sudden, when you're playing elite defensive lines and you're playing in the fucking postseason, it's another level of football. So Tua does not have the time to throw. He does not have the experience to look people off, call audibles. I mean, Tua's not allowed to call audibles. Tua Tagovailoa is not allowed to call audibles on the line. So you
Let
know
me
what?
ask you.
No,
Let
and
me ask
Yankee,
you a question. Let me ask you guys a question, Anthony and Yankee. Who's better at quarterback right now at this point in their career, Mike White or Ryan Tannehill?
they're about.
One's at the end of his rope, and Mike White. I mean, whatever. I mean, I'm not a fan of Mike White. I over Mike White, I'd take Skylar Thompson.
Of course, but that's all I'm trying to point out. Ryan Tannehill is. I can't believe you guys are not. You guys are in your feelings with Tannehill. It seems like not thinking he could come back on a cheap
No, Pete,
deal.
it's not that. He's
Like a
gonna want the
friendly
bag,
team deal.
bro.
He did a
He,
lot.
he,
He's
he
not
did.
gonna want the bag. He just wants
He's
an
got 2
opportunity.
contracts. He's got 2 contracts. The way things worked out in Miami, he's gonna want more money from Miami, if anything, and the value for that type of position is gonna get overpaid too.
It'll be a home ending. If you call
Well,
him and his agent and you tell him, Tannehill, we think you can win here. We know who you are. Bring in your guy, Derrick Henry. We got the coach for it. We got the running game. And behind Derrick Henry, the Punisher, we'll have the speedster,
I think
A-Chain. You
Henry.
see what I'm saying? Right?
I think Henry's coming here more because of Tua, if anything.
Henry
I
has
don't
nothing
think.
to do with Tua. Well, why? Because he played in Alabama. So did Jalen Hurts. So did Mac Jones, and so did these other guys. Bryce Young. He'll
hey
go with
Pete,
where none of that Alabama stuff. And nobody has followed Tua from Alabama to come over here in 4 years. Now you're going to tell me Derrick
look,
Henry's going to do that? Come on,
Pete.
man.
To be
He's
honest
not
with you, man.
bringing people here.
Before I bring Ryan Tannehill back, man, I am really giving Skylar Thompson a start. If we're gonna go down that route, I'd rather give Skylar Thompson a really good look, because listen, McDaniel wanted to draft Skylar Thompson. There was a reason why Skylar Thompson is still around. There's a reason why they haven't left him unprotected, because they know that if they leave him unprotected, someone's gonna pick him up. You're gonna tell me that fucking Bill Belichick, when he was with New England, he would not have picked up Skylar Thompson? There's a shit
Yeah,
ton
In
of
a
guys that
I
would
heartbeat.
pick
think.
up Skylar Thompson.
In a heartbeat. The thing is, Flores would have probably started Skylar Thompson,
Right,
to be
but
honest, and put him in.
for me, you keep Skylar Thompson, and you don't bring Tannehill down here. You can give Thompson another running back, and to be honest with you, for what Tannehill brings you at this stage in the game with his age and his injuries and all that stuff, I'd rather give Skylar Thompson a start and say, all right, well, now we know that Skylar Thompson's not the guy, so we can look for another QB. But I mean, I wouldn't bring Ryan Tannehill back. Plus, Greer would have to admit that the Dolphins made a mistake.
I see a double, bro.
Yeah, no,
I don't know what happened, but whoever that was back there, I come back. I messed up. I kicked myself out.
Like if having one Pete is not enough for the world, now we have 2.
I don't know what that is. I don't know how that happened.
Yeah,
Hey, you still can't get you still can't get 10 on the panel yet?
No, I'm not gonna do 10 on the panel. I'm not. Look how we're conversating. You see, there's space for somebody to come up right now if they want. I'm gonna drop the link.
yeah, and it and there's a few things. a few drafts that I've seen that it says we might draft Brian Thomas, the receiver from LSU. Does that
You know, it's amazing to me when we start talking about drafting more wide receivers and drafting. I mean, it's like, what's the one common denominator that we have? I mean, everyone keeps, oh, because Tua needs more
we
weapons.
don't have a third receiver? We don't have someone we can trust if
We got
a
to see
Reed
with
or a
Izukama.
Azukama is a good guy that I think he
Right.
could be good. He could do good
Yeah.
things in the future. I feel
Yeah.
comfortable losing Cedric Wilson because Cedric Wilson was underutilized and undervalued here. But I feel good losing him as long as Ekuzama takes that role. Hopefully he got a little thicker because he was skinny there.
Okay, look, I need to ask you guys once and for all. I mean, do we trust Barrios at number 3?
I would.
I don't think so.
No,
You
No,
would?
no,
I
no,
would
no,
not.
no,
no,
no, no,
Why?
no, no,
no.
no, no, no,
Why?
no, no, no,
Tell me why,
Hell
guys.
no,
no.
no, no, no.
Why? But tell me why.
He's not fast. He's not fast enough. Like
He
he's
But he's
slow.
a number
And I don't
3
want
wide
him even I don't
receiver.
even want him on special teams.
He's
I
a
don't even
slot
want
guy. He's a
yeah,
slot guy.
but
What's wrong with having Barrios in the slot?
But
because I
what I
don't
mean, look,
I rather
But Yankee,
I rather
Yankee,
Azukama get that slot.
But it was
yo,
because the
Yankee,
wideout.
You could move
Yeah,
him all
no,
around.
and with Barrios specifically, I say he's like Welker and Edelman. They're
Right.
not fast receivers.
no, he's not.
They're
I mean, I
no,
get
I'm
what you're
talking about
saying.
like
Slot receiver, like a
I'm looking
possession
at
receiver, I get what you're saying. But as
Right.
far as production, no, not production wise.
But
no,
then
I'm
again, how
not
many
talking
times?
about the
Wait,
production. What I'm talking about is
stop.
their athleticism and their. When was at any point in Welker's career was he known to be a fast receiver?
But wait a second. We know somebody just talked about, um, his production. How many fucking balls did Tua throw his way? Guys, the
Yeah, but
Dolphins' offense is not that hard to stop, and
My thing
everyone's
is
figured it out.
what is that? Somebody's making some clapping noise. My thing is with Barrios, I really don't want to see him on special teams either. I don't want him on punt returns. He's never gonna run one back. It don't look like he has that long stride speed. He's gonna get hawked down from the back. And on kick returns,
he
he
can get
still
you a
won't
third
run
and
one back.
17. He can get you a third and 17, but then after that, he's non-existent for like maybe 5 or 6 plays. And it's just like he's a I want to say a third down specialist, if you will.
But Cap, if he's not throwing the ball, because our O scheme is one read, look for Hill, throw the ball to Hill. Because let's face it, man. I mean, my wife, who just started watching football this year, man, knows that once if Tyreek is covered and Tua starts scrambling, she's like, "Oh shit, here we go." Then you know it's going to be an adventure. So it's like
Yeah.
I don't think Burial gets a fair shake because it's not
Look,
like he
look,
was the number
look.
one
Okay,
target.
look. I get you that. I give you that. But I mean, at the same time, I want to. Why is it we can't have like what Buffalo had and like what all these other teams that did those kickoff returns on us? Like, when are we gonna have that home run hit guy that just can take it to the house?
Why didn't we put the Penguin out there? Remember when Mostert
Because
was
you
hurt? He
can't get
came
him
back, and
hurt,
I
man.
think first. No, but this is the thing.
Baltimore did it to us too, bro.
Mostert was hurt. He came back, and late in the season, and coach put him on kick return. And Mostert had just came off the injury. That's what makes no sense. You could have put Tyreek Hill on punt returns. It was a bad
We
management
always use
and bad coaching
we
decisions,
use
bro.
Holland. We use Holland sometimes. We
Yeah,
use like
no,
guys that
and
shouldn't be doing
Pete,
it.
I think the reason why that is, like, to me, the kick returns, I understand why they would put, because most kickers kick it out of the. You rarely see a kick being returned on kick return. Rarely, it's not a non-existent, like, it's not as much it's not a high percentage. You see more fair catches, like getting kicked out of the end zone. That's why you see a guy like Waddle or Reek on the kick return, is because they're not the most
But we
kickers are
rarely see
kicking
him
it
there.
out.
We didn't
Hey,
see him there.
hey guys,
No,
look, at the end of the day, we have one problem. And it doesn't matter who the hell's playing wide receiver. It doesn't matter who the running backs are. We continue to have the one common denominator, and that is the fact that QB1 disappears in big games. It doesn't matter who's playing wide receiver. It does not matter. Dolphin fans are asking for more talent around Tua. Well, you know what? Maybe the fucking problem is not the talent around Tua. Maybe it's fucking Tua. Maybe he's the fucking problem. But we refuse to acknowledge that fact. And as long as we continue to acknowledge that fact, guess what, guys? We're going to be a fucking 500 football team because next year we don't have Xavier Howard. We don't have Chubbs to start. We don't have Jalen Phillips. You know, Christian Wilkins is a question mark if he's going to be back. So those are 4 stars on defense. Let's not
Don't
forget that
forget
Garfinkel
Jalen
is
Phillips.
probably gone. So half of our defense is not going to be there next year. And our offense, yeah, against shitty teams we'll do well, but when we play the fucking elite teams, we'll be screwed. And again, the common denominator is fucking QB1.
Yeah, no, and that's a thing that seriously I don't understand why people defend this. I think it's a character thing with Tua. That's why these people. I think it's more that they like the kid's personality more
Yeah, but
than.
Tony, do you want a nice guy or do you want a winner back there? Listen, I'd rather have a prick as a quarterback like Joe Burrows, who's a cocky, arrogant fuck, but I'd rather have Joe Burrow
I
there
would
than the
rather have
fucking
Aaron
nice guy.
Rodgers.
Well, I mean, yeah, but do we want a nice guy there or do we want a guy who's going to win football games? Tua's not going to do it, man. Tua's already shown us 2 seasons
No,
in a row
I
that he
agree
can't win
with
too many
you,
games.
Yankee. I've been saying this since the beginning, like since the draft in 2020. I've said Herbert the whole time, and people thought I was crazy. This kid,
Hey,
they
I remember Anthony called it on Leo Chanel a long way back, bro. Anthony called it, bro.
yeah.
What
I
he
was saying
called, Cap?
Chanel is basically. I compared him to the guy Lance. I compared him to Lance Briggs. The That's who he reminds me of with a more better run defense. Like he's a Lance Briggs quarter type of linebacker with more consistent run defending because Lance sometimes didn't run defend that much and stuff like that. My
I
God,
mean, I'm with Yankee here, man. Yankee stepped out. He sounds frustrated. He seems like
I'm
he,
frustrated
he
too, dude.
this fan base thinks that, and they're starting to believe that we're gonna go down the Ryan Tannehill 2.0 route. I see a lot of fans are worried. They're scared. They're sitting here. They're just refreshing their Twitter page, waiting for the breaking news. Breaking news: Tua has gotten an extension, and I'm telling you, like I pointed out in the earlier on the video. Drew Rosenhaus, he's speaking to Tua's agent. They're shaking right now with contract talks, and you have to know it. Look how the fan base is sounding. Who's up here sounding confident on these Dolphins channels, sitting here saying, "Yes, we're gonna extend Tua, and this is gonna be amazing." Who's out there confident right now, thinking that that's a good
His
deal
fan
for
base.
Miami? Nobody, not even his fan base. They're not sounding it. They sound a little concerned right now if you really pay
No, and
attention
I've
to
said.
it.
Does this sound crazy, Pete? Cap, and Pete. Does this sound crazy when I say this? Like his agent, Tua's agent specifically, might be petty and force the Dolphins to overpay him, or he doesn't re-sign with the Dolphins and he goes into free agency because the
Man,
past.
look, that's one thing. Like Anthony, one thing I don't get into is agent talks, bro. Because the agents down here, bro, they own Miami, bro. So they can do whatever they want when it comes to the aspect of whatever type of deal they want.
No, and
It's just up to
specifically Tua
the
too.
client. I know, but it's up to the client too. At the same time, like at the end of the day, bro, like Tua calls the shots, bro.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. Do you guys? And people, there was only two. People said there was only 2 times that Greer was looking for replacements for him at run, like trying to trade for people with Lamar and he was actually what was it? I think it was during the draft last year. He was even I saw reports like that he was looking maybe to trade up to get CJ Stroud at one point.
From where?
The what last year in the draft.
I mean, if you read so much Dolphin news all day, you'll start getting reports about everything. And I wouldn't deny all of that. I wouldn't
This
sit
is
here
not
and
this is
think
not
that.
coming from Dolphins. This is not coming from the Dolphin reporters. this is coming from like a person I listen to all the time, who's trustworthy, who's who's on XM radio all the time. Uh,
Oh, okay,
uh,
okay.
Bill Polian, the guy who built those Colts teams with Manning, and they want to. That's who I'm listening to. Guys like that, and the old GM for the Cowboys who built those Super Bowl teams in the '90s, Gil Brandt. Before he passed away, that he actually was saying the Dolphins were thinking of trading up to get a guy like CJ or the other, not Bryce Young. Who's the other quarterback in that draft? My God, who was
Bryce
drafted number?
Young. Bryce Young was number 2. CJ Stroud was number 3. Number 2.
I thought there was a quarterback drafted number 1.
Bryce Young to the Panthers. Remember, the Panthers traded up all the way to number 1.
Oh, okay. No, I thought there was a third quarterback in the top 10.
I'm trying to remember. Will Levis ended up dropping to the second round. That's what happened. He was supposed to get drafted in the first round, and Will Levis dropped.
Yeah, no, and that's what I'm saying. I honestly, like, if your GM is looking to replace you, you really think the quarterback is going to like the GM, the agents during negotiation is going to bring up the fact that you guys were looking for upgrades from my client multiple times during the past few off seasons.
Of course, and that's not a hidden agenda anymore. They try to go overboard.
Do you understand? Do you understand that he left? Do you understand he left the agency before to get this new representation? These guys that he has are pit bulls. They're not going to ask for anything less.
Tua switched agencies, right?
Yeah, he's with the agency that represents A12.
Athletes first,
that lets you know right there, when players switch agents, there was contract discussions they didn't like. It's all about money. It wasn't because, oh man, the agent hit on my wife or something. That doesn't happen. You know what I'm saying? It was because of money talk. Hey, right now Greer is only offering half of what you're expecting to get. What do you want to do? And he turns around and fired that agent and got that other guy. That's what he did. It's weird that he doesn't got Drew Rosenhaus though. Go ahead.
Does anybody realize Tua's original agent was Leigh Steinberg, one of the best in the game?
Yes.
One of the best. Yes. He fired him because they were probably trying to get an extension last year. They were trying
to be real with you guys. That's exactly who I thought his agent was currently right now.
Let me tell you something though, bro.
It was
Drew
Anthony
Rosenhaus.
Richardson.
Hey, real quick, Drew Rosenhaus. Me growing up as a kid, bro. He was God growing up, bro. Ever since then, that's 35 years plus. That guy owns Miami. That guy, bro. Last time I saw him on Channel 7, bro, he was doing some type of jiu-jitsu, breaking like pieces of wood on fire, bro. The guy is a god, bro. He has everybody, bro. Like, if he can make the Dolphins better, he will, because he's a Dolphin fan. But at the same time, he's gonna make money, bro.
And you know what? He's like he's
Jerry Maguire,
like
bro.
He's
Jerry
famous.
Maguire,
he's on
dog.
every he goes everywhere. He's known everywhere in Miami. This dude Drew, but I'm starting to think he's a bad apple on our tree, Cap. Look at the players he's representing.
Look, Pete,
he's calling Christian Wilkins a stud.
This year
he
we need him, Pete.
Andrew Van Ginkel.
We need him this year, Pete.
No,
this year's the year, bro. This year has to be the year, bro.
He brought Tyreek Hill over here. We got to get Drew Rosenhaus out of here. And you know when he's going to get out of here and stop making so many deals with Miami? Guess when? When Greer is gone. Because this new GM ain't going to be all buddy-buddy with Drew Rosenhaus.
For this year, what would you do?
I told you, look at my title cap for life. Listen, hold on, Anthony. Anthony, because of the title, right? I thought about Anthony. Give me a second, Anthony. You got Ryan Tannehill and Derrick Henry that can come as a tandem on the cheap. Okay, that's what you do. There's Russell Wilson available for the cheap. This team needs to be saved by a better quarterback.
When does the list start getting like more names of people start getting released? When does that come out? Like the free agents of other teams and stuff. It starts happening little by little, or is it a day or something like that?
Well,
because right now the selection. You know, right now everybody's gonna want what's available now, but later on it's gonna be more available, and people are gonna want that. So I mean, like, when is a set date? Like when people can just stop releasing players?
Well, that's what free agency is all about. And then after free agency is pretty much period is done, you got some players like experienced guys that are holding out, waiting for after the draft to do that
So it's
second wave of free agency.
yeah,
So there's like two waves:
it's a never
before
it's a
draft
three
and
it's
then
yeah
after
three
draft.
yeah
Yeah,
it's a
after
never
draft
ending
is
wave. Yeah.
undrafted guys and a whole bunch of like hurt
So
players coming back trying to come for a
would you
year.
overreact to a Tannehill right now, or would you wait and see what happens with Baker, or would you see? I know Baker's gonna get paid, but I'm just saying hypothetically, like some other type of options. Would you wait and see, or would you like just wait and not wait and go after the name that's available?
Honestly, it's smarter to wait. You have to wait, but you got to make phone calls. Hey, you call Tannehill or his agent. Hey, look, I'm interested in bringing Tannehill back. Just between me and you, first he started off like a little slow, letting him know what type of deal he can, and he can have a fair quarterback competition coming back with this roster. That can be Tannehill coming back like a Joe Flacco to save the Broncos. Tannehill could actually save Greer for 2 years. Let's say we go. Let me ask you a question, Cap. You think Tannehill, with 5 games remaining and a 3 game lead, you think he bums it out and loses the division, dude? Tannehill? He has not. This guy has not. He potentially got better. This is people think he regressed. Raphael put his stats with less weapons,
Yeah,
4,000
but
something yards with
at the
less
same time,
weapons.
he's
We
been
don't like him
notorious
because
too.
yeah, we
No,
don't like him because he was
he's
here
been
already. We didn't
notorious.
win nothing. But let me ask you, did
I
we
like
have
him, but
Derrick Henry with him?
I like him, but he's been notorious for throwing those pick sixes too.
But he's throwing pick sixes because he's throwing to Nikhil West Nine, Westbrook, whatever that guy's name is. He's throwing to no names in Tennessee. Here in Miami, he would have Tyreek Hill, Cheetah. He would know how to use Julian Hill, the tight end, and Durham Smythe. And honestly, that to me sounds like we'll go a little bit further, man, if we're trying to actually win something and get
No,
something
I
with
mean,
this
look, I
regime.
agree with you. We need three quarterbacks, man. We need
No,
three.
no, and
I agree with that.
Yankee gave me a really a new option that I wish I would have put on the title instead because I could foresee the Giants drafting, maybe Jaden Daniels if he's there. If the Giants draft a quarterback, they're doing a draft day trade with Daniel Jones to a quarterback needy team. That's what will happen. They will trade Daniel Jones, and it's funny because they keep saying Tua should sign a Daniel Jones type contract, right? Well, if you instead of signing a Daniel Jones type contract because you think that's a fair deal and it's cheap, why not go out on draft day, maybe give up a fourth, get Daniel Jones here, and especially if it's going to bring you Saquon Barkley, you grab a Saquon Barkley with a Daniel Jones. Doesn't that make sense? To me, it does. Daniel Jones will come in here and be more mobile, and you can try to trade out Tua for another contract. I don't know, man. To me, I'm with Yankee. It's to the point where people want to talk about what they want to talk about, but right now it literally should be where we really need the upgrade at. How you feel about that, Mountie? Like, be honest with me. Is it crazy talk? Look at the chat. Oh, Pete, you got to be kidding me with Daniel Jones. No, I'm not, bro. Daniel Jones will have this team running bootlegs, handing it off to Saquon, wide open receivers. People will sit here now and say Daniel Jones is trash based on the 4 years he's had, all in New York. But none of these guys, they'll all look at box stats and not tell you, oh, this coach was fired, that coach was fired, no offensive coordinator. Name a receiver for them. Name a receiver. They literally went out and paid Darren Waller to line out wide. Think about how smart that team was. They went out and got Darren Waller and had him lining up out wide. It's ridiculous to me. It's ridiculous to me. Gonna go
Well, to
ahead and
be
drop
honest,
the.
to keep it 100, Daniel Jones never really had. Once Kadarius Tony, once he left, he didn't really have anybody to throw to be honest with you.
Nobody in New York. You can't name not one receiver. No separation. Go look at the separation stats. He didn't have it. Over here in Miami, he would with a genius. Man, think of these people don't think like this, Mountie, right? Imagine Mike McDaniel, how smart of a coach he is, that he was able to not be stressed out like Brian Flores was, but at the same time work with the flaws better than Flores did with Tua. And he made it work. Imagine him fixing a Daniel Jones in Miami. I see that. A high possibility. There really is. Shout out to Lewis. He's coming through. Let's hear what. Lewis, how do you feel about Ryan Tannehill and Derrick Henry over Tua and Mostert? How you feel about that? It's a joke to you? How about Saquon? How about Saquon Barkley and Daniel Jones? That don't seem more enticing than Tua and Mostert?
So hold on, wait. We went from Tannehill and Derrick Henry, right? That was funny enough. Now we're going to Daniel Jones and Saquon Barkley.
I'm not gonna lie, Lewis. Shout out to Yankee. He was up here. He made me think, because I've been thinking this whole time the Giants could draft a quarterback sitting there. But the whole time I've been thinking is the reason why I've been trying to formulate a trade up with the Giants. That's just me. That's what I've been trying to do.
With all due respect for Yankee, right? And I mean, with all due respect, that's some of the dumbest shit I've ever heard in my life. Is it that bad for real? I mean, is it that bad? I know Tua is. Let's say again, I'll play the game. He's bad, but is he that bad? That we're asking for Daniel Jones. I mean, honestly, is Tua that bad?
Well, he's going to be available if the Giants. He's going to be a draft day guy that could potentially be available, and I think, from a quarterback standpoint, from a ceiling standpoint, and with this offense, and with Mike McDaniel, shout out to Lone Dolphin. Yeah, Daniel Jones entices me, and I'd be intrigued. Look at his mobility alone. The guy's a giant. He has an arm.
But is Daniel Jones better than Tua Tagovailoa?
In a heartbeat, yes.
I'm just 100%. Asking the question.
100%.
Does everybody else agree with that? That's on the panel. That Daniel Jones is better than Tua?
No.
You think Tua would be able to do something in New York with what Daniel Jones put up? How about that?
But what did he?
Daniel Jones took him Daniel Jones took him to the playoffs 2 years ago with that coach. I don't think Tua would have took the Giants to the playoffs with that roster.
And you're absolutely right. I'm just saying, I believe Daniel Jones, that year they went to the playoffs, right? And they won a playoff game. They went to the divisional round. I believe Daniel Jones had 15 touchdowns. So I'm just asking the question.
Yeah, but he would not have 15 here in Miami with the
Can I just answer? Can I just finish asking my question? I just asking, did Daniel Jones lead the Giants to the playoff, or did he get carried to the playoff? It's just a question. I'm just posing the question.
Can I pose another question too? So you was talking about Daniel Jones' mobility. One thing I don't like about that, I feel like he's not going to be able to run the offense the same. Like, this offense isn't built for Daniel Jones, and he's going to be afraid to throw into some tight windows when he needs to, and he's going to rely on running too much. And when Daniel Jones runs, he fumbles, and that's not something I'm trying to compare right now.
You see, the thing is that Daniel Jones is so underrated and underappreciated. He's the best player on the Giants team. He is their best player. And he's everything. Here in Miami, he would not be the best player. He would rely on the great players.
He's better than Saquon?
Yeah, he is better than Saquon. He's more of an impact. He's a quarterback.
Daniel Jones is better than Saquon Barkley. Is that what we're doing up here? Really? That's what
long term, trusting the player. Yeah, I would consider myself. But I want them both in a package. I would want them both here, Saquon and Daniel Jones. That's what really intrigues me.
And what are you giving? And what are you giving up? And what are you giving up to get? Again, I'm just posing the question. From Miami, what are you giving up to get Daniel Jones and Saquon here?
I'm picking up Daniel Jones' contract because it's a safe one.
What are you giving the Giants to get him over here?
I would give him a 4th round draft pick, maybe even a 5th.
Why are we discussing this? Are you putting the horrible end of the season?
This is what Pete does every day.
I'm wondering. Other quarterbacks. I want to ask a question. If you're putting because we ended the season horribly, there's no doubt about that. The
with the
season
failures of Tua. Remember, in a
is
game
that what
versus Buffalo.
we're
Hold on,
attributing the horrible system?
Let's just make this correct, right? Week 18, down a touchdown. Tua has the ball. Last drive. All we got to do is go down, score, possibly have our nuts on the floor at
I
home,
feel you.
go for
So,
two, and take the win, right, against Buffalo, and end it like that with the
I feel
positive.
you.
No, what happens? He throws an interception
But can
in
we?
front of his home crowd. You think those guys forgot that moment?
I feel you, but
You
remember,
don't think that
you gotta
Stephen Ross,
remember.
you don't think the owner with that very interception in Buffalo at home knew from that point on the season was over?
So, no, remind
It
me of
was done.
that score. Remind me of that score again. Remind me of that score and what happened in those last minutes leading up to us needing to score. Because man, let me tell you, I want to put most of the. I'm not saying the failures is on the defense, but the failures is on our starters not staying healthy. Man, our D line was decimated. Man, we didn't have D line. We had no pressure.
And you see, that's another reason why I'm sitting here and I always have to. Did that happen? Yes. Did it hurt the team by those injuries?
By a lot,
Yes.
though. By
That's why
a
Drew
lot.
Rosenhaus is a vampire against us. That's
So
literally what
are
he
you
said.
telling us that
Week
when
8. This
Jalen
is
Phillips,
this is what's funny. This is what's funny though. A lone Dolphin, right? Check
yeah,
this out. Week 18, we lose to Buffalo at home. Immediately, it's like he's a paid advertisement guy to sit here and set the narrative the rest of the offseason.
so
Drew
I don't,
Rosenhaus, after
I
the
haven't
Buffalo
heard.
game, said, well, it's a hard game. You know, now
So
they have to move on to Kansas City with Van Ginkel hurt, with Bradley Chubb hurt,
man,
Phillips missing,
but
everybody hurt. He named everybody on defense banged up and hurt, right? Come on,
yeah,
stop
man.
that. 14 points with a banged up defense is not enough. If you're going into that game knowing your defense is banged up and you only scored 14 and you only allow 21 to one of the top scorers of the league, and you're going to tell me the defense failed? No,
I mean,
nobody.
again,
That's
I'm
just
not
them
saying I
trying to
didn't
flip the
say that the
script to make
defense
us
failed.
forget things.
I didn't say that the defense failed. That's not what I said. I said the failure was in our starters not being there, man. Like the defense, they did great for what we had, but it would have been better. Like I know it's hard to imagine much better than what you said because what you said is good. Our defense did play good, but man, we needed our guys, man. We needed them. You're saying that when Tua threw
Okay,
the
but
interception that our
but okay,
team
we
needed
needed our guy, right? Lone Dolphin, we needed our
our
guy. Our
guys.
guys, right? But
Even
okay, but
Jerome
they were
Baker, who I'm
missing.
not even a fan
When
of,
we
not even
need when we
Baker out
need
there.
our real guy, when we need our guy because of those guys not coming in clutch, mind you, we won plenty of games because of those guys. But when we need our guy
Won
Tua
plenty of games
to
because of that
finally
guy
pick
Tua
up,
too, though.
just give
It
us
goes both
just
ways.
give it to us.
But
Be elite for the
but what
next
I'm saying,
three,
But it
four
goes
games.
it goes both
Go
ways,
out,
though.
go
but what
out,
I'm
be
saying,
elite the next 3, 4 games, and show us you don't need guys around you all the
But we
time.
do.
Just do
But we
it
do need
twice at
guys
least.
around us
Two
all the
playoff.
time.
No,
We do.
we can't.
That's the
So
NFL.
well,
That's
look,
the
now
NFL.
people are
Not
sitting
everybody
here
has.
calling me crazy. Now people are sitting here calling me crazy because I want Daniel Jones,
No,
and
that's
now I
crazy.
get to that perspective.
That's
Daniel
crazy.
Jones has never had nothing around
He's
him.
never won
Bad
anything
coaching,
around him,
bad
and
coordinators, bad ownership,
but he's never
bad
won.
management.
And you could
I mean,
attribute that to his failures, which is a lot
he
of
won a
them.
playoff game despite having bad coaching, bad
So
everything. He won,
again,
and the year
I'm
that he
just a
won the playoff game,
casual.
I think Barkley was hurt too,
I'm
wasn't
just
he?
a
2
casual.
years ago.
Who did they beat? I don't know. I really don't know who they even beat.
The Giants, I think they beat the Eagles. Well, that's the year the Eagles went to the Super Bowl.
Yeah, so it
Let me
definitely
see.
wasn't the Eagles.
I don't
Who
really
did
care about that. I just
It
know
was
he won a playoff game.
it was the Minnesota Vikings they beat. The
Okay.
other
Oh
guy,
yeah, when they yep.
that other guy that's better than Tua,
So
Kirk Cousins.
that other guy who chokes also in big time moments. You
That's
know,
another quarterback.
another guy who needs guys around him too. I mean, it's hard to point guys who don't need guys. Everybody needs guys. We all need
Yeah.
guys.
But we saw Tua with guys only put up 14 at home and lose the division. I don't
It.
know what Daniel Jones with
I,
guys, a guy that's
I don't even.
6'5", 230, who has mobility, who
I
has a
point to the
stronger
Tennessee
arm,
game.
who
I
would
point
have
to
a
the
team
Tennessee game.
around him. Bro, Daniel Jones will probably come here to the AFC and have Are you aware that Daniel Jones is a little similar to Josh Allen? His running is underrated. His running is underrated.
Yeah.
And now Lewis wants to come up here and say he only has
Can
15 touchdowns.
somebody please
15
time out Pete
touchdowns?
right now?
Really?
Nah,
15
Time out
touchdowns?
Pete.
Well, that man would have probably put up 40 touchdown
Somebody
passes
time
I
last
out
don't
year in
Pete.
I don't
Miami.
like living in La La
Somebody
Land.
time
We
out
could
Pete
say
right now.
anybody would have done anything. You know what I mean? But the fact is that Daniel Jones is that's not a good comparison. I mean, we could have used anybody.
Somebody time out Pete right
I
now.
like the Tannehill comparison better than the Daniel Jones. I tell you, I do not want Daniel Jones in no Miami Dolphins uniforms. I do not want
So
that.
you want Manny,
You'll
let me
take
get this right.
Tannehill?
You would take Tannehill over Tua right now?
No, of course not. Tua to me is
Oh,
solidified top
oh,
10
okay.
quarterback.
Oh, okay. All right. I was just
Solidified
wondering.
top
Oh,
10.
okay. All right.
Because with Daniel Jones, I could name 10 quarterbacks for sure that I want over Daniel Jones. I could easily name 20 quarterbacks I want over Daniel Jones and over Ryan Tannehill. To me, Ryan Tannehill and Daniel Jones are bona fide backups in the league. I
Oh,
can
that's a
name
fact.
20 guys.
That's a fact. That's a fact.
There's 20 guys I want over those guys.
You see, that's the type. I'll be inclined on taking Sam Darnold out of the
Over who though?
49ers. Over Tua.
No,
Sam
man.
Darnold will be available, man. You bring in Sam
I
Darnold, man.
think
That guy will be a great. Sam Darnold is
it
actually
is. I mean,
easily comparable. He's a Skylar Thompson type player.
the,
Sam Darnold
the
is.
character you
Yeah.
play, I understand why
Who?
you would like Sam Darnold, but
Who?
like in the
You could
real
compare
world,
Skylar Thompson in a way to the way they play the game a little bit, but Skylar looks a little
Who?
bit more
Say that
shoulder
name.
savvy
Say
in
that name
passing.
again. Who?
Skylar Thompson and
Say that.
Sam Darnold.
because
Skylar Thompson
Oh,
and
okay.
Sam Darnold.
I mean,
Okay.
you're pointing out the
Talking about the
stats
If
guy
for
that
Sam
the
didn't
Darnold
line.
dress.
becomes available, you bring him up. And you know what's weird? I'm gonna bring
Talking
up
about the guy
another
that didn't
ex,
dress.
another quarterback. Check this out. Robert Saleh brought Zach Wilson there because they thought with everything that Zach Wilson brought to the table, you could put him in that Shanahan type scheme and fix him, right?
He didn't
Kyle
bring nothing.
Shanahan
He didn't bring nothing to those
wanted
games.
Zach Wilson. That's what the reports were over Trey Lance, but they somehow made a late decision
So
and
did
just
you see?
selected Trey Lance. But
So
Zach
Hey,
Wilson in
you're into the
Miami,
media.
Zach
You're big
Wilson
in the
in
Can
Miami,
media.
I like that.
Pete, I
Pete,
know you
can I ask
follow
you
the
a question
media.
real quick? Can I ask you a question real quick, Pete? Before Manny, you keep cooking, right? Pete, did you see what McDaniel said today at the combine when he talked? Did you hear any of that?
Oh, when he said he's optimistic about Tua's contract.
Well, and he said he's even more comfortable now with Tua. He feels like he's even more confident. I was just wondering, did you hear that? Did you
Yeah,
hear
I
when he
heard
said
that,
that?
and
Oh,
I'm
okay.
glad you brought that up because
And your thoughts
yeah.
on that is what? What were your thoughts when you heard him say that? What were your thoughts? He's lying.
What do you mean lying? My thoughts are I'm not. I
Company
don't
man.
think he's lying.
I'm saying.
I don't
I'm
think he's
saying
lying. I think
company
he's
man.
telling the
He did
truth
it
right
because
now.
I'm saying he did it because the Dolphins told him he's on a media tour to try to sell Tua. Is that what we're
So
gonna say?
can we talk about McDaniels? Because honestly, I feel like he's got a lot more to improve than Tua does. I feel like his play calling, man, it's taking him too long. Like this team is taking too long to get to the line, man. Like I see a lot of teams out there that they're
That's a
getting to the
Tua
line.
problem, not a coach problem.
Okay, I don't know that, Pete. I don't know that, and I
Why
know
you
for a
think
fact.
Tua always says communication after every loss? Communication. It's always a communication problem. No, we need
I
to stop
feel that.
this.
I feel like maybe if that is the problem, McDaniel, you gotta know your personnel, and if the plays are getting in there a little too long and Tua's taking a little long to relay that back to the team, you gotta understand that and get those calls out even quicker because they're spending too much time in the huddle. They're taking a lot of time. Number one, this is the effort. They're taking a lot of time to get back to the huddle, which that's a team thing. Like they need to play with what's the word I'm looking for? Uh, Not effort, but like uh, readiness.
That's
Not
another
readiness, bro.
problem. That's another problem,
Hey,
Lawrence.
how
Actually, in
many
that
years are we
Buffalo
gonna
game,
blame?
you're
How
gonna
many
turn
years are
around
we
and
gonna
huddle up
blame
when you
coaches?
need to go on a drive and not waste time. You're huddling up. You know how
Yeah,
much time they wasted too? Hey, you got to go on a hurry up. Take command of the
yeah,
offense, Tua.
dude.
The man can't take command. Russell Wilson on a cheap deal, he will. He'll come over here happily. Russell
I don't
Wilson
know about Russell
will.
Wilson and
Y'all
taking command.
sleeping, thinking he's veteran. One thing I do know.
Why didn't he command the Denver Broncos huddle and locker room? I mean, just posing questions. I'm not
He
saying that
did.
he won't
He
here. I'm
had.
just
Well, what
saying.
do you mean? He started off bad, but then he went on a
Well,
stretch. He went on a
well,
run. He actually
well,
threw
no.
25
Yeah,
touchdowns with a banged up
and
team,
yes,
only like
great
five
numbers,
interceptions,
great numbers.
and he got
Right.
benched
No,
because
I
the
didn't
coach
ask
didn't
about.
like him. It
I didn't
wasn't his
ask. Right.
performance.
Right.
He
Right.
got
Right.
benched because he
Again.
didn't like him
Right.
or whatever the contract situation they spun up. But it was
Pete.
coach and player didn't like each other.
Pete. You got to let other people talk, Pete. When you have these shows, you got to let other people talk. See, you brought up his numbers. I didn't bring up Russell Wilson's numbers. He was very
Well, you got to
productive
let
this
people
year.
finish.
But I thought you were done. I thought you were done. My fault, Pete. What I'm saying is you brought up his numbers. I didn't bring up his numbers. I thought Russell Wilson was very, what's the word? He was
Average.
good this year, right? He put up good
Average.
numbers.
I'll
The
put him at
fact of
average.
the matter is, though, when we talk about the Dolphins, right, and we talk about certain things that come out of the locker room and what people are saying, you didn't hear the rumblings, Pete, that players kind of resented Russell Wilson because as soon as he landed in Denver, he didn't want to be around the team like that. They gave him his own office. They gave him his own parking spot. Like he alienated himself from the team, and the teammates resented that. So that's why I asked the question, if he's going to be such a great leader, and this is the second team now that we heard rumblings that players on that team, like Seattle, with guys that didn't like Russell Wilson, and now in Denver, where guys come out and say they don't like Russell Wilson. Is that a concern to you?
No, let me tell you why,
Okay,
and I
I
like
bet.
that, and I'll tell you why, Lewis, because it seems like they had the Flores and Tua type coach, right? The same thing. If the coach doesn't like the quarterback, Tua, he was probably gonna fizzle out and lose that battle. But since Russell Wilson was supposed to be the king there, now he got that major contract. It was gonna be hard that last year for Sean Payton to just cut him. They didn't like each other. They didn't bend well, and I don't think it went together with them. So what did he do? It forced him to stay away from that, and that's the reason why
Can
I
I ask
think, in
another
my
question?
opinion, he did it like that. But he was a good player guy at times when he was in Seattle, younger in his career. But when he started getting fame, it seems like his players around him didn't like him getting the credit. That's just what it feels like throughout
Can
his
I ask a
career.
question to you guys? So I believe, every team has a window. Some of them is a lot longer than others. Our window, I feel personally like our window is closing. I feel like if we don't get this done next year, we're gonna have to retool the whole team again. And I feel like this year was a disappointment. It was not a success. And I'm gonna attribute that, like I said earlier, man, is man, our defense, bro. I don't know what happened at the end there with losing Javon Holland, losing our whole edge rushers. Jerome Baker went down a little bit. X is gone now, but it seemed like he was fighting through injuries too again. And I feel like our window is closing. I feel like next year, if we don't get this done, corrected by next year, I feel like we're gonna have to reset a lot of pieces on our team. How do you guys feel?
What's up, Pete?
Fred, what's going on, Fred? You see the title. You see the title, Lone Dolphin. The GMs
Nah,
know
man.
it.
Oh
They're
my
gonna play him on
God.
a fifth-year contract, and
Oh
there's guys out
shit.
there like Ryan Tannehill will come with a tandem with Derrick Henry and save their career a little bit. Literally, save their
It doesn't work
career.
like
You
that.
play
Keep on
two.
saying
You play
like a
Tua. You
tandem.
play Tua. You play Tua out first 6, 7 weeks of the season next year. If he's hot, you let it roll. If he's fiddling out, next thing you know, you put Ryan Tannehill and let him take control. He won't lose out.
Over Mike White, though? Over Mike White and Skylar Thompson, you're going to put Ryan Tannehill? Because I don't love them the same way you love them, but I think they're good enough to be, to take the starter role. I don't think we need to get a
I
new
I
backup.
I have no
Oh
look. If
man.
they put in Mike White, they're throwing in the flag. They put in Skylar Thompson, we might have some hope, but we got to see it unfold. It's still a mystery. That's why it was a waste of a season to even play
Okay,
Tua
I
last
don't
year.
think we even need to really. I don't think we need to go looking for quarterbacks right now. That's not a concern of ours.
It's
To
not
be
about
quite
looking for quarterbacks. It's about a quarterback market that opened up in your timing and in your favor based on where your team stands at. You're sitting here when you got Russell Wilson for 4 years, possibly. You could get him for 3 years, Russell Wilson on a cheap
we
deal.
don't want that
That
though. We
will
don't
save
want
the
that.
GM. It doesn't matter what the fans want. It's about
I'm talking about the
listen,
organization. Nobody wants
listen.
Russell Wilson, bro.
General managers don't care about the guys that are below him. He cares about what his job is and how safe his job has to be and how good his job needs to perform. If the general manager gets it wrong, that's fine. You fire that guy and look for someone to fix that problem. And if an opportunity arises, like a Super Bowl winning quarterback like Russell Wilson, who will be coming here because
Come
of
on,
what
man.
you built, he'll come here cheap and win. And how do you save your job? By winning in this league. And I'm going to tell you something. Russell Wilson, with 5 games remaining, 3-game lead in the division, he has never lost that type of rope. That's it. You get your guy on a cheap deal and you fix your problem. Matter of fact, some even told me Tua could be considered Russell Wilson. They're comparable. You could compare Tua to Russell Wilson. Now you got the Russell Wilson. He's smart and you got him cheaper. And if you can find a way to trade Tua to a team and get off that cap and that issue, you're even better set off. You're
Yeah,
even better set off, bro. Real
I
talk.
feel like
It's so easy.
Oh
you know,
That's
my
why this
God.
offseason there's high pressure.
This
The
is
you
pressure
know,
is on our
fucking
team.
Jim,
hilarious.
Jim Carrey had an issue where he played a character for so long that he was almost losing his identity of who he really is, Pete. And bro, you're taking this character, you're taking it, bro. You're running with it, and I'm afraid that it's damaging you, Pete. You need to come back and find
Hey,
where.
man, I'm a holla at y'all boys,
This
man.
is
Y'all
Yeah, I just
ridiculous.
got
y'all
home.
be good.
I,
Y'all
I,
be good,
I'm
man.
home too. I'm still listen on the side, but damn, Pete, that's you're zeroed in on Tua so much. Like your disdain for Tua, bro, is affecting you, bro. You're locked in on that, You're locked in.
I'm glad that you feel that way. I mean, you can feel however you want to feel. That's funny you feel that way. But at the end of the day, that is the biggest problem you guys are thinking and disregarding. That they're just really
It's
disregarding the
not
issue that
though,
what
Pete. That's
bummed
not the
out.
biggest.
And
That's not the biggest problem.
oh no, you're gonna pay this guy 50 plus million right
Nobody.
now to
Hold
fix
on.
the
We're not
team.
talking about that. I'm not
You're
saying
gonna
that.
extend him.
I don't
Yeah.
know. We don't know about that. We got franchise tags for that. We'll fix that. We'll figure that out. But he's not the biggest problem. His contract might be the biggest problem at one point, but that's for the GM. Right now, for the team, quarterback is not an issue. It's a non-issue. We had a number
Yes,
one
it is,
quarterback.
man. Now, hold on, man.
Oh, I'm gonna hold on
Uh-oh,
even, Fred.
uh-oh,
You say,
uh-oh, uh-oh,
hold on, man. Hold on,
uh-oh.
hold on. Yeah, yeah. Let me go. Let me get in here a second. All we got is 1 year. All we got is 1 year next year to do anything. And man, this shit is all blown up.
That's what I said.
Um,
We're in the window,
right
that
now,
1 year window right now.
you're
Cap,
right. That
that's cap,
that
that's cap.
that 1 year. That 1 year window, yeah, everything's blowing up. If we don't make the playoffs, everybody's gone. Everybody's gone, man. So I'm
That's
with
cap.
just I'm with just sitting back and just wait and let the shit happen that I know that's going to fucking play out. Everybody's going to be the fuck out of here next year.
That's cap.
I mean,
That
that's
to it
not because
included. You feel that way, Fred?
we're definitely not missing the
Yeah,
playoffs. Let's
that's
forget about
exactly
that.
how I feel. That's exactly how I feel. Right now, I have us right now. It is early to make these assumptions and shit. Too early if you want to put it that way. But I say we don't make the playoffs and everybody's the fuck out of here.
Let me
Well,
ask you a question, Fred. How do we make the playoffs so everybody doesn't get the fuck out of here?
How do we? How do we make the
Yeah.
playoffs?
Yeah. How do we make
Hopefully,
the playoffs?
okay. Hopefully, I'm gonna start with this team staying healthy. But the team's going to be hurt going into the season. Deep into the season, the team's going to be hurt.
yeah.
Right now in this moment, I can't fathom us making the playoffs, bro. I just can't.
Definitely the way we ended it. I feel you. If we start the way we ended it, I feel you 100% on that, bro. Because we ended like shit, bro. Like straight up shitty booty garbage, bro. My bad. I don't know if we should curse on this channel, bro. My bad.
You know what's crazy? We're not sitting here talking about winning the division. We're talking about just making the
Oh,
wild
you know
card
what, Pete?
playoffs.
Now,
You
you
don't
know
even
what,
feel
Pete?
like we could
As
make
a
the
matter of
wild
fact,
card, bro?
Pete. Now that you bring that up, look, man, listen. You know, um, a lot of everybody's talking about us making the playoffs and going deep into the playoffs, bro. We haven't even proven, bro, to overcome the barrier, bro. But we're supposed to be going deep in the playoffs, should be or whatever. That's what we need to do. When we haven't even proved that we can beat the Bills, bro.
Hey, man, hey.
We're still
Yo.
fighting with that, whether you want to realize it or not, man.
Hey,
We're
Manny, where
still
you been,
separate.
bro? Talk to me,
We're
bro. What do you
still
think, bro?
Yo,
we're
I'm
still
depressed,
separate
dog.
trying to
I'm
beat the Bills,
depressed,
man.
bro.
Ain't even figured out a way to beat them yet, bro. But we're supposed to win a playoff game, go deep into the
Dude,
playoff.
I'm embarrassed. The way the Bills took they came in and they made a sandwich on our fucking nightstand before they robbed our house, bro. And they
What was
left
the
That's
them in
back check?
exactly
What was
the
the
what they
back
fridge.
did.
checker for
And you
you?
know what they did? They drunk out the 2-liter and they
Yup.
put their mouth on the bottle
Yeah, no, and they
and put it
left it
right back in the
open.
refrigerator.
No, they didn't even put it in the
What was the
refrigerator. They
back
left it
checker
on
for
the
you,
counter,
Manny?
dog. They baked
What
the
What?
was it
pizza and left that.
that was it? What was it for you?
No, they did the Mike McDaniel. They came into the dance floor and took your chick, bro. They took your chick. They literally came into your dance floor. You were dancing at home with your chick. Somebody walked in and
They
said, "I dance better. Let me get her."
they took off
Boom, and that's
cornbread,
it.
boy. They
They
took
took
off
her.
cornbread.
You know how mad Stephen Ross. Imagine having everything in line. You're setting everything up. Home playoff. You're gonna have invitations set out. You got the
No,
home
hopefully we
playoffs
were having a
wrapped up.
first round
Remember?
bye,
You
dog.
remember when? You remember when Color was out here on those streams, right? 99.9%. We're in the home playoff game. It was 99.9%, and I guess that 1% that doesn't disinfect got us, bro.
And that
It
one that
got us.
and at that same token, the Bills were at 40% of even making the playoffs. They were the odd man out for
Oh
most.
no, you heard how loud Color and those guys were over
No, I
there
get it, bro. I
dissing
haven't
Buffalo.
Cap said,
Remember how loud Lewis was? Buffalo's trash
like Cap
and
said, dog,
this
I've
and
been
that. Oh my
even when we were
God, all
doing
of
good,
that
dog.
Buffalo hate,
It
like they
wasn't
got
sitting
stung.
right. Something wasn't sitting right with me, dog. When we was doing so good, anyways. It just I knew
It's
it was
mad.
inevitable. Dog. I felt it coming, bro. My boys at
Hey,
work were like,
hey,
"Dude,
Pete.
Ron, your team is doing so good." I'm like, "Yeah, but it's just something's not
Hey,
right."
Pete. Hey, Pete.
What up,
As a matter
Fred?
of fact,
Talk to me.
Pete, I listened to that stream you had. I listened to that yesterday. It was you, Lewis, and Mr. Negative, and damn, it's right on the tip of my tongue. Who else? And Ian. Like I said, man, Bills were 6-6. I mean, they just didn't have a chance, and Lou saying and Ian like, oh, I thought Josh Allen was this. I thought Josh Allen was that. And look what he did to us,
He
bro. He
is just
literally
he is just
carried the
in that.
fucking
He
team,
is in
literally
that
carried the team to the division title, bro.
shit, bro.
You remember all that hype? You
I
remember it,
just,
all right?
yes, yes, I remember, man. I told
I'm
you,
with Lone
I watched
Dolphin,
that
bro. It was
stream.
all of that had my gut feeling like it's
Shit,
because
I
of
didn't
them.
feel
It's
right.
because of them we lost
It
that ride, bro.
reminded me of the whole everyone talking about Tom Brady and the Patriots that like, oh, they're done, they're done. That never sat right with me, bro, because they was never done. You know what I'm
No,
saying? That never sat right. So when people was saying all that, I'm like, yo, we need to like this media is fucking us up, bro. They're hyping us up too damn much, bro, and I don't like it. But yo, I'm
I
gonna be out,
told
bro.
you.
Hold it down, bro.
Yeah.
You did a great job, bro. I love what you're doing out here, bro. I'm gonna be listening on the YouTube.
Hey,
Peace.
thank you, Lone
Hey,
Dolphin.
Manny,
I
come back,
appreciate you
man.
coming
Don't
up
run
too,
away.
bro.
Yo,
Mountie, you there, bro?
Good to see Manny,
Yeah, I'm
bro.
here. Yeah, I'm
Hey,
here.
Mountie, would you agree with me, man? Like, okay, man, um, we have to go to the playoffs, and then probably perhaps go, win that playoff game, then go on to the next round, man. Bro, Mountie, would you agree with me that, bro, we haven't even figured out how to handle the Buffalo Bills yet, bro? You know what I'm saying?
Well, listen.
We
All I
still,
know,
hey,
all I
Mountie,
know,
Mountie,
we we we
we're still in the stage where we're still trying to overtake them, bro.
listen.
Hey,
All I
look,
know,
I'm gonna,
all I
go ahead,
know,
Monty.
we were in control of the division the whole season. just about
That
the
is
whole season.
that is an absolute fact. I'm not here to debate nothing because everything was very truthful that came out of everybody's mouth. But I did want to come up just to say something
I
real
knew I
quick.
would get Lewis back up here
No,
with that. Go ahead.
absolutely,
That's why I
because
do it.
bro,
That's why I do it, Pete. Hey, Pete, that's why I do it. That's why I
Good
do it.
stuff,
no,
Believe
Fred.
hey,
that,
I
bro.
just again, I just want to come up here real quick, right? Because everything Fred just said was absolutely 100% spot on, right? Buffalo did hawk us down. Buffalo did all this shit, right? Those are the facts. But you know what else is a fact? That when I hear Fred talk about what Josh Allen did to us in the last game, right? All that shit he did amounted to 14 points offensively. Because they scored 21, but 7 of those came on a punt return. So if we're going to be honest with ourselves, our trash quarterback scored 14 points against that Buffalo Bill defense. That elite quarterback over there, again, that could do no wrong, right, has everything you want from a quarterback. His
Yes.
offense, the unit he runs, right, he comes out on offense. They scored
Yeah.
14 points. That's all I know. I don't
So
know.
So
Again,
so so
everything
so Luke,
everything
so
you
Luke,
said
can
is
I
true.
so Luke, can I
Everything,
ask you? Can I?
but
So Luke, can I ask
no,
you
no.
this?
But is
Can
that
I? Can
true?
I? So Luke, so Luke, can I ask you this?
Is that not true? I'm just asking
So
if you.
so Luke, can I
Everybody
ask you this?
asked me.
Real quick,
Everybody
Luke.
can
Let me
ask.
ask you this.
Mountie, I just want to know before you ask me the question, right? I just want to know what. Again, I came up here and I said everything Fred said was factual. Can y'all agree that what I just said was 100% spot on?
I
Josh Allen
disagree.
did.
I disagree. I
Did he
disagree
score?
with you, Lewis.
Did he score?
Listen,
Did he score
Lewis,
14 points?
I
Yes or
would
no?
agree. I would agree with you. I would totally agree with you. That's why I say the game is played in 3 phases:
Okay.
offense,
All right.
defense, and special teams.
Right.
Everybody's
Right.
equally responsible. But I also
No.
know
What?
I also know the defense gave Tua the ball 3 times, and what did he do with it?
Absolutely.
Yup.
Absolutely. Tua played
Facts.
like shit against Buffalo.
Josh Allen threw 2 interceptions.
And Tua played like dog shit against Buffalo. I don't know how many times I got to say it. He played like absolute
But for
dog
you to
shit
think
against
you for
Buffalo.
but
But
Lewis,
what
let me
I
tell you,
said,
I'm gonna
what
just say
all I
this. I'm
said,
gonna just say this.
again, all I said, real quick, Pete, all I said was I came up here to debate. See,
Hmm.
they beat us. They got the division from us, right? That is a fact. Tua played like dog shit against Buffalo, right? That is a
Yep.
fact, right? Those are two
Yep.
facts. Why is it
Yep.
so hard for everybody to come out and say that the unit Josh Allen comes out for, they scored 14 points on that night?
Let me just run you down
Well,
because the turnover.
don't run down shit. Tell
But
me what is that
I'm,
not the case?
I got the
Why is it
stats.
so
I got the
hard?
stats up. I got the stats up. Listen
I
to the
don't care
stats.
about the stats. I don't. Hey,
Oh
again,
my
I've heard
God.
Mountie say this. Does
Oh my
stats
God.
matter? Do stats matter or do points matter? Which one?
No, but we know what the turnovers
Points.
happen in the red zone. We know
Okay,
that
so
his turnovers happen in
Mountie
the red
just
zone.
said points. Mountie said points. They scored 14 points offensively, and that's the unit Josh Allen is the
Well,
leader of. Am I
let me
correct?
ask
On the road, on the
And
road
Lewis
in a
that
playoff
and the
game too.
reason to strengthen and
Let me ask Lou this, man. Does stats matter? Do points matter, or does the W matter, bro?
I'm asking,
Nah,
I'm
Fred
man,
got him.
asking,
question. You hold up,
did
man.
they
You hold up.
score 14
We talking about
points?
stats, points. Do stats, points, or the W matter, bro?
The
well,
W,
Fred, let me ask
absolutely
you
the
that.
W matters.
Yo,
Absolutely the W
Fred,
matters.
Hey, Mo, so what?
Fred, let me ask you this.
Blue. He only
Let me ask
scored
you.
14 points.
But
He only scored
Hey,
14 points.
Fred. But when you
hey,
first came
Fred,
out,
let me ask you
when I
this.
wasn't here, Fred, the first thing you said was you didn't say nothing about the W's. You said Josh Allen came in there and beat us. No, he
That's
didn't.
right.
No,
That's
no,
right.
no. No.
He
The
did.
Buffalo
He
Bills beat
did.
us. Josh Allen had 14 points. Hey, you know what? Ended in the tie. That punt, all I know from what my eyes showed me, right? If
Oh,
that punt return,
you stretching it.
how am I stretching it? Did when how many points did they score when the game was over? Offensively, They scored 14. All our eyes showed me, without that punt return, the Miami Dolphins and Buffalo Bills would have ended in a goddamn tie. Because our offense was absolutely trash, right? But Josh Allen and the Buffalo Bill offense that night was absolute trash. Period. That's a fact.
I disagree, Josh Allen, bro. Look, because let me tell you, Fred. 1 second. I'm gonna just say stats real quick. Listen to these numbers. 1 second, Fred. Look. On the road, Josh Allen only put up 14 points. I give you that. But listen to this. Does these stats that I'm about to give you sound like a quarterback that only put up 14 points on the road in a pretty much that's a playoff game if you ask me? He went 30 for 38. He went 30 for 38. 360 yards passing, 2 touchdowns, and 2 interceptions. He also had 15 carries and damn near 70 yards rushing.
368 yards. And he had 8 incompletions only.
The man
right?
was nearly
Beautiful
perfect.
game. 30 for 38. 30 for 38 is nearly perfect.
30 for 38.
300.
It's unbelievable.
30 for 38. It's unbelievable. He had 368 yards. That's a great game, right? He had 2 touchdowns. Don't fuck the interceptions, right? I'm just saying.
Yep.
Incredible. 30 for 38, incredible. 368 is incredible, right? He played incredible. That led to 14 points. That is the fact. He scored 14 points offensively. That's the unit he leads. He's the leader of that unit, right? That's what he did. He scored 14 points. His unit. I don't miss me with everything else. I don't know how is it so easy. See, this is why people get mad. Really, if we're gonna be honest, it's like you guys, right? And again, I'm not taking a shot at anybody up here. I'm just saying you guys, for the people who feel like this, right? This is what pisses people like me off. I can come out and tell you that I believe Tua Tagovailoa played like dog shit against Tennessee. And in my opinion, he's the reason we lost that game. I can come out and tell you against Buffalo week 17, I believe Tua Tagovailoa costed us that game because he played like dog shit. You see how easy that is for me to say? But I can also come out and say I've seen other games where Tua Tagovailoa was outstanding. I can come out, but it's you fucking people.
Oh yeah, he was. Lewis, you were. He was outstanding. He was outstanding.
It's always Tua sucks, but when he does good, y'all can't come out and say he does good.
Lewis, what was one of those games called the Commanders game? Was one of those games called the Giants game? One of those games called the Panthers game? When we played,
and that's fair. And Mountie, and that is absolute fair.
Hold on, Lewis. Let Mountie cook. Let Mountie cook, Lewis. Let Mountie cook. Let him finish.
Mountie just
said. But Lewis, let's put that in proper. Let's put it in proper perspective. He played it outstanding against the Commanders, against the Jets. Against he didn't really play all that great against the Jets, but he played against the I'm just saying, just put some things in perspective.
And I understand what you're saying, Mountie, and that point is well taken, because I was one of the main people in the goddamn community saying I'm tired of us beating up on all the bottom feeders. We got to beat up on the bigger teams. I was saying that all season. But, Mountie, I just got a question for you. Does Josh Allen play the goddamn Commanders? Does he play the goddamn Jets? Because all I know, that quarterback looked like dog shit against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. He should have.
Hey, well, all I know is the end result. What was the end result?
Why is there only context? Why do we always say, well,
Lewis, what was the end result? What was the end result? What was the end result?
Does every quarterback play those teams, yes or no? Does every quarterback play them teams, yes or no?
Absolutely not. But what was the end result?
What do you mean they don't? So Josh Allen didn't play.
They won out down the stretch.
Oh, okay. All right.
They weren't even supposed to make the playoffs.
Do we
and they walked us down for the division. They walked. Dude, this kind of shit. With this kind of late season, look what kind of
Do
season
you
we
want
had.
to go
You
down the stretch of games of their last 6 games when they went 6-0, including
it,
us,
it,
right? You could call us trash. Do you want to go down those
well,
6 games and tell me who they played?
they won the division where we should have won it.
No. But you said, but your point was Tua Tagovailoa's games come against trash. When they made that
Right.
run, including us, that we were trash.
Okay.
Do you want to go
Before
up?
you
Do you want to
before you
go down
even
those last 6 games?
before you even
Do you
say
want
it,
to go
I know
down
their
those last
last
six
stretch of
games
games they
and
were
see if those
trash
teams were
teams.
trash? You can try to talk over me
Listen.
all you want. What I'm
The
saying
back
is,
half,
do you think
the back half of
those
the
6 teams were
season was like
trash?
our front of our season.
So why didn't you bring that
Trash.
up? So why didn't you
I'm
bring
telling
that
you
up?
now. I'm telling you
Oh,
now.
okay.
The
All right.
back half of
Okay.
that season was like
All
the
right.
front of
Bet.
ours.
That's all I'm asking for. Just keep it consistent. That's all I'm asking for.
Hey,
I appreciate that, Mountie.
Let me say something else, man. And I hate to do this shit. You know what I'm saying? Bring Josh Allen name up and shit, man, because like I'm not with the Bills. You know what I'm saying? I hope he trust me during the season. I hope he folds every fucking week. But you can't just dismiss the fact,
This shit
man,
is
that
crazy.
the guy is competitive in every fucking game they play, even when they lose, bro. He's competitive, bro, and against any fucking team. Any team, bro. If you ask me, like I said, he blew Kansas City the fuck out regular season. Okay, when he
Was he
played Kansas
competitive?
City,
Was he?
hold on, can I finish?
What?
Can I finish? Can I finish? When he played
Oh, okay.
Kansas City in the playoff games, bro, that game didn't come down to him. It didn't come.
Absolutely.
It
You're
didn't
right.
come down to him. Neither one of
You're
them
right.
games. I mean, both of the games in the playoff. Tyreek did them with 13 seconds. That wasn't on him. The wide right field goal shit. That wasn't on him. Come on, bro. I mean, the guy is
You're
just.
right. You're right.
It seems
You're
like
right.
he's just catching some bad breaks at some fucking bad times, man. You know what I'm saying? But
You absolutely
hold
right.
on,
Hey,
hold
can I?
on. Just give me 10
Well,
seconds.
well,
Give
no,
me 10 seconds.
where
Let me
ain't
get
you
10
done?
seconds.
When are you going to be
No.
finished?
Just give me 10 seconds. Like I said, I just want to say this. Like, look, I am not at any point trying to boost Josh Allen. Like I said,
It
man, I
sounds
hope
like
we
it.
break his neck. I hope we break his fucking neck, man. But bottom line, man, is the Dolphins are still in the stages of getting past this dude, man. Getting past
Absolutely.
Allen. We're still on that.
And I agree with you. I just want to know again when you say the word competitive, he's competitive in every game. When they
Yeah.
played the Giants, when the Giants went to Buffalo at home, was that a competitive game when they won that game 9-6?
I don't know.
I'm
I don't
just
remember
asking.
the score.
Was
I
that?
don't remember.
I know you
I don't
don't.
remember.
I just told you the score. The score was 9-6. He scored 9 points offensively
Okay.
at home. Was that game competitive? I'm just asking the question. That was the
Well,
Giants going to Buffalo. They scored 3 field goals. The unit that he scored, and I hear Pete say this all the time. Man, Tua can't even score touchdowns, man. He couldn't. Josh Allen in a whole game, a 4-quarter game. Actually, that game I think went to overtime, if I'm not mistaken. Even in overtime, he got 3 field goals. Was that a competitive game, Fred? I'm just asking. I just want to know, yes or no.
I'd have to say it was
The
competitive, man.
quarterback
Either
led
way,
a team that had no
Lewis.
touchdowns.
hold on, man. Let me ask you the question.
Lewis.
Let me ask you the question. I'd have to say, man, he stunk that game. He stunk that game. But I'd also have to say, man, in a 9-6 game, man. I mean, every quarterback has bad games. You know what I'm saying? But was he competitive?
It was
Every
a
quarterback has
14-9
bad games.
game, Fred. It was a
Hey,
14-9 game. He threw 2
14 to 9.
touchdown passes. Yeah,
every
Bills won
quarterback plays.
14-9.
Yes, every quarterback
Every
has
quarterback
those
has a
games.
bad game.
Every
Hey man, I'm
quarterback
gonna
has
leave
those
y'all to
games.
it, man. Hey,
But
y'all
you
have a
can't
good one, man. Salute to y'all,
put
man.
no
Y'all have a
game.
good
You
All
one.
can't
right,
put no
Lewis. We'll
game. You
find a
can't
way to
put.
get you back up
You
here again.
can't bring
I
that up. You
guarantee
can't
that.
bring that one game. Go ahead, Pete. Go ahead, man.
No, I'm just letting Lewis know that he's riding out, but we're gonna find a way to get him back up here pretty
But
short.
but here
You know
here's
what's
the here's
crazy,
the
right? And he's bringing up that Giants game because it was low scoring,
Okay,
14 to
you know what I'm
9,
saying?
and he had low stats, right? He went 19 for 30, 170 yards, 2 touchdowns, and an interception. But that's one of his worst games of the entire year, and he still found a way to win that game. It didn't matter. He won, right, Fred? Like you ate him up. He got the dub. He was trying to leave out dubs out, and I'm glad you pointed that out.
When he said that he only scored 14 points. He just left out the most important thing, man. The W.
He don't bring up the fact that he beat the Kansas City Chiefs in the regular season, and we didn't.
He handed the Chiefs easy, Pete.
Yeah, remember how some of these guys were, Fred, on their shows and stuff? Oh, yeah, the Bills are out of the playoffs. They got to play the Eagles. They got to play the Chiefs. They got to play the Cowboys. Next thing you know, they actually lost to the Eagles, which they should never lost that game in overtime. But then they turned around and shocked everybody and beat Kansas City. Told y'all Lewis would be back, the Rabid Dolphins.
Hey, real quick. Hey, that is hilarious. Real quick. Pete, you were spot on. And Fred, I got to give you credit. You were spot on. The W is you are getting better, Fred. The W's are the only thing that matter. Can someone do me a favor? Because I'm driving. I can't pull it up right now. What is Tua Tagovailoa's record as a starting quarterback in the NFL? I'll wait. Again, I'm going.
What is Tua start his record against the Buffalo Bills?
Did Fred just say?
That's easy. He lost the division as a starting quarterback. He lost the division with 5 games remaining, 3-game lead.
What is Tua's record against the Buffalo Bills?
Did Fred? I'm just asking the question. Did my ears deceive me, or did I hear Pete and Fred say all that matters is the W? Right?
That's right.
Did I hear that? Is that what I heard?
Yeah.
I said 5 games remaining, 3-game lead. He lost out.
What is Tua? No, I'm not asking about no divisions. I'm not asking about how many conference. I'm asking, you guys said winning is what matters. That's what you guys said. I didn't say that. I was a listener. You and Fred, Pete and Fred said that. I want to know, what is Tua Tagovailoa's record in 4 years as a starting quarterback in Miami? I just want to know, have we won more than we lost? It's a yes or no answer.
Oh, I would think we.
Listen, Wednesday. It's about
the defense.
So Lewis, why are you moving the goalpost?
Did he win?
Yeah, man.
I'm not moving the goalpost. The man just said
it's about the end result.
It's
about the end result.
I'm with you, Mountie. Facts.
The man Pete.
How you moving the goalposts? You're shifting the point of focus. You're shifting the point of focus.
I'm not shifting shit. The fact of the matter is, Pete said, Josh Allen was 19 for 30. He had 170 yards and what's it called? But the fact remains, he found a way to win. Those are not my words. That's what Pete said. I wasn't even up here. Don't tell me I'm moving the motherfucking goalpost. Fuck you're hearing.
Since Tua's been on the Dolphins, how many times has he beaten Buffalo?
Record in the NFL? Is he winning?
I don't give a shit about none of that.
Mountie, Zach Wilson has more wins against Buffalo.
Fucking ass right now.
How many wins does he have? How many wins does he have against Buffalo? How many wins does he have against Buffalo? And guess what? We're going to have a healthy Aaron Rodgers, so we're going to have 2 boogeymen in our fucking division next year.
You scared of Aaron Rodgers. Ain't nobody scared of Aaron Rodgers.
Hey, I personally ain't scared. Hey, I ain't scared of no nigga, but hey, Tua, I question his fucking.
Bring that nigga up every chance you get. You bring up that nigga.
Hey, is it not a fact? Is it not a fact?
No, it's not.
Big facts, Mountie. Big facts, Mountie.
Hey, and don't fuck around and let the Jets get Devontae Adams. Then, we really gonna have problems.
With no cornerback, Jalen Ramsey, who gets cooked by Stephon Diggs already.
Like I said, I can play y'all's game. I come up here and I use y'all's words against you, and then y'all want to tell me I'm moving the goalpost.
Hey, bro, hey, Lewis, we understand. We understand you shifting the focus.
I'm killing y'all's motherfucking ass every chance
I get. Hey, Lewis, we understand. We understand you shift the focus. We understand it. We got it. We got it.
I use what Fred and Pete said. How did I say
Who gives a damn what Tua's record is in the whole league?
I
He
know, but
can't even win his own
okay, I
division.
agree with Fred.
I don't give
Just
a
like
shit
just like you
about.
said up here,
I don't give a
just like
shit
you
about
said up
no
here and
record he
agreed
got
with
in the
him.
league.
But you mad now. You
Facts,
big mad
Manny.
Hey,
because I'm
hey, hey,
killing your
hey, he
I
got,
just
motherfucking
hey,
think
team.
Manny
hey,
getting
he got
facts, man. He's spitting
he got
facts.
100. He got, hey, Pete, he got 1,000,000 fucking wins to 2 losses and no playoff wins,
Damn,
no
Manny.
division,
You just ran
no
him off
division.
the screen. You bodied the rabid dolphin live right there,
God
man. I
damn,
love it.
you got 1,000 wins and
Damn.
2 losses, and you can't even win a playoff game or division. Wow, impressive.
Not only that, but I don't know if this is true or not, but I'm just guessing. A 15.8 quarterback rating, bro, in a playoff game has got to be the worst in the history of NFL, bro. But I'm just guessing. I'm guessing.
What are we arguing
Bro, the
about again?
body of the body of work doesn't even match. 18 rushing touchdowns by Josh Allen. Tua might not even have that in his entire career. He did that
Tua,
in one
listen, Pete,
season.
Pete, Pete. Tua's got 0 rushing touchdowns in 2 years.
But we're gonna pay this guy. That's funny to me. Y'all heard Drew
Zero.
Rosenhaus. They're gonna play that guy on the 5th-year option. Ain't no other option. You got to prove it, buddy. And then I love how what did McDaniel just say this? Well, yeah, Tua played the full year. Yeah, but that doesn't mean that guy's not injury prone. You got to do that 2 years in a row. This is the first time in your entire career you played a full year. Now he knocks off the injury list, prone list. You think he's knocked off? That's it. Tua approved it. Now he's going to do this forever. We pay this guy. This guy gets hurt by week 6. How you think this? That'll be an in-season fire. McDaniel might be fired by week 8. Greer might be looking out the door by week 8. Like the whole disruption will happen in season, which will be the worst collapse in franchise history because they keep leaving out. We went all in. There's no more we can do. Look at our salary cap. Look where we stand at, guys. What else can we do? We threw all our picks away. We went all in. We thought we had everything in the chip. And now guess what? One of the guys we went all in with, he's mumming retirement. That's playing. The Mike McDaniel combine talk? You heard him talking about Teron Armstead and his retirement. They don't know how long this thing is going to linger. How long is this going to be a decision? By draft day, we don't know. Imagine this guy turns around and retires after the draft without us selecting a top tackle available to us because we might have got the safety or whatever the case may have been because, maybe they thought Armstead was going to come back and he retires behind our back.
Hey, Pete, check this out, bro. Check this out, man. We got a team. I'm not going to say the team, but we got motherfuckers in positions, man, that's scared to do shit. You got McDaniel scared to come up off Tua, or he'd be the fuck out of here. That's why you're in the first place, because you said you can win with Tua. You know what I'm saying? We got a general manager that's scared to come off the goddamn coach because he's the one who hired him and shit, man. Like, what the fuck are we doing, man? And that's why I say everybody's just a fucking, just a stone throw away from being fucking fired, man. And this whole thing turned around.
And do you feel like the players in our locker room feel like they got that hunger in them like that to win?
No.
Do you feel like that?
Right now, no, man. It's the off season. They're just doing their thing, probably not even outside of motherfuckers in their contracts. They're not even thinking football. But when the season come, bro, it's gonna be with these dudes what it's been the last 4 years, man. We don't have what it takes at quarterback. They're not saying that, but they fucking know it, Pete. They know it deep down. We don't have what it takes at quarterback. They know it.
You know what? You got to bring in a quarterback like Russell Wilson. I saw that interview on Vlad, whatever that he had it. I think it was on Vlad, right? You see that hunger. And what I liked about it is how he said, because he's smart. He sits here and gives himself like he's willing to go back to Denver and play. He wants to finish and win a ring there because that was his plan. But he knows he's out of there. But the fact that he's smart enough, like some other people might turn around and try to diss them because they know where they're already gone. Russell Wilson is smart. Russell Wilson will save McDaniel's career for a few years and Greer's. Can you imagine in a 3-year window. You reset quietly because now the print on the Miami Herald that it gets shipped out to everybody's front door in Hialeah is Miami land, Super Bowl winning quarterback on a 1-year prove it cheap deal. Open competition. Draft day trade Tua. Who cares? All of that is good propaganda. It's more media attention. It brings them more revenue. Once they trade Tua on draft day, once they select, let's say, Russell Wilson on a cheap $1 million plan, now you have a quarterback that you can sit here and win with these weapons, and you don't have to lose your team. Why? Because how Yankee and others already know, he will sign and help you because he's already getting paid 35 plus million from the Broncos this upcoming year. So he'll sign cheap. He'll help you salary cap wise. He might make someone like Teron Armstead say, hey, you know what? I believe now we can win. Despite everything Armstead has said, oh, I think we could win with Tua and all of this. Now, if he felt he could win with Tua, imagine how he would feel if he would have Russell Wilson in the locker room. Now it's different feeling, isn't it? Now that toe don't hurt as much because with Tua, your toe hurts. With Russell Wilson, you're going to be energetic. Your adrenaline might not even feel a toe pain, bro. I'm serious. When you get that winning rush in you late in the season, these guys, bro, Tyreek actually thought this was a Super Bowl. Tyreek said out of his own mouth, this team is better than the Super Bowl winning team I won the Super Bowl with in Kansas City with. That's how loaded this roster is. And they're going to try to convince me now that there's so many holes on this team. We're not a quarterback away from contending. I don't buy into that. I don't. I promise you I don't.
I think we've added pieces, man, to that would have made this a Super Bowl team, man, when we were adding pieces. But the main ingredient they left out, the main fucking ingredient was that quarterback. I thought we had a Super Bowl team, but I second guessed it. I was like, wait a minute. We still have the same quarterback. They did not go all when they were supposed to be going all in. We're going all in, but you know, this shit is not complete. We still have this same quarterback, man, the same limited dude, the same weak arm dude. You know what I'm saying, Pete? I mean, just drop back and looking all fucking nervous and shit like that, happy feet and all that. Man, come on, man. We had every piece but quarterback, man, to win a playoff game, bro. To at least win a playoff game. All the pieces were right, man. Except for our quarterback.
Listen. I look. Sure, y'all can say what y'all want. Y'all can feel what you feel. I don't believe Tua in this state right now, he can beat the top tier teams. I don't.
And please, like I said, man, you ain't showed me no. I thought at one time they was talking about just putting a roster together to beat Buffalo.
Hey Fred,
to beat Buffalo, Mountie. We haven't even finished that, bro.
But Fred, you like how Lewis was trying to change the point of focus.
Always.
You like that? You see how he was trying to do
Always.
that? I'm like, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Dude, Tua has, dude, he's got two boogeymen in our division. Two.
Yeah.
And if the Jets get another weapon on the other side, yo, they get, man, listen.
Hey, man, he's got a boogeyman. He's got a boogeyman in our division, but he has monsters in the playoffs, bro.
Yeah, he got werewolves. He got werewolves in the conference. They're ready to tear his ass apart. Look at CJ Stroud, bro.
Division, but you got monsters in the fucking conference, man. I don't think you can fight off those boogeymen and the monsters. I don't give a fuck what kind of bombs and guns and shit they give you.
Yo, all I know is when we went to Kansas City in the wild card round, we put up 7 points on offense.
I can dig losing a game, bro. I could dig losing a game. I could dig losing in the first round of the playoffs. But how you look, bro, when you compete, it's how you look, bro. You know what I mean? It's how you look, man. And he looked worse than Skylar Thompson did against Buffalo, man. You know what I'm saying?
Oh,
No other quarterback on the roster would have did
all I
worse than
all I know.
what Tua did against
Let
Kansas
let
City. No
let
other
the let
quarterback on the
the
roster, bro.
let the facts show. Skylar Thompson threw 200 and something plus yards and a touchdown, and I think he threw 2 picks in his playoff. But they
He
put up they put
30 points against
31
Buffalo.
points.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm just saying. I'm just saying.
On the road in cold weather.
I'm
Come on,
just
man.
saying, Fred. I'm just saying.
Hey, man.
I like y'all discussion. I'm not gonna lie to you guys, but let me
Yeah.
ask you to a real question. Do y'all consider like week 18, like I do, a home playoff game? That last Buffalo game for all the marbles. Is that like a playoff game?
Yeah, as far as I'm concerned. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Oh yeah.
How
Yeah.
Absolutely,
about
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
absolutely.
When it came down to the division,
yeah,
is
week
that
18
when
versus Buffalo for all the marbles. It was win.
I considered that, bro. That could have been
That was the beginning
that
of the
was for a
playoff.
championship game for and Pete. That was a championship game for us, bro.
Oh, 1000%.
Not just
We
what
literally
What is
lost
that?
a
What is,
title. Wow.
you know what
how,
I'm
did-
saying?
how,
I
That's
look
how
at it
big
as
that
like, man,
game is.
we need to play this like a championship game.
That was like a Super Bowl kind of, if you really
Yeah,
think about it, because it's for all the
yeah,
marbles. And that's where
yeah,
I'm getting at. Tua is 0-2 in the playoffs. And the reason that I could back this up is because when we beat the Jets last year with Skylar Thompson, they made fun of me because, oh, Skylar only put up 9 points. Ha ha ha. But yet,
shit,
what did the locker room say after the game? That was a playoff game. That was a
yeah,
must win. And we're just happy we won the game and we have another chance to go play in
right,
Buffalo. And
right.
Skyler killed it in Buffalo, did way better than Tua did in his 2 playoff games. So at least Skyler, in my opinion, is 1-1 in the playoffs in playoff type scenarios. And Tua shit the bed in 2 playoff type games. Well, one for the championship and one in the playoffs. He's 0-2. Think about it. He's really
Yeah,
0-2.
put it like this. Put it to you like this for the sake of extending to us. Okay, just say hypothetically, we give Tua a pass for his first 2 seasons. Okay, we'll give him that. The last 2 seasons, do you think he's a franchise quarterback? If he's starting
hell
from
no,
22 and this year, is he a franchise quarterback? Just don't even
no,
think about his first 2 years.
no.
Okay.
No,
All right, that's what that
no.
because
And Mounty,
I'm trying to be fair. I'm just trying to be
and
fair. That's
Mounty,
all.
I'm not gonna
I'm just going
lie,
off his
Mountie and
ability,
Fred.
Mounty.
Hold on, real quick. I'm not gonna lie, Mountie and Fred. His stats look nice, right? You can't take that away. This last year, when you look at the stats yearly in total, they look nice. But when you look at the season and you actually saw the games, then you realize the guy should have had 5,500 passing yards. He should have ran away with MVP the way Carson Wentz was running away with it when he was in Philly that one year he got hurt, that they won the Super Bowl with Nick Foles. That he underperformed in a lot of games because of missed opportunities on big plays. He left a lot of meat on those bones, and that's why those stats were a little down. He should have had way more numbers, even though he had a lot of numbers. That's how scary it is. He underperformed. And even though his stats say he didn't, when you look at the games, he did. The guy should have had 40 plus touchdowns. Most should have never had that much. You see what I'm saying? I don't know if you guys know what I'm talking about, but you have to really see how much this guy missed and how many touchdowns he left on the board. And then you'll realize, man, this guy would have had nearly 5,500 yards, 40 plus touchdowns. It's amazing to me.
Let me ask this, Pete. Do you think Pete Mounty? Do you think McDaniel going, but Tua's still here, bro? Now, of course, we'd have to come in with another offense, probably another whole new offense, right? Do you see Tua excelling in another offense other than this one, bro? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I get you. I get you.
I'm talking about an offense where Dak just dropped back and let the ball go in 2 seconds. I'm talking about all for that kind of offense. You know what I'm saying? RPO, whatever, West Coast or whatever. But an offense, man, you just really have to scan the field and shit like that and make throws, man. You know, like a real quarterback throw. Do you see him excelling in any other offense than this right here? Because to me, this is the only offense he's gonna play good in. You know what I mean?
I'll put it to you like this. I'll put it to you like this. He when Chad O'Shea was here, what was the reason why they fired him?
Because he couldn't pick up the offense, man. The offense
The
was
offense was too complicated.
too complicated.
A pro
Exactly,
a
man.
pro style a pro style a pro style offense. A pro style
Right,
offense.
right.
When Chan Gailey was here, they had two playbooks, one for Fitz and one for him.
Mm-hmm.
So you see the pattern here.
Oh,
You see the
yeah.
pattern here.
Okay, okay. I get
So
that. I get
so
that,
he's
man.
so RPO centric to where he can't really run a pro style offense, a full pro style offense.
Okay. Well, you made
So
my point,
that,
man.
that
You
I mean,
you
look,
answered my
I'm just
question.
saying, it's not like these things didn't happen.
Right.
So I'm just
Here's
saying.
the
So,
funny thing. Here's the funny thing. I'll let you. And I you look. I remember after selecting Tua, it set in, and then I had to like literally now see what I could like out of Tua. And I sat back and I remember, man, maybe Tua could turn around and turn into a Jeff Garcia from the 49er days when he had Terrell Owens. But what's weird is Tua doesn't throw the ball really good on the run. When he's running, he doesn't throw a really good ball. It's always more than likely inaccurate. It's a bad ball.
yeah.
So that's why I want to see him do bootlegs. I want to see him throw it on the run so he can be back there in open space
He's
and
too
have these
big. He's
guys
too
run
heavy.
routes.
He
He's
can't
too
do that,
big,
Pete.
Pete. He's too big, Pete. He can't do that right now. He needs to
So
lose
now
25 pounds.
he's too heavy. That's why you can't. He is slow. He is slow. But the play action threat, how it waves the linebackers and the D line to one motion off this outside zone motion, right? Then you turn around with that play action, how Jeff Garcia used to do it. Once Jeff Garcia used to do that play action to like Garrison Hurst, whoever those guys were back then, Kevin Barlow, if I could remember those guys' names, he used to play action this thing, have the whole side of the field. Jake Plummer is the same. They used to play action and have the whole side of field open, no
Yeah.
pressure, just sit there rolling and throwing. But my thing is the reason why I think we don't see Tua doing that, and that's why I don't think Tua can run different many options on offense, is because he throws poorly on the run. So you got to take away the play action bootleg because if you're getting Tua in motion and he's not planted mechanically right, then he can't throw good. You see what I'm saying? Like
Yeah.
to me, I think it has something to do with his hip. Like throwing on the run, it's different. So maybe his hip is something that will never get him right being able to throw on the run because we've seen him throw on the run. Don't get me wrong. But when you see him throw on the run, who does he throw it to? Someone right there near the line of scrimmage, doesn't he? He never rolls out and heaves it downfield to a streaking Tyreek Hill. When have we got that?
You ain't gonna get that, Pete. You ain't gonna get that. You ain't gonna get. You're not gonna get. You're not gonna get much of anything off script, bro. Now, if it's scripted, he may get it out there on the run. But if he's flushed out, you can forget about it, bro. He's dead in the water at that point. We're
If
looking at a
nobody
throw.
underneath is
We're looking
open,
at a
yeah.
throwaway. We're looking at a throwaway or maybe a 2-yard gain
Interception.
for him running out of
Interception.
bounds, or probably the fucking interception, which the interception is very high. It's highly that he'll probably throw the interception. You know what I mean? So he's lost when he's off script like that. And so we're fucked, man. We're fucked. He can't create anything. And you know what, man? And the thing is, man, like, I don't hate to it, but if you can't do it, you can't do it. I only get mad when guys be like, oh man, look, you know what I'm saying? They did this right here, he did that right there. Okay, but that's not in his game. Okay, he came up with that one time.
Did y'all see the NFC Championship game between Detroit and San Francisco? Do you see when it was third down? It was third down and long or something like that.
Yeah.
And Brock Purdy was scanning the field, and then that motherfucker took off. You see Tua doing that?
He ain't going. No. The longest I've seen Tua run, bro, was trash time against Kansas City when they were in the prevent at that, bro. That was the most significant run I've seen him do. Otherwise, then you want to talk 3 years ago against Arizona. That's 3 years ago. Come on, man. We're not doing that. But
he got a good run last year against Detroit. He got a good run last year against Detroit when Alec Ingold was in front of him blocking. But, I mean, listen, I get it. Every quarterback is not going to be able to do everything everybody else can do. However, in this league, in this era, mobile quarterbacks, adding some mobility to your game is a plus up. It just is.
You gotta have it. You gotta have it, Mountie. You gotta have it. I mean, this is just
you got defensive players that are bigger, stronger, faster, more nimble. Your offensive line can't block everybody all the time.
Right.
You got to be able to get yourself out of shit. Like if you can't, people like, oh well, get him a line, get his line. First of all, Tua led the league in passing this year. Okay, led the league in almost every category is what they say. We got 2,000+ yard receivers. We have a 1,000-yard rusher with 22 rushing touchdowns. We have another running back that 800-yard rusher with like 8 touchdowns or some shit like that.
Right.
That's not indicative of having a bad line.
It's not.
It's execution. It's execution problem.
In the moment of the game too, at the specific moment of the game, he can't come up with it.
And if he can't win against his peers, if he can't win against formidable opponents, look, dude, I got to move on. It is what it is.
You got to, man. You don't feed it. You don't feed it $50 million. You don't give him $50 million, Mountie, and think that's going to go away. How do you do that?
Like $50 million. He got to at least. This was his year. This was at least his year to win the division, to even get in the argument of a franchise contract. Exactly. But he didn't even do that.
And
he didn't even do that.
Can you imagine? Can you guys imagine how loud these two ears would have been if he actually would have beat Buffalo at home? You guys, he's only beat Buffalo once, and when he beat them, it was 21-20 type game. And Josh Allen,
was like 16, it was 16-14 or some shit.
Yeah, it was like 5 seconds left. All he needed a timeout.
And the clock. Okay, if Tua wants to take credit for that, he threw one touchdown in that game. Threw one.
That's what I'm saying.
He threw one touchdown in that
game. The chat was laughing at me earlier because I said I would prefer to get Zach Wilson over here because he has he's a higher ceiling quarterback. He's beat Buffalo twice. He's 2-2 versus Buffalo. 2 is 1-8, 1-9. And he lost that home playoff game at home, bro. Well, how do you go into a season thinking this guy's gonna turn around and beat the Bills now? He hasn't done it. And he got embarrassed at home. So right now, under Tua, Buffalo has become our biggest rivalry now.
Pete, did you hear me when I said to Fred? When I said to Fred, you know what? Out of fairness, I'll cut off the first 2 years of his career. I'll give him the last 2 years. Based on his play on the last 2 years of his career, does he warrant a franchise quarterback, a franchise contract?
No, I'm glad Drew Rosenhaus said what he said today. I was really impressed with that. I've been standing on that. I've been saying that. We already gave Tua his contract. We already did. When we picked up his 5th-year option, we guaranteed that we'll pay him $23 million on his 5th year. Why are we in a rush to try to give this guy an extension when I sat here and said he played his first full season in his entire career? And if he doesn't go into the playoffs the following year with a huge contract, that's going to look terrible on the organization from a downfall. Mind you, last year was a year that was easy for Tua. Joe Burrow hurt, Justin Herbert hurt. Even Deshaun Watson got hurt, and they still found a way with Flacco to reason themselves back into conversation in the playoffs. I mean, teams are going to get better. And it seems like we're cutting guys that we needed to make us to get to that Super Bowl. And now the fans and media and everybody's trying to convince me, oh, no, Xavier Howard is trash. Nothing has worked. These are good cuts because it saves us salary. How does that make sense when you're cutting the best players on your team now because it saves salary? Bro, those are your best players. You're gambling. You're gambling.
You're cutting
We
them.
maxed out.
You're cutting
We
them.
maxed out.
You're cutting them, but you're keeping a guy that's very limited in his job. You know what I'm saying? It's very limited in his job. You're not going to go nowhere with him with this player at his position. You're already at the ceiling. You know what I'm saying? How do you give that 50 million more dollars, man? I don't know how you do that. I don't. Like I keep saying, man, because Herbert got this deal, because Burrow got this deal, and
Those
Whichcomb
guys
got
are
this.
not even in the same comparison. You think
Even Daniel Jones got the deal. But how do you go off of? You got to give this guy this money because these other quarterbacks have gotten it. And I don't care. I don't care if they won anything or not, bro. It's just the fact that they're looking like capable quarterbacks.
First of all, Justin Herbert has been to the Pro Bowl. Justin Herbert has won Rookie of the Year. He's broken records. He's something you can actually feel good about, whether he won a playoff game or not. He's in the toughest division in the entire NFL, sitting behind Patrick Mahomes. He went in his first career game it was against Mahomes. He didn't even take starter reps. He was the backup to Tyrod Taylor. Remember the dirty injection? He went in there blindfolded and went toe-to-toe versus the GOAT right now. Of course, there's something to believe behind that guy. He's earned his stripes.
And now you have to worry about, and now you think about it, if they're around, like, what can a backup learn from Tua? Okay, how to get the ball.
Exactly.
How to get the ball.
He can't even run. He can't even run a pro style offense.
Yeah, man, your backup is not even learning anything from him. Not learning nothing from him, man. Like, what? Okay, I got to get the ball out quick. You know what I'm saying?
Quarterbacks. You know what's sad? Mike White and Skylar Thompson would probably sit back there like, damn, he should have never got the ball rid of that quick. Look who was open.
Yeah.
Damn. You know how many times mentally in their head they had to say that? Sit there, bro, taking mental reps. Like, ooh, if this guy Tua breaks his hip right now and I get in, I hope McDaniel calls these same plays because they're taking mental reps and they know what guys are open. They spoke about this. And that's crazy to me, man. That's crazy how a drop back quarterback could have just sat back and picked his poison with any option. All of these guys, every play that McDaniel was calling was working. That's why people were sitting here talking about run the ball. Why are we going to run the ball if there's always somebody open in the passing game?
You get it, man.
You see what I'm saying? I felt like we ran the ball too much when we got in the red zone. Nobody talks about that. You see what I'm saying? There's a lot. A lot of stuff people try to get away with right now. But right now, we're in a situation. What is True Talk talking about? True Talk, bring it up. I saw something you said. The real conversation should be about Rosenhaus calling Wilkins a stud twice. You see, that's another thing. People need to pay attention to Christian Wilkins' contract. Greer gave him an offer. He don't like it. We're probably going to be in position to just
Where you
have to
go,
be
Petey?
forced to either let him walk if the organization doesn't feel comfortable franchise
Yeah,
him
let
and
him walk,
paying him.
man.
You know what I'm saying?
Who you talking about? Greer offered to a contract already?
No, what I'm trying to tell people is he said he already offered Christian Wilkins a contract. He already did. It's
Christian
Christian
Wilkins. Oh,
Wilkins'
okay.
camp that doesn't want to sign that deal. What does he think? He feels he can get more out in the open market. Isn't that what
Yeah.
really? Now you got his agent, like Thomas said, and how I played it early on in the show, the clip of Drew Rosenhaus. You have his agent calling him a stud twice in one same take. I feel like the
Right.
organization might be leaning towards, letting it. Think about this. Let me ask you something.
Wow.
Between Tua and Christian Wilkins, what player do you trust? Then what
I'm
player
going.
do you think long term will be here?
I trust Christian Wilkins long term, no doubt.
How about you, Mountie?
I trust Christian Wilkins long term, bro.
I listen. Yeah, I trust.
Despite what the money
Christian,
is, who
Christian,
would
Christian Wilkins. Christian Wilkins balls every game, whether it's a sack or a tackle for a loss or something like that.
Exactly, man. He's been solid since he's been here, bro. Solid.
Okay, so check this out. So now that we know Greer already gave him an offer, he doesn't like it. We might have to stand here and extend him. Bro, if they don't even trust Christian Wilkins' development into stardom on who he is today, and they're not right sitting there on the number of a guy they drafted, you think I'm going to sit here and think that they're not doing the same with this quarterback who underwhelmed? They're probably offering this guy the worst contract ever.
Right.
I'm not paying Christian Wilkins. I mean, he's already 27 years old, and if you guys noticed, 2 years ago he got like what 3 sacks, but he had 90 tackles in those 3 sacks. This year he got 9 sacks, but his tackles dropped to like 40 or 50 on the year. So I mean, he's super inconsistent. You don't know what he's gonna get like from year to year. I need someone that's more consistent if he really wants 25 million a year.
But he's your best defensive. He's the best person you have going across the defensive
I want
front.
to rebuild. I
But
want to rebuild. I don't want
true
any
talk.
rebuild.
But true talk. See, and the thing is, and I think based on the stats that you just rang off about Christian Wilkins, is the fact that he was going after what's going to get him his bag. It's the sack, not necessarily tackles, because he's already got that. He needs to get what's going to get him paid is the sack.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
sacks. I agree with that, but I mean, you can't have a massive fall off from 90 tackles to like 40 in 1 year.
Yeah,
You got
but
to
you
be
can't
somewhat
also
consistent.
let your homegrown talent,
Yeah,
True
but this
Talk,
is
that you draft,
true talk.
you develop, who
He's like
got better
28 years
year
old.
after year, even though you
But true,
change schemes year after year, defensive coordinators year after year, he still improved. None of that slowed him down. I think he's earned this contract. I think he shouldn't be a player that's walking away. This is someone you make the leader of your defense. Him and Zach
Exactly.
Zeiler, the
Exactly.
staple on defense for the next 4 to
So who
5
would you give?
seasons,
Who would
bro.
you give more money to, Christian Wilkins or
This
Tua?
is the core.
Christian
Christian
Wilkins.
Wilkins and Zach Zeiler for
I
the
give
next 4
Christian Wilkins
seasons.
his contract before I give that shit to Tua, bro.
How much would you give Tua though? What is the highest you would go for Tua, and what's the highest you would go for Christian
Man,
Wilkins?
for me, man, the highest I go for Tua with Tua is 35, maybe 40.
In how many
If
years? 1 year?
he ain't willing, what 4 years? 4 year deal.
I'm paying Tua only 2 years. I'm not trusting him for 4 years
Okay.
with that injury.
Okay. Well, you do get an option in there to get out of that contract. If you sign him for 4 years, don't you? You do leave yourself with an opt out of it, don't you?
Well, I was listening to the Daniel Jones conversation, and that's not a bad idea at all. Is Daniel Jones, and then he could bring in like Saquon or Derrick Henry or somebody like that. And then you'll have Tyreek Hill, Jalen Waddle, Saquon Barkley, or Derrick Henry, and then you also have Daniel Jones. I mean, that's way better than what we had last year. So if you really want to win a championship,
Well, with Derrick Henry, man, me, I don't think he's that player he was, man. You know what I'm saying? I really don't. However, I think he's still be a good running back, but he's not like he was, man.
no, he ain't nothing like what he was before. But
No.
Shout
him
out
and
to MJ.
Achan is better than Mostert in Achan though.
How you gonna say that, man? How you gonna say he's better than most of an A-chain, man?
No, I said Henry and Achan is a better duo than Mostert and Achan.
Oh, Derrick
That's how
Henry
that
and
and
A-chain.
and
That's for
that's why I
definite.
say Tannehill, he won't have a problem with those bootlegs. Imagine bootlegging off Derrick Henry with Tannehill, and your two receiver options are the Penguin and the Cheetah. Like, let's be
Hey,
we might
FJW, what's
average
up, man?
35 plus a game.
You red-handed in the black hair, my hand in the cookie jar.
Oh, okay.
It's like, okay, Blue Thing was here, you wasn't gonna do that. So she was here, she was on the
Yeah.
I mean, let's not forget we scored 70 with Waddle out in that one game. So Waddle's not
Yeah,
as untouchable as people think he is.
Oh yeah, that's what I'm saying. You could fix this team with one easy move. Now I do feel like Waddle is someone like honestly. What this is the package I think will sell more Tua and Tyreek because it was both when we didn't have Tyreek, it was all Jalen Waddle and Tua. Now we got Tyreek. Now it's all Tyreek and Tua. Just give them the hottest package. See if you can get something major for that upgrades. How many draft picks? That would have to be a discussion. They have to. I mean, I don't know. That's a complete
If
rebuild. You go in that.
if
You
I'm
know
being
what?
honest,
To me, the Penguin and the Cheetah are untouchable. How
I
about that? I
think
feel like they open up so much on offense. Those two guys with
I
their
think
speed,
Tua
they're
I think Tua's
untouchable.
a negative asset to these teams. If I'm being honest, I think he's a negative
That's what
asset to
Fred
give
been
up.
trying to tell people.
I mean, if you think
and
about it, the
you know
team's
what?
got to pay him. This guy's already asking for like 50 million. I mean,
50 million. Come
why
on,
would a
man.
team like the Chicago Bears trade for him? Or why would a
Hey,
team
you know
like
what? I tell you, I don't even see how Tua will have the nerve to ask for that, bro. For real. I don't see how he has the nerve to ask for that.
because he was in MVP conversations for the last 2 years is what he's going
And
on.
Fred,
Oh, we're at
organization.
we're at week 7. At week 7, shit. Who
I
ain't
mean,
in MVP conversation at
that's what
week
he
7, bro?
and he's gonna go off of the fact that his team was 8-3 last year when he was a starter. So I mean, at the end of the day, they have some type of something to say when it comes to getting 50 mil a year. But I mean,
Nah,
it is what it is.
nah.
A lot of these
Then
games hasn't been won because of Tua. How
I
about
agree
that?
with
Exactly,
that. I agree
exactly.
with that.
We won a
But I'm
lot of games, and it wasn't because Tua drove us down on the last minute and he put it on his arm. That's why we haven't seen it. How many comeback games does he have under his resume?
the
One
Chargers is
against
the only one I can think of.
Baltimore, the one against Baltimore, bro.
I could think Chargers. I could think Chargers this year, week 1.
He probably has a max of like in his career
No,
six
you can't.
game
You can't.
winning.
I don't think you can say the Chargers because the defense stepped up in that game, bro. You
Yeah,
know
but
what I'm saying?
he
The
still
defense
scored
stepped up
that
at that
touchdown.
time.
He still scored that touchdown in the final like 1 minute or whatever it was
Yeah,
to
but
You
that
go.
know
game
that
was coming.
Russell Wilson.
That game was definitely coming down to which quarterback had the ball last, and the defense
Well,
just stepped
Herbert
up,
had the
bro.
ball.
Just
Herbert
stepped
had
up.
that ball last though. Don't forget, he had
Yeah,
like a minute and
Herbert
30
had the
seconds
ball
left.
last. You're right, man. But like up in that game, man, Herbert was doing us. Herbert was doing us too. So it was one of those games, man. Like which one of these quarterbacks has the ball last
Yeah, but
can probably
Herbert
win
had the
this
ball
thing. But
last though.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. But the defense stepped up, bro.
Yeah, the
The
defense did
defense
step
happened to
up.
have stepped up at that point because Herbert was throwing all over him during the game, bro. But at that time when Herbert had the ball last, okay, the defense got it together, man, and sacked him a couple of times. You know what I'm saying? And they just stepped
Yeah,
up.
I agree with that. What do you think Tua would have done if he was in that circumstance with a minute 30 left, down by 3 or 4 at that time? You think he would have gone down there and at least got kicked a field goal or no?
No, no,
No.
no. I think he'll get easily rattled and force something.
Let me ask y'all:
Force
Do you guys
something to
consider
Tyree, bro.
Do you guys consider the Cowboys game, him coming back and winning with the game-winning drive?
Well, like the game-winning drive. Come on, let's go.
Looking at how
Let's
the
go.
season
Let's look at
ended,
it,
True
bro.
Talk,
Let's look
beating
at
the
it. Let's
Cowboys
look
was
at it,
like the
bro.
worst
We
thing
beat
we
the
could
Cowboys
have
by.
done.
Let's look at it. We beat the Cowboys by 2 points, and they did fumble on the 1 yard line. What I mean, fucking coach gonna give the ball
Yup.
to a guy who hasn't carried the fucking ball all
Damn.
year. You gonna give him the ball at the one?
Yup. That's
You know what I'm saying? So that touchdown
dumb.
was the difference of the game. And
You want to
and
know what's
another thing,
crazy? You want to know what's crazy about that game?
hold on. Another thing I want to point out to everybody on that Dallas game, that Dallas was the worst road team in the league.
You want to know what's? I want to point something out too. We would have not made the playoffs if the Cowboys did not fumble at that 1 yard line.
That's
We would
right.
have missed the playoffs.
That's right. So that would have been
That's why I
devastating
said.
for Tua right
That's
there,
why.
bro.
That's why I said. Where would the
That would
where
have
would
been
the extend where
devastating
would
for
the
the Dolphins,
extend
bro.
where would the extend Tua contracts be sitting at if we would have lost to the Cowboys and not made the playoffs?
If the Cowboys fumbled on that one, didn't fumble on that 1 yard line, we would not be talking
We
about two
lost.
extension.
We
We'd be talking
lose.
about trading up in the top 10.
Exactly. And that's where I'm at with it. We didn't beat the Cowboys, man. We lost. There's nothing Tua did in that game that helped us. Man, I can't believe this whole offseason is all about paying Tua and extending that. Like, how do they even feel confident with that? And then the Dolphins talk guy, Mike Olivia, right? Oh my God, sitting next to Steven. I don't know why people are sitting here talking about Justin Fields to Miami. Well, I'll tell you why, Mike, because it's more enticing. It's more promising. Isn't this the team of speed? Give us a speed quarterback. How about that?
I'm sorry, but like I said, you can give me Sam Howell, bro. Give me Sam Howell. I can get Sam Howell dirt cheap. You know what I'm saying? Give me Sam Howell. But
This might be crazy to say. This might be crazy to
something.
say.
You see, I don't want anything like Sam Howell. I'll take him, but
don't give me Sam Howell if you
This
expect
might be
me
a crazy one to say, but give me
to
Zach
win the
Wilson.
Super Bowl.
That's one that I would want. I would want Zach Wilson. That's a crazy take, but give me Zach Wilson.
hell
Zach
yeah,
Wilson.
Zach Wilson. Yes,
He
that
was
would
the
be
number 2 overall pick. He has a rocket arm and he
number
could run.
2.
I mean, he has
Exactly.
some
Zach
confidence
Wilson is
issues, but that's an easy fix.
underrated, especially with a
Okay,
confident
you know
coach
what?
like McDaniel,
I'm
who's
gonna tell
always
you with
positive.
I'm gonna tell you with Zach Wilson. Hey, this offense might be the kind of thing that works for him, man. Get the ball out quick. You know what I'm saying? Get it out quick. Because the thing on Zach Wilson, taking the sack you know what I'm saying? Maybe if you get the ball out of his hand quicker, hey, maybe he starts to look like,
What about Desmond Ritter? What do you guys think about Desmond Ritter? Because I will take him
14
too.
quarterback.
Good evening, gentlemen.
I
Good
will
evening,
take Desmond Ritter as well.
Desmond Ritter's trash.
Desmond
Nah, he's
Ritter's
trash, but I'll take him for competition.
we need someone enticing with some juice, at least with a resume. Give us Russell Wilson on a cheap deal, ship Tua out of here, and we go. We gone.
My only issue with the extension, and good evening, brothers. How y'all doing?
What's up?
I feel my only issue with the extension is I believe, in my humble opinion, Tua is just one hip injury away from his career being over. I
How about a
believe
concussion?
when he
How about a
plays,
concussion?
but also that hip. I believe that hip.
hmm
Remember, look at Bo Jackson.
Oh
Once that
yeah,
hip,
yeah,
remember Bo
yeah.
Jackson?
Oh yeah, man.
Once that hip, and that's what I worry about. One false move, one bad hit to that hip, and if it goes bad, that might be career ending right there.
That
Yeah.
might
So
be a
that's
sad way to go out too.
yes,
Yeah.
you got to worry about
But
that
let me
And
hip.
let,
let's
let
not
me ask you,
forget.
y'all think
Let's not
throwing on the
forget, man.
run is something with the hip why he can't get those balls to float a little deeper?
I believe it is. I believe it is. I
Because I'm
believe
just
it's that
And
hip.
picturing myself running right now, trying to throw a ball, and I know I'm gonna feel my hip. So it has something to
Right.
do with the hip throwing on the run.
I
you
also
definitely got
believe
to cross. You know what I mean? That hip's going to cross over
I
when you
also
get the
believe that's
ball
why he
on the
I
run.
also believe that's why he goes down the way he do. When the pocket collapse, he just goes
Yeah.
down. I
Right.
really believe
Right.
that hip. People is not talking about this hip.
You
He's
know
just
what?
one hit away,
And
man.
you know
You
what?
know my
And you
take
know
on
what? You know how
my
much
take
that
on that.
bothers me?
You know my take on that. When he goes down, when the pocket starts to collapse a little, you know my take on that is that he'll go down. You know, of course, not to get hurt, but then he can say, you know, he played a whole season.
Right.
Protect
Facts. But
yourself.
but
Then you get through
But
the
I believe
season,
he's being
then you can
told.
get that narrative out.
But I also believe he's being told to go down due to that hit. I believe he's being told to go down and don't run as much because all he got to do is if he make a sharp, say he makes a sharp cut,
Yeah.
re-injures that hip. We really don't know how much that hip is really healed. We don't really know if it's 100%. They don't even talk about it.
it was
So do
it
you give
was
a guy like
secretive.
that?
It was
So
secretive.
do you give a guy like that $55 million, bro?
You know what? That would be that you just can't. You can't. You
You can't.
can't.
He's
You
It
lucky
can't.
don't
he's
make
gonna
sense.
get.
Henry,
He's lucky and blessed. He's about to get 23 guaranteed. If you ask
and
me.
Yeah,
then
yeah.
and you know what else? You know what else it reminds me of? I always and I tell people I think about this one quarterback when I hear some of the other YouTubers talk about how many wins he has, his stats. I tell people take a look at Philip Rivers' stats and look what the Chargers. They was with him for all them years, and he could never win the big game, but his stats
Right.
was awesome.
He was
Awesome.
a Pro Bowler almost every
Awesome.
year.
I
Yep.
That's what
tell
I'm
you,
saying.
hey, look here. I tell you guys like this, man. I seen, I got a feeling like I'm older than most of you guys up here, right? Let me tell you a quarterback who put up outstanding stats, great stats, bro. Great was a quarterback named Dan Fouts, man. You
He's
guys,
another one.
From the
Dan
you
Fouts. I
Chargers.
could
remember
go
you
From the
there.
remember Dan
Chargers.
Fouts?
Yo, I could
Exactly,
go there. I could go
exactly.
there. I remember the Chargers when they played Cincinnati in that cold fest and that chill fest in Cincinnati.
Right,
Yeah,
right.
yeah, yeah.
Dan
He got
Fouts put
stats.
up
Yep.
mad
Jeff
numbers,
George was Jeff
mad
George
numbers.
was that type of dude.
Yeah.
So
And you know
like,
what? When we're talking, I like listening to the elder Dolphin fans who's been like doing this longer, and the truthful ones like Fred. Shout out, man! I appreciate all of you guys,
Yo, I've
man,
been a
coming
Dolphin
through
fan. I
and
could go back,
conversating because
brother.
it
I
just
could go
shows,
back
man. How do
from.
y'all feel about those grown men in their 60s out there actually advocating for Tua, thinking that that's the guy? You think
You
they
know what I
forgot
believe?
football already?
No, it's not they forgot football. It's all narratives. Everybody got their narratives. I've been a
yeah,
Dolphin fan. You can't tell me about quarterbacks. I could go as far back when Shula was switching Woodley and Strock when they was playing.
yeah, yeah,
Woodstock. Remember Woodstock? Who could go back?
yeah. Of
Woodstock.
course, man. Of course.
Tony Nathan. Tony Nathan. Darrell Harris. We could go there. You know what I'm saying? AJ
I remember
Dewey.
all those dudes, bro. All those
Yep.
dudes.
You know what I'm saying? So it's a narrative. Everybody got a narrative. And that's the sad part about this fan base. We done got divided. I don't know no other fan base who is divided over one player than this fan base.
Hey, you
Now,
know
what?
what, man? Oh,
You you
go ahead,
you
bro. Not to cut you off. Go ahead.
No, I'm saying, is he a good quarterback? Yes, he's a good quarterback. I will not say he's trash. He's a decent quarterback, but he's not going to take you to the next level. He's just not going
well
to do that.
let's just make this clear. Any player in the NFL is none of them are trash.
Right,
Not
right,
Yeah,
anyone. Because
right.
there's only even if you're a backup, you're not trash. You're better than the majority out there. It's so many. You see what I'm saying? If you make it in the NFL, you ain't trash. Let's be honest.
And
But
the
can
thing that I
you
don't,
compete like what Fred
right,
pointed out earlier? Can you compete versus the big dogs in this conference?
right.
That's the important thing. Let's say we go to the wild card next year. We got Herbert, Burrow, Lamar Jackson, Deshaun Watson, Patrick Mahomes. We're gonna face that road.
Like I hear people like another thing. You hear people say, "Oh, it's Mike McDaniel's. It's the cause. It's the cause." Okay, I'll give you that. I'm gonna give you that. But if you're an elite quarterback, you should know you should know the field, and you should know if you're gonna do a fade. I'm not throwing it to Reek. Bring Chase in there.
exactly.
I know
Common
I got a better
sense.
chance.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
tell
And
Mike
You know
and
what
you
I'm
McDaniel
know
that
saying?
boy elite.
you know what's crazy? Week 1 versus the Chargers, we got that game-winning touchdown because of that little fade route to Tyreek Hill. It connected in week 1. So what did that give them? Confidence to keep trying it because it hit the first time they did it.
Yeah.
That's why I remember that play, and I was arguing with Doc, the Houston Oilers guy, the guy that played receiver. Shout out to Doc, I loved it. But I was arguing with him like, bro, we won the game, but we got lucky with that touchdown with Tyreek
Yeah.
Hill. You don't throw
Yeah.
no fade to that guy. We should have did something else. I'm happy it worked.
Well,
But when I
right.
saw that ball floating in the air, I said, man, 4th down, here we go. And then he caught it, which was amazing. But
Hey,
I think because we hit on it week 1, that's what
What was the
ended up
use?
hurting us down the stretch.
Here's a question I have. Why did you trade for Chase Claypool if you're not going to use him?
Because it seems like we're always that team that's so nice. We're here to help others get rid of their trash. We
Well,
pick
you
up
listen,
know,
I'm so
it was a
tired
MJ.
few
of being
plays.
nice. Greer's too
It's getting
nice,
to the
man.
point where we don't use him, so you hear the fan base say he's trash. That's why they don't use him.
Right,
But
He's
right.
we
trash.
didn't
He
even
wasn't.
need him.
And MJW. That's who you throw the fade to. That's who
Thank
you
you.
throw the fade to.
Thank you.
You throw it to
That's who you throw
Chase
it to.
Claypool, and you throw it to
Right.
Cedric Wilson. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? That's
Right.
who you throw the fade to. And as a matter of fact, you put it up and give him a chance to catch it. Don't throw it out of bounds so nobody catches it.
And
Throw it up, give him a chance,
have
man.
to
These
say
guys
this.
can score,
You
man.
know,
Yeah, well,
you
we had
know,
Cedric Wilson. We have Durham Smythe or
yeah,
Julian Hill. You could have
Yeah,
threw up
throw them
that
a
ball.
fade.
yeah.
Throw the fade to them.
And I'm
Yep.
gonna say this too. You know, Pete, I love your show. You know, sometimes I disagree with some of the things you say, but that's what we do. We fans. We talking about football. We're not gonna agree with everything. My
Yep.
only issue with this fan base, it's like if you feel Tua is not a franchise quarterback, you don't like him. It's personal. You don't know football. You don't know what you're talking
Yeah,
about.
Yep.
But so that means for me to know football, I have to like him.
yeah,
Me
You
personally,
have
yeah.
to.
if you look at, and I don't go. Everybody talk
You
about
gotta do none
analytics.
of that. You just gotta tell us
I
how
don't
you
go.
feel. Everybody
Right.
just
I'm
gotta
old
come up
school.
here, click that link, tell me how you feel.
Right.
They say they
I'm
like them.
right. I'm old school. All that analytics stuff, I don't go with the analytics because you know why? Here's a perfect example and a perfect team who went by analytics and they not going nowhere, and they haven't been nowhere since 2009, and that's the New York Yankees. Everything
Mm.
they do is analytic, and they get bumped every time. I go with the eye test. If you got me Tua Tagovailoa and you got Justin Herbert, and you see both of these players, you 8 out of 10 is going to pick Justin Herbert.
10 out of
I can
Hey,
10.
hey,
see
hey, hey,
And I
at
yeah,
least
think
10
yeah.
out
every
of 10.
element you put this
Hey,
Right,
guy in a middle school class, every upcoming
right.
kid growing up is selecting Justin Herbert. They're gonna be like, no, bro, this guy could be in our school. Look at
hey,
this
hey,
guy.
hey,
This guy
hey,
can throw.
hey, Pete, MJW, man. Like I tell you, and I'm gonna use the Houston Texans again. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, bro, they did a thing on like offensive lines, right? And the Texans they were high, and what I mean by they weren't they weren't elite. You know what I'm saying? They definitely weren't elite, man. They're
Mm-hmm.
like a tier 5. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Like
Right.
a little bit more, a little just maybe a little higher than your average offensive line. Now,
Mm-hmm.
these guys went to the playoffs and put up 45 points and got a W. You know what I'm saying? But and they got
And
it, and
didn't
they're
get
and the
blown out.
guy and
And
check it
didn't
out.
get blown out by the Ravens.
Right,
Remember, we lost
Super
56-17.
Titans.
right.
Okay.
And now
Okay.
and they're playing with their center is a guy that we cut that couldn't even make a backup guard or backup center. We cut him. Now this guy's got to win in
Yeah,
the playoffs, bro. A dominant win
but
in the
Fred,
playoffs, bro. You know what I'm
you're
saying?
leaving things out. Look, with a rookie
Mm-hmm.
first time head coach,
Exactly.
first
A
time
rookie
in that
quarterback.
offensive, for first time with that offense, everything is a first time for everybody.
Yeah,
First
man.
I'm
time
doing
for
Yeah,
some
the
cardio.
GM.
yeah.
See what
After
I'm
I
saying?
finish, I'm doing some cardio,
What
It's
Houston did by
but I'm doing it
selecting the
right now.
right quarterback showed a lot of franchises how bad they
Oh,
manage their team. You know
right.
what I'm talking about, Fred?
okay.
Yeah,
All
I
right.
know exactly what you're talking about, Pete. I know
And
exactly
then
what you're talking about, man.
Okay.
how the hell they got a playoff victory before us, and they were just the laughing stock
All right. I'll be
getting
over.
rid of Deshaun Watson
Exactly.
with those allegations.
Yeah. Exactly, man. They were like they had, you know what I'm saying? They had a new window, man. Like they did everything in the beginning. in the beginning, man. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And when it came down to, you had a quarterback that could be a good quarterback. Right now I'm just going to say Stroud is average, but we know we could see, like, deep down, like, it's more than average, yo. We
Put
can't
it
make
put
him
it
elite yet because
put
he's
it
only
this way.
played.
I'll put it to you this way. Stroud is
Mhm.
average, but he's coming. That's what it is. He's
Exactly,
coming.
exactly,
That's what it
exactly,
is. He's coming.
exactly,
That's
exactly.
all.
He's
The
not
only
going
reason,
down.
the
He's
only
not going
reason,
down. I didn't like that discussion y'all were having talking about Tua's gonna go down and not take. You see, that bothers me, bro.
man,
That's
that guy's gonna
affecting
go down.
players. You don't think that bothers other players on our team that have to catch the ball with a safety coming down their neck? You see
And
what I'm saying? Well,
right, I hear
Tua,
what you're saying.
if Tua was a receiver in that situation, what we're gonna tell the receiver? Oh no, don't catch it if you
See,
hear footsteps next to that ball. Are we
and
gonna
here's
tell
a
him not to catch it?
and here's
See
another
what I'm
thing
saying? That's what we're
about
doing here.
elite. And this is another thing about elite. Is Josh Allen, he could be overzealous. He gets erratic at times. But here's
Right.
the thing. When you play the Buffalo Bills, the opponent, they worrying about Josh Allen. They worried about him. He puts
Exactly,
fear.
bro.
He puts
Exactly.
fear. He puts fear in defenses. The problem
Exactly,
with
bro.
Tua, yep, so you could talk about how many wins and how many wins did he do and how many. Here's the thing. But when it's time to step up, Josh Allen steps up. You saw what he did
I'm
in
gonna tell you.
Miami, right? He had two interceptions, and look what he did. He still willed his team
Hey,
to
hey,
win.
MJW. Let
Yeah.
me tell you this, bro. I think when Tua has to come up against Josh Allen, bro, I think in his head, in his mind, he's already lost, bro.
Right.
I
And
think
here's the
I
other
Wow.
think
thing.
his
He's
And
brain
already
here's
is
the other
lost.
thing
defeated.
I
too.
think
He's
And
already
here,
defeated.
and
he's
here's the
already
other thing.
defeated
He's
by
already
Josh
defeated.
Allen, bro.
Yep.
Wow.
I
And let me
really
tell you
think
this
so.
too.
I really
And let me
think
tell you
so.
this too. The defense in the NFL when they play the Dolphins, the fear is not Tua. The fear is Tyreek. That's
Right.
who they fear. They
That's who
Thousand
they
understand.
percent.
feel.
They understand one move with Tyreek. That's seven.
Yeah.
You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? They know that's why Kansas City was so physical with them. See, once
Jammed
that's
his
the
ass up. Put him on the
that's all you
ground on
gotta
a
do,
play.
and that's
The
it, and
Jarius
that's
Sneed
it,
about to get the bag for
and
that
that's all
play
you
right
gotta
now.
do. And I don't want to hear about that Baltimore because I remember y'all was talking about the Baltimore game one time. And let me say this: that game, part of it, yes, a good majority of it was on tour. Because I don't want to hear about the defense. Because when Zyler he got the ball back for him, and what did Tua do? He turned it right back over. How you
Give it
think
One
that
right
makes
play
a
back to
later.
him.
defense feel?
One play
How you
later, right?
right? How you think that makes a defense feel when we get the ball back at the time we were still in the game, and
Right.
you turn it right back over?
Oh, it
Just
just
imagine
deflated
how.
him, bro.
Right.
It just
Just
Yeah.
deflated
imagine.
him, man.
Just
Yeah, that's
It
imagine
just
how.
exactly what it
yeah.
feels like.
Right. Just imagine what Big Vangio was saying upstairs when that happened. Because now he could say, "I'm doing my job. We doing
Yeah.
our job." Come on, that's deflating.
And look,
That's
well,
Yeah, that is
deflating.
deflating.
and you
That's
know
why a
what?
lot of the
When
times
and
defenses give up at the end.
Yeah.
I'll
Yeah.
be like this, Pete, man. Uh, you know, um, when he's not good, you know what I'm saying? I be calling him trash, but that's just me, man. That's just me. So that
Right.
might sound a little harsh or whatever, man, but that's just me. When any quarterback ain't good, I call him trash. You know what I'm saying?
There's nothing wrong with that either. At the end of the day, he played like trash.
All I gotta
You know what I'm
say,
saying? You mad?
all I gotta say, all I have to say is give that same offense, with Mike McDaniels, just replace Tua with Herbert and see what happens.
You see what I'm saying? Put Justin Herbert in Miami, and we're Super Bowl contenders year in and year out with this team. Well, I'm gonna say this: we're not only putting up 7 points versus Kansas City in the playoff game if we had Herbert. This Cheetah and Waddle combination is gonna be wasted. There's nothing better than these two as much as they open up. You just heard MJ talk about how much Tyreek opens up.
Yeah,
Waddle Waddle opens up not as much, but he opens things up as well. So imagine how easy it is to work off the pass if they're worried about the pass so much.
right.
Run it down their throat. But you can't run it down their throat if these guys aren't getting looks or getting thrown the ball and or they don't fear that the quarterback could scramble and buy time and throw it downfield down their neck. You see what I'm saying? They don't fear
So
that.
so basically, what I've been hearing is you give Tua to the extension because through the 4 years he got better. Statistically, he got better. And I'm gonna say this: I'll give you that. Whoever says that, I'm gonna give them that. Here's my question to them. You know, when you make your money, when you don't let Buffalo come back and win the division. To me, you lose money from that. I don't care about what you did the statistic
Yeah.
because when it was time to
That's
step up,
facts.
you just lost money. To me, that's just me.
Yeah, and that's
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 just
why I
me.
was pointing out the owner's standpoint. People might not
Yeah.
understand it, but put yourself, everybody listening right now, think about you being the owner of the Miami Dolphins. Think about the division title shirts you're about to sell. Think about everything you're about to make. You're gonna sell out the home stadium. You're making buku money, and you're telling me your quarterback lost that? Lost that? Of course, this is a business, man. If Tua would have got us that home playoff game, and mind you, that's what was
Let me tell
tricky.
you something. If
That
Tua
was
would
their
have won it,
goal.
let me tell you
If
this.
he would have won,
Tua,
if he would have won that division, I think Tua would have had his contract already now, bro.
he would have had,
Already.
and he would have had Justin Herbert money if he'd have won the division.
It
Yeah,
would if he
already.
would have won the division,
Right
he
now.
would have had to beat Buffalo at home again 2 times in a row. You see my point there? So it
Yeah,
would have been
yeah.
2 home playoff. It was because that week 18 game, that to me, like we pointed out, Fred, that's a playoff game if you ask me. I
It's a
don't care if
playoff
it's a
game
regular.
for us,
The
man.
way it ended,
Yeah,
Exactly.
that
because
was a
look how
playoff
the
game.
NFL leaves week 18. They're smart. They leave it to be determined every year now. That's something new. We haven't really caught on to that we don't speak about, but they leave week 18 so they can reschedule things based on what teams have impacts, and that was ours. One of us was a really huge impact win, and you're the division champ. You're a champion of a division title. You earned
Right.
something, and we
Right.
lost that. That's it, bro. You don't gain that back with a contract if you're sitting like that. You know what I'm saying? I just don't feel it. I don't see it. The owner right now's pocket don't feel it. It makes no sense. You lost me all this money in the home playoff and a home regular season game, and you didn't get me a home playoff game with the way you had the team had him feeling. No, you don't pay the bag. You sit back and
And you know
wait. That's
what,
the
No.
Pete?
only thing.
And you know what, Pete? For this right here, man, I have to give Josh Allen another. I have to give him like another uh award, man. You know what I'm saying? I have to give him some more props because you came from a 3 game. I mean, yeah, you came back from 3 games with 5 to go
Mm-hmm.
to win the division. That's an accomplishment, bro. You'd have to give Josh Allen uh, an accomplishment right there, bro.
Yeah,
That's
Yeah,
that's
you
another
that's
do.
real.
accomplishment.
That's a
Another.
You
statement.
do.
That
That's a
is a
big
statement.
accomplishment. That's a
Yeah.
So
big
you know what?
accomplishment for
Because they wasn't even supposed to make the
him there.
playoffs.
You'll never
They
count
wasn't
Josh
supposed to
Allen
make the
out.
playoffs.
That's what he proved. You can never count Josh Allen out.
Yeah. Because
That's
you know
another.
why?
Like I said, I hate to give Josh Allen these you know what I'm saying, these little props or whatever,
It's
man.
not,
I don't like to do that, but I'm not
brother,
a hater, man. If a quarterback is that dude, you got to give it to him. And to
No, you
come
brother.
back
can't.
You
from
not
and to
Yep.
come back from three
that
games to go, from 3 games with 5 to go, bro. That's an accomplishment right there, bro.
brother. That's knowing. You know what that is? That's knowing football. That's knowing football. And you just give
True.
props to who do their job. He did his
Yeah.
job,
Yeah.
and that's it.
He
That's
took
it. He
over.
did his
That's
job.
taking.
You
He
got
took
it.
it
That's
over.
taking over. That's taking
It
over.
Yeah.
is. It is, man. It is.
And
Yeah.
you heard. And
That's
look, y'all heard that his offensive lineman Dawkins come out on that show. The man said he will die for him.
Yeah.
You think we got
yeah,
players on our team saying they'll die for Tua right now? We don't
yeah,
have those
man.
dogs, man.
Please, man. Please.
Yeah, man. That's all it is,
Hey,
man.
Pete, look, Pete. I'm gonna cut
I
up
couldn't
out of
believe
here,
that.
man. I'm gonna cut
Yeah,
up
I'm
out
about
of
to
here,
get up
Pete.
out of here too.
It's
I'm
Yeah,
gonna
been a
it's
forget.
great
perfect
show
timing,
with you.
man. We
Been a
rocked
great
out for
show with
3
you,
hours.
Pete. It's always been a great show with you, Pete. Every time I come up on your little panel, bro, I always
Yeah,
have a good time. And when's the next one, Pete? Do you know, bro?
yeah, that's what I was about to
I,
ask.
I wish I could give you that answer, man. I don't know myself, to
I
be
think
quite honest with you.
I don't know if I get notifications when you're about to come up, Pete, man. You know what I'm saying? But I'm on YouTube, man, looking every day, man. So I'll probably catch you, bro. You know
Yeah,
what I
and let's
mean?
just let's just keep having this healthy debate without the disrespect. That's all.
Yeah, that's all. That's all.
Well, that's the main thing, MJW, man. And peace to you, man.
Yeah,
It's my first time encountering you on this thing, man.
Why you come up
yeah.
here when I'm getting ready to leave, KP, man? Why you do that, bro?
Man, I was triggered. I was triggered.
You know what? I'm gonna stay a little bit longer, KP, because I got a feeling you got something to say, bro, and I want to hear it,
Yes,
bro.
yes.
I
And
appreciate
I'm
you,
looking forward
man.
to
What's
it
up,
too. I'm
KP? Thank
looking
you for
forward to
sliding.
it.
Hey, no doubt, Pete, man. And yeah, man, I appreciate the platform, man. Thanks for giving us a space where, those of us who aren't totally on the tour train can at least congregate and get our views, our opinions heard without, being called idiots or dummies and things like that, because, from where I stand, I mean, we've
Amen.
been on the right side of things, you know, uh, whereas the others just make excuses, Yeah, but
Exactly.
but but yeah, I mean, I saw Iceman a little while ago in the chat talking about ain't nobody gonna beat the Kansas City Chiefs, right? They're gonna win the third straight time and all that. And you know what? While that may be true, Iceman, and it looks that way, um, football players don't step on the field with that sort of attitude or I mean, when I played football, we went up against some powerhouses, but you best believe we had a game plan to take it to their ass. You know what I'm saying? And we knew
Yeah,
if we executed and we did this, that, next on any given Sunday, we could pull out the victory, man. Trust me. The lowest team in the NFL thinks it has a chance to, and if it isn't thinking that way, then they ought not to be playing football, right? And I'll end here. The irony of everything that's happened with our franchise over the last 3 years is that who gave a template on how to stop the Chiefs any better than we did when we had Flores as the head coach and we were
right,
putting Mahomes on his ass.
right,
Mm-hmm.
We were the
right.
team that showed how to take apart and take down that KC Chiefs model of offense, and that's when they had Tyreek and when they had Travis Kelsey, and we do,
Yeah,
we whooped that team's ass. But hey,
yeah,
our team
Strong front
decided to
foot.
go. Our team decided to go behind Tua and
right.
give up on a model of playing football, an attitudinal direction of playing football that would pay dividends later on down the line when you added pieces to what that man was building. But hey, I guess I'm just a fluorosexual, they say. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, KP,
What's up,
let
man?
me ask you something, bro. Let me ask you something.
KP got
I'm
ice
gonna ask you,
coming up.
KP.
Uh-oh.
KP, do you
Don't
think,
go
bro?
disrespect to Iceman. It's just his opinion
Hey,
triggered my response.
hey,
That's all.
hey, KP. So, okay, now
Well,
we're
Ice, I
talking
can't
about
let you up if
we're,
you don't
we're
allow the camera, dude.
we're talking about KP winning playoff games, going to championships, and things like that, bro. And now,
For
if
me,
you ask me,
for
bro,
me,
if you
friend,
ask,
those things count.
okay, KP, but I still think, man, we're in the realm of, still trying to handle the Buffalo Bills, bro. You know
Absolutely,
what I'm saying?
absolutely,
We're in a realm, KP, of still trying to get above that.
100%,
That's
friend.
funny.
You
And
know
the,
what I
the
mean?
thing,
We haven't even proved that we can do that yet, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, so where are the playoff wins coming and the championships coming, bro?
friend,
We still need to be we still focusing. They're not doing it. They're not going to
friend,
say it,
that's
but
just
we're still
common
focusing on
sense.
beating the Buffalo Bills, bro.
Fred, that is just common sense, right? We
Right,
get better by taking steps, right?
And
You make the playoffs, you win a playoff game. You win a playoff game, you make it to the division championship, you win the division championship, now you're in the Super Bowl, right? Of course you'd like to do it all right away, right? In one
right,
solid season and get it done. But
right,
that's the microwave approach that a lot of people have these days. There's a narrative in our community that's being used to shield Tua, which is that if
yes,
you are not in the Super Bowl, if you cannot win a Super Bowl this year, then you're just the first loser. But that's just a false talking point that some in this community want to raise to divert from the fact that we ain't going nowhere with Tua, but they love the dude. They say if
Hey,
you ain't,
KP, hey, you better talk that talk, dude.
hey,
Yeah, he nailed it
listen, they
on the
don't like
head.
what I talk. They don't want to like what I talk about it because I'm a dummy. I'm a casual. They say, and hey, if that's what they want to believe, then more power to them. But
Yeah. Because you get so many people that get offset by a PFF grade. Come on, dude. That's
exactly.
trash.
Yo, all I'm gonna
Right
say is,
now on the Twitter space, I don't even know if it's still going. They got a whole set of dudes over there talking about what they can do to put around Tua to make us
Oh
better.
man.
When it's been proven that you can listen, the last 2 years we had top rosters in the NFL. The problem is not putting talent around Tua; it's Tua being able to utilize the talent. The problem is Tua's ability to utilize the talent, and so far he is not there yet. He's
and I
just not
believe,
there yet.
but I believe again. I'm
Well,
gonna say it again. I believe he's not there due to that hit. I really believe that hip has a lot to do with it.
I believe you might be right. I would tend to agree. I think he was damaged goods coming out of that Alabama
Yes.
program. That set him
Mm-hmm.
back miles.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if he could ever
Yeah.
catch back up to the prospect that he
And
was
I always
before
use,
that
like I
injury.
said, my example, Bo Jackson.
Yeah,
Bo Jackson was never the same.
right. But
I
then
take
if
another big. I take another
that
big
is
player.
true,
the
if
truth
that is
is,
true,
if
then
the
it is
truth is,
the
the reason
malpractice
that he
goes to
can't
Greer.
throw on the run, if
Hmm.
he can't throw on the run right now in this point in his career because of that hip, then MJ, you're spot on with that, dude. Because I need to see
It
Tua
ain't gonna
use
get
his
any better.
legs and be able to throw on the
And
run
I
and
hate
have a better
listen,
ball
Pete.
placement.
I hate to do it, but if that is true, if we're anywhere close to the truth, then you got to man. If Greer has committed malpractice and
Yeah.
drafted that guy with the number 5 draft pick.
I'm
I know
calling
there
it
was a lot
right
of
now,
hype.
man.
There was all this tag for Tua nonsense that was happening back in them days, but that is
Yeah.
just criminal, man. I mean, I can't support you, Greer, if this is the road you let us down. That is
Yeah,
a
Because,
man.
fireable
because,
Could I?
offense.
Yo,
because,
Pete.
like I said, watch how he plays. If you watch the games,
Yo,
watch
hello.
how he plays. Once that pocket collapsed, he goes straight down. He goes straight
Yo,
down.
I hate
What's up,
that.
I
Ice
What's up,
man?
believe.
Ice?
what's up, Pete?
What's
What's
up,
up,
Ice?
Kate?
I really
Uh,
Not
believe
much,
it's
man.
that
Thank you
hit.
for
It's
pulling
that
up.
hit.
chilling, man. I just wanted to say something about Ross. Honestly, like I have some mixed feelings with Ross, bro. I think he's the one to blame for. I mean, I get with the tour and all that, and I respect that because trust me, I was really upset with him at the end of the month. It looked like a statue I was watching with Tua. I don't know who that quarterback was. In the beginning of the season, he looked great, but after the while, we saw his true colors down the line, and we saw that he wasn't what we expected. And I get it. If we draft a quarterback, I'm with it. But this is the problem with me. When the Chiefs said it to our face last year, and they said Jim Nance asked, "Is your dynasty over?" They said, "We're just getting started." And then they won it back this year. And then Travis Kelce, they asked him the same question, "Is the dynasty over?" And they said, "We got one more left in us." And I sat there and I was like, no freaking way. I got to see these guys again. So
But
I'm not expecting Super Bowl next year. Ross is pulling out legs because he did a lie in front of the cancer biking thing. He said straight up on a blatant to Mike McDaniel to pump up the fans, I want a championship mentality, not a playoff mentality.
but
And
but
that's
can
what
I say?
Mike was preaching to them. And I sat there like, I know what time it is next year.
But
Just
can I say
expect a
this
play.
though?
Just expect
JJ McCarthy.
a
But
playoff
let me
win.
say
That's
this.
it.
Let me
Just
say
one.
JJ
let me say this about
McCarthy
Stephen
just came
Ross.
off a championship, and Stephen Ross loves his Michigan.
But you know what? Everybody, I mean, I understand where you coming from with Stephen Ross. Here's
Yeah,
my
bro.
only issue with it. Wasn't it Stephen Ross who wanted Lamar Jackson?
Yep,
Yeah, it
that's what we
was.
heard.
Wasn't it
That's
Aaron
what we
Stephen
heard.
Ross
Rodgers.
one? Wasn't it Stephen Ross wanted Deshaun Watson?
Aaron Rodgers, right? The list
Wasn't
goes
it
on.
Stephen Ross who wanted Aaron Rodgers?
Tom
I'm just
Brady.
asking.
No, and that's
Wasn't
the
it?
problem
Yeah.
with me.
Then we lose draft
Yep.
picks because it was Stephen Ross trying to get Brady to Miami.
Hmm.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
So is it really him? Is it
right.
really
Or
him?
somebody keep
I
talking
get
him
it's too.
down from
I
his
get though.
inclination.
I get it though that we all have to point the finger at the quarterback because he's the leader, he's the captain,
I
he's the
think
guy
it's
I'm
that
looking
makes
at
the whole
Greer, man.
shebang.
I
But
think it's
oh, you're
Greer.
looking at Greer. I'm looking at the whole
Yeah.
shebang. It's time that Ross starts to really I don't know what is with him. I don't know if he's in the clouds, but he needs to get it
I don't.
moving because I'm not with it, man. I know
I
what
don't think
time it
he's in the
is next year.
clouds. I don't think he's in the clouds. I think he wanted those quarterbacks, but I think Greer was telling Ross, "Trust me on this," and he was
Right.
like,
The
Yeah,
problem is
"Okay,
he trusts Greer.
so,
yeah,
Oh,
That's right.
yeah.
Greer's giving him an argument for not following
yeah,
his inclination.
yeah."
Greer's basically in a nice way telling Ross, "Look, dude, I'm a professional. You're the boss. We'll do what you want to do, but
Well, good evening,
trust me.
gentlemen.
Trust me." I think that's a version of that
Yeah.
is what's happening. What's
that's
up,
a bit.
Bonjo?
And I also believe
But you guys get me though,
Chris
right?
Greer
Where I'm
has
coming
something to
from?
do.
Yeah, no
I
doubt. Ice
Okay,
man, that's
okay,
legit. Yeah.
okay.
I
No doubt,
also
no doubt.
believe I
Oh,
also
Joe,
believe
what's
Greer
good?
I also believe Greer has something to do with Harbaugh not coming here. Because believe me, if Harbaugh comes here, you know he's running the show.
Right.
You said that,
Harbaugh,
Von Joe? You said that, Von Joe?
yeah, I have time to entertain foolishness before I get to the gym and
Nah,
cook
man, nah,
while I'm
nah,
cooking
man.
for
Hey,
the
man.
family.
Hey, man, you just
Oh,
gave
I'm
me
about to
something to
go to
think
the gym.
about, man.
I'm
But
about
go
to hit the
ahead.
gym too, Bonjo.
Go
I'm about
ahead,
to hit
Von Joe. Go ahead,
the
what you
irons
saying,
too.
dog. I want to hear that.
So I'm just saying, Fred, relax. I cooked you enough in this lifetime, so I need you to relax and have a couple seats.
Okay, well, go ahead. Go ahead, go
All
ahead.
right. You're light work right now. You're like a warm up rep. But
Oh.
no, what are we talking about?
We're talking about how we got trash at quarterback, and with this being a must-win Super Bowl year, man, like we just don't believe that is coming with this quarterback. So everybody's going to be gone, and we're just going to start over
Well,
again.
I don't think it's just the quarterback. I think we can't do a Super Bowl with this team. Period. You can
I don't
stop at the quarterback if you want, but I think it's the team.
Hey guys, I'm out. But just tell Pete for me. I say peace, bro. Be easy, guys. Peace.
all right.
Oh,
So
that's right. Yeah.
if you really want to have a discussion about it, it's this team
Okay,
situation
well,
doesn't
okay,
look
well,
good.
okay. We'll use that. We'll say we're not going anywhere because of the team. Then, okay.
But
So
Von
what do
Joe,
we do? So when we don't go, Von Joe, do we blow it all up, bro?
I've been saying that. I've been an advocate for blowing it up. I'm okay with blowing it up.
Well, Bonjo, I think we're there. We're probably 85% of the way. We're to reaching that conclusion where this team needs to be blown up. We need a whole new vision, whole new leadership, and just try to build back again. Another 5-year process, 5 to 7 years to get back to a chance of even competing. But I'll say this. I don't think we can take the focal point off the quarterback because, in my opinion,
Hmm.
the last 2 years, I think that has been the main cog in our progress going forward. I think we put good enough rosters out there where if we had a guy, the status of a Joe Burrow, a guy like a young CJ Stroud, a guy who was more decisive and could read the field and find the open guy more readily rather than the determined offense that it seems that we have. I think we are a lot better a lot better than what we've shown on the field. I think we've underachieved in each of the last 2 years. I think that underachievement has been tied in to our quarterback's inability to make the guys around him better. I, I
Because of
I
our
say that
trash. Because of our
I say that
trash.
because of the open receivers who never get fed, the underutilization of talented big guys like Claypool, what's the guy, Cedric Wilson, right? This inability to make Gesicki into a ready target in the seams. All of
Yup.
these things I put on our quarterbacks under development of the offensive options on the field. Even the play calling, we can't call naked bootlegs. We can't do certain screen. You saw screen passes. The screen passes are inaccurate. You know what I'm saying? I think our quarterback has held this offense back specifically while we've had a defense that was good enough to compete. Maybe it wasn't a championship defense, but I think our
And I'm gonna
defense was
say,
very scrappy and fought in each of the last three years.
and I'm gonna
This
say
So
it again, it's
quarterbacks
Drew,
held the
and I'm gonna
team
say it
back, bro.
again,
It's held
and
the
I'm gonna
team
say it
back.
again, and I'm gonna say
Not
it
just the
again.
offense,
It's
KB.
Drew,
It's held the whole team back, bro.
and I'm gonna say it again because he's damaged goods. I believe it's that hit.
Okay,
I
now
believe that hit.
am I allowed to retort?
Yeah,
of
yeah,
course,
go ahead.
brother.
Because it looked like it's about 5 against 1. So
Well, go
again,
ahead, bro. Give us your take.
although it's 5 against half, because
I don't
Fred
consider my
has.
position against yours, but go ahead, bro.
Yeah, no, it's a
yeah,
great
yeah, man,
position, but
yeah.
here's the thing: when it comes to one, he's not trash. So please don't stop saying he's trash. He's not
Nobody said he
trash.
was trash. Nobody said he was trash.
Are
Nobody
you
said that.
serious, dude? Fred has
Nobody
been
said. I
saying
know.
he's
I
been
didn't say
trash
Yeah,
for the
that.
yeah.
past
No,
5
no,
I
you
years.
didn't
take
say
that back.
that.
Yeah,
I didn't say that.
But Fred calls him trash. If he's not
Oh, I
trash,
don't
then he's
call him trash.
if he's not
I believe
trash, then
he's.
he's
So
garbage. But
I
go ahead.
believe he's
He's
damaged
hot
goods.
garbage.
I believe he's damaged goods due to that hip.
so, and I don't think so. That I don't I retort to that also. I don't think he's damaged goods
How?
because of
How?
that hip.
How?
So,
How you don't? How you don't?
You
sir,
I'm
you
know.
asked
asking
me
a
how.
question. I'm
Sir,
asking.
if I could I answer your question, you asked me
Go
how
ahead,
six
brother.
times
I
before I
said go
could say
ahead.
something.
I said go
Jeez.
ahead, brother.
So I can't say he's damaged goods because the year before he showed that he's able to run out the pocket, make throws outside the pocket, make throws on the run. Now, if you want to tell me that he was playing it safe last year, where he didn't put himself in harm's way, that I said that all the
Okay.
time.
Okay. So why is that? Why is that?
Why? Because he has a whole notion of, hey, Tua cannot be healthy a whole entire season.
No, no, no,
Hey,
no,
if
no, no.
Tua,
You just said they playing it safe. Why?
Nick, I'm trying to answer your question. Could you please
Okay.
let me answer the question?
Go ahead, brother.
So again, he had this whole stigma of, hey, could Tua be healthy an entire 17 games? That's what the model been. That's what the narrative been. Tua can't be healthy. Hey, if Tua's going to get this
Okay.
contract, Tua has to be healthy, right? Are
Oh,
we all in the same
right.
accord on that? Okay, cool.
Yes.
So, of
Yes.
course, now after that notion, again, him scrambling outside the pocket, him trying to make throws on the run, him staring the defense in the eye and taking a hit while still trying to deliver the ball, i.e., Purdy and i.e., what's that quarterback in Detroit?
Any winning quarterback.
Yeah. So I think
Russell
he
Wilson.
Russell. Anyway, all those quarterbacks, as you saw it, there was one play, I believe it was against Buffalo, where the defense was bearing down on him. He could have delivered a corner if he would have just stayed in the pocket and take the hit. But instead, he threw the ball into the dirt to avoid
Okay.
getting hit. So
Okay.
again, I think it's more of I have to stay healthy. So it could have been his agents, it could have been McDaniel. Somebody put in his head that, hey, sir, make sure you make it past all 17 games. Don't put yourself in harm's way. That's not
Okay.
because of the
Let me
hip.
ask you a question.
Hold on.
Okay.
That's not because of the hip though. That's just
What?
in
How is
general.
not? How? But
Because
hold on. The
because
hip was a
last year did he
serious
have hold
injury.
on. Last year, did he have a hip issue last year?
You don't know if he had a hip injury. That you know what a hip can do. You know
OMG.
how that. You know that can end your. You know that can end your career. One hit, one move,
Well,
it's over.
Voncho, if that's
Again,
true,
So
you just
KP,
made an
did he
again,
have
argument
a
for
did he have
again,
a
again,
self-preservation rather than
again.
team
My
advancement.
example.
okay,
My
I'll take
Self-preservation
that
example.
rather
argument.
than team
KP,
One at a time. One
advancement.
KP,
at a time. One at a
KP,
My
that's
time.
the argument.
example again. Bo Jackson. That's my example right there.
Bo Jackson never played again.
Cause of
You
his
know,
hip, right?
hold on. How
And he
long ago
kept
was Bo
playing, right?
Jackson?
And he
How
kept
long ago
playing,
was Bo
right?
Jackson? How
It
long ago
doesn't
was Bo
matter. It was a
Jackson?
hip injury, and he kept
It
playing. And
does
what
matter.
happened?
Modern medicine matters, sir.
Oh my God! So let me explain something to you. It doesn't matter about modern medicine. If
What?
he falls the wrong way on that hip, his career
Modern
is
medicine.
over. What are you
Modern
talking
medicine.
about? What are you talking
Hey,
about?
what are
I
y'all
don't care
talking
how much
about?
modern medicine is. One false move on that hip, it could be over.
Modern
What?
medicine.
So that's everybody. That's back in the day where
Listen,
hold on.
listen.
Back in the
No, hold
day.
on. Wait.
Oh
Back in the
God.
day, Achilles used to be a career-ending injury. An Achilles,
Okay.
ACLs used to
Okay.
be career-ending injuries. Modern medicine has taken to the point where you could continue playing. Does it not?
You
Has it
you
not?
could continue playing, but you'll never be the same.
Yeah,
You'll never
yeah.
be the
And that's the
same.
whole point. You
That's
ain't
what
the
I'm trying to
same.
But
say,
You
brother.
he's
ain't the same.
effective. He's still effective, is he not?
He's
He's
effective.
not
No,
effective,
In
bro.
a
He's
he's
not
not
limited,
effective.
effective.
in a
He's
limited
not
view of the
effective.
He's not
offense,
effective.
not in the full
He's
offense, in
not
a limited
effective.
offense. And
He's
listen,
not effective.
that
That's why.
basically
That's why. That's
defines
why
what the
Mike
player
McDaniel is
said
doing what he's
two
doing with
years
the
ago.
offense.
that this guy is wasting
Answer your
years
own
of my
question.
career. Self-preservation versus team advancement, right? You basically explained that was the Dolphins' directive the past season, which is that, yeah, they wasted the other 53 guys on the roster's time. If this whole season was about preserving Tua for 17 games. You know, if I'm a player on that roster, man, I'm
KP,
pissed off at that
have I
bullshit.
not made
I'm
that
mad as
argument?
shit, KP.
KP,
No,
have you
I'm
I'm
not.
not
I'm
been
mad
on
not
as hell.
saying.
panels
I'm
with
not.
me?
No,
And I
I'm
made
not
that
questioning.
argument.
Absolutely, and if that is the case, then this is a bullshit ass franchise and team.
I
If
told you, I made the statement. I'm the one that came up with the statement and said that he played shook last year. In my
So all
belief,
I'm
that is
asking
a
you,
the Tua from the year before and the Tua last year is the same Tua, just a bigger sample size.
but what
Listen,
I'm
and
asking,
here, this is why I got to give McDaniels a lot of credit then, because he devised an offense that would allow a shook, overprotective Tua to at least execute to a certain level of success. But what we saw happen is that when defenses in the league figured it out, there was no evolution. There was no next level of that offense. Everybody post Tennessee, maybe even before that, was shutting this offense down because we couldn't do anything else. And that other thing, that something else, is predicated on our quarterback opening up and doing things differently, and he's just unable to do it or unwilling to do it. Either way, that shit is holding us back, man. We need a
I,
quarterback that
one
can
of the things
build.
that's needed, he needs to be able to
To keep it
accept pressure
real,
on him. He needs to.
to keep it
KP,
real,
the
we
real
should have got rid of Tua when he lost that first Titans game versus Tannehill in that bad weather. That's when we should
Okay,
have
no,
moved
you're
off Tua
wilding.
because that. I
Here's
mean,
the
come
okay,
thing.
on,
I'm not saying that. I'm
all
not
the
saying that.
Here's
flaws
the
were
But
shown there
but
in a
my thing
playoff
is,
scenario type game. Win and you're
Well,
in.
that was the
Tua's
offseason
0
when
and
we
3.
entertained Watson. We entertained Watson in that offseason following that. So I think the team was on your vibe, actually, Pete. But
We
it
were
but
didn't
here's
doing
the
work
them
out.
thing.
out on that Tennessee game, but that's another game that's considered a playoff game, if you ask me. Let me tell you something. These win and you're in the playoff is a playoff game. Somebody's knocking on drums or some type of beat that I don't know what's going on. But let me tell you something. That was another playoff game. You win and you're in versus Tennessee and the Titans. And Tannehill, the quarterback you let out, is the one that knocks you out. Come on, bro. That's when we should. That was bad weather. This showed all the flaws in Tua, how he couldn't move. He never had a concussion at that point, so he was a
And you
little bit
know,
more swiftier. And we still,
and you
you
know,
remember how Tannehill beat us? He was swift. It made it look so easy. Exactly what we're complaining about that Tua can't do, which is throw on off the bootleg.
Oh,
That's
well,
what he
let's say
killed us
Von
with.
Joe's right. Let's say Von Joe is right. So in this season, will Tua be ready to go all out now that he survived the 17-game season? Are we going to see a
So
toughened,
KP, that's
commit?
where I have. So KP, this is where I have a problem, right? Because if you are playing self-preserve, I don't know what it looks like when you play all out. Now I'm going to give you a contract. Who tells me that you're going to go out there and play all out and get hurt? Because I needed to
and
see you play all out last year
Right.
and stay
We'll be
healthy.
rewarding self-preservation if we
Exactly.
pay
So
them.
that's my. So
this
if
is
you're
what I
asking
this is
me,
what I
hold on,
go
Fred.
ahead,
So if you're
man.
asking
Go
me
ahead.
where I am with Tua right now, that's where I am right now. Where, sir, you play. I think you played shook. You played to preserve yourself, and you left plays on the table.
That's
Right
selfish.
now,
That's
me give.
selfish.
That's what self-preservation means, Pete. It's pretty much inclined in there. But when you when you put yourself first and you left plays on the table, in my opinion, now if you're gonna now we give you a contract and now you're playing loose and all out, where in the past it has gotten you hurt, it leaves me in this weird space like, can you really hold up all 17?
I
You
don't think me
you feel me?
Look,
personally.
look,
Yeah, I
look.
feel you,
This is this
Bonjo, but
is
I believe
this ain't
he'll never
I
play
know
loose
Ryan
because I
Tannehill will
believe
sit
that
in that
hip.
pocket.
I believe that hip is always going to be in his head. I
a
believe that.
MJW. This
Wow,
how I feel it.
MJ. That's crazy.
This
I'm
is
glad
how
you came around.
this
Ryan
is how
Tannehill will sit in that pocket because Ryan Tannehill has no pocket presence. He's retarded when it comes to
look look
pocket presence.
But
look.
he ain't scared though.
This is how
You
I
can't
feel
be
about
scared
this
of something you
quarterback.
don't know. He doesn't know that you're
This is how
coming.
I feel.
Yeah. Yeah,
It's a
I
This
ain't
lot
is
of
with
how
you.
I feel
I
Tannehill
am
about.
out
not with
there.
you on that one, Pete. I cannot support that Tannehill argument.
Look.
Not one
This is
iota.
how I feel.
I
This is
can't
how I
believe y'all
feel
don't
about this
think
quarterback.
Tannehill's better than
Hold on,
Tua.
Pete.
He'll take us
Hold
further.
on, Pete. this is how I feel about this quarterback, man. Um I feel as though with the quarterback's limitation, with him, self trying to self preserve himself, uh, lack of escape and getting away and run. I feel like defenses are playing with a 12th man against us. You know what I'm saying? But that's just me. They have a 12th
Absolutely.
man. They have a 12th man on the field because the quarterback. They know the quarterback's not going to do this, not going to do that. So
Not
they're
going to
able,
threaten them in certain
even though it's
dimensions of the
11
game.
players, even
And
though it's
I'm
11
laughing,
players,
Fred, but I
they're
know
using a
exactly
12th.
what you
That's
mean.
a 12th man right there. That's a 12th
Yeah,
man.
yeah,
Well,
I know
see,
exactly what you mean.
this is what this whole conversation we're having, right, is exactly why I'm finding it a little bit difficult this year to look at off-season options like free agency and the draft to get excited about it. Because I mean, if any of this is true, then we're just wasting time and wasting picks for another season in a sense because the organization, the format is broken. There's no way it's going to be successful. And
How do you pay a player with his jersey sales declining?
Hey, Von Joe, let me ask you something, Von Joe. Like,
He's not a hot
and
commodity.
I'm not gonna say this anymore, Von Joe. Okay, where would you rank the Houston Texans offensive line, Von Joe? Average, probably slight than average, but right around average, right? And don't forget, the anchor of that offensive line is a center
Whoa, that
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 we
all
have.
that O line is a solid O line. Don't play them. That
Oh
is a
yeah,
solid O
yeah,
line.
He's
I
gonna
yeah.
think
say
I
Laramie
think I
Tunzel. He's gonna say Laramie Tunzel.
Okay, because
Tunsil
of the
Adida,
Laramie Tunsil.
Tunsil
But
Adida.
hold on, Bonjo. I heard that offensive line was like in the like top four, not the like the top. They had tiers, man, and it's either in the fourth tier or the fifth tier. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't elite, wasn't real great, but we'll say average. We'll say average, Bonjo. Okay, and you got a
Okay.
center anchor in it that the center was here in Miami, bro. Speaking of which is Michael Dieter. Now he couldn't get the backup guard job, let alone them put him at center. I mean, they tried him at center, but it didn't pan out. But how come Von Joe he's in Houston now, bro, leading anchor in that offensive line? I don't think he's gotten any better than what he was 2 years ago. He may have improved a little bit, but nothing real elite or nothing. So how do you justify Michael Dieter winning a playoff game and his team putting up 45 points, Von Joe? How do
Wait,
you how do you
Hold on. Michael Dieter won the playoff game. What are we talking about right now?
Michael Dieter is the starting center for the Houston Texans, bro.
Okay, so are you saying Michael Dieter is the one that reason why they won the playoff game? I don't
No,
understand.
no, what I'm saying is, okay, you don't need this elite high powerhouse center, man, to take you to get to the playoffs, bro, and perhaps go even further. Wouldn't you say that the quarterback was the main difference of that, bro?
Oh no, that quarterback is very talented. But
Okay,
Dieter,
okay,
but the
okay.
thing is,
So
hold
so
on.
you can
The
get
lead
to
up
the
for your
so
question.
you
Hold on. The lead up for your
so
question is
you
kind of weird because
okay.
you're bringing us cutting Dieter, and what does that have to do with their quarterback?
Because what it has to do with the quarterback, what it's telling me is that you don't if you got a all right decent quarterback enough, man, you don't have to have no really solid elite offensive line, bro. I'm saying your quarterback
That's false.
can make if you got a quarterback that's decent of anything is okay, then he helps your offensive line greatly.
That's false.
Greatly.
That's a false
That's false.
statement because
Okay.
we saw the god of QBs struggle without an O line. Did he not?
Who the god of QBs struggled without a O line, but he's won a
Yeah.
Super Bowl
But
and
he
he's
He
won a
lost
lost
Super
to
it.
Bowl.
Tom
He
Brady.
lost
He
that
lost to
Super
Tom
Bowl. But
Brady.
hold on, no, no,
He
no,
won a
not
Super
the hell with
Bowl,
losing to Tom Brady.
but he
He
won a
lost
Super
that
Bowl.
Super Bowl. He lost that Super Bowl without that O line. When his O line was beat up, he lost that Super Bowl. His
Yeah,
O
but
Oh,
he
line
you
was
lost
talking
to
picked.
about
Tom
Tom
Hold
Brady?
Brady.
on,
Oh, you talking
no,
about Tom
Pete,
Brady?
stop saying he lost to Tom Brady. That offense was a shell of itself. Look up the score of that Super
Yeah.
Bowl.
But the Bucks had Ndamukong Suh. They had what's that other big dude, Gerald, whatever.
JPP.
JPP. They had a
And
outstand
And
that defensive line outmatched that offensive line,
they
and
had the
and
greatest
that O
they had the
line.
greatest
Hold
put
on,
up
hold
greatest
on. Don't
still.
do
linebacker
that.
for
Don't
it
do
too.
that. Don't do that. That O line was together all through the playoffs until the Super Bowl. It fell apart, and you saw Mahomes fall apart.
Well, this year
Now
it's been Mahomes has been credited with carrying that team. Weak offensive line
that's a
play this year.
that's a lie. That's a
Exactly.
lie.
This, if you
That's
look at the
false.
reports, if you Google Kansas City O line this year, you're going to find tons of reports about how
That
their offensive line
The
struggled,
Kansas City
but in the
defense
playoffs
carried
they
them,
turned it on.
brothers. And you know this. The Kansas City defense carried them through the
That is
season.
true. That is
Tom
true.
Brady
And
put
True.
it
True.
on
and Mahomes
Patrick Mahomes.
Mahomes himself sat
That's
there and
exactly what I'm
said,
saying.
"Hey, it's
He
not us.
overcame a
It's
weak
not the O
offensive
line.
line this season.
Exactly." He said, "Hey, right now our offense is sputtering all over the place. Our defense carried us, so
Right,
they finally got it together during playoffs."
right, right. While that is true, while the defense can be given primary credit in KC, you also got to look at the plays that quarterback made in that Super Bowl and in the
Exactly, man.
playoffs. Defeating
Exactly.
us in a playoff game, that quarterback was able to overcome the offensive line's deficiencies as well as the wide
The
receivers'
quarterback came.
deficiencies on
That
that team.
quarterback. It was easy to overcome that O line's deficiencies in the playoffs when you have our defense is not tackling.
Right,
But
but they just did it
but
to San Francisco, who was tackling
look,
and win the ship.
okay,
No, but
okay.
remember, San Fran also lost their starting middle
Von Joe,
linebacker. Hold on, hold
and
on.
Yeah, Greenlaw. They
Let's
lost Greenlaw
they
halfway through the
Greenlaw
game.
and at hold on, KP. Let's keep it 100. When they lost Greenlaw, at what point was
That was a
KC
big
cooking
blow.
before Greenlaw?
Yeah, they
But
were
was
cooking.
KC before Greenlaw
Sorry,
went
sorry.
down?
The San Francisco defense was cooking. You're right.
Yeah,
They were
after they
limited. They
lost,
were holding
after
back
once they
KC's
lost
defense.
exactly once they lost Greenlaw, that's when you saw KC's tight end turn up.
Oh yeah,
Right.
losing Greenlaw at that point in the game
So
is
what are
like
we?
it's
So again,
deflating.
what are we
That's
talking
deflating.
about?
So,
That's
because
but
deflating.
what we
you
talking about,
cannot give Mahomes credit for directing that team to victory in overtime. I
No, I
mean,
call Mahomes the god of QBs. At
right.
the end of the day,
He
he
ain't no
made
god of no
it happen.
QBs.
Then you're certifying the point that quarterback play matters.
Of course he
Great
did.
quarterback play can overcome weaknesses on the O line. That's Fred's point.
that's my point.
Hold on. At the same time, but hold on. No, his quarterback play outdid his lack of weapons.
Correct.
Right? His O
When the
line,
inverse, when the
when the O
inverse,
line wasn't there, he wasn't over that. He didn't overcome that.
well, he
He
did. Their
struggled.
offensive line struggled all year.
Yeah.
But no.
The inverse of the argument, Vonjo, is that you must build up the O line so that your quarterback can play, which is what the guys in our community are saying. They're saying
Right.
you go O line, you drop heavy O line, you bring in more O line so that Tua
Yeah.
can be good.
Yeah.
This is what. Listen, I'm agree with that. Listen, I want to certify the trenches, whether it's for Tua or anybody else. Certify my trenches.
That
We
shit
haven't
ain't
had
gonna
good
work.
trench.
See,
Hold on. When's the last time we had good trench play?
this year,
Yeah, we did.
our running
Bro,
game was
come
top in the
on.
NFL. Our running game was very physical. Our O line was, and Tua did not get sacked that much, despite the injuries and attrition. There's a
That's
false
facts,
narrative.
KP.
There's a
You
false
can't say we
narrative in
have
the
a bad
community
offensive
right now
line with a
about our
top
O
five
line
run
play.
game, top
Our
five
O line
pass
play
game.
was not
I'm
bad this
Yes,
sorry.
you
season.
can. Yes, you
Our O
can.
line play
You
was
can't
not
say we
bad
got a
this
bad
season.
offensive line with a top five in both
Yes.
categories,
Hold
passing
on.
and rushing.
No. See the thing. Numbers don't trick me. That's the thing. Numbers ain't gonna fool me.
I
No,
ain't making a numbers argument.
hold on. Let's go ahead.
That performance last year by that
No.
offensive line, I'm not even afraid to say they played elite. I don't care who disagrees with that.
Ooh.
That's an elite
What?
type performance throughout the year, bro. To be top five and hold
OMG.
it down the stretch and still hold, bro. They made Tua. Come
What
on
are we
now.
talking about right now?
All right,
What?
go ahead,
Hey,
Vonjo.
hey Von Joe.
How?
Von Joe.
How?
Von
We
Joe.
can listen. I
Look,
will understand. if that O line could hold its block for more than 3 seconds. Give me
Tua was
that.
one of the least sacked quarterbacks in the entire
And
NFL,
he
and you
also
can't
got rid of the
disregard
ball. He also got rid of the ball in one of the shortest amount of times.
is the outside zone scheme not one of the hardest and most tiresome run schemes there is for offensive linemen. These guys carried that and had to run and pull
more often than everybody else out here.
Right. After the
So I
fireworks
mean,
of the
they held
early
it down.
season,
They
that
held
O
it
line
down.
and running game carried this offense all year.
So
Early
hold
in the
on. When there
season,
was hold on,
1,000%.
KP, when they loaded up the box, were we still able to run the ball?
but that's when your quarterback's play is magnified. Your quarterback
No.
has
See,
to make plays
it's a
and
simple
beat
question,
the
KP.
opposing team. This
See,
is
this
what
is why
exactly what
this is why I get
Mahomes.
bothered.
No,
Hold on,
well,
this is
you
why I
can
get
get
bothered.
bothered,
But
but
we
this is
can't answer.
exactly
Hold
what
on, we
Mahomes
can't
did to
answer a
us.
simple question.
When we
Why
loaded
can't
the
we
box
answer a
against
simple
Mahomes,
question?
he beat us despite his limited O line and his limited
Again,
receivers.
why
On
can't we not
third
answer a
down,
simple question? Were we
you're not
able to run the
listening. You're not
ball when they
listening to the answer.
loaded the box?
You're not listening to the answer.
No.
Elite
You're giving
quarterback
me a
play
spin-off.
beats a crowded box. We saw that illustrated against us, sir.
But
Our
okay,
quarterback
that's
could not
passing.
replicate
That's
that.
passing. That's
Well, that's
passing.
exactly what I'm
Again,
talking about.
are we?
When they load up the
Hold
box
on,
against us to
KP,
stop our run, we need to pass them. We need to crush them with our passing
KP.
game, and we could
Hold
not
on, but
consistently.
KP. Again, you told me you guys are bloviating about this O line and how great they are and how
No.
tough our
I'm not
running
saying.
game
Well,
is.
maybe some people have, but not
Hold
me.
on.
I said they
No,
were
but
good. They were
again,
effective.
I heard again. Could we run against a loaded box? Because again, great O lines, great run games. They don't care. They impose their will onto you. And how you impose your will onto a team is not by passing; it's by running. That's how you crush a team. The
Von
defensive
Joe, this
spirit.
is what happens
Is that
when they
is that a
loaded the
fact?
box
Yes or
on us.
no?
Hold on. Let me answer Von Joe, Pete. Listen, I am the one from early on in the season, even last season, who said that McDaniel is much more of a yin and yang type of coach. He will call the right play against your front. This is what takes him so long to bring in plays. He's not a play. I want a coach who will do exactly what you just said, Von Joe, which is dictate to the defense regardless of what front they put up in, right? And I think in times this season we did see that, but that McDaniel is the one who actually was in that countering mind state. And when they loaded up the
Because we
box,
weren't but the thing is because we weren't able to do it successfully. That's what I'm telling you guys. People say we didn't run the ball enough. Defenses were literally saying
how do you count for 22 touchdowns out of Mostert in goal line situations? That
Bro,
means our
Thank you. I was
O-line is
just about to say
dominating.
that,
That means that
KP.
our O-line is dominating against loaded
Dominating, bro.
boxes.
Dominating.
Against
Can I
And
loaded
answer the
most of the
boxes,
question?
say most
22
of the
Can I answer
credit
the
is
touchdowns
the
in the
question?
red
offensive
zone.
line, bro.
Can I
That's
answer the
O-line
question?
dominance. That's not just Mostert.
Can
That's
I
our
answer the
O-line
question?
handling loaded boxes.
Let me know when I can answer the question.
Okay, go ahead, bro.
Because that's a very easy question to answer. How can I account for that? The same way you guys account for the Tuaneers account for Tua throwing all those yards and throwing all those touchdowns. It was against trash ass teams.
Correct. Charles
It was
Jensen
against
has the
trash
right
ass
quote.
defenses. When we start playing them real, when we start playing them real defenses,
Von
they
Joe
weren't able to do
expects
that. Come on,
to have
stop
Von
that.
Joe expects to
Hey,
average
let me go.
10 yards a
Pete,
carry on a loaded box every time.
Pete, let me go. Let me
No,
go.
I'm
Hey, Von Joe,
asking for 2 yards on a loaded box to get a first down.
Von Joe, you are aware of this juggled offensive line. Well, I mean, I'm gonna say juggled too. You know, this juggled offensive line, bro. We had a 1,000-yard back, and we had an 800-yard back. 800-yard back missed what 5
And we
games.
and we had a 4,000-yard passer.
1,000 yards by each back. That's 1,000 yards for each back, bro. So you're going to tell me this offensive line wasn't doing its job, bro?
Okay, so you tell me Tua wasn't doing his job. He was the top passer.
If you look at the distribution of his stats, he fed against the weaker teams.
No. At the same time, numbers are numbers. He just threw out a whole bunch of 1,000-yard backs and 1,000-yard discs. Wasn't Tua doing his job as a passer?
If we look at the stats, so we do some statistical analysis, you'll see that most of that was front-loaded earlier in the season, right? Against
Exactly,
weaker
just
teams.
like the rushing yards, KP.
No. We had a consistent rushing attack throughout the year.
Don't do that. No, we did
Our
not.
rushing attack was the number one aspect of our offense this year, and I would attribute it to a physical O-line that was very scrappy. They weren't perfect, but they were scrappy. Every guy who
That's
came
why we
in there,
put up 70 versus the Broncos, KP, because our run
Just
game
like
was so
Tua was
effective.
front-loaded, guess what? Our whole entire offense was front-loaded. Because, again, at the end of the season, when we started playing those real teams, our offense sputtered. It looked like dog shit out there.
it sputtered primarily because our quarterback could not convert our third down
as well.
No,
Hey, my bad.
well,
Hey, my bad. Hey, my bad, VJ.
the
My bad,
run
VJ.
game gave
KP.
enough for our team It set a
No, it didn't
platform
do
for a
enough.
Yes,
quarterback to
it did.
execute, and he
I
failed.
give
No,
me
it
one
didn't do
second. Give
enough
me
because
one.
they loaded
Give
the
me.
box and we didn't do jack
No,
squat.
even if you take a microscope and you look at
They made
KC's
us one
Super Bowl
dimensional.
game, their
Defenses were
running
able to make
game,
us one
they didn't break
dimensional.
off any 30, 40-yard runs. Pacheco got a lot of 6-yard, 7-yard runs, just like Mostert did throughout the season. And then on third down, when it's time to convert, on 3rd and 3, 3rd and 4, the quarterback makes a play and they continue their offensive drive.
But was
Our
that team
guy
ever one
can't
dimensional?
make
Was it
those
ever one
plays.
dimensional?
You
Hold
just
on,
didn't
did
hear
it?
what I said. I said their running attack was not super spectacular, making splashy 30 and 40-yard runs.
But it
They
wasn't
made
one
5-yard
dimensional,
runs,
KP.
6-yard runs. Pacheco is known for them 7, 8-yard hard charging runs. The same way we got that similar production from our guys. The difference was our
No,
conversion rate
no,
on
no, we
third
did
down,
not,
which is
KP. No,
directly to
that's
our
false.
quarterback's play. Yes,
That's
our
false.
quarterbacks fail. Listen,
No,
I'm
that's
trying to tell
false.
you
Because
how I see
our
it,
guys
man.
was not rattling off 6 and 7 yard runs when they were
Yes, we
beating us.
were. On the
This is
outside zones,
hilarious.
Monster would regularly get 7, 8 yards, man, and then we'd be in a 3rd and 2,
Sir, I said
and
when
then
they
we couldn't
decided to
convert.
learn. No, hold on, you're not listening. I said when they decided to say, "Hey, we're going to make the Miami Dolphins one-dimensional." When defenses sat there and said, "Hey, you know what? Y'all not running the ball no more," and guess what? We couldn't run the ball anymore.
Well, Von Joe, look at Thomas Jensen's quote. When a team loads up the box to stop the run, you have to beat that team by passing. That's
That's
exactly what
why
I'm
we
saying.
wrong.
And our
So
That's how
quarterback
we
could
again,
not
we're
wrong.
able to,
execute.
and that's my problem. This offense is easy to make one-dimensional.
Yeah, because our quarterback can't execute.
What you talking about? When our offense is not one-dimensional, he's executing all over the place. But at the same time, when we can't get these short yardage and we become one-dimensional, any team that becomes one-dimensional is not going far in the league.
Von Joe, if you put 8 guys in the box to stop the run, you're saying that you want your team to consistently run against
Yeah,
8 men in the box?
to always break that,
No,
bro.
I
Is that what the
no. Yeah, yes. Run the
What?
ball.
Oh my
Still
God.
run the ball. You
Can I
don't
say
stop running
this?
the ball.
Give me
I'm
give me
sorry.
1 second, fellas. Give
I
me
don't
1 second,
understand your
fellas.
argument
I'm
here, Von
sorry.
Joe. That don't
I'm
make no
sorry.
No,
sense,
no.
bro.
Jordan,
Here's
I'm
why the
sorry.
argument I make. You still run the ball because again, KP, you don't get rid of the run. You still run the ball because again, you need to keep that defense honest.
Listen, to some degree, I understand what you're saying at this point, and like I said earlier, I am a guy who wants McDaniels to be more direct and deliberate with his offensive play calling in that sense. So I kind of get what you're saying, but long term, it doesn't make sense to continue to try to put a square in a round hole, dude. It
Long
just
term,
doesn't.
no,
When,
but
when
again, you
against a
still
loaded
got to keep.
box, you need your
Tell me go
outside
ahead.
guys to beat the opposing team's quarterback, create space, and convert.
And your
hey,
Period.
give
quarterback
me,
step
give me,
in
give,
there
give
and deliver
hey,
that
And
ball,
KP,
that's what
man.
our quarterback can't
Fred.
do.
Hold on, fellas. Jordan, first time up here. I don't know who you are. What's up, man? Talk to me. Well, what do you think about what's going on? What's on your mind? I want to hear your voice real quick.
Look,
Who is this?
please just don't interrupt. Give me 30 seconds. I'll preface this first by saying
Oh,
I don't want to argue with anyone, but I'm sorry. Tua, he's just not the guy. He's not a leader of men. He doesn't have a
you're
strong
not.
arm.
Oh,
He's
you're
not
not
that
gonna. You look
smart.
over here, Jordan. You always go by a different name, so I like that you
It's
came
level
up
2
with Jordan.
noob.
Oh, that's
I
level 2 noob.
was about to tell you, I
So,
heard him before. I heard that voice before, man.
yeah, I've heard him before. I just don't know remember the name. But
That's not level two, new.
yeah. That type of talk over here, that's truth. That's truthful, bro. Be honest. Tell us how you feel. I like how you got started, and I'm gonna let you keep cooking because I agree with some of already what you said. So let me know what you feel like.
I just hope that
Mark, I
they
see you back there. I see you guys
get
back there. Just got to give me a minute.
Kirk Cousins. I know he's not a top 5, but if they're gonna go for it, I hope they get Kirk Cousins, okay, or at least try to trade up to get JJ McCarthy. I mean, I'm really disillusioned when I'm reading that they're gonna sign Tua. I mean, we're
Me
going
too.
nowhere. It's
Me
been
too.
24 years. It's been
Yeah.
almost 2.5 decades
May I
almost.
retort?
We haven't won
Can
a
I,
playoff game. This is getting
so
out of control.
Jordan, can I say something?
Yeah.
So again, I'm not going to argue with you if you say that Tua doesn't galvanize the team. I agree that he does. I don't think he galvanized the team. When the chips are good and everything's good, yeah, he's up, he's happy. But when the chips are down, he sits by himself, and I don't like to see that in my quarterback. I'd rather you yelling at the team, getting the team fired up. Let's go out there and get it, right?
I don't see
Yeah,
that.
he doesn't have the eye. He doesn't even have the eye of the tiger, if you will. He doesn't have that, man.
So again, I think and that could be his personality trait where he's more of a recluse, and that's the way he is, right? Again, I don't like that. That's not my preference of quarterback. Now, if you're gonna tell me JJ fucking McCarthy, a guy that pretty much lean on his defense and running game to carry him, to come in here and lead this team, oh, you got me fucked up. That's where we part ways, sir. JJ McCarthy is not it.
He's very smart. Okay, he makes smart decisions. Therefore, he reads
When you
defense.
make 5 decisions, you literally make 5 decisions a game.
Mark, where you at? My bad. I had to go get some chips real quick.
Hey, VJ, I gotta get up out of here real quick.
I'm about to get out of here real quick, also.
Hey, VJ, but I just got 2 questions for you, just real quick, because there's a lot of things that are being set up here that are facts, right? I'm not here. Hey, just 2 quick questions for VJ. VJ, in the playoffs, what team beat us?
Kansas City.
Okay, that's question number 1.
God QB.
You answered the first question 100% right. Cool. Now, what's set up here, right? You're saying when a team takes away the run, that makes a team one-dimensional, right? Like what teams did to us, and people are saying that are the quarterbacks supposed to overcome that, right? And the reason they want to move off is because our quarterback is limited and can't do those things. Cool. I just have one question. In the AFC Championship game, right? But it doesn't really matter where they're playing. It's just the scenario of what happened. So when Kansas City decided to make the Baltimore Ravens one-dimensional, right? Take away the run, and that elite quarterback over there in Lamar Jackson that can do no wrong, right? Can do everything. Did he overcome that? When they made the Baltimore Ravens one-dimensional, right, in that game, and they took away the run, how many points did Lamar Jackson in that high-powered offense, the MVP of the league, that can overcome that? How many points did they score?
Now, may I answer this question? And let me preface by saying that I am a fan of Lamar. Everybody know I wanted Lamar in Miami.
I am a fan of Lamar too. I wanted Lamar too.
But when he became one-dimensional, he folded like a cheap lawn chair.
Oh, okay.
Lewis's premise is wrong. Lewis,
congratulations.
No, Lewis, don't run, Lewis.
But I gotta go. I gotta get ready for the gym. Hey, Pete, thanks for having me up. Hey,
yeah, I'm going to the gym too. But Lewis, your premise was wrong.
BJ.
Casey didn't load up to stop the run in Baltimore. They loaded up to stop the pass. They dared Lamar to run, and Lamar refused to run. He stuck to his guns. That's what they did, man.
Well,
they were at it. All their running backs got hurt.
Well, again, just let me ask KP, right?
They dropped their linebackers back in a pass.
Why? Again, that's fine, right? That's speculation, right? You can't prove that. I can't prove that. So it's just speculation. But I'll ask you this, KP. Why, if your superpowers, right, like what they say to a superpower, whether people want to agree or not is one thing, but what people say is to a superpower is his accuracy and anticipation. Well, Lamar Jackson's, right, his superpower, I'm not saying that he can't throw, because I wanted Lamar last year, so I'm not shitting on Lamar. I'm not going to come out here and be one of the people and say that he can't throw. But we all know that Lamar Jackson's superpower is his legs, right? That's what makes him the dynamic player that he is. It's hard for me to believe, KP, your scenario, that Kansas City took away the pass, right? They were trying to stop that, and that the Ravens just didn't go. That quarterback didn't use his superpower? Is that like you want me to believe? Do you hear how crazy that sounds, KP? I mean, honest, I'm just asking. Like, why, if they're taking away the pass and they're daring him, the most dynamic quarterback, using his legs, right? They're daring him to use his legs, and you mean to tell me you want me to believe that he just didn't use them? Like, that's hard for me to believe, bro. I'm just, you know what I'm saying? And again, KP, I'm just saying.
I will answer you now then. Okay, listen, brother. If that sounds crazy to you, you need to stop hanging out in these crazy-ass Dolphin circles, because that's exactly what KC did. They never loaded the box against him.
Okay.
They dared him to run. Everybody was, if you go look at the reports after that game,
right,
they all will tell you that Lamar needed to turn into the Lamar of old.
KP, I'm not debating. KP, I'm not debating.
Guys,
KP, I'm not debating what Kansas City did, right? I'm asking you. You're the one that's saying they took away the pass, right? And that's fine. I'm asking you, if they took away the pass and Lamar Jackson, everybody and their mama, we all can agree on this panel. Everybody in the NFL watching that game knows that Lamar Jackson is dynamic with his legs. If they're daring him to run, why do you think he didn't?
Yeah,
Anybody
Thing
there?
froze. This thing froze, yo.
Yeah, I couldn't hear KP.
KP, man.
Yo, can you hear me now?
Good, man.
I'm good, man.
Yeah,
I get all paranoid with all this shit of this
Check
war in
check one.
Russia. I'm getting worried about everything, you know? Okay.
I hear you now, KP. I didn't hear you before, though.
All I'm saying is this: I don't give a damn about what's happening in Baltimore. I care about what's happening here in Miami and why Tua can't overcome the Chiefs in that game. And I see his inability to beat a loaded box, to take the man and dominate on the outside. Our receivers got whooped up by L'Jarius Sneed and McDuffie, and that is on our offense. That's on our passing attack. They dared our passing attack to beat that team, and we couldn't do it. That's what I'm focused on. Fuck what's happening in Baltimore.
Okay, KP, and that's fine, right? That's a very good point. Let me ask you a question, though, right? When you watch the Kansas City game and you see the Darius Sneed basically mushing Tyreek at the line and not letting him and pushing him, just making him ragdolling him and pushing him on the floor, right? Is that a Tua issue?
I don't know.
Well, it is to the point that we have physical receivers on the roster. We got Claypool, we got Cedric Wilson, bigger guys who could resist that, right? Who, if Tua would have built a rapport or timing with throughout the season, that would be how you combat that. You don't want your smaller guys going up against press coverage on the outside, right? You bring a guy like Tyreek in, you bring a guy like Waddle in, put him in the slot, move him around, free them up.
But if they don't put Claypool in the game, again, is that a Tua issue?
Yes, if Tua has not built a rapport with them throughout the season. The question is, why isn't Tua building rapport with the Gesicki's, with the Claypools, with the Cedric Wilsons, to the Devontae Parkers to a less degree, to any bigger receiver? It's because he doesn't have the arm talent to take advantage of them outside the numbers consistently. That's the answer.
But I thought
KP, let me ask you a question.
He had good rapport.
Many people don't want to get to this level of analysis. You know what I'm saying? The answers are there, Lewis, but they're not in that group of dumbass Dolphin fans over at Twitter who are fucking Tua psychedelics, Tua sexual. KP will give you the answers.
But he didn't have good rapport. But again,
because he sucks.
You can give answers.
Because he sucks.
You can give answers. Again, that's fine.
Tua sucks.
He sucks.
The guy Tua Tagovailoa cannot take advantage of big receivers outside the numbers.
Hold on, Lewis. Let me chime in on this, Lewis. Let me chime in on this.
Saying that real quick, Lewis. And him didn't have rapport though.
Hold on. Because it sounds like, Lewis, we're going back and forth, right? And you're bringing up Lamar Jackson. I get it. He put up what, 10? He didn't.
I brought up that scenario. I didn't bring up Lamar Jackson.
But let me tell you something. Lamar Jackson, the guy that can't pass, right? He did better against the Chiefs than what
I didn't say he couldn't pass. I didn't say he couldn't pass.
I'm just
the question Dolphin fans need to entertain is how come an old-ass journeyman Fitzpatrick could get more out of Devontae Parker than Tua ever could? How come Tua could not build on Gesicki's momentum, 800-yard season with old-ass Fitzpatrick and replicate that in this offense? How come he could not build the connection? Well, see, these are the deeper questions that point to Tua's limitations at the quarterback position. You got to ask yourself why both Flores and McDaniel have designed a short first read system, quick passing system for Tua. These point to his limitations at the position. But y'all don't want to go there with it. Y'all want to
No,
make up
no, no,
all
no,
sorts of other
no, no, no.
bullshit.
Well, again, no. But you're just being untruthful. See, again, right
No,
there.
I'm pointing
No,
to critiques of this offense with Tua as quarterback.
Again, but this offense wasn't built. What you said was this offense was built for Tua, and we've seen this offense in the NFL before Tua was even fucking born.
Not
So
not
that
at the level, not at the level
you're
of the
being
direction that Tua
disingenuous.
is executing. No.
Did George Seifert create the West Coast system for Joe Montana because he was limited and weak?
Every system, look, you start with a
No.
system, and
What
then
I'm
the system
asking
is
you is,
attuned to the player that you
did they
have.
create this system for Joe Montana because
McDaniels,
he was weak?
McDaniels, when he came here, he looked at what Tua could do and designed an offense that would amplify what Tua could execute, which is a quick
This is the
first
same
read
offense
and
that Joe Montana, Steve Young,
no,
and
it's
all
not.
those other
No,
guys
it's
ran.
He
not.
already
It
had
may be in
It's
name
the West
only.
Jimmy
Coast
It is
system, though,
Garoppolo.
not.
KP.
Yeah,
You
but
know that.
that's just the format. That's not the fine-tuned, fitted system that was designed for Tua.
Okay,
We're not running the exact system for
Exactly.
Montana.
I
One
agree,
size
KP.
doesn't
They
fit
can say
all.
the names,
One
but I
size does
agree.
not fit all. Okay,
I
Well,
see,
agree.
that's
With
KP,
Joe
another
Montana,
one of the that's
I
another one
never
of the
saw him
fallacies
play
that
a game.
runs hard in this community.
KP, the
Because we
question
call it
the
West
question
Coast,
you
all
asked,
West Coast
KP.
systems are the same. That's
You're
bullshit.
right. You're
That's
absolutely right.
bullshit.
But the question,
Bro, Joe
you're right,
Montana
KP.
ran bootleg.
The question
Thank
you
you.
asked though, I wouldn't ask that question to Pete, KP. The question about Tua didn't have rapport with Devontae Parker, right?
And I'm not saying I know
Ryan
why.
Fitzpatrick.
I'm saying that if you look at the 4 years, there's a
What I'm
mounting
saying is
body of evidence that suggests
What I'm
that
saying
our
is you're
quarterback
asking
can
the
do
wrong
it.
person. What I'm saying is you're asking the wrong person. Look at the title of the show. Wasn't Tannehill here with Devontae Parker? Did he have great
Well,
rapport?
I've
Pete
He
wants
tried.
you to
did.
go get to
He
Listen,
did. He
Tannehill
got
because
hurt. He
Tannehill.
did,
You
but
see
he
what I'm
got
saying?
hurt.
We're just talking
He
that
kind
I've
of
talk,
did,
tried
bro.
but
to
he
have
got
these
hurt.
People just
Shout out
talk
conversations.
to
just to
Villain, man.
talk.
I
They're
appreciate you,
Lewis,
fucking
Villain,
I've
coming
losers.
tried
up.
to have
People
these
just like to talk.
conversations on all platforms, but on other
What's up,
platforms,
Villain?
you're not allowed to take the conversation to these levels, right?
The
Because
conversation is this conversation
no, no,
every
no,
day,
no.
KP.
If you listen to the points that I'm making pointed, targeted critiques of our quarterback's inability to execute aspects of this offense. If you're
Kahari,
listening
so
to
what
what
do you
I'm
want us to
saying,
do? Kahari, what do you want us to do? I don't like
I
Tua. I
don't
want him
know. I'm
gone.
not saying
Just
I know
give me an
100% what to do.
idea.
All I know is that our quarterback sucks and needs to be replaced. We need a quarterback that can run a full
Okay, so do you want
set
Kirk
offense.
Cousins? Give me a name. I want Kirk Cousins.
I would like him
Bro,
too, except he's coming off an Achilles, and that is a
We
killer
got
for
to take the
quarterbacks.
fucking chance. We got to fucking take the chance. And
I don't
Tua's
know if
injury
that's
prone
listen. I'm
too.
not saying I have the answers. All I'm doing is looking at Tua's inability right now. That's for the higher
Well,
ups. That is for the professionals, the Chris Greers of the world. They've got to bring,
I
but they
don't
got to
have
be
faith in
honest.
him.
They got to be honest enough to admit the issue and do something about it. Not pay the guy $50 billion. That's what I'm
Well,
against.
I'm reading all this shit about an extension. I'm
Yeah,
so disillusioned.
I that disillusions me too. I agree with you there, bro.
oh
100%.
man, and you're gonna be, and don't waste your reading. Read something that's gonna make you smarter. You're just wasting time. They can keep talking about it because that's what's gonna happen. It's gonna sell clicks. There's at this point. Listen to us. Listen to yourself, Jordan. Are you paying Tua this boatload of money based
I
on
would
what you
never.
see with your own
I
eyes?
hope, Pete. I hope this is fake news that we're reading about this extension. This could be fake news.
Of course it is.
Okay,
It's
it
media
exists.
driven. It's media driven. It's media driven. What's up, Villain? First time I get to have you
Yeah,
up here. What's
to
going
be
Billy's been
on,
honest,
around. What's up,
Jordan? You're
Billy?
gonna get to cook, but I want to
He's
see
been
what's
on
up with you.
TFTG back in the day. I remember
Oh,
Billy.
okay.
Yeah.
but
Okay.
Yeah,
Pete,
what's
you
good,
really
fellas?
can't tell me what you envision. What do you envision on day one then? Because you're implying, Pete, that they're going to get rid of Tua, or not implying that they'll get rid of him, but they won't give him the bag more so, right? Am I wrong or right?
You're right. You're right.
So
And I'm
they're going to keep him
I'm
on a fifth
identical. Look,
year.
I'm identical to last year, right? And I'm gonna use the same take I said in 2 years in a row because this still stands on how I feel. Nothing has changed, right? To me, it was a wasted year. I feel comfortable moving forward with Skylar Thompson. Let me make that clear. I
Well,
like that
I am
prospect,
not.
right?
I'm not
I
comfortable
don't
with
know
that.
how far it'll get us, but I feel comfortable if they tell us, hey, we dumped Tua and all we got is Skylar. I'm going to have some hope. But last year, the competition that I wanted for Skylar, obviously Tua as well, were the former first round draft picks that are going elsewhere. Give me the Sam Darnold. Give me the Baker Mayfield. This
Baker.
offseason, it might be potentially Daniel Jones. We might land into a Russell Wilson, another first round pick. Justin Fields is available. You have to get someone that's falling off the cliff that wasn't selected, like didn't amount to them, but have the ability. Obviously, these guys got drafted high in the draft at one point because they have the ability. They have some sort of ceiling. Zach Wilson, that's a
Well, I,
name I
I I
would
agree with
love.
your big idea there, Pete. And that's why you need to roll the dice and bring in somebody else at the very least to compete. If it's a Justin Fields, fine. If it's a Kirk Cousins, fine. Hey, I'll even accept a Trey Lance who has a relationship with
There you go,
McDaniel.
Trey
Some,
Lance.
There you go.
somebody with pedigree that's at least willing to compete and show that this offense can be run in more than just
Thank
the
you,
two
Fred.
dimension, which is a limited dimension.
KP, hey yo, this is Villain. What's good? Hey Pete, not for nothing, it's the first time me on your show. I've seen you on Vince Tailgate, yada yada. Lewis just left. I see. But not for nothing to KP. I agree with you 100-fold. Uh, Pete, I agree with you 100-fold, and I still think we need to give Skyler more reps with the first team. That way, we can really truly see who he's all about and what he's about. And I want to go back to what you just mentioned about a few of those players, i.e., Russell Wilson, Trey Lance, Fields, Baker. The thing about all that
Daniel
is,
Jones potentially if the Giants draft a quarterback.
I mean, he made the playoffs. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. He don't have the same team
He
around him
has an
as we do.
80-yard rushing touchdown on his resume, Villain. Think about that.
I'm with that. I'm with that. Then I mean, I'm saying like, look, I stand by this simple principle. First, all those players that were just mentioned, except minus Daniel Jones, because he is going to cost more, is because the cost of everybody else is going to be a lot less. So
That's
therefore,
fair.
yes,
That's fair.
bring
Yep,
in
I agree.
bring in the competition and see what we can get with a lower cost QB. Secondly, I want to say out there is like um, all those guys kind of everybody was just mentioned like they're proven in their own ways what they are possible of. But look, if we have McDaniel, who's the quarterback whisperer, apparently that's what it's supposed to be, the offensive genius guru. And what could he do with those other players? I mean, if we put somebody else in that position, so we could find out.
I'm not even lying when I say that on the title. I think McDaniel will be like boy genius with Tannehill. And if that is what will bring in a Derrick Henry to Miami, I gotta admit, bro, that smells more like championship caliber team than it is with Tua and Mostert. I'm
Well,
sorry.
Steve,
Tannehill and Henry is more of a contender, and the fan base is gonna be more in their feelings.
I
But if they look at stats, what Tannehill has been able to do the last few years compared to Tua, and then you look at the weapons, really,
yeah,
it's not even
yeah, I can
comparable.
see
Tannehill will take us far, man. I think we
I
even
can see
Super
the
Bowl is not out
angle.
of the realm.
I can
Two
see the
year,
angle.
2 year window.
Pete, I can see the angle, and all I can reiterate is again the fact that the money matter is it would cost us less. We would get both of them,
There you go.
and they've already got history together because they played in 10 together. So right, so therefore you got that going on, and then you just add in again McDaniel's to the scenario. Yeah, I could see that as a formula that could work, but honestly, we know this is never going to happen, and here's why. McDaniel is the biggest advocate for Tua. He can't, and plus on top of that, McGreer is never gonna move off of Tua because he's got to show that his value is
First
worth
of all,
that's
to the
exactly it,
team.
Dylan. For
first
something
of
like that
all,
to happen, it would take something that this institution hasn't showed it's capable of having, and that is fucking bravery. Some nuts to make the correct football move. We will steady serve up some more shit and tell you it's sugar. We're going to continue to pile on, hoping it'll work rather than do what makes sense.
Can
So
I say something too? The quarterback is the face of the team, and this is why we're fucking soft. Tua is soft. The
He is
coach is
soft.
soft too. We need to
Yeah.
we need to be strong. We need to move off from Tua. We need a strong defense. We need bigger receivers. I mean, we're such a finesse small team. Waddle's what, 5'11", barely, and then Tyreek's he's the best. But I mean, it seems like everything's small. I want to get bigger.
Offense on offense, right?
Let me go to this
Yeah,
then. Hey Pete,
especially. I want to be
go
able to
back
run the
to
fucking ball, man. And
agreed.
we're not going to
Pete,
do
go
that
back
with
to
offense with Tua.
Anyway, thanks for having me,
everybody.
Pete. I got to get out of here, bro. Keep it going,
Pete,
Pete.
man. Have
Every
a good one,
quarterback.
man. No,
Hold
these
on.
guys are. I love it, bro. I love it. I love you guys, man.
Every quarterback that we were listing there, the ones that potentially could compete for the position, which would ultimately most likely take the position. Who is it? It's probably Baker. That's probably the biggest out of all of them. Yeah.
I like Kirk Cousins, but that's just
He,
me.
they ain't gonna move up. Didn't they just get rid of Jefferson or something? I don't know.
I'm gonna tell you right
Well, there's
now.
rumors
I
that they're
think I saw.
shopping.
I think today on Twitter, I saw Kirk Cousins' picture where he got fully gold grills. That's
Get out of
Miami
here.
flavor. Yeah, he got fully gold grills. He came out of the dentist. He got grills, and Justin Jefferson told him he needs to put diamonds on them. So I'm just
Shit.
saying, man, he's getting that Miami flavor in him right now. I think he's gonna be
But
coming here for the cheap. You see, my thing is, I think these quarterbacks that are coming off these other teams and casting off, like even a Jameis Winston, intrigues me. I think that guy
because I
will
think that's what I'm
rejuvenate his
saying.
career.
I'm thinking like a Ben Roethlisberger style size in order
Jameis
to fit.
Winston.
Yeah, exactly. But the biggest one that you mentioned was Baker Mayfield, right?
He's just not tall enough. He has that he has that fight in him that I like. He'll shrub off a tackle. That's important, you know. Any given
Right.
play, defensive lineman could pursue quick, and those fast guys they get
And he
you,
knows how to
but they're
call
going so
audibles.
fast. A lot of the time, you can wiggle off of that. You know what I'm saying? Because they're coming at you so quick.
What's he got?
Tua,
4 more
you heard
years.
these guys earlier talking about, oh, Tua goes down, he gives himself up. You know how much I hate
Well,
that because
today
I've already
today
been feeling that.
Tampa said that they didn't franchise. They're not going to franchise Baker, so he's open. Well, I don't know if it's restricted, but they're saying that like they're not franchising. They just hope to re-sign him. Now, how much is it going to be worth is a different story. But regardless, all of them are still going to be less than Tua. So, what do? If I'm the GM or if I'm the part of the team as a fan, I want to see competition. I want to see that locker room excited about the opportunity to have a better quarterback. But I don't know. Are they all better? This is built around a 2.2 release. Do I think that every single quarterback can get the ball out in 2.2? Hells yeah. You got McDaniels telling you how to do it. Yeah. I think that every quarterback can be a 2.2 release state. I mean,
Thank
they
you.
didn't
It's a
just make
freaking
that
high school
happen.
offense. The freaking
Yeah.
high school offense. Look, this is the read. This is who you're going to throw it to, and throw it to this spot. Reek, be here at this time. Any quarterback can do that. If you're going to
Well,
be
I mean, you do
So
have
what
to
are we
correct with the
doing?
speed, but
So what are we doing? So like, what are we still talking about bringing in competition for Tua? Either he is or he ain't. We see what he is, and we see
well,
what he
that's
ain't. What he
because
ain't.
somebody still has to beat him out. You can't just replace him because then you got to think about the team and what is the team going to think about. The team wants to see the winner at the quarter. They need that positive, like somebody's got to prove it, like situation. It's like if I were to replace a wide receiver with a less of a wide receiver, but we don't know it yet. You got to have that proven
So you
mentality.
so
It's
you mean
like,
to tell me? So you mean to tell me a guy like Baker Mayfield? Now, just for the sake of metrics, their numbers was very similar this year.
right.
Okay, I think Baker Mayfield maybe had rushing touchdowns and more rushing yards for sure. You think Baker Mayfield cannot do what Tua does or exceed him in this offense with these weapons around him?
I do totally
Because
think he
because
could.
because because oh yeah, he's got Mike Evans, who's phenomenal. Well, he got Chris
Yeah.
Godwin. Chris Godwin was not the same since he hurt his knee in 20 or 21.
Right.
He's Mr. Unreliable.
But there's a
So I mean,
difference. There's a difference between throwing it
Yeah,
to a Mike Evans and throwing it to the cheetah and the penguin. It's like a layup in basketball. That's easy to
yeah.
see. There's a
That's
difference.
true.
Mike
But the thing
Evans
is
was
too,
not open, but Baker Mayfield trusted him on the
it,
outside throws
and
and shoulder
Evans
putting it places with his arm. And he
Evans
made
gets
the
up there
play.
the same as Waddle does. Waddle gets up there for that ball, bro.
Yeah, Mike Evans in Miami under Tua will be like a Devontae Parker, finding his way out,
listen, listen.
being a problem because he cares about separation and speed too much.
Hey Pete, I just heard it through the grapevine of potential landing spots for Mike Evans should he not return to Tampa Bay. You know what one of those spots are? Kansas City.
I saw that.
Oh my God! If he goes to Kansas City, dude, it's over. I mean, it's out of reach. We might as well just get him
Yeah, I
out of
saw
here.
that.
Say
I
that
saw
again.
that
Who's
too.
going to Kansas City?
Evans.
A potential landing spot for Mike Evans is Kansas City, Houston. That will be a good one too. Him and Nico Collins. If he goes to Kansas City, bro, the AFC is locked up for the next 2 years at
Well,
least.
check this out then. If that happens, then Baker wouldn't be the same in Tampa either. So therefore, he does have an escape route to Miami. Because if he don't have a receiver out there like Evans, he ain't gonna be the same quarterback. So he needs weapons just like any other regular quarterback or average to better quarterback does. Now the difference up there in Kansas City is like Mahomes. So, but yeah, that's another reason for Baker to leave. He's not tied down. He's not restricted. He's not a free. I mean, he's basically essentially released at the moment.
I
Essentially,
agree. I agree, but you know what? Baker's smart. I think Baker is gonna stay in the NFC, and that's where these short
if he
quarterbacks
was
could
smart,
be.
yeah.
Going
No,
to the NFC, like he's not. If he stays in Tampa and takes on a cheap deal, it might be another division title for Baker Mayfield. I'm gonna keep it real. Even if
Well,
he loses Mike Evans, because Mike Evans, he's already at the latter age of his career. He's old, and yes, his name is still good, and he's coming off good stats. But at the same time, I'm not gonna lie, he's not
Eh,
nothing that
so
I'm
Billy,
yeah,
falling
he's
over right now.
hey
he's
Billy,
close.
Billy,
He's
He's like
closer to
another Keenan
OBJ.
Allen. He's like a
hey
Keenan
Yeah.
Billy,
Allen. He's still gonna be
hey,
So
productive, but
hey Billy,
he's
hey
more
Billy,
useful in the red zone. That's where
hey
it could
Billy.
get
Let me ask
scary.
you. Let me ask you. Who did Tua beat out, bro? Who did Tua beat out?
Who are you talking to,
for
Fred?
for his position,
I'm talking about
a
Villain said
starter.
somebody has to you have to beat him out. I understand what you're saying though, but let me ask you, who did he beat out? Didn't they just
Technically,
fucking drafted him,
Fitzpatrick. If
bro?
you want to get, I mean, but and Fitzpatrick was just, he was just
Well, he
the
didn't. I'm sorry. He didn't beat Fitzpatrick out. Fitzpatrick was on his way out because they wanted
but
the lower
you
guy
don't think
in.
right, but you don't think that he was going to eventually beat Fitzpatrick up because I know Fitzpatrick was still holding his own. Trust me, Fitzpatrick was still doing his thing, but
Right.
there was so much more inconsistency with Fitzpatrick. You can see by the record, and I know they say that the record isn't a QB stat. I'm going to dismiss that because clearly most of the games during the seasons where the two of them split time, that Tua had better record, better numbers. Everything was better with
No,
Tua.
no,
So
no,
technically,
Dylan.
he did.
Dylan. If I'm not mistaken, man. If I'm not mistaken, Fitzpatrick. They took the team from Fitzpatrick when he was 4-3, and in
Yeah, but also I
his
think that
last
on
two
top of that,
wins,
though, throw this out there. Just want to throw this one out there before you finish. Let me continue. And the final part about that is, remember, there was a whole controversy between him and the coach. So I mean, that was another difference. But maybe, just maybe, and that's why I'm not 1,000% sold on Tua. That's why I'm promoting the fact that we should go get a QB, and I say free agency is the way to do it because we shouldn't be using a draft.
yeah.
There's no way.
I
Yeah,
also
go
in
get
a
a
window like
QB.
this, in a window like this, I also say free agency. I mean,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
with a window like this, a
We can't
draft pick or
afford
whatever,
it.
you're not going to just start.
Yeah, I mean, go find one, because there's plenty of them out there that are they're now becoming even more and more. Russell Wilson's now available. Baker's available. Fields is available. Cousins is kind of available. I mean, we'll see what happens. But these are players. These are fucking dominant players. Like, I mean, when I say dominant, they're good. They're
They're
really
established.
good.
Let's call them established players. Okay, that's
You
Yeah,
you
yeah.
know
I'll
you
put
know
it that
who
way.
who has actually proved a lot of his doubters wrong, and he's a former first round pick, and it sucks because he's another ex Jet. But when you look at the
Don't
Seahawks,
even say Wilson.
you look at Geno Smith,
Oh,
and
Gino.
you
Yeah,
look at
he's
how
in
he works.
Seattle. Look at him.
He's on his last year. Seattle's drafting high. They might select a quarterback. I
I don't
take
think we take
homegrown
Gino.
Geno, who's
That
homegrown out
would
of Miramar, Florida.
that would be fucking
Bro,
amazing.
Geno would be fire in Miami. I'm not
Oh,
I
lying.
don't know if we
Based
take
on what
Gino.
nah,
you
man, you
know.
gotta see
I
how
have
Geno played with the Seahawks, man.
I
This
have
is
a
a
I have
totally
a
this is a
you
beautiful
know what?
I,
quarterback. He's
You know
not
what?
I
talked
have
about enough.
I
Hands,
have a
man.
I have an
Maybe
issue with I have an
bring him
issue with
in, but
I
he's
have
going to cost money to bring in.
I have an issue with big quarterbacks in this offense. You know, getting it out in 2 seconds. I happen to think, the bigger the quarterback, the slower his up to get ready to throw the ball would probably be, much slower. You know what I mean? Other than a shorter, quicker guy with getting this ball out in 2 seconds. You know what I'm saying? I just think somebody like okay, like what I mean by big, like a Jordan Love, I think is wind up is too is too is too long to get this ball out in 2 seconds. You know what I'm saying? However, I like Love's all around game and his quarterback play. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
So
because of his
this
long
offense,
lines, right?
man, this offense is definitely geared to like what kind of quarterback you have. You know what I mean? Getting this ball out quick. I don't think the bigger guys can get it out as
Yeah,
quick
you see,
as
Freddie,
what
well,
we
No,
let me tell you why you're loud and wrong on that feeling,
I am
Freddie.
saying, yeah.
You're
Go
looking
on.
at what McDaniel did with Tua. That's what he
Yeah.
had to do with Tua. You don't think he adapts to something different when he has one of those quarterbacks you just mentioned
Well,
because they have a long line?
I think you're asking him to change his whole offense up, man,
I don't
if he
see
can't
that
get the
as being
ball
an issue.
quick like that, man. If
I
you
don't
got a
see that as
Why?
being
quarterback,
an
What?
issue. Think about it. Who did he
Gotcha.
have in San Fran? Garoppolo? And he even did he do 1 year? No, he didn't do 1 year with Purdy. He
well,
just had Garoppolo
Garoppolo,
with whole. And who did he
Garoppolo,
have? Who did he have in? He was in. Who did he have in Washington?
Garoppolo's not a big
Kirk
quarterback.
Cousins.
Cousins. And who did he
Kirk
have?
Cousins, I happen to
And
Who
say
did he have
they
prior to
actually had
that?
two. Remember the
I think
Washington
Who did he
debacle? They
have?
drafted two quarterbacks that year. They were forced to play RG3 because he was the high draft pick. But the
Mm-hmm.
head coach, the father of the Shanahan system, Mike Shanahan, what did he do? He wanted Kirk Cousins. He played the system better. And it was
Mm-hmm.
because of the high draft pick, he had to adapt a different playbook. So they're
okay.
known to be
Well,
able to adapt
Okay, and then
from
go
RG3 to
to
Kirk Cousins.
Atlanta.
It's on
Kirk
it's there.
Cousins, Kirk Cousins, Kirk
Who did he
Cousins,
have in Atlanta? Who did he have in
Kirk Cousins
Atlanta?
isn't Kirk Cousins isn't a
Matt
big
Ryan.
quarterback. Isn't Kirk
Matt
Cousins
Ryan.
isn't a
Matt Ryan should have won a Super Bowl.
Yeah, he was up 28-3. I agree.
Mm-hmm. And
I'm
they
sure.
looked good.
Was I'm scared if anybody knows, man, can remember. Was did did Colin Kaepernick play in the same offense that we're using when he was in San Francisco? Did they
Yeah,
have the
but
same
that was
offense
Jim
then?
Harbaugh. That was Jim
It
Harbaugh.
was Harbaugh, yeah.
But
That was Harbaugh before he went to Michigan. Now he's
with
back, but
Harbaugh,
he's in San Diego or
okay, so so
LA.
so it wasn't this type offense then, huh?
No.
Well,
Okay,
Where
okay.
was going? Where are we going first round? Offensive line.
Say that again, Jordan. To me, you came in
Where are we
broken up.
going first round? Predict what position. I want everyone's take. Who's fucking taking every little mock draft? Who we taking?
I see us trading down. I see us trading down.
Okay, one trade down. Pete, what do you say?
For what? Trade down for what?
Yeah,
I
let
mean,
him
like,
have his
what
We'll get there.
breakdown
side?
We'll
for
get
what?
there. Just
What
a sec,
position?
please. Pete,
What
where are
position?
we
I'll
going? We'll get to that debate soon. Pete, where you go? Who we fucking getting? I think they're going with the center from Oregon.
That's not
Okay,
gonna
That's
the
not going
happen.
to
highly touted
happen.
center.
No,
Pete,
I think that
who do you got us taking?
if we don't get a quarterback in free agency, one like that we have been talking about, Russell Wilson, one of these guys, if
Yeah,
we wait till draft day, I think we're sitting and waiting for JJ McCarthy to be there at 21. It wouldn't shock me if
Oh,
we trade up.
I wouldn't be shocked.
It wouldn't shock me if we trade
Ross.
up.
It's
But well,
Ross.
they just finished saying on the interview that I have to catch, but they messaged me talking about he's talking about championship. And guess what?
Ross. That's all Ross
Championship
right
talk,
there. Yep.
championship talk is what Ross just finished seeing in Michigan.
Yep. And Ross and Harbaugh already said that he thinks that McCarthy is the best quarterback in the draft. And that's I know it's biased, but at the same point, Ross is a Michigan man. So there you go.
Well,
Yeah.
look. I know you guys. I know you guys are. We're all starving for a quarterback. But in
Well,
this case right here, man, I'm trying to get defensively strong right now.
So what are you drafting?
so,
The safety?
Yeah.
what are
yeah.
you
No,
Who
doing
you
with the
no,
first
drafting? Give
pick?
me a name,
Number
man.
21 pick overall. What are we doing with it? You drafting or you moving it?
man. Look, man, I'm looking very heavily at linebacker for one, and I'm
Well, give
also
me a
looking
name.
at.
Give me a name. I want a name. Come on.
I don't know who's out there in college like that, bro. You know, I don't
The best
watch college
prospect.
like that.
And he's
But
telling
don't
you
you got to go
position.
for the talent, not just the position? I mean, I
Right
don't
now,
think we
man.
should probably draft the center, but I think they're going to go with the center from Oregon.
Well, right
I
now,
would
man.
rather
Right
not.
now.
I mean, but I'm just giving my prediction as to who they're going to draft.
Jordan,
Well, well, for
Yeah,
our
me, man,
offensive
you
line
know,
was not a problem when
for
Liam
me, right,
Eichenberg stepped in. People
for
are
me
not
right
Bad
now,
thinking.
snaps.
man. For me
Once
right
Liam
now, it's
Eichenberg
position
stepped
right
in,
now,
guess
bro.
what? Look, people are underrating Liam Eichenberg. We didn't get
Yeah,
no
he did.
bad
He did.
snap
He
like
did
Connor
feel
Williams.
good,
Connor Williams was the one that was throwing those high snaps at Tua. Once Eichenberg
and
gets
he
in,
was
the
supposedly the
snaps were
number
good.
one rated center. Connor Williams,
Yeah,
that is.
we're good at center. We got Eichenberg. We even traded up for this guy. He's shown and proved that he can be versatile. We got Eichenberg. He's our center. That would be a drafted, wasted pick right there.
And we're and you guys got to look, man. We're not having either defensive end, man, till middle of fucking next year, man. You know, I'm
that's
looking
another
at
thing that
defensive.
concerns me, though. We don't have our starting fucking edge
I'm
rushers. They got to
I'm
sign Van
also
Ginkel. They got
I'm
Pete. They got
also
to fucking
I'm
sign
also
Van Ginkel, man.
I
can I
think Van
can I
Ginkel's the
get
first
in?
one you go
I'm
after.
also
You
I'm
go
also
get Van
looking at
Ginkel back right away,
I'm
straight away.
also I'm also looking at defensive end in the draft.
Yep. Defense. This draft seems to
I bet
be
all of you guys
more.
already forgot. I bet all of you guys already forgot. You guys are probably bought in. I'm not saying it's true or not at the moment, but don't forget that Weaver wasn't our first option. We got blocked. Remember, we wanted Chris
We
Shula
did.
from the
Yep. We
Rams,
wanted that one who got.
and
No,
we wanted that
the
Shula
Panthers
name.
took him. Oh, is
That's
he
what
from the Panthers?
that's
Yeah,
what that
yeah.
no, but this is the thing. The Dolphins, they just wanted to hype up the crowd with that. They wanted to make you guys happy. They were
So
getting
you
that
think Weaver
Shula
is
last name. No,
smoke?
now, yeah, of course it's smoke. Of course. Nobody's coming over here. That's why they have to dump Tua. This is why we're lucky right now this off season. We're gonna get the Kelsey and we're gonna get the Kelsey and Taylor Swift type, but not that much hype with Russell Wilson potentially and Sierra, bro. That's
Oh
the to
no!
me,
Come on now.
that's the option that fits us so much right now. Look out for
You
that
want
because
Pete? Russell Wilson? You think's better than Kirk Cousins? Come on, man.
I
but
don't
it's
think
not
so.
look, we can't be it's not about better. All right. It's better than Tua. That's what matters, right?
That's what
So
Are you
matters.
saying both
that's
of
what
them?
matters.
Either one of
Yeah.
them is better?
Yeah, they're both better than Tua.
Guaranteed.
So what
Well,
matters
one of
here
them
is
has won a Super Bowl. The other one has shown the same stats. So I can see
yeah.
where you're
Right
going with
now it's
that. But at
about
the same
playing better
time,
than Tua.
same
You
token,
see,
can I respond
hey,
to
I
the original
gotta call
question that
Lewis. I
once
gotta
again?
call Lewis out real quick. The rabid dolphin. I gotta call
Tell
him.
him
See how
get his ass
Lewis be
back
doing,
here.
Tua
right? He be
Pete,
flipping into
Pete's like the
Mahomes to
Hitler of
Lamar
Tua.
Jackson. Well, we worried about Tua over
Yo,
here. We ain't care
I'm
about the other
I'm
quarterbacks and
about
safety.
honestly, I'm about running Tua back again as starter, but I want to see that he can beat out in camp somebody that is proven the same, if not better, in historically, that is Russell Wilson has won a Super Bowl. Tua has not even won a playoff game. I want to see that Cousins with the same stats as Tua in a different offense, the setup, but can do it. I think that Cousins can do it better. I want to see that kind of competition in camp. I don't want to see, I mean, fuck, that's why I said Skyler. I want to see more Skyler shit. I want to see Skyler freaking running first team and stay in the whole damn game. As a matter of fact, put Skyler in the first 5 weeks of the season. I bet you Skyler might win three games out of
Well,
the five.
you know what,
I
villain?
love
You're not.
Skyler's
You know what,
potential.
villain? You're not going to see any other
No, we ain't gonna
quarterback.
see that.
You're not going to see any other quarterback in here
Hell
if
no, we ain't.
McDaniel is still here, bro. That's
No,
just
it's
what it
because
is.
McDaniel's got it. Because you know why? It's because of politics in the game.
It's because
It's
how
the
he. It's because it's how he got his job, bro. He promised.
That's right,
He said he told everybody he can make this quarterback great. You know what I'm saying? And give props to
bro.
McDaniel. He's hidden a lot of.
Reason even
He's hidden a lot
stated
of tools.
right
He's
straight
hidden.
away. Reason
He's
stated
hidden.
straight away. The reason
He
why. Reason
he's hidden.
said the.
He's hidden a lot of Tua's flaws, bro. He's covered them up real well. You know what
He
I'm
was
saying? That's
right.
and he did a good job for that. He did a real good job for that.
Let me hear villains. What I want to hear what he had to say about Reason. What happened with Reason?
Reason stated straight away. He even said the same thing. Like Tua is what he is. He knew. Reason said it all. You got to go back and
What
watch the
did
whole
Reason
thing.
What did he
say?
say? What did he say, villain? What did he
Say,
say?
tell us what he said. I want to know.
I'm trying to recall. I'm having a brain fart. But at the same time, it's all the same difference. Everything we're saying is what Reason has stated in the past, the whole time, and before the season, this last season started.
Mm.
It was before the season started. It's like, yo, this is the word he's got. We need this and that and the other. This ain't gonna. This is where we're gonna have flaws and this and that. Reason's been spot on every single time he says everything. Reason's always been right. You guys know that. You don't even say. You don't. You guys got those episodes. Just saying,
Right
like
about
he is
what?
right.
About what in particular? About what in particular, man? What he's right about
Well,
the quarterback?
yeah, I want to know what you're talking about.
He's right about the quarterback.
He is right about
What
the
did he
He's
say?
right
quarterback.
about the quarterback. And so what did he say? What's right about the quarterback, bro? I mean,
This is entertaining now, Fred.
That this isn't our quarterback. It really isn't.
Reason said that this isn't our quarterback.
Reason said
No,
that.
no, he didn't say
Oh,
that
see, now,
particularly, but
now
he
you
he, he
fucking with us
pointed out
now,
enough.
man.
Pointed
Fucking
up
with us
enough.
now. Hey, Pete's
He,
messing with
he
us now,
pointed
man.
out. No, he pointed out enough for me to conclude. Like I concluded after he said the things about what he said in regards to our QB situation. I know he loves Tua. Duh.
Oh man, you know
I'm
what?
just saying.
I don't need to hear anymore, man. I don't need to hear anymore, man.
I'm just saying. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Like I think that there was many great points brought up, and that I believe that look. I think that I think too it will be mediocre for the remainder of his career, and that I think that personally that is on me that I think, and you could quote me going forward, clip this, that we will not win a single playoff game with Tua.
With Tua.
With Tua. Not a single one going forward. I already seen enough. It's two, it's, I guess you can call it 1.5 seasons or 2.25 seasons. I don't know how you want to put that, but we didn't do enough. And it has nothing to do with the injury to cause that. I think that he is just not a champion. He's a winner of games, not a champion of big time games. Like he's
He's
not.
going to be. He's going to
Someone
be
get
treated
reason to
like
click
he's
that
going to
link.
be. He's a
You better click that.
He's a Garner
He's
Minshew guy around the league.
yeah.
That's what I say
He
he
ain't.
is.
Yeah. He ain't. He's a backup. Two is a high quality backup. I guess is the best way to phrase it. Because he's a he's a high end backup, and he's going to command some cash. But he ain't your franchise. He
No.
ain't gonna get us to the promised land. He ain't gonna get us past round one. He'll get you to the playoffs, but you're starting best QBs in the league, and we already know the rankings of those. I mean, it's pretty apparent that he's not. He's Scram
So so
Jones.
so let me ask this question to the panel, and I think I asked it earlier. If just for the sake of fairness, if you take off the first 2 years of Tua's contract, I mean his first 2 years with us, and you look at the last 2 years, is that a franchise quarterback?
Just by his last 2 years, Mountie. Just by his 2 years prior, you mean just these last
Yeah,
two
yeah.
years?
22 and 23.
Uh,
Does he rate a franchise quarterback extension?
um,
You know why I'm gonna say no? Because I
my,
think you could have put Jameis Winston in that high school offense and told him who to throw it to, and he would have had big, huge numbers talking about getting a big contract. Our offense was
it,
quarterback
it,
friendly.
it, hey, Mountie, it would depend on me. It would depend. It would depend, man, how he looked, man. You know what I'm saying? It depend on take away his inability to run, his pocket presence being poor, all that. You have to consider all of that and the factor too, bro. You know what I'm saying? You would. So I would say no. I would say no. I would say no.
How about you,
I mean,
Mountie
I
and
look at it
Jordan?
like
You
this.
think you
I
think
look
the
at it.
last 2 years, Jordan? You think the last 2 years, based on his stats, you think that's franchise material?
That's unfortunately the stats can be incredibly
Smoke,
Jordan's
Jordan.
really breaking up. Pete, tell him to leave out and come back in, man.
Yeah, I just muted you,
Pete,
Jordan.
I'll
Your
answer that
mic is
question if you
really
don't
bad
want
too.
mine.
But no, I don't think so.
Do I think that Tua is a franchise quarterback? Like I said, sticking to
Considering
what I said, he's no, he's a glorified backup that'll win you enough games to get you to the playoffs, but he is not the franchise. A franchise quarterback does not look like Tua. And in addition to that, let's talk about franchise quarterbacks for a brief moment. There's not that many if you think about that. I
right.
mean, you could just say right now, Brock Purdy is not a franchise quarterback, yet he went to the Super Bowl. Tua
So listen,
can get
guys,
there.
if
I
I can
disagree with
interject,
that.
please. So you
I
guys, but don't you
disagree with
guys
that.
agree the statistics? I don't want it to happen, but the statistics strongly suggest that Tua is a franchise quarterback, even though he's not. We can all agree he's not the guy. But don't the statistics, just the fucking statistics, don't they indicate he is a franchise quarterback? They obviously do. Come on.
What's the
That's
what's
why.
what do they call it?
That's why PFF grades creates a mirage for around the league for a lot of people, spectators. PFF grades are
Intangibles.
deceiving as fuck. You have to
Yeah.
watch film.
Yeah.
Before
It's
PFF came out, coaches, GMs, managers, they watched tons and tons of film.
it's
They
the
don't care about
intangibles,
they don't care
man.
about statistics because statistics can be very deceiving.
It's the
I agree.
intangibles, and he don't possess those specific ones that all the champions have. I mean, yeah, he
Intangibles. He's
has the
not a leader of men.
well. There might be that, yeah, and I'm seeing that because everybody saw HBO, but at the same time, there was other things like that I'm noticing during a game, like why is he sitting alone? Why is he on the bench and never looking at video? He's never using the
I know.
tablets and everybody else. That's kind of things I'm like, why are you not trying to get better during the game? You're waiting until practice to get better.
The guy's
Well,
tired, okay?
well, that speaks a lot. Well, that speaks a lot. That speaks a lot of to Mike McDaniel's leadership. If he or Darren Bevel, dude, if they're not pushing him, on his ass about watching, doing what he needs to do to, looking at those screens and all that shit to figure out things like that, dude, dude, it says a lot about their leadership. Leadership.
That's where I question a
Like
bunch of things about.
Mike McDaniel and Tua has this hearts of fire type of relationship where they're inseparable. Like where you don't want to check him. Like, dude, you need to get your butt in the books and watch tape, watch film.
You don't do it.
But to me, I think it is this whole the whole gist of this offense is basically Tyreek Hill and Waddle basically running freaking option routes, and Tua throwing where the defense isn't.
Well. I don't think Waddle or Tua either has option routes in their package. They have to because it's timing. No, because it's time based, and Tua could throw it to a spot even without looking. It has to be that specific route. So it has to be a slant. If it's an inside slant, it's gonna be an inside slant. It's not like if Tua sees the corner playing inside and they're gonna communicate and say, "Hey, do an out route. I'll throw it outside." I think if McDaniel called that inside slant, you got to fight to get inside as quickly as you can for Tua.
Pete, so when Tua threw that pick six in the Jets game, was that a predefined route or he just threw it? He just underthrew it? Because the way it looked to me, he underthrew it.
He threw it to a spot he believed. Well, it looked like on that play he saw it was covered, and since he was already in throwing motion, that's what let off a little power on that throw, in my opinion.
So
But it
when
was still gonna get
so
picked
when
off
he
no matter what.
so that ball that he threw to Chase Claypool in the Buffalo game, was that underthrown or poorly thrown ball? Like that, the placement was horrible.
You see, no, exactly. That's another one. I thought that's the same take. It goes for the same thing with the Taylor Rapp interception to end that Buffalo game. Tua saw him, but when Tua saw him, he said, "Holy crap!" Tua's already throwing the ball, so he threw it out further where it can't get to, and Taylor Rapp dove and got that. Like Tua sees it, but when he sees it, it's already at that. The ball's at that launch point at the end. He's
Listen,
already
I'm
about to
thinking.
let it go. Yeah.
Listen, a lot of time. Listen, and I said this last year. People disagree with me, but I see what I see. Everybody wants to highlight Tua's quote unquote accuracy. Well, all right, he targets Tyreek Hill probably 12 to 15 times, 12 times a game at least, something at least
60%.
And a lot of times, the routes that he's throwing to Tyreek Hill is wide open. So how could you? I mean, how could you say he's just accurate? And he's throwing to Tyreek Hill with a crosser or a drag route or a sail route over the middle.
I have the same thoughts.
Like Tyreek, he's wide open. So I mean, it is what it is. Tyreek Hill gets open, but I'm just saying. I mean, he's accurate. Any quarterback's gonna look accurate. He's throwing a wide open guys.
But is it hard to get Tyreek Hill open on a play?
You know what, Mounty? You know what? I'm like this with Tua, man, and his accuracy, bro. Like if he has to really cut it, rear out, cut it, man, he's very inaccurate. You know what I'm saying? When he needs to put needs to put extra heat on it, you know what I mean, and get it a little bit further down field.
Doesn't have the gun.
Let's say a 20-yard, you know what I mean, 15, 20-yard, 22, 23-yard, across the middle. He's highly inaccurate in that, bro, because he has to really get it out there, and it takes off his accuracy, bro. So the accuracy problem, the accuracy thing with me is just blown up.
When was the last time?
I think it's overblown.
It is. It is.
The last time we seen a quarterback that had an actual rocket arm, not a gun arm, a rocket arm. Who was the last one we saw? Aaron, or Favre, or Marino? I mean,
on our team, Skylar Thompson.
well, on our team it's been a long, long time. And the thing about it is like that slingshot of an arm is so critical. Now
It is. It
let's
is,
roll
man.
it
It's
back.
very cool.
Let's bring
It's
it
very
back a bit. Now which one of those QBs that we were talking about earlier for potential contestal, however you want to phrase it, replacements of Tua, that which one of them has that gun of an arm,
Give,
that rocket arm?
give me them quarterbacks we mentioned again.
All right, we got Baker was the first on the list because he's clear, he's available
Mm-hmm.
at the right price.
Okay.
He's probably going to be about 25-30 mil.
Okay.
My guesstimation up to 40. So, but it's still less than Tua.
Right.
And he's a
Right.
former #1 overall draft pick. He
And
plays
a
with a
former,
chip.
but he's got 4 years past Tua, so he's got
Oh,
more veteran
okay.
experience
Okay.
too.
Villain. Who else? Villain. Who else?
Multiple
We were
playoff
thinking
wins
about
and one division with a different team too. So it's
different
his
teams,
resume looks nice.
different styles. Yo, he is definitely, and he's won playoffs games with the Browns and the Bucks.
Right.
The
So yeah,
man got traded to the LA Rams.
I
5
bet you
days
he
in,
ends up
had to
winning the
play
Super
a
Bowl in his
game.
lifetime.
He played 5 days into the LA Rams after being traded. Just 5 days in the building, he played that game and did a
No,
miraculous comeback and won.
yeah,
Remember that?
5 days to learn the playbook
Yep.
and do that. Yup, that's huge.
And
So he's obviously smart.
It's
Villain.
smart because the way
I
he had to win the game was on that, like, it was almost like that John Elway Super Bowl 98-yard drive. He had to go like 98 yards.
That's why I
But
go Baker all day.
You know what,
he
Villain?
has that
I happen
factor
to
in him.
think. I happen to think, Villain, when Mayfield was in Cleveland, I think he was doing very well. The
He
Cleveland
did really
Browns
well.
were up on
He brought
they were
the
on a
Browns back
they were
to just
let me
relevance.
finish. Can I finish? They were on an upward trend. The Browns were.
Yes, he did.
Now
Yep.
when they got Odell Beckham in there, then I really think that started to mess with Baker then. Because with Odell coming, of course, now Odell's demanding the football now when he got there. And,
He already won a Super Bowl. Right.
The Browns they already were pretty good at wide receiver. And so I just thought when Odell Beckham got there, it kind of just changed Baker Mayfield and what he was doing, bro. For real. That's my
I can see that.
And there's some fact to that because even
I can
Odell
see that.
Beckham's
I can agree with that.
even Odell Beckham's dad got involved.
Yeah, he did.
You know, he got involved, and it was like, oh, my son is open. He don't throw him the ball type thing.
Fucking parents.
So, yeah,
Never.
yeah, so it was
Don't get family business involved.
They were calling the Browns one of the worst organizations in football at that time.
The Paperhead Browns. Paperheads. They always had the brown
Browns
paper
been
bag. They
bad
were
for
the
so
saddest
long.
franchise.
Baker Mayfield lifted that team, bro. He really did.
He did. He brought them to the playoffs. You won a playoff game.
Yes.
And then all of a sudden you're gone and you're don't even have a job.
You go and get Odell Beckham. You didn't need him for real. You didn't need him.
You didn't need him.
And I think that move right there kind of screwed with Baker Mayfield.
Guys, can I ask you a question?
From then on.
Please.
Yeah.
What's up, Jordan?
Just curious, man. If we have another failing of a year, McDaniel goes, would they hire Bill Belichick?
Oh my goodness.
I'm just asking.
I got a better question. Do you even think that Bill Belichick would even take the job down here? Hell no.
Yeah, I think he would for the money. Fuck Robert Kraft. He's very vindictive, that guy.
You do have a point. I just don't know. I don't see that.
He's so vindictive. Oh, come on, man. He want to hit Kraft right back.
bro.
Fuck you, Tom Brady. I'm in
because you know
Miami.
why?
Screw you, Tom Brady.
No,
The media. Oh yeah, buddy. You
nah.
get the dough.
I
Come
You know
have
on,
what? You know
seen.
man.
what, Jordan? As much as I wouldn't like it, we do have to take in consideration. Do we have the oldest owner in the entire NFL?
That's a good question. No, I don't think so. I think Jerry Jones has got to be the oldest.
Yeah, but at least
It's a
Jerry
good
Jones
question. Someone Google that. Someone Google that shit up, please.
yeah,
I'm
I'll
but
tell
not
you,
doing
Jerry
it.
Jones.
I
It's
just had
probably
some
Jerry
weed. I'm
Jones,
not doing it.
and then Roth, and then on top of that, I bet you that the third oldest is well, actually, shit, I can't even. It would have been the Washington Commanders one, but I don't know. No, he wouldn't be. Who would
I don't
be
know,
the
man.
third oldest?
I'd have to put Pete Carroll up there. Pete Carroll's up there in age too,
But
man. You
no,
know.
no, ownership.
and the reason why I say
Oh,
owner is
ownership. Oh,
because
ownership.
at this
Oh,
point the desperation might kick in for the old guy. I think he's one of the
Yeah,
oldest owners, and he's not getting any younger, so
I
he's gonna
mean,
want his
you,
legacy. Like I get it, it's still gonna be a big legacy when he
Belichick,
passes away. Like it's not gonna be
Belichick,
memorable. He never seen it, so I feel like he's the
Belichick
type
would
of
cost
owner.
more. Belichick would cost more than the head coach as
I just feel
being
like
like,
with how desperate Ross has been these last couple seasons, he's shown desperation. This is an
yes, he
owner,
has.
this is an owner willing to do whatever, empty out his
Well,
he'll go
fuck, man.
bankrupt.
He's like, what? What
This
is
guy
he,
will go bankrupt
87?
for a ring, right? Exactly. He'll go bankrupt for a ring, in my opinion. The way
Yeah,
he
he's
has
like
been showing
87, dude.
makes these other owners for these other NFL teams look bad.
hey Pete, you know
I
what, Pete?
mean,
Pete, this just came to mind, man. Like,
but Jerry
you know, if
Jones,
you get a coach here, man, you'd have to turn him loose, man. A coach here, you'd have to let him be in charge of drafting. You know what I'm saying? Let him make his
mm-mm,
own decisions, man. His own
no.
players, man. I mean, for
There ain't
for
no,
the general manager,
there ain't no
for the general
other Don
manager,
Shulas out there, dude.
Guys, if I may
for
ask another
for
question, it's a fair question. Do you think there's a
man, I don't
cultural
like to
issue in
tell.
Miami? Please listen. No, seriously. There's such a beautiful city. I mean, beautiful beaches, nightclubs. I think there's a cultural issue too in Miami that needs to be addressed. Is that not fair? The casinos,
And
everything.
let me ask you this: if you're going to ask that, uh, if there's a culture issue, did the culture issue just recently start in the '80s? Yes, possibly, but we did win and go undefeated twice. Well, we went undefeated once. We went back to back.
But the city's
Uh,
softer, man. The demographics are changing. The people are softer in society today. They just want to party. No, I'm being honest. This is what it's not a
That's
tough
what I'm saying.
society
I'm agreeing.
anymore.
I'm agreeing with you in a way. I'm agreeing with you in a way. And I say this. I say that I believe that no, there's not. And here's why I could prove it. Look at how many teams or sport franchises in South Florida have won championships or gotten to the championship in the past 10 years. We don't even have to talk about the Heat. We already know about that. But look about the Miami Hurricanes, FAU, both got to the Final Four. Baseball, the Marlins have won two championships since the last championship by the Dolphins. Okay. The Panthers have been to what, two or three of the NHL finals?
The Panthers, and Florida's not even a hockey state. You guys, that
That's
anybody
right.
lives in Florida, you never met a hockey friend. Nobody here.
Right.
You
That's
know,
what I'm saying. Like
I think a
it's
city like
not.
Miami, man, a city like Miami for a young player, man. You know, I think he's,
I
I
mean,
think
just
he's,
football players
I
are
think he's
different, though. That's
distracted.
different. I guess that's the one thing I can agree with.
I think he's distracted with the city, man. There's so much to do in Miami. Things are open all night long and shit like that. I think it's distracting
Who
for a
was
young
pointing
player,
out?
man.
Who was
Y'all
pointing
not
out
wrong for
something
that.
about Tyreek?
Y'all
Somebody
not
was
wrong for
pointing
that
out
because that's why Vic
something.
Fangio said, right? Isn't that what Vic Fangio told us? Some players
Who
chose to do other
Yeah,
things instead of actually train.
exactly, man. It's
who
too
does
much. Too much.
Tyreek
So this is one of the oldest coaches in the NFL. This is a guy that knows what it takes to win. And now we're losing this guy because he don't feel like we're gonna win, bro. Let's just be honest. And then
who
he
does
comes out.
Tyreek
McDaniel comes out today. Oh no, it was mutual. Come on,
who
bro.
does Tyreek sit next to on the bench during games?
Good question. You tell us.
I don't know. I'm questioning everybody because I don't know. Because I
Bro,
heard this one from Reason.
Tyreek doesn't sit.
Reason
Tyreek
said,
doesn't sit. Tyreek stands up. He's on the sideline, standing up, looking at the game, bro.
no,
He
but when he
really
sits on the bench, he sits next to his party friend or somebody's a party
You
guy.
know when he sits. You know
Who
when he
is it?
sits on the bench. He sits on the bench after running 65, 70 yards, bro. Then he has to go sit on the bench. That's the only
But he
time I
always
see
sits next to the
Tyreek
same
sit.
person. Who is it?
I don't know who
Jalen
is it.
Waddle.
I couldn't.
Jalen Waddle.
No, I thought apparently that's not the answer because I thought the same thing. Apparently that's not the right answer. Whoever it is, it's somebody that goes to strip clubs all night like Cheetah and shit.
Oh shit.
Because I mean,
I
shit,
would
I
have
go to
heard it.
Cheetah every now and then, but I mean, I don't know, not every
Look,
Sunday.
you could probably find the cheetah at the Cheetahs. There's a strip club called Cheetahs.
I know. I've been there many,
Right
many
off
times.
yeah, right off Hollandale. So
Yeah, I'll get you guys some passes. You guys want passes?
I mean I've been there plenty of times myself.
You know, man.
I got passes for that shit.
You think of these. You look at these teams, man, that are like going to the playoffs. AFC. I'm saying, you got, I mean, you got Kansas City. Come on, what the hell's there to do in Kansas City? You got Buffalo.
Right.
What the hell's there to do in Buffalo? You
You're
got
talking home field
Baltimore.
advantage now.
Ain't nothing happening. Ain't nothing
We need
happening in
them to come down here
Baltimore.
so that they can get them all fucking intoxicated with our
Nothing's
Cheetos.
happening. Nothing's happening in Baltimore. So you can you can put more focus on the team and being
I
good in
wonder
your
if
craft.
Tyreek got endorsed by Cheetah. I wonder
Hey,
if he
what's up,
endorsed
Tony?
it.
Shout out to my dog Tony, man. What's up, buddy?
What's good though? I wonder if he got endorsed though.
Hey, Pete, I got a question. Yo, what you got going on up here, Pete? You got
We
people
talking.
talk about clubbing and who Tyreek sitting on the bench. Come on now, can we do
You
better
got?
than this, bro?
Can you answer? Can you answer that? Who Tyreek Hill be sitting to next to on the
Well,
bench
most
so
of
we
the
could get
time it's Waddle and Tua. I actually watched the game.
Waddle? It's Waddle. I knew it was always Waddle. So Waddle's the party animal, right?
No,
That's what you're talking
It's
about.
not
That's
my
that's who
understanding.
villain.
Pete,
That's I
listen,
mean,
listen.
Nah,
Pete.
I apparently he
Listen,
said
bro.
he was sitting next to somebody else. It's a party animal, and
Y'all
it's not
asking the
Waddle.
wrong question, though. Like y'all read about who they partying with. Like, is this what we really doing up here, bro?
you don't think that's
Ridiculous, man.
that's a distraction. These guys are
But
talking
it's not a
right.
goddamn
Yeah,
distraction.
there's nothing. You
What are
heard
you
Fred.
talking
There's
about, bro?
nothing to do in
So,
Buffalo.
so they
In
don't have
Buffalo,
no
you're
discussion
cold.
about
You're
Vegas
indoors.
and
You're stuck to
LA
the
and
game plan.
like,
In Miami, when it gets cold, that's when people want to go out.
stop it, bro. Y'all could do better than this, my man. Like,
yeah,
come on,
man. Yeah,
really?
it is, man. That's the rap. That's the rap on Cam Smith, bro. That's supposed to be rap on Cam Smith. He don't want to. He don't want to work hard.
Bro,
He don't want to work hard, man, because he's out
Word
there.
on the street.
is the only football player that goes to clubs and that hang out. Like nobody has been doing this. Miami's been here for all these years. And Cam Smith is the only football player that goes to fucking strip club. Like we don't got fucking videos of Xavier Howard in a strip club throwing money. But this is what we want to talk about up here. About a fucking player going to the strip club.
Hey,
He
bro,
wasn't even on the goddamn.
we joke around. We joke around too, man. We joke around
Yeah,
too.
we were
We
just playing jokes.
And
We
then,
do.
I don't know who that was, which is really why I came up here. Coming up here, talk about my city is soft. Bro, do you even live in Miami? Say some craziness like that.
You're breaking up a lot, bro.
We breaking up.
You're breaking up. I can't hear what you're saying, T.
I'm saying, you got somebody up here saying that our city is soft.
No,
No,
our
ain't nobody
team
say
is
that.
soft.
Nobody say the city was soft.
Yeah,
We're
no,
saying
not the city. It's the
I'm saying
team.
like there's a whole lot of shit to do there, man. For young cats to come here, man, come there in Miami. These young players, man. It's just a city constantly going. Nightclubs open all night, man, and these young guys,
8
man.
a.m., bro. We open till 8 a.m. around here. Cheetah's open till 8 fucking a.m.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, man. They're probably, I mean, these cats could be like, more so into this than work hard, than work hard, man. In when it's time, I mean, then work to put real effort in to what they craft is or what they doing, man. That's all I'm saying.
There is a lot more distraction than a team would be like in Buffalo, and that's why Buffalo came to our home and beat us. Some of these guys were partying, they were feeling the fever, the high ride, the fans were
Man,
celebrating, the fans were already considering a Super Bowl.
I'm
We saw,
campaigning.
yeah, all of that overhype had
Pete,
these guys looking like kings out here, and they let
Pete,
y'all down. And that's
I
I'm
that's
mean,
that.
campaigning, and
for a
we're gonna
kid.
drop. We need some funds. We're gonna send the entire Bills team tickets to free tickets and free lap dances to Cheetah.
There you go.
Hey, can you hear me now, Pete?
Yep, I hear you, T. Y'all hear him? I don't hear nothing now.
No.
Did
No, I
for a
was saying
sec.
I was trying to see if you can hear me.
Yeah, you're good.
Yeah,
Clear.
no, I was asking whoever that was that said our city was soft. I'm trying to figure out, do you even live in the city?
No,
Oh,
not the city, the team.
The team.
yeah.
But
He said
somebody
the team.
mentioned that the city is soft now. And that's
Nah,
probably
the city
affecting.
ain't soft. It's
No, he
Miami,
said
bro.
he said the team, bro. He said the team.
No,
Nobody
somebody
ever talked about
corrected him and
Miami.
said it's not the team, and they pointed out the Miami Heat and the Panthers and stuff like that.
That was me. I'm telling you, I never said the city. I said the
Okay, so I
team.
wasn't speaking to you. I was speaking to the individual that insinuated that our city was soft, and maybe that's
No, I said
affecting.
the team. The team got soft because what we got is too many distractions. And it's because what we hear all the time going around and it's garbage and it sucks. We don't want to be hearing about this kind of stuff happening to our team.
Hey, can I don't have much time, so I just want to say something real quick.
You can't say that and use that excuse and just try to say that as because they live in the city of Miami. It's too many distractions. Like you can't do that. There's other cities that have plenty of distractions. Like it's
Right.
a party city, like I said, Vegas, California, places like that. That's a party city too. New Orleans. New Orleans
Yeah.
is a party
Yeah.
city. You don't hear nobody complain about their players being distracted or nothing like that. So
Nah,
I mean, if we gonna have some pushback,
because we
let's
put
not
more emphasis on our team,
come
bro.
on, let's not do this up here, bro.
Have you guys ever seen the show Ballers? That kind of like depicts what the nightlife is in Miami when it comes to
I mean,
sports athletes.
I get that, but you can't. That's not something that you can say or try to
Oh
point
no,
out. Try
I
to
agree. I
figure
agree with
out.
what you're
I mean,
You
saying. With it
missing
shouldn't
out
matter.
on what I'm saying.
At the end of the day,
I'm
it should
trying
not
to use
matter.
the
You know what I
city
mean?
for
I
that,
mean,
bro. That's when I come up. Like you just can't disrespect my city and say like you don't even live. I don't know if you live. You don't even live. That has nothing to do with the players or what they do on the field. This city been
Sure it
here
Let
does.
long.
me ask you, bro. Let me ask you. Let me
Listen,
ask you. Let me ask you.
pointing
Let me
out they
ask
do
you. Let me ask you. Let me ask you a question, bro. Do you think like for a young guy, man, 21, 22 years old, 23, man, and the guy's got mad money in his pocket, bro? Do you think he'd be uh uh have a tendency, bro, to want to go doing this and doing that, man, and just get a little distracted from what he's doing, from what he's supposed to be doing with the team? You don't think that could be no kind of no,
state with a lot of money.
huh?
Like you could find to do something when you got money. Like they could fly to Miami if they wanted to, or wherever. Private jet. So I mean, you can't just say that just because they're in Miami or they're young. You got young kids in every state in every city, playing for every team. You get what I'm saying? I mean,
Yeah,
if we can say that
but this
that's
supposed to
getting money, that's in the league.
okay, but this is supposed to be the reason why Cam Smith hasn't seen the field with Vic Fangio
That's not the reason
all year,
why. Who
bro.
told you that? Like, you haven't
Yeah,
seen
but let's not
Bro,
forget.
bro,
this is
bro,
But
fine.
let's
bro.
not forget that the reason why we're questioning all this party stuff is because the head
And Big
honcho,
Fangio
the
said one
defense,
thing
Vic
about parties,
Fangio.
and y'all took that and
That's
ran
it.
with it. Like, let's stop it.
Mm.
But that was his question. That's what he was with these players. He knew what it take to win, and he saw that they chose to party
And we also heard that there was
instead of
something
Fangio
personal that he had
being
against the
coached.
young man as well. So we gonna say
Fangio
that.
called it out. He ratted on the
That's
team.
what
He
we're
even
talking. It's
said it.
Fangio.
Yep, he ratted on the team. He said they'd rather party. So it's already out there. That's the
And he
truth.
also
You
said
can't
that
deny that.
he has no
Because you
personal
know,
against him. Like again, bro,
go
like,
on.
you keep on talking about partying and what he said. I could care less what the man said, bro. Like maybe he was somebody that scorned because he didn't get his way. Like just because he said it doesn't mean it's gospel. And like I said, I live in the city. I've been born and raised in the city. We see players in every sport in the state of Florida and Miami, specifically, every goddamn night. Every night. Nobody complains about it when they're winning. All of a sudden, one coach said something, and now we want to make it seem like that's a big problem. No, it's not.
But the coach point,
Don't
but the
you
coach,
know,
but
every
the
night
coach
we
hit
listen
on the
to
coach hit on
10
the
o'clock.
coach
Listen,
hit
wait,
on
no, no, no.
Don't know what you're
the
talking
coach
They
about.
the
already
coach
know
hit
that they
on
do that. You just
he
don't
hit
get
on
it on
something that
that.
he hit on something, bro, that he saw was mainly the reason why he didn't play a certain player, bro. And we
That
all
is
wanted to see
not
Cam
true,
Smith.
bro. You can clearly
And it was enough to
say that, and I
trigger
also
somebody to
say
Well,
say
that,
well,
bro.
well,
something.
well,
So
It's
obviously there's some
Facts,
truth
Fred.
we
behind it.
could
Facts.
go with
I
whoever's
I
scoring
wanted
and
to
whoever's
see
going
Cam Smith.
home. But let's not make it seem
Yep.
like
Good job, Fred.
that's what end all. No, it's not, bro.
Damn,
but
Tony.
to
Is it me or
but
is
to not
Tony's mic going in and out?
to not see Cam Smith all year. I mean, you go to Eli Apple and the bro. They even play Ethan Bonner over him, bro.
Guys,
What's that?
I got. Aren't you disappointed in Miami's decision? Coming, it's Ross that he's going to keep the same symbol, man. We're not going to go back to the throwbacks. What the fuck's
Hmm.
wrong with him?
Well, he did say that he's going to go back to a couple more games a year. I think we got like 3 or 4 games this year that are going to be throwbacks. That's what I believe I understood. Is that right?
It ain't like we won anything with those throwbacks.
Well, we look good when we do.
You ain't lying.
Yeah, but
This is
I
crazy.
just, I think there's some truth to you. You look good, you play better. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. I'm like being superstitious. I don't
I
fucking
think that
know. Maybe
players get. I
is
think
it
that
my
players
head?
get more hyped.
I'll be honest. What I don't like is that all
I know the
white at
fans
home.
get more hyped. That's for sure.
I don't like that all white at home. I don't like it. The
Well,
all white.
theoretically, we're not supposed to wear white at home. In the
You know
NFL,
what?
it's
Pete has
supposed.
a good point. I was for all the white. We got to get rid of that. It's this whole. If we play the Raiders, then maybe we go all white, Pete. But this makes us soft. Like we do go
Exactly.
all white because of the
Oh,
sun.
can
We're
I?
worried about the fucking sun. This is
Exactly.
Can I?
pathetic. This
Can
is
I?
pathetic, people.
Can I
Okay, maybe
reiterate?
against the Raiders, if they're black uniforms, okay, maybe
No,
the Ravens,
no,
but
no, 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 no.
it's pants, man. Fuck.
Can I speak about what the reasons behind all this is? Because you guys, I don't know if you're familiar, but this is the actual real way. We're not supposed to wear white when we're at home. We're supposed to wear our dark colors, our aqua and orange, either whatever formula we want to put together with our uniforms when we're at home. You are supposed to wear dark colors, your darkest colors, as in that's why the Raiders wear black at home. Where the Niners wear, their whatever reddish color that is at home. Chiefs wear red at home. Bills wear blue at home. Point of being is when you're on the road, you're supposed to wear your lightest color, your white or whatever. But the home field has the choice. Now, because we're down in South Florida, we're trying to take advantage of the heat during the summer months, September, October ish. So that's why we always go with the light colors, September, October. If you notice, we do switch a little bit when we get into December, point where we actually are qualified to get in their playoffs. But we're white at home, well, we're actually supposed to be wearing aqua. But in football, the home field gets to choose what color they want to wear during whatever time of game year it is. So that's why we always continue to wear white. So that's why the color rush on Thursdays or whatever's going on, we kind of switch it up or swap it up to make it. But like when we go on the road, we'll wear our darks on the road. Home team wants the white. Since you guys, I don't know if that's a very small little thing nobody actually really recognizes. I knew it since I was a kid, so that's why it always stuck out to me. And we do it because it's home field advantage. We want your darkest colors, like we want Buffalo to wear blue, and you know what I mean, because it's still 85 degrees out. Cut off. Are you guys good? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm good. I hear all that.
It's
But
usually
my
the
thing is, I'm
sun
with
when the
Jordan.
sun games. It's
I'm with
usually the
Jordan on
fucking
this.
sun games,
So I
man.
like the old uniforms, the
You can,
throwbacks.
so y'all sending. So every time I hate the fact that these other teams, they get to wear their home jerseys. They get to look good in our
Every team.
stadium.
Every
That's what
team
I don't
gets to
like. They
pick
get to
their
look
home
good.
jersey per
They
game.
feel
Yes.
confident, exactly. So I don't like that. We're allowing these teams to wear their home field uniform, and now we got to wear all white. I don't even like the
We
all
just
white.
did the same. We just did the same thing
With
against
Jordan
them,
on
though,
this, there's a whole bunch of sissy
because in
stuff
the
trying to
early
dodge
months
the
of,
sun.
of
You
the
sit in the
summer
shade anyways
or late
when
months of
you're on the
summer, we
bench.
got to choose. We got to choose white for home when theoretically we should be using blue or aqua or whatever uniform we want to choose. Which I love those dark blue ones.
Yeah, those blue marine looking ones. We won't bring those back out. Those were the Ricky days, right? Yeah, we ain't bringing that one out. It's like
What
a
he's
real
talking
blue
about?
one.
The blue uniform.
It was like some
What,
weird
the
blue
blue
one. Yeah,
uniforms?
yeah. It was
They
like a
never
weird
wore
one.
a blue. The blue. They've always been aqua and white.
Yeah, but there was one that Ricky wore one time that was like really aqua or marine blue or something. It was like a
Oh,
weird. It was
that was just for for selling. The NFL, yes, they had like a navy blue one, but we've never worn it in an actual game. Trust me, I know that what I'm talking about.
got
But
you,
the
got you.
NFL
But it
sold
was
it.
that was a hot seller down here in Miami because a lot of
Yes,
people had that
and
Ricky blue one.
yes, and same up here in Canada. It was a fucking big fucking seller. I live just outside Toronto, Canada. Okay, I remember the fucking jersey.
Ross loves what he just heard right there.
I'm just smoking weed. It's legal in Canada. Okay, people? Don't put us fucking down, man. Don't fucking put us down. That's all.
No, man. We're not gonna put you down, Jordan. But I'll tell you right now, that Canadian Football League versus the Dolphins, you think we'll be Super Bowl contenders with two of them?
Yes. CFL's fucking shit, man.
How many yards did
I want
Tyreek
the
Hill
better
have?
quality of players. I want fucking talent. Now, that being said, there has been some good players from the CFL that have transitioned to the NFL,
You know,
like
and he's right.
Warren Moon.
Oh,
Well, look,
why would you
Warren
say Warren?
Moon,
You just got to name
Cameron
91.
Wake.
Cameron Wake. There you
Yes,
go.
Cameron Wake. I
Yeah,
remember
we
the
got him from the
BC Lions. There's been some good talent. Even Doug Flutie. The Bills got him. They got some talent from him. Mike
Damn, man.
Vanderjet.
You're
It
in
was a
Canada right
CFL.
now. You're in Canada right now. You're a broken Dolphin fan in Canada right now, right?
Oh, it is the weather. Actually, it hasn't been a terrible winter, but I just hate the cold. It's not that bad for most Canadians, but the we it's very Canada. It's just it is Canada is what it is. It's a very lame country, and it gets very people are very boring. So I get into the American sports and stuff like that.
No, that's what's up, man. That's what's up. And you know what? I'm gonna tell you right now, Jordan. Based on what I've heard from you and your Tua takes, I could tell you know at least something. There's something you learned out there. You've been watching it for a while, and
Oh,
I
Pete,
get the
man, I've been
feeling that
fucking
you don't
watching this
feel like you're gonna win anything
24
with Tua
years, Pete.
as a fan.
24 years, no playoff victories, the longest drought in the NFL. I fucking had enough of this. I mean, there's some like post traumatic stress shit here. Where I'm so fucking down on this fucking team. No wonder why I smoke so much fucking weed. This fucking team is pathetic. Okay? They're embarrassing. They gotta move on from Tua, man.
Well,
He's just
hold on,
stupid.
hold
He's
on.
got a fat ass. The fucking guy's he's not a leader of men. I mean, fuck. I'm starting to give up on this fucking team.
Don't do that yet. Let me throw something out there.
Anthony that came up earlier or yesterday or the last time. He said if we pay Tua, he's giving up his Dolphin card. He's gonna go and be a Charger fan. He's gonna support
No,
Herbert.
no. Then you
There's
clearly
fans.
not
There's a lot of fans right now that are feeling like that.
clearly
That if
no
Tua
no
gets
no
an extension, they're not gonna watch another game.
no.
Fuck,
See,
who would I
that's
pick?
just
I don't think I could truly do that. I just wouldn't watch the
you
fucking
might as well
NFL.
be a
I would
Bills
just not
fan.
watch the NFL. It's just like, you know what I
Nah.
mean? If you
Let
had a choice
me
to be fucking homeless
let
and
me
you had to be, I won't go
let
there,
me
but look,
let me rephrase everything you just said there for you if you don't mind. We may have been the longest franchise in U.S. Sports currently that hasn't won a playoff game, but we're not the longest team in U.S. history to make a Super Bowl. So there's more teams out there that haven't even made a Super Bowl than we. So we've won more than those teams have ever had a chance to play in. So let's just kind of pull back a little bit on those tracks.
I know, but I feel that's, you know what? That's a coping mechanism for you. My man, that's your
You know
coping
what? I need to
mechanism.
use it. I need to use it because you know what? That's the truth. That's the reality behind it. And the reality is that, yeah, we haven't won a playoff game, but we're not that far from the Cowboys, who are perennial Super Bowl contenders, and we are basically looking like the same, like them. I mean, the Vikings, same as them. The Bears, basically, they only had one, and that's since '85. They got one since '85, and that was in what 2007 or eight or something like that. So like it's been a long time, and the best teams don't give up on your team. Don't give up on us. We're the
No,
Dolphins, bro.
I'm never gonna give up on him. I'm just saying that there is discussions, and I know for a fact, Anthony. I hope he's listening. He could come up and let's say it himself. Like I feel like there's some fans that if Tua gets paid, that's it. They're gonna just, you know what? I'm done.
Nah,
Not supporting it. They might watch it, but a lot of fans are gonna sit back and hold off on their tickets. They're not gonna want to see it
I think they're
unless
never going to comment
you,
again.
yeah, I
They,
mean
they might
that's
leave.
just
They
what I
might
feel. People
leave.
are gonna be more cautious and Tua's gonna hurt the seats if he don't win, and that's where it's at. Some people are
Yeah,
skeptical, and I feel
yeah,
like
I'm
they're
thinking
gonna
about
give up.
that's about 20,000 seats of a what is it, 56, 58,000 seat stadium.
Yeah, it's about 53,000, I believe. I could be wrong.
So if we lose 20,000 seats due to Tua, I bet you we
Yeah.
make them quit because if we winning solves everything.
Well, isn't that what kind of happened to Tannehill late in his tenure? The seats weren't
Yeah.
selling. They made that. I remember that article. Oh, look, empty seats on this side of the field. I remember reading an article like
Well,
that.
going back to what this whole debacle started about was you asked about if we re-sign. I don't know if you can say re-sign because it's not re-sign. It's a sign because re-sign would be he would be a part of the team automatically already, but he's not. But it is kind of typically a re-sign if you kind of follow me here. Is if we got Tannehill back and if we get Henry, so Derrick Henry and Ryan Tannehill, who have worked together for a couple of seasons at Tennessee, right? If that was plausible, possible, or even, I mean, the idea alone, like, do we even do the Finns even? No, I don't think we're going to do that. I really don't. I personally think what we're gonna do. Here's my take, and you can let it stand on that. Is that I think what we're gonna do is just be simple about it. I think Greer's gonna do Greer things. He's gonna trade off. He's gonna get off of our first round. He's gonna get out of our first round as usual. He's gonna get two second round picks, and then we're gonna go from there. And then he's gonna drop a second round pick and get another third round pick because he wants to fill up space because we got to fill up because our after the second round we're not good for until the fifth, right? So he's going to try to get us a third, a fourth, and then we go right into our fifth, sixth, seventh. We're just back ending everything, and then he's going to try to work out the restructuring. But before we even get to the
This
draft,
is funny.
before we even get to,
This is funny, villain. What you're saying is what you want. Don't
I think
forget
that's
who
what he's going
Greer
to
is.
do.
Yes, I get it. Greer likes to trade. He
That's what he
does.
does, though. That's what he
Greer,
does.
but what has Greer shown these last couple years who he is?
That's what I'm saying. It's not
Who
what
you
I
are.
want.
And it's
It's
not
not what
him
I want.
trading
It's
back for
just what
get
I
more
know
picks.
that he does. He does it every fucking year.
Exactly. Those picks, villain. This is why I have a little small possibility. That's why I said it the other day on the live stream. There's a higher chance where he does it again. F those
That's what I'm
draft
saying.
picks. That's his motto. And that's not trading back and
Yeah.
accumulating picks. That means trading up and getting the guy that you think will come in and impact your
No, he
team
does
day
the
one.
opposite.
Yes, that's what he's going to do. If there's a higher chance he trades all the picks, F the picks, because I got my guy in the draft. And at 21, I'm not going to get him. But if I trade up to the Chargers at 5 or to the Bears at 9, I will get this guy.
So you
And that's
think
what
that
he's more inclined to do. Trade the first, the second, the 2 5th, and probably stay with the 7th. That's what and wait till the last day of the draft.
he does this every fucking year?
But that's where and
He's.
that's who he is. F the draft picks. He don't
Let
believe
me
in
ask
none
you
of that.
this: Are you happy with the way he's been doing that? Because I hate it.
Well, here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. If he finds a way to trade up, like I think he can, and it's for a quarterback, if he lands Drake May, he lands
Oh,
JJ
that's a different
McCarthy,
story.
or
That's a
even
different story.
JJ McCarthy, those two, he lands one of those two, everybody's going to be excited.
Oh, of
Everybody's going to
course.
get new hope, new life. Some will
Oh,
question it, but
stop,
then it'll
stop
be
right
a.
there. Will you stop right there? Which one of those would you prefer of quarterbacks?
I see that Drake May has more ability. Drake May clearly has the more ability. But one thing it's hard to coach is poise
Yeah.
and calmness and the feel
I
of the
say May
game.
over McCarthy, but
JJ
of course we're not
McCarthy,
getting one.
he wasn't thrown out there to the pack of
But
wolves. Jim
McCarthy
Harbaugh
is
coached him
is
up right.
remember
I like that
McCarthy
Jim
is
Harbaugh coached him up.
but McCarthy, yeah, and McCarthy is a Ross man.
Oh, 100%.
So
100%.
that might be McCarthy. We might get McCarthy. If we get McCarthy, let's
Yep.
play this game. Real quick game. If we get McCarthy, what do we do from there?
We draft McCarthy. Tua is probably we already seen how Tua took this. And if we draft McCarthy in the first round, that automatically means Tua, last time he faced that
Yeah, you're
pressure,
benching.
last
Is
time
benched.
he no, last time he faced that new quarterback, like that real franchise quarterback is gonna come in and really make
First
your
rounder.
yeah, like Deshaun Watson. You remember how he took that? He was like a
Oh, he
puppy in
did
the
handle
dog
it. He
kennel.
did handle everybody. All the shit about him, like being like
Yeah,
like
he was
with
like
with
defeated. He looked like a defeated player, knowing.
because
Yeah,
we
he
had
to me
Brady on the books. Basically, we had everybody on the books. Yeah, yeah. Okay, I see where you're going.
exactly. So he's a defeated player, and right now he will probably request to be out. He'll request to be out, and I don't know what we
I
will
think
get
he
for him.
would. Yeah, he would definitely. And you know what though?
When's the start of free agency? When's the date?
March what 5th? I could be wrong.
Yeah, it's right before St. Patrick's Day.
Okay, so it's coming up, man.
Yeah, it's like in a week or two.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's coming up. It's coming
It's
up.
before March Madness.
Yeah.
We're not going to be
It'll be
splashy players
interesting.
in free
What are they going to
agency.
do with Wilkins? I don't fucking know. I don't know.
What would
There's a
you
lot
do,
of
Jordan?
interesting.
What would
I
you do?
don't know, man.
I don't know. We need Van Ginkel. We need to sign Van Ginkel. That's a
That's right.
must.
I agree with that. I
That's a
think we will.
must. Okay, because our two edge rushers, they're not fucking going to be ready till like fucking November. We need to sign Van Ginkel, but he can play inside too. When they come
How
back,
long?
we
How
can move
long
him
is
around.
free agency? 2 weeks? 4
Pretty much the
weeks?
whole off season, because some of the guys that don't
Right,
get signed, then
but
they
we
get
got to get
signed
the
later
best
after.
ones early though. So we got to get them before the draft because we got to know where we're going with the draft, right? So therefore, in my estimation, I would say, if you don't mind, I would continue that I want to put out there that we get the primary. Don't sign Tua yet. I know we have a little bit of time. Get everybody else, and then start negotiating with the teams that have the top, the higher end picks, and see what we can do. Because even though we have players that we get off of free agency, that's also still trade bait. You can get them, but you're still tradable
Name someone right now.
off a trade
Yeah, name a trade.
or off a free agency.
I prefer to hear a trade scenario.
Shit, traded scenarios are big, much bigger. I think we need to get our free agency together before we start talking about trades. And then I would go after free agency, then I would go trade, and then I would go draft. Because there's many reasons, but most of it has to do with cap and money, obviously. I would suggest, to be honest with you, keep your core. Everybody that you believe is worth it, that's less than 30 years old. Anybody under 30 that you feel like you got another year out of or so, especially if you're still working with them. Because some of them, especially based on last year's performance, I mean, there's a lot to look at. I mean, I'm not the pro. You're not the pro, but obviously we kind of have an idea. I would suggest go with about 60% of them. The
You know
ones
what?
that you
I want
really,
to. You know what? Now that you brought up core, and I'm sorry I got to stop you. I'm just. You could keep going,
you're
but I
good.
do want to hear. I do want to know what both of you guys think is the core, just on offense. Like the on offense, who are the core guys? We're built like that core.
Does that include
I think
the
Robert
ones who are
Hunt.
about to lose?
You think
Honestly,
what?
I think we need to keep fucking Robert Hunt. Absolutely.
You think
He's
he's a
one
core
of the
guy?
rare
That
tough players. He's a tough player. We need guys like Robert Hunt. We're
Leader.
too
He's a
finesse.
leader in the locker
We
room.
need Robert Hunt, man.
No, a leader in the locker room right there. That's right there is clear. It's
And he
obvious.
can play
Yep.
right tackle too. He can play, and he has. He performed well. We need to sign Bob Hunt. Robert Hunt is a fucking must, and so is Van Ginkel. And that's why with Wilkins,
Van Ginkel for
franchise.
sure.
But will he play on the tag? Will he play on the franchise tag? I don't think he will.
Van Ginkel?
No, will Wilkins play on the franchise? I don't think
Van
he
Ginkel's
will.
gonna get Van
No,
Ginkel's gonna get paid. He's gonna get
I,
paid.
I think what Jordan just said is right. I think Christian Wilkins is going to be an upset player if you tag him. He is. I feel like he might sit out, give you some issues,
Yeah,
demand the trade because he
yeah.
knows
No,
how much he can
he
get
wants the
paid this
bag. If
year.
we don't pay him, he's gonna
We're
fucking for
talking about
sure
Connor
hit
Williams,
us.
right? Connor
He
Williams. You
already
think he's gonna sit?
exactly. I was gonna bring Connor Williams' name up. He already went there, saw how Greer treated and did Connor Williams. This guy's not gonna risk a year on a franchise tag to sit here in a defensive end, defensive tackle slash position, one of the
What are
most
they at 12
physical
million?
positions to get hurt
No,
and
he's at
lose a
20 million.
giant
He's at
bag.
20 million, isn't he?
Yeah, so he could go on another team and get the bag and walk, and we're probably gonna have to deal with
What a
that.
part of me says, like, am I wrong here? Well, what's the franchise again? What's the franchise tag for him?
It's in the
What would it
20s.
be?
20 million,
Like,
23 million.
am I wrong? Should he not play on it? Like morally, that's a
No, we're
lot of
not gonna
money.
check.
I mean,
We're
look at
not
all the
gonna check.
poverty no. Let me finish. These guys, they're so spoiled. Like, look at the poverty in this world. I'm not getting off topic. That's an awful lot of money. That's a lot of
Yeah,
money, man.
a lot
Shouldn't
of
he be a
money. It's a
professional?
lot of money
1 year
to
play
normal
on it.
people. It's a lot of money
Like
to normal
one
people, but
year. Yeah, he should. Mike
that's not how
Gesicki
business
played
is.
on it. You should play on your franchise tag for 1 year. If it's next year, then okay. I can't tell him what to do. But just one fucking year,
Oh, you
that's
think that
fair, man.
every player should play on that franchise because you're
You
guaranteed
damn right
anyway.
they should. They're getting paid good, millions.
I see what you're saying.
No, so he
Well,
should do it, but I don't think he will. I think, especially with his agent, he's an asshole. I remember he represented Terrell Owens years ago, Drew Rosenhaus. He's gonna demand
How do
the
you feel
fucking
about Drew
bag.
Rosenhaus?
he's got
How do you feel
12 of
about
our
Drew?
players. He's got
Oh,
12 of our
fuck.
players under contract, though.
I know. He'll do what's best for him and his client. Okay, let me finish.
He's always been
Kiko
that guy.
Alonso, Mike Tannenbaum signed that fucking linebacker for way too much money. Okay, I mean, thank
But
God
he's a
Tannenbaum's
local.
got, but our organization and Greer's been here for so long. I don't. Has he learned from these mistakes, Pete?
Yeah, he
You would
should.
hope. You would hope so, but I
Yeah.
mean,
I mean, because you got to be
everybody was
smart
on
with
board
Drew.
with this guy with the those draft picks. And
We
what
got to
I
be
don't like
smart
is when I
with
was
Drew,
arguing
though.
all of these guys that were carrying that model, they were so happy for the Bradley Chubbs. They were so happy for the Teron Armstead and
I
the Tyreek
know.
Hill. But look
We
at
got to be careful with
everything
this
we
agent,
forfeited.
guys. We got
Now
to
look at
be.
you got fans like Villain coming up here and plenty others. Oh, I see all the mock drafts on Twitter when I scroll a little bit. Everybody, look at my mock draft. I traded back. I got the 29th, the 33rd, the 39th, the 33rd next year, the 39th next year. Like, they want all these picks. Now they're trading back. So now Greer is going to get this whole trade back scenario to build for a few more years. When in fact, if this guy doesn't, if he's not even in playoff contention by mid-season next year, he might be an end-season firing of a GM, guys. That's how much pressure there is on this guy. He don't have room for mistake. He's gonna limit his picks. He knows I gotta trade up, get the right guy. Who's there?
Well, then he
Oh my
better
God.
get Kirk Cousins. He better fucking get Kirk Cousins, or this career is really fucking stupid, man. He better get Kirk
I can see a
Cousins.
scenario where this guy
Oh,
desperately trades up.
holy fuck,
Yeah, I
man.
can see a scenario this guy desperately trades up, right? Because he feels lucky that he just landed Russell Wilson, right? Let's say he lands Russell Wilson on one of the cheapest contracts for 1 year. This guy's capable of trading up and desperately getting that tackle, Joe Alt, or probably even trading up and getting the center to solidify that offensive line with Russell Wilson and try to go in free agency to dig in the running back market a little bit. But if he hits with Russell Wilson on
And
a
there's
cheap
Hunter
contract,
Henry out there. That
see
tight
him
end's
just
out
trying to
there.
get a
Hunter
solidified
Henry.
offensive line. Hunter Henry,
Oh,
the tight end.
Hunter, I would love Hunter Henry here. I would. That's a real tight end. We haven't had that since Randy McMichael. This is a pathetic. Gesicki wasn't a real tight end. Okay, we all know that. We haven't had a real tight end
What the
since
hell are you
Randy
talking about?
McMichael.
Do you know who Julian Hill is?
He's Pete. He's not at that level of a Hunter Henry, a Keith
Oh
Jackson, a
wow.
Randy McMichael.
No, 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 no.
He's
I get it. I get it. I'm telling you right now, Julian Hill is an underrated, underappreciated talent on this team. The guy's better than Durham Smythe. Julian Hill, he's borderline elite. He didn't get the targets thrown his way, Jordan. He runs fluently. He runs, and he's a willing blocker. He's a better blocker to me, in my opinion, than Durham Smythe.
I'm gonna
The
have
only
to
thing is,
research it.
I'm
Well,
telling you,
I'm gonna
look
have
at
to
him
research this
and
up, this kid up more.
look at him. Don't worry about the stats. Just look at the way he plays. The fan base kind of revolted on him after that fumble. He caught that pass, he fumbled, and whatever game that was, it was a quick turnaround and he fumbled. I mean, things can happen. But when you see him catch the ball, he catches it fluently. He's good, bro. He's underrated. This is a guy I feel like
Is he
we could develop
89? Is
and
he number
be really good.
89?
89. Yep. And he could continue to grow and be there. I don't think we need a tight end at all because now I feel so high on Julian Hill from what I saw, how he could be used and utilized, and he didn't get the ball thrown. I feel comfortable with our tight end room because now it can flip. Last year was Durham Smythe. I feel like with the whole year of Julian Hill, now with more reps with an off season, McDaniel's going to turn it up. He might start Julian Hill number one and Durham Smythe as the number two. Does that tight end room, if that is the case, and Julian Hill comes out and he beats out Durham Smythe in open tight end competition, do you not feel like our tight end room is almost borderline elite? Because you can't say Durham Smythe was trash. You think Durham Smythe was trash, Jordan?
No, Durham's all right. I want Durham here. I like Durham. He's a good blocker. I'm just saying.
Exactly. So
I, I
once he becomes our backup, that's how you know already our tight end room is legit. And if Julian Hill handles that load, like I think he can, based on what I've seen, this guy went undrafted. This guy sat those other guys that were drafted. Who was his competition? Tyler Croft, all those other names that we had. He outbeat those guys. Think about how good he had to be in order to get a chance on this roster and compete and start on this team as a rookie.
Pete, the only way we fucking have a chance is to get someone like Kirk Cousins. I'm telling you, and I don't think they're going to do it. It's all in this league. It all comes down to the quarterback. So I come on here, I talk, I try to think positive, but man, we're finished. If they sign Tua, we're done, bud. We're done. We are done. This could be nasty. Like next 5 years, forwards, maybe we'll be sucking still, and we get Arch Manning if he works out. I don't know, but that's where we're going soon.
We're not paying Tua, Jordan. Get that out of your thick skull. That's
I
not
hope so.
happening.
I hope
This is
so.
not.
I
You
hope
don't
so.
pay a
Pete, I
quarterback when
hope
you can.
so. Pete, I'm with you, man. Fucking,
Jordan,
I'm with
Jordan,
you. I'm
Jordan. I'm gonna
worried.
ask Jordan. Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question, Jordan.
Pete, I'm worried. I'm with you. You're arguing with someone that hates fucking Tua.
No, I know,
Oh.
but at the same time, I don't want you to stress because look, think about this situation right now, right? Let's say you have 5 chicks in front of you, 5 of them. And let's say you have 5 and you know they all want you. They all want you bad. All 5 of them want you, Jordan. I'm telling you, there's 5 chicks in front of you. They all want you bad. Are you going to pick the worst one if you have that opportunity? Are you going to sit here and say, let me get the ugliest one out of the group? That one excites me. This is not an average off season, Jordan. There's quarterbacks out there. There's options that are cheaper that help you longevity.
I agree.
Russell Wilson, you think that's a joke to you? You keep laughing, but at the same time, it's
No,
reality. The
no,
moment they get the moment they cut Russell
I
Wilson, he
hope you're
becomes
right. Oh no, I'm being honest. I hope you're right. I'm just getting worried. I think they're gonna do it. There, I said it again. They're gonna do it. I think, Pete. I think they're gonna
why
sign him.
he's not the
Okay, I'll
hottest
tell you
name in
why
the
I think.
game right
Okay, will you
now.
let me finish? Will you let me finish? I agree with you, but I don't want to here. But you let me finish.
Yes, sir.
I'm not arguing. Okay. So I think they're marketing. They're big on marketing down here, Ross. Formula One. No, just let me finish. The tennis, marketing, the diversity. This guy's background, what Samoan, all this shit. I'm just being honest, man. No race shit. They're just trying to sell this fucking guy, and it's the PC thing to do. It's the politically correct thing to do. He came back from injury, and I think they're gonna fucking do it. That's why I
Jordan,
think.
Jordan, in today's world, if I went to Canada right now and met you, and I tell you, listen, Jordan, I have the freshest beeper in the game right now. Are you gonna tell me you're gonna buy a beeper right now in today's world? Because that's what Tua is. Tua's a beeper. He could only give you messages. He's not a player that you ditch out the bag
I
to.
know that.
He
Look, I agree.
doesn't
That's
give
why
you a
Chris
lot.
Greer is a fucking idiot. If two is back, Chris Greer is a fucking dumb fucking idiot. If he does this, man. If he fucking does this, Chris Greer is a fucking loser. Jeff
It's not
Ireland,
up.
okay, Jeff Ireland, okay, is amazing compared to fucking Greer. If Greer fucking all the Tensel shit, that good deal, that means shit. If he fucking signs to him, man, I'm fucking done. I can't watch this team. I'm losing it
Jordan,
onto
Jordan,
a
Jordan.
brother. I'm
Jordan,
fucking
Jordan,
losing
Jordan,
it.
Jordan. Let me tell you
Oh
something.
fuck.
Did you hear about the latest when and shout out to all the fans that went out there and participated in that Dolphins Cancer Challenge. Did you hear that there was murmurs and rumors that Tua didn't show up to that? How do you feel about that? The leader of the city of the franchise, that's the city, the quarterback of Miami, Mr. 305, because this is a football city, right? You're gonna tell me you don't show up to a bike challenge? That would have been a good workout for him, right? Riding a bike 99 miles with the team. How do you feel with this
When
guy
was
not
that?
showing up? This
Pete
was just
Story.
the
When
other
was
day.
that?
It was this
Is it-
weekend, this past weekend.
Okay.
Christian
Okay.
Wilkins showed up. Cedric Wilson, who might not be on the team, showed up. These guys
And
showed
he
up to
didn't
things they
show up.
didn't.
He
Tua
never
didn't show
showed
up.
up.
Oh, Stephen
Yeah,
Ross showed up.
oh
Now,
fuck,
do you
man.
think Tua's going to get paid? Stephen Ross showed up. If Tua was going to get
You say,
paid,
oh my
would have
god, if
been
this is
there.
true,
He would have been there next to Stephen Ross
okay.
because Stephen Ross is the guy
I
that's
think
about to
you're
drop
right.
the bag.
This is news to me. This is fucking news. If what you're telling me is true, I'm not doubting your veracity or your truthfulness, Pete. But if that is fucking true, then good. We're not going to sign him. Okay, maybe he comes back, but we're not giving him the bag. Maybe
Exactly.
okay.
Worst comes to worst, that guy has to play it out with a risk and play it on his 5th-year option. That's his
Yeah, and they
contract.
should design,
People
make
don't like to.
fucking design.
People don't
Pete,
like to.
they need to
That
have
was his
plays.
contract,
They
and
need to
that's why he
encourage
probably
him.
switched agents.
Pete, if he is back, I hope he's not back, but if he is back, they need to encourage him to run the ball some plays. They
Well,
can't
I'm gonna tell you
baby
right
him.
now. I'm
Let's
gonna tell you
fucking
right
see
now.
it, man. They,
I'm gonna tell you
oh
right now.
man.
Jordan, listen to this. Listen to this work ethic. You think Tua is worried about running more in the next level right now in the NFL? He literally could have just went on a 99-mile bike race with his teammates for cancer challenge, and you're telling me that he didn't show up? This is a workout. This helps you get faster. This is stamina.
So he's having a temper tantrum because they're not going to pay him. You're saying he's pissed off, man. Is that what you're saying, man?
I think that there's a lot to be questioned there, and I
So
feel
that's
like
so
I
that's
wish I would
that's
have
it.
brought
No,
this
no,
topic
no,
up
no, no,
earlier.
no. You can't, Pete. You can't suck and blow. It's one argument or the other. Is that
I
is
mean, I,
that it right there? Is that the indicator right there? Because that's good fucking proof. If what you're telling me is true, I'm gonna look into this. I'm gonna just fact check it, Pete. If what you're telling me is the truth, he ain't fucking coming back, or they will not give him the bag. They're not giving him the bag, and I feel better. But I still don't want him back. Even this year, I want Kirk Cousins. This is getting too fucking. This is beyond ridiculous. 24 years, Pete. I can't take this much
Let
longer.
me ask you, Jordan. You think Dan Marino would have missed out on that event right there?
No,
They
no,
would
no,
not have let him.
no.
They wouldn't. Marino would have had to show up, bro. You're the face of the city. You're the guy.
I think he'd
Now
want
you.
it too, Dan. I think
Uh,
Dan would want it. Dan was a
See, so
good
the
guy in the
franchises need to
community.
show up to events like that. That was huge.
Yeah.
That was
He's just not
huge.
a leader, man. He's more proof he's not a leader, and more proof
Thank
that there's
you.
acrimony and maybe some hatred right now between both camps. And that's what I hope.
I couldn't
I hope.
I couldn't believe it either, Jordan, when I found out that Tua didn't show up to that Dolphin Cancer Bike Ride Challenge.
But it's good
I
news
could
if
not believe it.
but it's good news. It's more proof that he's not coming. Or it's more proof they're not giving him the bag. So that's good news, right? This is good news. When you heard it, you must be happy. I'm happy. I'll look into it after you. But what you're telling me that's true, then they're not going to give him the bag. That's good. That's excellent.
I'm glad that that makes you feel that way. I really am. I'm truly glad that that makes it because that's how it made me feel at least. And now I know I'm not the only one thinking like that, and it's not crazy to think like that. Fans
Oh,
in these
fucking,
days on the
especially,
internet will
I'm
tell you
talking
you're
about the
crazy.
politics.
No,
People
bro.
are soft nowadays. People's feelings get really hurt. So that's why he didn't show up. He's pissed off. People, they go on
Bro, we got
Twitter.
Tony
They
coming
fucking
back.
say, go fuck yourself on Twitter. Then they delete the tweet. Shit like this. He's fucking pissed. He's pissed off, man. That's why he didn't
Exactly.
show up. He's fucking pissed off.
What's up,
Good.
Pete? You
Fuck
can hear me now,
Tua.
bro?
No, I'm being honest. Fuck Tua. You fucking goof. I have to work for a living. I go by check to check. I mean, Tua, he's making, just play on your fucking fifth year, man. He's still going to get paid good money, right?
Yo, you can hear me, Pete?
I can hear you, T.
Yo, what's good? My bad. I had to come back. This shit was tripping.
Oh, okay, you heard the latest? Did you
Nah, I
hear
didn't hear
anything
that.
about did you hear anything about Tua in the bike challenge and the cancer challenge? Did he show up to that? Because there's a lot of reports saying he didn't even show up and participated in that, and that's not a
But
good
what? I
look.
mean, wasn't like no mandatory thing, was it? Like what are we talking about?
I mean, the owners there, Stephen Ross, this is big for the city. This is one of the biggest cancer
So,
donation things.
well,
Cancer
let me ask
itself,
you a
it's
question
it's
because
a
I'm looking at
topic
this
where
damn title,
it's
Pete.
life, bro.
You rather have Ryan Tannehill? That's what you're telling me.
Ryan Tannehill,
I see
yes.
your
I
your
rather
your, your
yes,
title
yes,
said Ryan
yes,
Tannehill and Derrick
yes.
Henry, bro. This is what we talking
And,
about.
yes, and this is the reason why. Number one, I think Ryan Tannehill is the type of quarterback. You see, people telling me, "Oh no, Alabama and Tua will bring Derrick Henry." I think Derrick Henry will be afraid to come here with Tua. So if you bring in Tannehill, who he's fought for and actually spoken up for Tannehill to play in
I mean, he was on his
Tennessee,
team, Pete, and it's not like he was just doing that because he
yeah, but
loves
he was
Ryan
this.
Tannehill. Don't do
He
that.
does because he fought for it over Mariota. Mariota was his teammate. He loved him too, but he fought for Tannehill because he believed he did the right thing. That's what I'm
Tannehill was
saying.
his teammate at the time. He was the starting quarterback.
Yeah, but he fought for Tannehill. He wanted Tannehill to start. So my thing is, you
Were
get
you a
Tannehill
Tannehill guy?
here.
That's what I need to know. Were you a Tannehill guy?
I really was. I really was a Tannehill guy. I did think Tannehill had the it factor. I really liked Tannehill. I just didn't agree with the contract. That was it. I didn't think we should have gave him that long extension.
What it was like $80 million extension, that one?
No, 100 million. He signed the
Yeah,
first
no,
contract he signed was
it told
100
it to
million.
be 100 million, but it was like I think they gave him 80 million more money. I think.
Yeah, well, at the time, I felt like we should not have give him that. That's how. And Tannehill has way more abilities than Tua, and I felt at the time, based on how the draft was already coming out, we were supposed to move off of him. 1 year later, what? Get Lamar Jackson? Who doesn't want to fall off of Tannehill for a Lamar Jackson? See what I'm saying? That's how it should have played out. We would have went from
So,
one quarterback to the next and been good in good hands.
do you think Lamar Jackson's a better quarterback than Pete, or you think he's a better? I mean, than Tua, or you think he's a better athlete?
He's a better quarter. He does.
Just don't,
Tony,
Pete.
bro.
Don't. Come on, Pete.
Let
Don't
me
do
tell
this.
you something. Let me
I know
look,
it's
look, look,
eternal,
look.
Pete, but don't do this.
Listen. I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna be so honest with this one. Lamar Jackson will do everything better than Tua on offense. There's not one thing in
What?
football. There isn't
He's more
one thing.
accurate than Tua. He can read the
Is
field better than
yes.
Pete. Come on, you're trolling right
100%.
now, bro. You
100%.
you need
I'm
to change the title,
1,000.
bro.
I'm getting
Change the
up off the
title to
couch right now.
Comedy Hour, Pete. Don't do this right now.
I'm sick. There is not one thing. I don't think
Lamar
nobody.
Jackson, the one that played for the Baltimore Ravens.
Lamar Jackson, the one that plays for the he is underrated as a pocket passer. He is
Well, because he
underrated
improved from
as a
being
pocket
bad
passer.
to decent to serviceable. That makes him a. Like, come on. He
What do
hasn't
you
even hit
mean?
4,000 yards yet, Pete. And can you explain that? Why? How come? If you
His
think he's
number
a better
one
pocket
weapon
passer.
throughout the year, his number one weapon throughout
Pete,
every year has pretty
Pete,
much
if
been a
you had
tight
to
end.
sell me, Pete, I'm sorry, Pete, if you had
He
to
hasn't
sell
thrown for
me,
4,000, but he's hit
Smiley looking
MVPs
pretty
twice.
good when he
oh
stepped
fuck,
in
man,
for Andrew.
Pete, please, if you had to sell hope to me, what would you say? I'm a Dolphins fan. What would you say?
I mean, if we
I
got to
know this
sell
is
you
deep
hope, then I
shit. I
don't
know
know
this
what to
is
tell
deep
you.
shit, but what would you say
Why are you
if
worried
you had to
about
sell
hope, bro?
hope?
You should just be a fan. Like, why we got to sell you hope? I mean, you don't have no hope in this team. You thinking about moving on to another
No,
franchise?
I can't move on. I've always rooted for the team. I can't move. I can't switch teams.
I mean, you sound like somebody
I'm
that's
just,
scorned and that just
I'm an
look
ardent
at
Dolphins
everything.
fan, and I'm so passionate about this team, and it's just been so fucking disgraceful the way this organization is retarded. I just want things to change. I'm just getting my patience is wearing thin. Maybe I'm acting. Am I like Hitler in the bunker? If you know your history, going crazy.
I mean,
I mean,
you
I'm just
acting like
at
this
it with
team
this
was the
fucking
worst team
team.
ever. Like
Jordan,
this,
did you not read my title of the show?
what?
Do you see
was
how
it?
desperately low I have seek to get hope? And you're
Yeah,
really gonna ask me
Pete,
that question
Pete.
when I'm
So
sitting here
you need to
telling
be
you
honest. You
we
need to
need
be
to
honest with
bring
your
back
subscribers,
Ryan
though, Pete.
Tannehill we need to bring back Ryan Tannehill and Derrick Henry because that gives me more of a feeling that my team will be in contention. People forget
Our
Tannehill was
team
just
was
in
in
the
Yeah,
AFC
you know
contention
what? I
Championship
think I
game
do
2
last
see
years
year.
in a
that.
What
row.
you talking about?
Yeah,
Pete, last season
That's
they
a
was in
cheap
contention.
option. Tannehill will come in
you
for
know
a
what?
league
I never
veteran
thought
minimum.
about Ryan Tannehill would probably be better than Tua.
Yo, all
It's
right,
not
Pete.
Tannehill,
Now you
like,
probably,
niggas is
it's
just
he
trolling, bro.
is.
Come on.
He
yeah,
Y'all
is.
trolling
Tua,
right now.
yeah.
How? Based on what?
Tannehill and
I was a
the
Tannehill
fucking
fan, but
running back.
stop it,
And then
bro.
we draft offensive line then,
If
don't
y'all want
we?
to go by stats, if you want to go by stats, 2 years
Tannehill
ago,
is
two
not
years
a
ago,
better
Tannehill
quarterback
threw
than
for like,
fucking
I think
Tua
Rafa.
Tagovailoa, bro. Like, stop it.
Yes, he is.
Tannehill had that guy that you talking about, Pete. And you see what happened
We got to
when
sign
Derrick Henry
Robert Hunt.
stopped.
We have
When
to
Derrick
sign
Henry
Robert
stopped
Hunt.
carrying him, and they
Tannehill,
had to depend on Tannehill to get to the fucking Super Bowl, he folded like a brown paper bag. And this is the guy that I want to bring in with that great offensive line, with the one at that time the top let's say top two because Chuck was in there too. So I'm gonna give Nick
Derrick
Chubb
Henry
number
made
one.
that offensive line better than what it actually was.
Okay, so And he made Tua better than what he was. So you're going to
Yo,
bring
is
him?
this motherfucking Tony from the AKA
What's
the diplomat?
what's up, money? What's good, my
What's
boy?
going on?
Please tell me you don't think Tannehill is better than Tua either. Come on, man. I know you ain't go that low. I know Pete down bad, but I
Am
hope you
I
ain't
the
go that low.
fucking diplomat? What the fuck?
It's all the optics that are included, Tony. We're one of the worst salary cap teams in the entire NFL. We sit at the bottom.
I mean, let the people
Tannehill
that
coming cheap, Derrick Henry coming cheap, and it brings
based on what? Why would you think Derrick Henry's gonna come cheap? This could be possibly his last contract. Like he's a running back, so why would he come for the cheap? He still has value as we speak
to
right
win.
now.
He's
But
chasing a
after his,
ring.
hold
He's
on, Pete.
chasing a ring.
Hold on, wait a minute, because after he signed that next contract, you know that value is going out the fucking window. He's a running back. He's gonna be used goods. So this might be his last opportunity to get a decent sized contract. And now you think he's gonna come here for the cheap?
To chase a Super Bowl ring, yeah,
When
100%.
you
It's
got
Tannehill.
when none of these running backs are getting franchised, so you know they trying. There's some suspicious shit going on out here. And you think the first thing he's gonna do is come here for the low? I doubt that. I highly doubt that.
Well, a lot of these running backs aren't getting franchise tag because it's going to be their second tag, like Josh Jacobs and the other one. So that double tag, it's too expensive, so it's not really worth it.
Obviously, so these teams, they don't. So why would you think that they're gonna come here for the low when they even understanding that okay, this is a possibly last opportunity to get paid, and they're already on some BS. So now all of a sudden, I'm gonna help them out by coming to another team for the low. Nah, bro, I don't think that's
100%. It happens
no,
all the time. You're
nah.
chasing a ring. You would take less to win. Yes. And
Oh, but
Tannehill and Derrick Henry believes in Ryan Tannehill. He smelled. Remember, Derrick Henry has never smelled success in the NFL until
what are you talking
Tannehill
about?
got to Tennessee.
Oh,
What?
wow.
It took
Okay.
Mariota to throw a ball and hit the lineman so he could catch it himself to almost win a playoff game or whatever the situation was. But at the same
AP, I
time,
get it, bro.
he AFC Championship game twice. He was one game away from the Super Bowl with Tannehill. That's why he fought for that. When
let me
Tannehill got
say
hurt
something.
and he hurt
Pete.
his ankle, he made Tannehill come back and play. Go look
Listen,
it up. He
listen,
told
Pete, if
Tannehill,
you're
"No, you
gonna get
have to
rid of
come back and
Tua,
play."
I understand you want to move on
I
for
know
Tua.
y'all
Okay,
over
cool.
Tannehill, but it's where we
But
sit
bro,
at
you
as
got
of
to
the
bring
moment.
somebody better, Pete. You're not gonna go back to a Ryan Tannehill. Like let's be realistic here. Come on, let's use logic. Like Tannehill is not a better quarterback than Tua is. Like he's not built for the big game. Anything that you could criticize Tua with, you could criticize Tannehill with outside of the athletic ability. That's it.
I'm not gonna lie to you. The same thing I told you about Lamar Jackson does everything better than Tua. I promise you, deep down
Oh
inside, I
God,
won't
Pete.
lie to you
So
ever. I think Tannehill does everything better than Tua.
so I can't
Like
take you
I'm
serious,
not
Pete.
gonna hate on Tannehill because he kind of wasted some years on us, and I'm out of that feeling. I'm actually foreseeing what it can actually be. Now, it's more of a contender
Based
in
on
my
what though,
brain.
Pete?
Bro, the guy had less
How
weapons. All
does
he had was
Tannehill
one.
look in the playoffs? Because this is what we're talking about, right?
He looked better than Tua. He looked
No, he
better than
don't.
Tua.
No, he don't.
But he never had the penguin and the cheetah to throw to. He never
Yeah,
had
but
an
he
offensive-minded
he
genius
had
head
Derrick
coach.
Henry. Hold on, he had Derrick Henry
Hold
to
on.
bring
Matter
all
of
them
fact, when
safeties and linebackers up. Though he had
we
Derrick
know
Henry.
what Tannehill did look with a good offensive coordinator in Adam Gates that
Tannehill
first
had
year with a good running game.
Tannehill had AJ Brown over there, bro. What are you talking about?
And exactly, but he only had
AJ
one
Brown did
weapon.
way better with fucking
One weapon.
Come on. Chill. Like, let's not do this.
He only had one weapon. I'm not sitting here saying Tannehill is elite. I'm just sitting here stating the fact that I think he's better than Tua. And now, if you give him Derrick Henry in Miami, you literally have everything you can ask for. Finally, around Tannehill, the
Do you
team that
think
we
Jalen
always
Hurts
tried
is
to
a
build
better
around.
quarterback than Ryan Tannehill, Pete?
I ain't gonna lie to you. I think I'll still pick Tannehill over Jalen Hurts.
All right, but look what AJ Brown did with Jalen Hurts, and look how he did. Look how he looked with Tannehill. So, what we doing here?
I'm just saying it was easier to take out AJ Brown when it's
How
only
when you
one
had Derrick
guy.
Henry in the backfield? It wasn't.
And here's the other thing. Number one, Tyreek Hill is better than AJ Brown, and in my opinion, so is Jalen Waddle.
Jalen Waddle and Tyreek Hill, in my opinion, are both better than AJ Brown, despite what the stats say last year.
I
I know he
mean
was
that
competing,
I
but
won't
both of them.
argue with that, but that's not clear cut. That's not clear cut. So.
That shows right there that you can't argue that our offense would be loaded with Tannehill and Henry. Those are the two
Stop it.
missing pieces. Those are the two missing pieces.
Give me a better quarterback, bro. I'm
Tannehill.
gonna be honest with
Okay.
you. I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna give you a hot take. I would rather have fucking Russell Wilson than bring Tannehill back. I'm sorry, bro.
Yeah, I like Russell Wilson too.
I mean,
But those are two
give me a
cheap
better
guys.
option
Russell
than
Wilson.
that. If you want to move on, I'm not the one. I'm still saying let Tua play on his fifth year. I'll give you that. I'm not one of the ones that say he deserves an extension. And if the only reason that they want to give him an extension is to save money and save the cap, then that's for the wrong fucking reasons. So they could cut that out right now. But if you're gonna say let's move on from him and not at least give him his fifth year option, but you got to give me a better option than goddamn Ryan Tannehill, Pete. Let's be real.
No, I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna be honest again right now, and I hate that I have to do this. I'm sorry to everybody. Look, I promise you, I've been saying, I don't really like Russell Wilson.
Don't apologize.
I really don't.
You,
I really don't like Russell Wilson, and both of these guys came out in the same draft. They're around the same age. I like Tannehill over Russell Wilson. If you tell me, all right, both of these quarterbacks come in Miami on a league veteran minimum, I'm telling you right now, I feel like we could get farther in the playoffs with Ryan Tannehill than we can with Russell Wilson. That's my honest truth.
Okay, a guy that showed you if you give him a running game and a good offensive line and a good defense, he could get you a Super Bowl ring. But the other guy that had the same, not that he didn't have that all-world defense. That's the only thing that you could say that Tennessee defense wasn't no slouches either. So, but Tannehill looked terrible in that AFC Championship game. He looked horrible. You can never say that you've seen Russell Wilson look like that, especially not in the playoffs, ever. So you would rather tell, like even if you compare and you say they neck and neck, that should at least at minimum give him the nod over Tannehill, if that's what you're trying to say. I just don't think you're gonna move over.
No, I get it because people want to put Super Bowl rings. I think Tannehill would have won a Super Bowl in Seattle with that team too.
You think Tannehill would have got a Super Bowl ring in Seattle? Yo, do you know how much improvising Russell Wilson did in that season? Tannehill doesn't do that. He has the ability to do it. Hold on. He has the ability to do it, but he doesn't do it on a consistent basis. And as much as we will hope that, especially when he was in Miami, we wanted him to scramble a little bit more, use his athletic ability because, you were the fucking receiver at Texas Tech, so why not use it to your advantage? But he didn't. But Russell Wilson showed you that he has the wherewithal to take off and use his athletic ability to help you at least get a Super Bowl ring. I mean, that's what we're trying to get here. So if you're going to give me, and I'm only arguing for Russell Wilson when it comes to comparing him to Tannehill, because I'm taking two over both of these guys as we speak right now. But, I mean, I'll at least hear you out if you tell me somebody like Russell Wilson or Matthew Stafford. Now, I'll take him with Matthew Stafford over all three of them. But give me some options that I can say, okay, I could get on. But you're going to come in. Don't tell me that you're going to get rid of Tua.
We need a quarterback with a strong arm, too.
It's a strong arm. I mean, the strong arm doesn't say, just because you got a strong arm doesn't mean you're a good quarterback. I mean,
I never said that.
Let me ask you. Hold on, Jordan, because he wants options. He wants options. All right. And this one.
No, I want a better option, not just any option, P, a better option.
So tell me if this is a better option. The Giants, where they sit at in the draft, they might be selecting Jaden Daniels.
Boy, if
you don't think, hold on. Just like Tannehill and Derrick Henry, let me ask you this. What if Daniel Jones to Miami entices Saquon Barkley to come over here?
Wait a minute.
Do you think Daniel Jones and Saquon Barkley in Miami? Because they tell me, right? Everybody says, Tua should sign a Daniel Jones contract. Well, if he should sign a Daniel Jones contract, and that's who you're comparing him to, and then
we're not comparing him to Daniel Jones. Daniel Jones is not into a fucking class. Stop.
Oh no. So why are they comparing? So why do players get compared with contracts? Because they're compared to
no, because they're saying that a guy at that level that is not even on Tua's level, we could clearly see that Tua is better than him. Even he got $40 million. So the minimum, the bare minimum you could give me is at start the bid in that 40. Because when you ask the one that's paying the contract, you're gonna start low.
I'm gonna start high, and we're gonna meet somewhere in the middle. So we saying that Daniel Jones is to a ceiling when you start in the contracts. Don't try to compare like
Let me ask you guys another question. Assuming they keep Tua, even though Pete's assured me, I'm convinced. Well, he may come back, but they won't pay. They won't give him that big bag.
Exactly.
Okay, there's lots of acrimony. Okay, but do you think that they would, like Mike McDaniel, like he's kind of like the mad scientist, that he would try to get another wide receiver? I mean, who fucking knows with this finesse team? Imagine they tried to get another wide receiver.
Or I guess that's what you want to call yourself. Go look at Daniel Jones numbers, and you bring that shit back to me. If you think you're gonna take Daniel Jones over Tua, that's not gonna happen.
I'm not projecting.
Well, that wasn't the question, Tony. Tony, brother, that wasn't the question. That wasn't the question I asked you, brother.
Jordan, I'm not talking up to you. I was talking to somebody in the chat.
This is the issue with Jones, right? Offensive coordinator issues in New York. Can't really name his receivers. All of them been trashed. But with that prospect, looking at Daniel Jones, what he gives
when
you,
he played
right?
with Limbo and the boys and Jakeem Grant. Go look at his numbers there compared to Daniel Jones.
But envision what he brings as a football player. You're not being limited. You could do bootlegs. You could run quarterback sneaks. He's mobile. He breaks tackles behind the line of scrimmage. We saw.
He also fall in the open field by his god doggone self on national TV. He also do that kind of foolishness.
Because there's so much on his plate. He's not that type of player.
Saquon Barkley was on that team.
But Saquon Barkley also missed a whole bunch of games.
Now,
he was hurt
not on that primetime game. Saquon Barkley was in full form. he just.
So Daniel Jones doesn't intrigue you?
No, not
at all. So you don't think Daniel Jones and Saquon in Miami will be more of a contender than Tua and Mostert?
No, I'm sorry. I'm taking both of my guys. I mean, look at the production I got from them last season. Now, granted, the reason why I'm not Tua had to show me that he has to win a big game. So it's not all about the numbers. I could care less about the numbers. I'm more this season. This is your last opportunity to show me that you have the ability to win a big game when we need you to. You know what I mean? Because you have at least a minimum of 5 opportunities to come up with a game-winning touchdown, to a game-winning drive. I mean, like in what game was Tennessee? We just needed a field goal, bro, and you couldn't do it in Tennessee. So those kind of games you got to come through so you can convince me to say give you an extension. But if you be talking about moving on from Tua, I'm not moving on from Tua just to move on for him. Like we could bring anybody in this offense and say that it's going to keep running smooth and going forward. No, it's not going to happen like that. You know what I'm saying? So what if you're going to compare Tua to the rest of these guys, and I'm going to say, what would I rather have? I'd rather have the most accurate or one of the most accurate quarterbacks. I forgot who that was. I said he wasn't. That's crazy. One of the most accurate quarterbacks that just have to show me that he could win the big game, but he have everything else outside of a rocket arm, but you don't need that. Joe Montana didn't have a rocket arm, nor did Steve Young, but they still got.
Well, any quarterback over 60% can do it.
Yeah, but Joe Montana didn't have a strong arm, but he also wasn't limited. But wait, have you seen Tua's throw on the run?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a big fan of it, but hold on.
Tony. Tua doesn't throw well on the run. You can't boot like this guy.
I don't know, Pete. I don't know.
Why haven't we seen him bootleg much?
Why
in a run-first offense?
That's not a strong suit, first of all, Pete.
We're running stretch runs. They're outside zone. We're running stretches. And
I would say Russell Wilson is way better deep ball thrower than all of them.
You remember the Broncos with Jake Plummer and Clinton Portis? That was the thing. Every time outside zone, they were going to stretch it out, play action, bootleg. Yeah.
I mean, I get you, Pete. I'm not even going to talk to you about no damn Jake Plummer. But
I'm just saying that style offense, there it is.
Okay, but I mean, that's
Shanahan.
Throwing on the run is not his strong suit. Got it. So you're not going to run that as much. But they have run bootlegs, and he have made plays on a bootleg, even running to his off his weak hand. So don't say that he's limited. He's not.
What about that name?
Did he just put? You didn't even spell Justice's name right, so we already know that's not even an option. Thank you.
But
Wow. Hold on. You're not
I'm
gonna
not
do
doing
this to
I'm
me
not doing
today.
it to you about no damn Justin Fields. No,
No to
we're not
Justin.
doing it.
No to Justin.
No, bro, we see this guy constantly miss wide open receivers. Like, what are we talking about? Wide open in his face, and we're worried
Even
about
though
Tua coming off his first week.
even though DJ Moore had his best receiving
I mean,
season under him.
Crypto don't give me that because I can tell you what Tua and Waddle seasons they had their best season. Well, Waddle only had
Exactly.
season.
So that means that if another receiver had his best receiving core, that means he's got some potential. The potential lies there.
I'm
Can't just write him off. Which means with the right coaching staff, that could be developed.
But
if he did it with a competent coaching
on.
staff, made the best numbers out of DJ Moore that a DJ Moore ever had, that means he's got better probability with a great right coaching staff, with an offensive-minded coaching staff to develop that in him, just like Steve Young did when he left Tampa Bay when he was trash and couldn't process the field until he got to the great Bill Wall or George Seifert in San Francisco behind a great competent offensive coordinators.
Crypto. Yeah, okay, would you agree with me? If we bring in Justin Field, we have to change this whole offense complete. Correct?
You could change the offense in one off season. Yes, I agree with that. But it could be changed in one off.
Which is good. Isn't that what Mike
I agree with
McDaniel
that.
wants? He said that.
Hold on. So how long? Let's say, what you gonna give him a year and a half to get into?
No, because it'll be based on his. No, it will be designed based on his skill set. That's what people miss.
That's what I'm saying. So how long do you think it would take them to get the cohesiveness? You get what I'm saying? To get the timing down, so they can
one off season. You know why I say that? Because they're all professionals, and he's already in his fifth league, going into his fifth league in the year. It shouldn't take long to learn an offense designed around him.
But what
versus
about
the previous guy?
Okay, so what
it'll be
about
just one off. I'm going to take one off season.
So now you're taking an approach. Are you telling Tyreek them to give you what more time? How much longer you think we're gonna have Tyreek at his peak?
Tyreek Hill is not going to have that kind of a drop off, especially Waddle. They're not going to have that much of a drop off.
I'm not talking about
where you in one off.
Hold on, Crypto. I'm not talking about personal stats wise. I'm talking about winning the Super Bowl wise, because this is the ultimate goal, and this is what these guys have aspiration to do: win the Super Bowl. And you can't tell them that you're going to bring a Justin Fields in, because you're going to push it back at least a year and a half to see if you even could get him to that level, because he's still a project. We already know that. He's a project.
No, but this is why I kind of don't always 100% agree with that notion, because we're talking about now, if he stays with Mike McDaniel, that's another guy who's been coaching different style quarterback. Tua is not the only quarterback that he's been in the building with. He's been in the building with the likes of RG3, somebody that's got similar type skill sets as Fields got. So it's not like he's totally blind to the fact of coaching a quarterback with that kind of attributes, because he had RG3 in the building before.
I mean, I said RG3, but RG3 is way more accurate than Justin Fields. He was way more polished as a quarterback coming out of Baylor than Justin Fields was. So I mean,
but to what extent? If he could do what he did in that small sample size with Moore, then he can do that even more with somebody with veterans like Tyreek or Waddle that's way better than Moore.
Well, let's be honest. A lot of that was DJ Moore creating too. But what I'm saying is, I'm not, because I don't want to take the credit from what the guy did, because I'm not a Justin Fields hater, but I just don't think he's a better quarterback.
No, I'm just saying, but y'all acting like he's a toddler and he never went to Ohio State and learned how to play the football at the quarterback position.
My point of view is to bring him in. I don't think he's a better quarterback than Tua. I don't think he throws the ball better. I think the only thing he do better than Tua is throw farther, and he's more athletic. But for the quarterback, for what I need, hold on.
That will be the same, but that will be the same attributes that y'all will be giving to Colin Kaepernick if Jim Harbaugh was his head coach, and he went to the Super Bowl with that guy, and Kaepernick wasn't all that polished as a passer neither.
Understand that, but I mean,
wow, good one, Crypto.
Look at the offensive line. So you're going to try to bring these in and think they're going to have the same offensive line, the same defense. Don't forget about Navarro Bowman and Patrick Willis that was over there, and they had the who the cornerbacks was. I forgot them to. Dude, like that team was completely stacked. This team is not like that. So that's not like that. It was Kaepernick.
What do you mean? What team stacked? Why do we always use that word like that?
Because
every team in the NFL ain't stacked. They
Hold on.
won
Yes,
6
they were.
games.
Yeah, they were. Crypto. The 49ers did not win because of Colin Kaepernick. Like, he made some plays with his legs here and
He
there.
was
Yes.
there, but but we're not gonna act like he wasn't there. He was just a cigar store mannequin at the same
No.
time.
I'm not saying that.
People
I'm not.
respecting him enough as a dual threat to be able to, you know, game
Yeah,
plan for the guy.
right. But what I'm saying is, if you're going to take Tua out of here, right? You cannot tell me. I mean, maybe you could say that, but I don't believe that is a clear cut upgrade from Tua to say, okay, that's what we need to get this team over the hump. I'm not saying that these guys are not capable. I'm not saying that these guys are not talented. What I'm saying is that. Go
I
ahead.
get it. No, I get it, but y'all see, that's why I keep bringing the Jeep Wrangler example in there. You don't need necessarily another Ferrari when you're in a race, when you're on the NASCAR circuit. Sometimes the playing field has changed. You may need an off-road vehicle to get the job done. You don't necessarily need another faster, better Ferrari. That's what
That's
y'all
not how
keep
they.
mixing up.
That's
You
not
don't.
how
You
this.
probably just need something that's different for a different style of game to
That
But
get
don't
you
it's
mean.
over
happened.
the
But
hump
but but
Hold
crypto.
on.
with
But
the
Hold
certain
on.
crypto.
type of
And
defenses.
Hold on, Pete.
we,
Let me respond.
go ahead. Go ahead.
You're saying these as if, see, the way y'all trying to bring these quarterbacks in, y'all saying as if they're plug and play, and I don't think that's what's going on. If you're going to bring somebody in with Tua, the way this team is constructed, they have to be a plug and play type guys. These guys, you have to change too many things. Now, yes, can we possibly get it done with these guys? Yeah, but you have to be under the understanding that, okay, it might take 2 or 3 years to get it to where we need to go. Possibly. It might be earlier than that. It might be a little bit later. But what I'm saying is you have to be under that mindset. And the way
Yeah,
this
but you
team
don't
is
need
constructed,
you don't necessarily always need plug and play because you got a
the
bunch of
way this team is
veterans.
constructed is, though, Crypto, you do. Because
You
that's what
got a
they
bunch
said.
of veterans like Tyreek Hill that can adjust to any scheme. Waddle can
Okay,
adjust to any scheme. He's a
but
fourth
that's
year
what you
veteran
do. I'm
now.
saying that, but the quarterback can't adjust. They're gonna have to learn a brand new scheme.
He don't. He will learn the scheme he get and be enhanced by his coaching that's
And
got better
essentially it would
knowledge
be a
of the
brand new
game
scheme.
offensively than him, than
But
his previous
essentially,
coaches.
hold on, you know for a fact Mike McDaniel is not gonna run no offense like what he's been running, or he might like have some plays or have some
How do we know
similarities.
that? And now you're shortchanging Mike McDaniel's ability as
No,
a professional coach at this
no. I'm
level.
not. Let me finish before you
Because
cut. Yo,
what
let
makes
me
and
finish.
this is why I hate when we
Hold
do
on.
this. We put Mike
Hold on,
McDaniel in the
crypto. Let
box.
me finish. No, let me
Okay,
finish.
hold on, because we do this. We put Mike McDaniel in the box, act like he
I
can't
didn't say
coach
you didn't let me
nobody
finish
other
to
than
see what I was
Tua
gonna finish. You
and
didn't
that
let me
type of
finish.
offense. That's not true.
I
Because
never
Mike
said.
McDaniel's a coach.
Okay, he's a coach, but he still have to teach and build an offense around that player. He's
That's
not gonna
why I
do it in
said it
one
only take
season.
one off season. Because guess what?
Okay,
He
so
went
that's
from
what I.
dead last in offense
So
under a different offensive
you
coordinator
saying exactly
and
what I'm
what
saying,
Brian
then,
Flores
crypto.
had, and Mike McDaniel built it in one off season and brought us
Crypto,
to
you
number
saying what
6.
I'm saying, crypto. You
So it
saying the
was
same
done.
exact thing what I'm saying. All I'm saying is that's not gonna bring us a fucking Super Bowl right away. He's gonna have
It
to
don't.
build it. It might not get
It
a better
doesn't
offense.
necessarily going to be build a Super Bowl because you got the talent already that was more enhanced. Is what I'm
Yes, but
saying. It's much more
hold on.
accelerated.
Okay, so let's go back. Let's just say you bring who you talking about, Kaepernick, right? Are you still gonna have the same type of offense like with the outside inside zone, or you gonna have more of a
Yeah, that's
bootleg type?
exactly what they ran. What they was running. The similar type offense,
But they
like what
was
Harbaugh was running.
but they was running Kaepernick a lot more. Am I right or wrong?
It was more RPO based, but he
Yeah,
still
exactly.
ran some of the similar concepts. But it wasn't
You're
purely
not,
West Coast. It was more like a
yeah,
RPO style.
yeah, more RPO because that was around him.
He built
Now,
it around his skill set. Now they
right,
offense wasn't slouch. He turned over the ball. That's a lot of people forget too,
I'm
Tony.
not
A
saying
lot
that.
of
I
people
know
got
that. I'm
these
not
type
saying
of
that he's
quarterbacks
not going to
that
be
don't turn
good.
over the ball.
I'm not saying that it's not going to be good, and I'm not saying that he possibly could have success with him. You get what I'm saying? What I'm saying is the way you construct this team, the players that you have in the building right now, you cannot just bring somebody in and say, okay, I'm gonna do this. Okay, we're gonna have a good offense, but is that guy gonna get me over the hump? We seen that guy not get over the hump at other teams.
With incompetent, inferior offensive coordinators and coaching staffs, correct. But
Well, at the
that's
same,
once again we're
but they also
shortchanging.
But they
Mike
also have
McDaniel's ability
no, we
as a
not.
professional
No,
head
we
coach
not.
to
No,
elevate a player.
I'm shortchanging the quarterback's ability to execute Mike McDaniel's game plan to his best ability.
The
That's what I'm
problem is, it's
shortchanging.
not Mike
'Cause
McDaniel's. He would be building a system based on the talent that's there.
but he will have to trust
So
that quarterback.
how
Hold on,
can
Crypto.
you
Hold on.
prejudge and say he's going to shortchange him, and you don't even know the offense
I
that he
said,
would yet to build for this new player?
well, who you talk about now? Mike McDaniels or Colin Kaepernick? Who's going to
Mike
shortchange him?
McDaniel and Kaepernick. If Kaepernick was his quarterback,
No, he's not. I'm really explaining why Mike McDaniels is not going to go out there and get no fucking Colin Kaepernick. That's not the offense that he wants. Based on the reason that he came up, if he wanted
you're
to
saying
do
that's
that,
not the offense that he won because he only coached one person so far in his career.
and
That would
based
be.
on what he said,
Hold on. Let me give you a clear, clever example. Cause I'm gonna keep it in house.
hold on. No,
I'm gonna give you a clear, clever example because Don Shula only coached one type of quarterback for the first almost 15 years of his career before Daniel Casante Marino came and changed the game of football. He was coaching guys like Brent. He was coaching. Listen, I'm talking about at the very beginning of Shula's career, when he was coaching quarterbacks that only ran the ball, that had skill sets like like freaking Bob Greasy and other likes of Woodley's of the world. They won these pure pocket passers or precision passers that was needed. He coached and adjusted to those players for 15 years. And then when Dan Marino came on, and guess what Don Shula did? He changed in an instant, pretty much overnight, his coaching style and his philosophy to suit the quarterback that was in house. Built an offense around them and said, Daniel, you're going to throw the ball 35 to 40 times, and this is how we're going to get it done.
I'm not saying that he can't.
So why pigeonhole to Mike McDaniel to that same thing just because he only coached Tua?
I'm just telling you that these quarterbacks that y'all name is not better than Tua. I'm not saying Mike McDaniel can't do it. I just said
they don't have to be a clear cut better than Tua. It could be a lateral move.
Why would you get rid of somebody for somebody that's not as good as the one you got here?
The same thing. You're going back.
Go to Kaepernick. That's what you're going to go to Patrick Mahomes.
You're going back clear cut upgrade when Matthew Stafford won a clear cut upgrade over Goff just because he got lucky and won a Super Bowl.
Was a clear cut upgrade from Goff.
He wasn't.
Yes,
no, he wasn't.
Yeah,
he just ran. He just was unfortunate. Stafford got lucky that he played the Bengals in the Super Bowl that time around and then played Brian Flores-led Patriots. That's the difference, because he would have suffered a big-time L had he faced that same New England team with Tom Brady and a Brian Flores-led defense. That would have been the same result. That's the difference in the two games. That was the difference.
You're assuming that now all of a sudden now you assuming that Matthew Stafford
I'm just saying because you're trying to make it as if it's a clear-cut upgrade, and they got desperate and made a desperate move, and it just happened to work out.
Okay, so let's take them off. I also said that Kansas City didn't switch from Alex Smith to Colin Kaepernick. They went to Patrick Mahomes. I also put that up.
Yeah,
and I also said,
that's true. I get that. That's that they did in the what did they do in the draft? Was Texas Tech and Patrick Mahomes playing like he was light years ahead of Smith? No, I don't think so. They just saw the talent and just took a chance on him, and then he became Patrick Mahomes after the fact.
But they didn't. They had him already. They already.
He wasn't no clear-cut upgrade over Alex Smith.
That's two different things that you're saying, because Alex Smith was already in house. And then when they drafted,
but they still took a chance on the draft.
Hold on. See, now I would give you that argument if you were saying that Skylar Thompson is a better upgrade, and I'll be like, okay, yeah, he's in. Then you move on because you already got him in house. You see what he's doing. So Patrick Mahomes, when they drafted him, he was in house. They saw him better than Alex Smith. Then they
that was after the fact, which means they still gambled.
But we're not talking about drafting people now. We're talking about drafting quarterback. That's a different story.
But you just shot down one of Pete's options for a draft, not thinking a draft guy come in and do the same thing.
Oh, he didn't give me no draft guy. Not one person gave me.
He said Jalen Daniel.
No, he didn't. He said Daniel Jones.
I thought he said Jalen Daniel because Jalen Daniels was pretty damn good for LSU.
No, we were talking about Daniel Jones and when the contract that tour. He never gave me Jalen Daniels. You know what I'm saying? And that's,
okay.
If you bring one of them in, then now I got a different outlook on that, because I'm like, okay, you got somebody in house, and if he shows that he's more qualified than Tua, then guess what? That's what you drafted the guy for, right? You put the best person on the field. That's a different story. What I'm talking about, if you're going to go out and move on from Tua, we talk about move on for Tua and bring somebody in. I don't think you gotta
No, I never said move on for Tua. He will
This
always
is
be
what
the
we was
bridge
arguing
quarterback.
about, though, Crypto. This is what my whole argument was about. I've said I'm not pushing back on that these guys has talent, but you gotta bring me somebody that at least you gotta say that, okay, that's a clear cut upgrade, and I'll be like, okay, cool. But don't just move on for Tua just because you don't like them, is what I was saying. Never said that these guys are not talented, that they don't have the ability, that I don't think Mike McDaniel. I just would not move on for Tua just to bring in Justin Fields, because I think he's
Right, but
better.
when has the Dolphins ever moved on from any quarterback in history, including when they drafted Dan Marino for a clear cut upgrade? They don't do that. They don't
Well,
take the chances that the Rams took and gambled, which I didn't really think he was clear cut. They just gambled at the time and panicked because the Patriots put a freaking haymaker type defense on them in the Super Bowl. And then they said, oh, maybe it's the quarterback's fault. Not realizing that the Rams was number one in offense that year, and Goff threw for 4,700 yards that year
Goff was
and
good.
a whole bunch of touchdowns.
Remember, he outdo Patrick Mahomes that same year. Wasn't that Patrick Mahomes, or was it Alex Smith? No, that was Patrick Mahomes, wasn't it?
Yeah, in the shootout. Yeah, in that
shootout.
56 to 40 something shootout.
I'm strictly speaking on our team and bringing somebody in. Like, we brought in Dr.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, but the Rams did it, and it just happens to pay off on them.
No, I get that point, but that wasn't.
But you can't. But they couldn't say it was a clear upgrade because the Goff was putting up crazy numbers, just like Staff was in Detroit.
I mean, at that, okay, that one right there.
I wouldn't say that was clear.
That's okay.
That was more of a lateral move.
That I don't. That one I would say. That's why I said take that one off the table. I would give you that. That's a push. But what I'm saying about us bringing people in, you know what I'm saying? Like, you're not going to bring just anybody in because you want to do something else, or you could do something else with that quarterback. You got to give me somebody that you think is a clear upgrade before you just say, I'm going to move on for a guy that at least gave me enough production to get me to the playoffs, and I could work with things that could possibly push him, you know what I'm saying, over the hump and get him better and get his peak production from him. You understand?
Yeah.
This is what I'm talking about. Now, remember,
no, I agree with you. I will only entertain the guys that want to move off of him, only to keep Tua guaranteed for 1 year to a year and a half to make him the bridge.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. So why would you move? You got him under your fifth year.
Meaning, even if you bring in Justin Fields, you still got time. Tua still starts, and you make him the bridge, and that really put pressure and put the screws on.
The only problem with that is, Crypto, you know, Justin Fields not coming here to be a backup. He's not. So that's not a valuable option.
Why wouldn't he? Wasn't Baker a backup in Los Angeles?
Yeah, but Baker is not in the same situation as Justin Fields is. Justin Fields, most likely, we know he thinks he's the number one guy. We know if he goes somewhere, even his agent and his camp is not going to let him go nowhere and be a backup. No, you're going to go somewhere where you could start at. Like,
you think his agent won't sacrifice 1 year and still collect a nice fat paycheck and then
No, if we realistically speaking, no, because I'm quite sure they understand and they see how Mike McDaniel is in love with Tua. So he's not going to bring in a Justin Fields knowing that he feel like he could get the best out of Tua that he wants. So I don't even think that's an option. And then if we go back to talent for talent, I'm like, you got to put Justin Fields in a different
that's why I said Mike McDaniel will technically scratch his plan and have to go to what Jim Harbaugh, similar to what Jim Harbaugh ran in San Francisco, or what he ran in, or run similar to what he ran with RG3.
So remember, Crypto, when we having these discussions, right, and we're talking about bringing in quarterbacks, let's not forget what he said when he came here. Why he chose to keep Tua, because he thought Tua was the best guy to run his offense that he wanted to run. You get what I'm saying? So if he wanted to build the offense around another guy, he would have just started over. So I think that he believes that he has what he needed in Tua to get to run his offense. Now he knows. Let's be real. I'm a over Tua.
But you got to remember, that's in hindsight and only watching Tua's best plays. He didn't watch Tua's worst plays and enhance them. He's enhancing and rerunning his best plays.
I'm not gonna lie, Tony. I'm not gonna lie to you, Tony. You about to drive me crazy. You about to turn. You about to make me go into my because I know like, that's what you want to bring up. I'm so tired. You're deflecting all these quarterbacks who actually prove. And I don't know who that was. Oh, you came back to the back. Shout out to MJ. But just read this comment, and I'm gonna read it. Right?
Read it, please.
And I really want you
to
Go
tell
ahead, read
me
it.
that you don't believe Justin Fields is an upgrade, right?
No, he's
Shout
not.
out
I'm
to
sorry.
CCRR, right?
Oh,
Listen
Jesus
to this.
Christ.
I'm going to read it. He said, Pete, what type of coverage is most effective versus Hill and Waddle? That under Tua, I'm assuming that's what it is. But what type of coverage can't you play versus Fields? You see what I'm saying? Like, listen, if they play press, Fields kills you with his legs. Facts.
What are
Once
you
these
talking about,
corners,
bro? It's
once
not
these,
just that
if you,
simple.
yes,
Oh
it is.
gosh. Oh
And if
Jesus
you
Christ.
play zone,
Yo.
he's gonna sit back there and pick you apart with these options.
Okay,
That's
so
exactly how
so
I
let me
see
let
it,
me let me
CCR.
let me
There's so
so
many
when you
more
go there,
upgrades.
Pete,
But
when you
you're
go
telling
there,
me Justin is not
this what
one,
I
right?
will tell
Did
you,
you say
bro.
Russell Wilson
Go
is?
I like Russell Wilson. Go bring
Okay,
me
so he is to you.
the film.
Justin
Go,
Fields might be
go
the
bring,
best runner.
yeah, he's the best runner. Go bring me the
He's
film of
clearly an
Justin.
upgrade.
Go bring me the film of Justin Fields cutting up a zone all day, all game. Please bring that film to me.
Well, I'm
Somebody
pretty sure
bring
he
that.
did that in when he was playing with
Don't
Chris
give me no
Olave
run
in
game.
college.
I want you to bring him
Was
because he
one of
had
the best
remember what.
passers in
Hold
college.
No,
I'm
on,
no,
sure
listen
he
they
to
knew
me.
how
did.
to run.
There's
Pete,
some film of him
what
beating
he has to
zones
do because
before.
he looked way better in college than he did in the NFL. I will give you that for sure. He looked way more
Exactly.
like
So
a
you can't
quarterback in
take
college.
that away.
Let's listen. What we want him to do, we have to do this on a consistent basis, game in and game out. Now he can have an off game here and there, but when you want to get on that next level, he has to do this on a consistent
You
basis.
remember?
You
Boom,
cannot
Mister
show me
Finish.
him doing that at a consistent basis, going through cutting up and chopping up
Did we forget
defensive
who he
playing.
is, or did we
No, he
not
killed us
remember
with
what
a
he did?
run game. What are you talking about, miss? He had like damn near 200 yards rushing against us. Cut it
There you
out, bro.
go.
Yeah, he did,
But
but
he
the
didn't
running,
have
he
nothing
wasn't
else.
really scoring touchdowns. He was throwing them, actually, which was crazy.
Yeah,
He
he
was
threw
more
a couple
efficient
down.
throwing than he was
But
running
yeah, but I was saying him cutting up, chopping up, and just
because he threw
slicing and
3
dicing
touchdowns that game.
a zone defense.
Thank you.
Like that's not. Come on,
Yeah.
let's do.
I mean, that's
Facts.
what I'm saying. You don't think Mike McDaniel does that with
I
meaning
think
honing in
he
only on them
would.
that skill
Crypto,
set and enhancing it.
you thinking that out there? Yes, I think he would, and I think he has the ability. I'm just telling you that's not what he wants to do. That's not what he's
But
trying to
you're
do.
saying that but you're
Go ahead.
saying that because this is his only opportunity as a head coach that he's
No, I
had
don't think that.
and
No, I
one
just think.
player.
No, I just
We
think.
remember we're the only team that interviewed him.
And what
So Tony, I
hold on,
told you you're
crypto.
driving me
But what I'm
crazy.
saying is, you cannot sit here and tell me that what McDaniel's seen out of Tour and the way that he coached and the production that he got out of Tour, that he doesn't think that he could win with Tour going forward. You cannot convince me that. If you could convince me of that, then I'll be
I'm
like,
gonna
okay, yes,
convince you right now.
he's
I'm gonna
winning it.
Then
convince
that
you right
means that
now. I'm
that
not. I'm gonna
means guess
convince
what? If we
Tony
don't
right
win
now.
the
He's
Super
driving
Bowl
me
next
wild.
year, that means Mike McDaniel should be fired
Check
right
this out.
away
Hey,
because that means he
Crypto.
can't coach
I'm
another
gonna convince.
quarterback.
Hold on, crypto.
This
You know what? I like that. You know why? Because I'm also the
That
guy
means
that
if he
said,
can't coach
hold
another
on,
quarterback
yes.
with another skill set, he don't deserve to be an
No,
NFL
I
coach.
think he can. No. I'm not saying that he can't. I said he don't want. Now, but see, to that point, let me give you another one of my takes that I said. I also said that a head coach, it's not just all about liking your quarterback and want to run your offense. You also have to make that big decisions and the hard decisions. Now, if Tua doesn't get it done, no matter how much you like that guy, you also have to have enough balls to move on for him. I don't care how much you like that, or I'm gonna be calling for your head as well. Because from what I'm seeing from Tua, he hasn't shown me that okay, let's give him an extension. He's our franchise guy. I have not seen that yet. I'm basically
exactly.
strictly going on to what I think that Mike McDaniels is looking at, and I'm for sure this year, and mind you, everything that I'm saying is predicated on this year alone. This year, he's not going out and bringing the Justin Fields in to replace Tua. He's not. He's not going out to bring no Daniel Jones. I don't even think he's going to drive one of these quarterbacks that are projected to be a starter and a franchise quarterback because he wouldn't want to send that message to Tua. I don't think he's doing that yet. Now, whether we
This
feel like he should or
NFL
not,
is not about
that's a
think.
different
It's
question
about
now.
getting better.
Yeah, it is about getting better, but I think
But here's how I'm gonna convince you, right,
Mm-hmm.
Tony? Because if this doesn't convince you, then you're dug deep with this Tua guy, and I can't believe it, dude. Like you're literally one of my neighbors, bro. Like your family, and I can't believe this, dude. Like, let me tell you something. Going up, so you're telling me it's hard to find a better quarterback because of this scheme that we're in, right? The Tua scheme. Get rid of the ball in 2.3 seconds, right? You're telling me it's
it's
hard to find a quarterback that's gonna do this scheme.
no.
Mind you,
No.
Mind you.
Hold on. Let me clear that.
What did
Let
you
me clear
say?
that.
Because you said we got
I
to
don't think the
change him
guys
with these
that you
other
guys brought
quarterbacks.
up to do that better than Tua.
Oh,
It's
you
hard to
think
find.
those guys? Okay, you
Yes.
think those guys?
Kirk Cousins, I
college.
think Kirk Cousins
You
will
do
do. I
you
think
do
Kirk
know there's
Cousins will do
college
just fine in
quarterbacks
this
that
offense.
run our system that copied our system already.
Crypto. This is where I get
You
him.
said.
Crypto, right?
You
Mind
said.
you.
Washington did.
So,
Washington.
I know. I
So
said I'll bring Kirk Cousins in. That's what I said.
okay, fine.
I think he can run his offense the same way. I just don't think Matt McDaniel's going to move over Tua for Kirk Cousins. I just don't think so. But go ahead, finish, Pete. Go ahead, my bad.
So you're telling me you feel comfortable year 3 with McDaniel to run the same scheme? Like
No,
this is what I'm really talking about. Now
that's
we're
not
gonna
what I'm
go into
saying.
year
No,
3.
no, Pete.
You
That's
feel
not what I'm
so
saying.
no, but you're telling me that these other quarterbacks, Justin Fields, can't do what Tua does in this scheme. So now you're telling me that we're gonna
No,
ride
Pete,
this
that's true
scheme
because
again.
he wouldn't run this scheme. He would
He
totally
wouldn't run this
scratch it
scheme.
if a
Thank you,
quarterback goes
Crypto.
that.
He wouldn't run this
But no,
scheme with those
forget
guys.
about other
He wouldn't
quarterbacks.
run it.
I'm
He would
talking about
scratch it. He
but
couldn't
with
run it
Tua.
because he wouldn't. That would be malpractice to try to force a scheme that he's never run in his life down his throat.
Yeah, but here's what I'm saying. He's saying that we can't find other quarterbacks to run this scheme. The ones we've named in particular, Justin Fields. You know, he feels like
That
Justin
style
Fields wouldn't be a
quarterback, no,
yeah.
you would change
No.
the offense.
Yeah, no, you got to
So
change
you
the
would
offense.
change the which would be a benefit, in my opinion,
No,
because here's why. Now let me ask you, Tony. Do
go
you
ahead.
feel comfortable with Tua, same offense, same roster, this year, year 3, running the same scheme under Tua, same stuff that we've been because we did the same
No,
plays
no,
two
I can
years in a
answer that
row.
quick. No,
2 years
no,
in a row.
no.
Oh, so
I'm
you
on record
want
saying that.
change? Oh, so
No, I don't.
you want
Yeah,
change on the
yeah. I
offense?
think.
Let
Hold
me
on.
okay.
If you're gonna but let me explain it so you can understand where I'm coming from. If you're gonna run this thing, if you're gonna keep Tua, I'm not going in the offseason with the same offensive line. You might have to. I
Offensive
like
line.
Mostert. I like Achan, but when it comes down to the nitty gritty, and we had to run the ball when everybody knew we ran the ball, we was only successful in one game, and that was the second game against the Jets, when I thought they was already broken. Every other
Right.
time we failed. We failed when we had to run the ball when need be, and everybody knew we had to do that. You understand? So I think they need to do a clear upgrade to the offensive line, and they need to bring in at least a serviceable god dog on tight end, bro. You're not going to win like this because what Tua has and his limitations, it doesn't afford you the ability to say, okay, let me cut corners on the offensive line, because he's not let a guy to get out of the pocket like that. So if you give him a competent offensive line, then I'm not comfortable with them, which is why I say I think he need to play on his 5th-year option. He hasn't proven to me, and I'm not convinced. I'm just saying, based on the quarterback that you guys are offering us, I don't think I would bring them in to run this offense. We would have to, like I said to Crypto earlier, we would have to change everything, and I don't think that's what this team needs right now because the way they was built. That's just me. You know what I'm saying?
There's only a handful of quarterbacks that can run exactly the
Hey,
same
listen,
offense.
let me tell you something. I'm gonna tell you who
But I would
I only
have.
got one person that I would say I will bring him in, and I will be comfortable with that, and that's Matthew Stafford. I don't care about the rest of them guys. I think
Yeah, he can
Matthew
run.
Stafford
Well,
will
he
come
can
in,
run any offense
run
technically.
me, yes, because
But
and that's the only one. Now anybody else that
there are
maybe
some
not,
quarterbacks.
like Kirk Cousins. Hold on, I think Kirk
No,
Cousins will come in here, but I think Kirk
no,
Cousins
no,
will
no. I
not.
ain't just talking about the NFL because it's a copycat,
Oh,
not
okay,
just
okay, okay.
NFL
I
and
get what
college.
you're saying. Okay, so
Yeah,
now
in college
college guys, the only
there was
reason I
teams
stay
that
away from
copied
them.
our offense.
The only reason I stay away from them because they're not proven. I mean, I give it to you that C.J. Stroud showed that what he could do coming in the first year. You know what I'm saying? Patrick Mahomes clearly, he showed that. But I'm not, I'm not convinced. So, for instance, they had brought in C.J. Stroud, but look who they had at quarterback. They don't know who the hell they was. You know what I'm saying? They didn't have a tool on that team to say, okay, let me draft him and make him the guy. This is my only pushback with college guys. We got somebody here that we know that's at least competent enough to run this offense. He just need to get us to the next level. So that's the only reason I would give pushback.
You talking about a college guy? What? No, that ran his off. You talking about Skyler?
No.
No,
What
he's
I'm
talking
saying,
about Tua.
no, I'm saying tour. I said the reason that I want to bring a college guy in is because we have a tour, and you're not going to bring a college guy in and be like, okay, you competing with Tua for his job. We know that's not going to happen. That's the
No,
only
that's
reason.
if Tua bombs out, and then you can easily replace him with the guy that ran the same offense in college.
I'm okay. I'm cool with that. No, I'm not opposed to that. I just don't
I'm
think he'll be the
sorry.
day one
No, Tua
starter.
will play enough games to where you have to force him to bury
My
himself,
God, I
then to
feel like they
replace
ain't
him.
knocking me down. I'd
I'm
have
gonna be
told him,
honest.
you better
I'm
back
gonna be
up,
honest.
fat man.
I'm
Get
gonna
the
be
fuck
honest with
up.
you, Tony. 21. We're sitting there. JJ McCarthy's there. He's
Don't
better.
Yeah.
A
no,
rookie.
Pete.
Yeah,
Pete,
he's
stop it.
It wouldn't
there.
be McCarthy.
Well,
Pete.
McCarthy. If McCarthy's
It
there
would
at
be
21, I don't see us
It
passing up
might be
on him.
No,
I
it
just
be
no
don't.
Daniel.
Daniels will be the guy if
Think
you're gonna do
they be
that. But no,
Crypto?
huh?
You think they're gonna drop JJ McCarthy over Daniels?
Well,
Yeah.
if Jaden Daniels is
No,
projected to
not
go
McCarthy.
higher,
No, Daniels will be the guy. Is what I'm saying. He's
That's what
going
I'm
way
saying.
higher.
That's what I'm saying. So you think they're gonna drop JJ McCarthy before you think he's going before Daniels?
No,
no.
But you
no.
said Daniels would be the guy at 21. Oh, you're saying both of them on the board is what you're saying, Dave. Is
Yeah.
that okay? Cool.
If
My
both
bad.
of
I'm
them.
sorry. Okay. All right.
Imagine if both
I
of
thought,
them
No, if
I,
on
both of them's
the
on the board,
if
then
both of
Daniels
those
will be the guy.
quarterbacks are on
I
the
thought you was
board
like a
at
piece saying
21.
that he think JJ Daniels is going to be a top 10 quarterback.
I don't know, but when I know TD was trolling. He drafted two quarterbacks with the
Yeah, I
first
seen
and
that
second
one.
round, and they gave him an A and a B on the grades. That's
I
crazy.
mean, let's not kid ourselves here. I mean, I'm the only reason I'm defending Tua is because of the guy that was brought to me, but by no means or no stretch of the mark, though I think that Tua showed and convinced
Is
me
this
that he's
is
our
this
guy.
quarterback class really that good? They giving us A grade for drafting two quarterbacks?
I think it's more of the team that he drafted it to. Crypto.
Crypto, when you have a Tua,
No, he
every
used our picks
quarterback
to do it.
draft class is
He
going to
used
be
our picks,
enticing.
That's what I'm
Tony.
saying. It's more they gave him a grade because he got. Oh, I get what you're saying. Because yeah, you got your quarterback. What the hell
Right.
you drafting another one for? Okay. Because now at
Right.
that point
Is
he's
are
getting
they
value.
really
They're saying
that
that he
good?
got. You know what, Crypto? It depends on who you got because you know that was automatic. So that's the system, and what he drafted the quarterback was great value for what he drafted him. That it wasn't all about the position at that point. Is what I'm guessing. The
Yeah,
grade was more.
but he did what the Commanders did with RG3 and Kirk Cousins. He
Yeah.
drafted two quarterbacks in a row.
Hey,
Yeah,
Crypto. They
but
should
I
have got
don't.
an
I
A and B
don't.
for that too, Crypto. Now in 2020 hindsight.
They didn't really
Yeah,
win nothing.
that's
They
what the
didn't really win
Redskins
nothing
did.
with him. They didn't really win nothing with him. But here's the thing, right?
RG3 got
Let's
injured,
just say
and Thurston
He
I
got
don't
injured. That
see.
was freaking
I don't. Yeah, that
Shanahan's
was.
fault.
I don't see that happening, right? Like Jaden Daniels being there at 21. But let's
No,
just say that is the case.
that'd be a miracle if
Yeah,
he fell that far.
let's just say that is the case on draft day because there's been things happen. Will Levis
Somebody put a
last year.
video of him having sex with somebody in the restroom in Los Angeles.
You
Oh
see,
Lord,
it's
there they
over for
go.
him. He's there at 21
Oh,
now.
no,
But
no,
listen to this. But listen to this, right? We're
Not
sitting
living
there at
prison?
21. Let's say we're sitting at 21. Something like that, whatever the case happens. We have the national championship guy from Michigan, JJ McCarthy, sitting there. And then you also have the Heisman Trophy winner sitting there at 21.
Pete,
How do you sit there as a Miami
Pete.
Dolphin owner, right? You're an owner of the
Damn.
Miami Dolphins,
Let
not
me
the
tell you how I'm gonna answer
GM,
this question,
not
Pete.
the
But Pete,
general
he's not going to
manager,
do
Hold on.
that.
and
Stephen
you're
Hold on,
Ross
not
Pete.
the
never
Wait.
does
head
that.
coach.
Hold
The
on. Hold on, Pete. I gotta
owner,
ask you a
the
question first before I
owner.
answer. I gotta ask you a question before I answer this question now. Did we or did we not extend to it yet? That's the real question.
We have well,
Uh,
yeah,
Because if he's
right,
we
not
did we
already
extend
extended,
him
extended him.
now?
Yeah, we
if
did.
he's not
Yeah, we did.
extended, go ahead and grab one of the quarterback. Hey, listen.
I'm sorry that you two ears might not like the truth, but the truth is we already gave Tua his extension,
The
which
fifth year,
is
I get it.
picking up his
I
fifth.
like
That's
that.
part of a. That's a deal,
Yeah,
right?
his rookie deal is a guarantee, fully guaranteed.
I like that mindset, Pete. Now, if they haven't extended him, right, and you got one of those guys sitting there at 21, I'm not opposed to grabbing one of them. Like you got to draft for the future. You always draft for the future. I don't care who you got in the
Yeah,
building.
if they haven't extended him yet, then yeah, that gives them
Go ahead and
opportunity
grab them.
to grab them and stash them and make
Hey,
to a play their fifth year
that's what
out fully.
that's
Then
what
you
they
got
did
your
with
guy in
Phillip
house
Rivers and Drew Brees. They did it, huh? Then they do it Aaron Rodgers and Brett
with
Favre.
Jordan Love. Yeah, they did it
I
with
mean, no,
Aaron and
not saying
Jordan. Yeah,
that. They just do it. Now they did it with Jordan Love and Aaron Rodgers. They did Brett Favre, then Aaron Rodgers, then Jordan Love. Like I would like to follow
yeah.
down
Green
those.
Bay did that. That's the Green Bay model. Yeah,
I would love Green Bay had their quarterback in the fucking building every season. They had their
You
quarterback in the
guys
building.
think
There was
you
right,
not
guys
one
sitting
season that
here,
they didn't
y'all
have their
making me
quarterback in the
laugh
building.
now. This is
right.
hilarious.
Yeah, they
I'm
did.
gonna
That's
tell
the
you
Green
right
Bay
now.
model.
I'm gonna
Yeah,
tell you right now. If
Pete,
we draft JJ, I'm telling you right now. Even if Jaden Daniels, we draft one of those guys at 21, you could kiss Tua goodbye. guy.
mean,
Literally,
But he
on
won't be
draft day,
leaving until
the next day.
2025, though,
hold on.
Lou.
Yeah,
Hey,
you could
Chris,
kiss.
let me
Tua's
ask
not
Pete
gonna
a
sit back
question,
and
Pete.
do it.
Hey,
Tua's
Pete.
not gonna sit back and deal with
Hey,
that.
hey, Pete. Do you think? Because I think you're trying to pick me out to be a two in there. Do you think that if JJ McCarthy or Jaden Daniels beat Tua out in practice, because you know I'm gonna be out there, right? Every practice I'm gonna be there. You think I'm gonna be like, oh no, let Tua, nigga, get him out the building. We got our franchise quarterback. So don't sit here and talk to me like I'm just a two in there. And I don't, bro. If
I'm
one
just
of them
saying.
beat him out, you put the
Yeah, if they
best
beat him out,
quarterback
then it
on
is
the
what it is.
field. Remember, I was the one
But
telling
this is
people,
what I'm saying. It's not gonna get to that point.
you don't
That's
think
what
so?
I'm trying to
But
point.
that's
No,
more of a
if
Tua
we're
hate
at
take right there,
21
Pete.
and we select
That's not
one of these quarterbacks, that's why I said kiss Tua goodbye. He's not gonna
Pete.
put up with that. He's not gonna have.
Pete,
Why you
that's
think
not a
we've been
Pete's fake,
avoiding
Pete.
open
That's
competition?
not how that works,
We've
Pete.
been avoiding open
That's not
competition.
how
Pete,
they
They went
transition
out.
from one
Pete, that's
quarterback to
not.
the next.
Yeah,
They let
they
the
went out.
one quarterback play another year.
Yeah, hey Pete, that's
I'm
not a
sorry.
Pete's take. You know, I know you guys say Pete take, but that's a Tua haters take right there.
That's
That's the
not
Right,
only way
Tua.
you saying that, bro.
That's
right,
not.
right, Pete.
I'm
That's a
telling you.
Peter haters take. Hey,
That's not
Pete,
a
that's
hater
not how
take.
that
I don't
works.
see it. That's how it's always worked. Name a quarterback. There's only been one quarterback that has gotten a fifth-year extension and actually played on his fifth year. There hasn't been really
All of
much.
them.
It's no, not all of them. None
Every
of
single one of them, including
rarely,
Lamar Jackson. Lamar
rarely,
Jackson playing on his 5th year.
rarely any quarterback has played on their fifth year on their
You went
actual
from never
fifth
to
year.
rarely, Pete. I think
It's
Crypto
been
got you on that
rarely.
one.
I'm telling you, it's
They
been rare. Look it up
do.
because
That's what
it
happened.
it gets picked up
They
before the
just made
fifth year.
Lamar play out every dime of his
Yeah,
extension.
they tried Lamar big time.
And not only did they try Lamar, they gave him that franchise non-exclusive, whatever that they could get shipped by another team. So you're telling me a prospect like Lamar Jackson in a situation where what he's done for the
You know
Baltimore
they
Ravens,
didn't consider
they
him
could quit.
a pure quarterback.
They're
You
gonna.
know that they didn't.
But we're supposed to.
They was dangling them for a lot of teams, and
Yes.
then they was like, okay, we'll keep him, we'll pay him the max or whatever he was asking for. Whatever his
Yeah,
mother was asking for, that's what they got.
100%. And they put him out there to do with that, right? But we're supposed to sit here and just eat the apple
Hey,
and say,
Crypto.
okay, yeah, Tua has
Yeah,
already earned it. No, we
Quick
could do the
yeah.
same
question.
thing with Tua.
With the guys that they brought up, Justin Fields, who else you call? Who else you brought up to me, Pete?
Russell
Daniel
Wilson, Ryan
Jones,
Tannehill,
Ryan
I don't know if
Tannehill.
he's
Jones.
a free agent.
There's a whole bunch.
No.
I
Daniel
mean,
I'm
Jones,
just
what
gonna.
happened with Daniel Jones? What's
Daniel
wrong with
Jones
him?
on.
I mean, what
He's a,
Daniel
This
Jones
is
ain't
what.
getting
hold
cut
on,
by the Giants. You heard what they general
hold on.
manager just said?
Crypto.
If
Let
you
me tell
bring,
you why. Let me tell you why. This
Crypto,
scenario, the
go ahead.
Giants
Yeah.
draft Jaden
Brian Dable
Daniels.
said he's gonna coach him for one more season.
The reason
Yeah.
why Daniel Jones became available and I started talking about it is because on draft day, I think they're going to draft Jaden Daniels. He's not getting past the Giants, right?
No.
He's there.
That general
So
manager
they
said they never built nothing around Daniel. He's doing what our GM did with Tua.
you can't
He
believe
said
none
they
of these
not moving off
general
him.
managers. That's another sell
All
package
right,
take
Pete,
right there. The
man.
way I take it, they
He
draft
starting
Jaden
to show
Daniels.
now, Pete.
They draft
The
Jaden
Giants
Daniels.
are not
Daniel
moving
Jones will
off
be on the market.
The Daniel Jones anytime soon.
Pete
He's
trying to do
stuck.
anything to get Tua out the building. That's what he's trying to
Those
do.
Giant fans are stuck with Daniel Jones. I'm
It's
telling you
not.
that
It's
right
not.
now.
He's
No.
doing Matt
And
and trades now. Here we go, Pete.
No, it's
Madden
not.
trade.
Do it. Let me tell you guys why Daniel Jones came into mind. Right, Daniel Jones came into mind because of what the Tuaneers have been telling you the whole time. Oh, let's just sign Tua to a Daniel Jones contract. So it had me thinking today, and I'm like, man. Well, first I started thinking Ryan Tannehill and Derrick Henry are available for free. You won't have to trade nothing. They come really cheap. But then when you think about Daniel Jones, he's a younger, he's a hotter
$40 million.
prospect. He has 1 year with that 3 years left on that contract that you opt out after one. That's why it's important with Daniel Jones to understand this.
Hey,
You
Pete, you
really only
bringing
have
Daniel
one
Jones
shot,
in?
one chance. You see what I'm saying? But I'm only
How
Brian,
bringing
much
up
is his
Daniel
cap hit
if
Jones.
this
it
year,
ain't
Pete?
coming with Brian Dable and Saquon and a hell of a offensive
Yes,
line and
You gonna
talented
pay all
receivers,
them guys?
it's a waste.
you
You
pick
gonna
up
pay all them
Daniel
guys? You
Jones.
gonna are you bringing Robert Hunt back, Connor Williams, or on Christian Wilkins?
To be quite honest with you, I'm
Because
not
you
paying
I'm
can't.
putting
Robert Hunt.
Christian Wilkins on the street.
I'm not paying
You see what
Robert
Pete?
Hunt.
Hey, Crypto. You see what Pete got out of Drew Rosenhaus said? He said if they don't make an extension, they gonna tag that guy. If they tag that guy. Hey, Crypto, if they tag Christian Wilkins, I want Chris Greer out the fucking building immediately because he wasted all that
Yeah.
time. You could have paid him all that money since last year. If they tag him
Right.
Get him
He
out
could
the
have did
building.
that
I don't care. You could have did that last year and probably
last year. Could have did the same thing. Yeah.
I'm telling you, bro. Now that would piss me off. It would really piss me off.
And then I don't even know if Christian Wilkins is the kind of guy that'll sit that out.
Well,
exactly what I was saying.
So,
Christian Wilkins is already smelling the bag.
Hold on, Crypto. Listen. I don't think that's smart for him. Because if it's all about the money, right? He's going to be getting the money that he's asking for. And guess what?
Well, no, he's going to be getting less than what he asked for.
No. What you think that tag going to be? That tag going to at least be 23.
Nah, it ain't gonna be that high.
How much? Okay,
it's gonna be a low
you gotta wait for
ball.
Chris Jones to sign here too, or do it go by based on the last year's salary?
You might as well have kept Ogba and all them other guys.
Yeah, okay, we got to see the average because it depends on what tag they use. Because if they transition, then it's top 10. But if they do the exclusive tag, it's top 5, right. Crypto. So what are the top 5 D tackles are making?
If it's transition and he walked, that means we get a first round pick or a pick.
And we got to be careful to see
there you go, Crypto.
What are they going to franchise them under? Is it DN or D tackle? Because those goddamn numbers are different.
Well, yeah, true, but he's going to be placed as a defensive end.
Keep getting snubbed out of the,
that's why Drew Rosenhaus is a G. That's why Drew Rosenhaus is a G. I think he already labeled him a defensive end.
His agent.
He's looking for real estate in New England. He's going to be in New England.
Yeah,
no, Drew Rosenhaus already verified him as a defensive end, Tony. You know,
defensive end.
So now go look at that defensive end numbers.
So defensive end, he's not giving Aaron Donald money.
They're higher than D tackle number. That's what I'm saying, Crypto. That number is going to be around 23 million, Crypto.
Easily.
No,
but like, if it's 23 million, then that's a waste of time.
That's what I'm saying. But I'm just saying that because he said non-exclusive.
Threw away a lot of money.
Hold on, he said non-exclusive just under 22. That's still too much to tag him for that. Like, I mean, we could have negotiated that with a couple of incentives and get the job done last year.
But they could still. That doesn't stop them from still tagging him and trading him.
The non-exclusive, they have an opportunity to for him. He still could get signed by somebody else. So.
Right, but that means if we lose him, we get some picks for him.
Yeah, we get picked. I think it's a first round. Oh, but it's negotiable too. I think too as well.
Yeah, like a first or a second, something like that.
I mean, what I'm saying is, I don't.
The Patriots been getting forever.
To tag him, it's like it's a waste of our time. You could have got it done. Especially, I mean, I can't wait till it really
use that pick in the draft last year to get you know.
That's what I'm saying. I can't wait till the number comes out. And if it's around the number that he was asking for last year, then that's not too far off. And that could have got done. But man, listen here.
Yeah, because they were saying he was asking for 24, 23 and a half, or 24.
Now if you tag him to trade him, because this is what I always said in the offseason. I see CCRR said this. If you tag him to trade him, I'm cool with that. Because you're not gonna let him go for nothing.
Yeah, then you get something back for him. Yeah.
Like, but we're not letting it. We did that with Mike Gesicki last year. And if we come in this season and do the same thing, all right, now Chris Grill, what you doing, bro? Like, you come on. You got to
remember Gesicki left after his tag.
So we ain't getting.
You know how sad that is.
We lost Gesicki after that.
CR, that's a sad ass comment.
I don't think we could at least got a fourth rounder for Mike Gesicki. I'm quite sure he could have got a fourth round for Mike Gesicki. We don't got no fourth rounder. We don't got a third or fourth this year. We could have used that guy doggone pick.
Yeah.
So
yeah, we could have got that for him.
Like,
and we wasted it on Gesicki. You know that tag. He wasn't gonna sign it. Then he signed.
You paid him as the top tight end and then use him, and then you lost him for nothing. No, that was terrible all around. You're not going to do this 2 years in a run. 2 years in a row, I'm sorry.
2 years back.
No.
Right.
Greer. I might go after my refund, Crypto, even though there ain't no refund for season tickets. But
you know what's crazy?
Yeah,
you know what's crazy?
That refund.
You know what's crazy? Think about this. Let's say we would have never traded for Bradley.
Stop trying to point me out to be a 2-0 either. I know what you're doing, young man.
No, I mean the way you defend him, you sound like him, and the fact that you don't see it. You know who would have been an upgrade over Tua? The guy that beat Tua and came back, the rookie, Will Levis. If we would have never traded for Bradley Chubb, he would have been there in the first round for us because he was a second. All the teams passed on. What would have been the price?
No, he was
Will Levis?
Yeah, he wasn't the first rounder, Pete.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
we would have been right there if we would have never traded for Bradley Chubb.
Yeah, he was on the board at the time.
He would have been on the board sitting
now you
right
don't
there
want
in front of us.
You don't want Bradley Chubb on the team either.
No, I would have preferred no
I don't
Bradley
think.
Chubb,
I
and I
think
would
we
have
gave
preferred
up too
Will
much. I
Levis.
think giving up a first
Yeah.
for him was too much.
Well, I felt that way his first the beginning when he started playing. So I was like, I don't think
I was
what
like,
we
man, a
traded.
first round, we could use that.
But I mean, towards the tail end, he started balling. So I started seeing him at least make impact plays. See, this the thing too, Cook, though. If you're gonna pay Christian Wilkins this money, right? It's the same with Christian Wilkins. How I feel about Tua, bruh. Show me what you do in the big time games, in the big time moments. If you're not showing up at those
Yeah, he
times,
has the same thing. I mean,
I'm not
yeah,
paying you no big time money like these guys that do that. You could say whatever you want about Chris Jones and all that, but that man showed up in big time moments. He showed why
yeah,
he
he
deserved
did.
that money. You know what I'm saying?
Showing up
So
big and monster
like
plays in the Super
you
Bowl.
gotta we're not gonna pay you just because you did well for us and you had good numbers. This is why I just don't care about numbers like that. You know what I'm saying? Which is if anybody that fights for Tua, they try to bring up his number. He led the league in the this season, but they won't
Or the
say that.
yards.
Oh
They
yeah, in the
bring up the
yard.
yards all the
They
time.
won't
That's
say
it.
that this the last one in the last what 22 years, 23 years, the least amount of yards that led the league. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying? You
yeah.
don't leave that context out of that. So this is why I
R-
just don't go about the numbers. You know what
solely
I
by
mean?
yards alone.
How many
Yeah.
numbers? How many numbers did he get? Now go look at his passing yard, touchdowns, and interception ratio against Kansas City, Philadelphia Eagles. You could throw Dallas in there because he Dallas Cowboys, uh,
Dallas. Yeah.
the Kansas City twice, and Buffalo, and the two Buffalo games. Just give me those games, and then give me every other game, and then you tell me if you think that should be a franchise quarterback that you're going to pay. Now,
Pay all the money for. Yeah.
I would,
Instead, he let them wait until the following year.
yeah, I
This
would
year
now,
after year five,
I
to do it.
would
Yeah.
say he has the opportunity to show me. You get what I'm saying? But bro,
Right.
I'm not just getting rid of him to bring any
Just
quarterback in. I'm not
blindly.
doing that, bro. I'm
You're
really
not
not doing
blindly
that.
playing them or blindly getting rid of them.
Yeah, I'm not blindly getting rid of him just to bring any quarterback because y'all say they better. No,
Well,
I am.
you can't
Yeah,
force Greer to open up his checkbook
yeah,
because
because
you
Grier's
want to
out right
keep
now.
up with all the other people that badly played their quarterbacks.
Hey
Yeah, I don't
Tony,
get
this
that.
is important.
You
This is
can't
important to me
just
now.
because the
Have you
Giants made
ever,
a stupid mistake, you can't do the same thing.
Tony? This is important. Have you ever asked Chaz what he thinks about Tua?
Yeah, he's not a big fan either.
There you go.
Which
That's my
Chad?
dog.
That's my
Wait a minute,
brother.
hold on.
That's my brother.
Who? Your brother?
That's
You
my
talking about
brother.
your brother?
And my little brother. Yeah,
Oh, okay. He does.
that's the one.
Oh, he a Dolphin fan. He don't like Tua.
That's the one who he kind of like Pete, man. He keeps switching his teams. That's where
Oh,
Pete get it
okay.
from.
Keep that's what Pete get it from. I thought you talking about Chad on the Twitter. I'm like, wait a minute, Chad.
No,
When he stopped liking Tua?
no. He talk about my
Not
brother.
that Chad.
No, his name Chaz with a Z. My brother with a Z. I think the other Chad is with a D.
Yep.
Yeah, no,
Oh,
he not really. I mean, he's not really big. Yeah, he's not a big fan of him like that.
Good to
So I
hear,
mean,
man. Good to hear, man.
y'all niggas went to school together, so y'all still got that mindset together. I expect that from you two young men. I'm trying to
Good
speak
to
some
know,
sense
man.
into
Good
you.
to know. Oh, man.
I'm trying to speak some sense into you. If you like, remember, I'm not completely sold on Tua either. I'm saying give him his 5th-year option, but we not just gonna bring anybody in here and be like, don't forget, Pete. When I'm giving my perspective and my point of view, it's coming from a season ticket holder, bro. I need somebody in this goddamn on this team that gonna make it worth my money, my brother. These seats ain't cheap. So you're not gonna just bring in anybody and be like, okay, let's just see how you. Hell no, I need somebody that I know is a guaranteed upgrade before you try to bring somebody in here. And I ain't spending this money on here. Say, okay, maybe we could stay here, man. Listen, now if they tear it down, I get it. You know what I'm saying? But we're not gonna do that patching, that patchwork job that they always do. Instead of knocking the wall down, you want to put some goddamn what you call that putty over the hole and patch it up. No, I'm not doing that. Let's build a
no,
solid
we never.
foundation.
Well, we never built from scratch when it comes to clearing
Yep.
out the GM, head coach, and personnel all at once.
That's what I'm
We
saying.
tried to do it, but it didn't. They didn't clean out the GM. They just did the coach and personnel. They never started from top to bottom. That's the problem.
Thomas got a good question. Who is the better defensive tackle, Wilkins or Matabuke? That is a
Okay,
good question.
he had more pound for
Matabuke only
pound.
did it for one season, so I would have to give Christian Wilkins the edge, even though I think Matabuke he's gonna get paid this offseason. And I mean, Christian Wilkins is too. I'm just saying I don't want to be the one to pay him.
Yeah.
But that is a great question, Thomas. I would give Christian Wilkins the
I
edge
don't
He's more
agree
because
with that.
effective. Well, I
I
huh?
would
don't
say
agree with that.
Matabuke, if you want to go back to pound each game,
Yeah, well,
Matabuke
right,
played better against the better teams than Kristen
right,
Wilkins did.
yeah, yeah. He showed up in big time games. He most definitely did. He was a
Right.
game wrecker. He was wrecking games.
He performed better when the lights were the brightest versus Wilkins. He had more games in his
And
book. Wilkins only got one game out of all 17 where he played good against a good team.
don't tell
Matabuke
me that
got like
Buffalo.
16.
And the thing about it is, and when I'm talking about Christian Wilkins, it's not. I'll give you the same thing. Well, I say okay about Christian Wilkins. You don't got to give me 3-4 sacks every game or a sack and a fourth fumble. You don't have to give me that. But I do need you creating chaos in that backfield. Have that quarterback running for his life, getting him off his mark to where he can't hit. You know what I mean? To where you
Yeah.
disrupting the offensive timing and the rhythm. Those are game changer plays to me as well. You're wrecking the game. You know what I'm saying? Creating havoc and chaos.
Yeah,
But
blowing up plays,
throwing up
killing
plays.
plays,
You know what I'm
batted
saying? Give me
balls,
those type of plays. You don't got. They
something
don't got
like
to
that.
always turn into sacks. You know what I'm saying? But pressure up the middle is the worst thing. It's the quarterback worst nightmare. So if you give me that,
Yeah.
well, I'll take it. You know what I mean? Now you can't help if the other team is not. You know your other teammates are not doing their job. Like you did your job. You got him off his mark. So you know that's the type of stuff that I need because we seen Matabuke do that. When he was playing against these big time
Yeah,
quarterbacks, getting them off there. You know that's why you see the Jadavion
disrupting
Clowney
offense.
getting. Man, you know Jadavion Clowney, what he had 8 or 9 sacks this season, and even what's the dude that came from us? He went over there. He had number 50 this year.
Let Roberts, not Roberts.
No. He threw got doggone
Not Landon Roberts. He
Teron
in
Armstead.
Pittsburgh.
He threw Armstead with one arm like he was a piece of paper.
Cal Van
Yeah,
Noy.
Cal
Benoit.
Van Noy,
That's
yes.
it. Benoit
Cal Van
was
Noy
there.
had 8 sacks with them guys. Why? Because their interior linemen were doing their job, getting the quarterbacks
Cal
off.
Van Noy
Yeah,
2 years
Benoit
ago
picked
threw
that.
Teron Armstead on the floor and sacked
Yeah,
Tua.
that's what I was saying. He threw
Yeah,
So
Teron Armstead like he was a piece of paper. But
yeah.
those guys was having great. They had great seasons this year because the interior was doing their job. You
That
know what I'm
tier
saying?
lineman was
So
blowing up everybody's offensive line for the most part. A lot of people's offensive line was getting thrown off their game. That's why I said Tyron Miles said it's time for him to go. I've been trying to get him out the door for the last year now.
I'm not a
You know?
big fan of Teron either, man.
if we let's say that scenario you guys are talking about Matabuke, that scenario we pay Wilkins and still land Matabuke. The
That
guy
ain't
I
gonna
see
happen. They
that
asked for too
the
much money,
guy
Pete.
that I see that will be in trouble will probably be like somebody else because
Yeah,
you're gonna add both
Greer's
of
been
those guys.
listening.
what
If
you
he
mean?
gets rid of
Offense?
Offset, that'll be the third time in the third year in a row. Greer's listening to me. You know,
Pete, if they do that, they're not gonna have no money to sign offensive lineman, bro. So I doubt if that's gonna happen.
Yeah, but you guys worry more about the offensive line than
No, now
anything
you
else.
Chris Greer. Okay, now you
now
putting
you
Yeah,
Chris
those
I've been
Greer.
trying to
words.
tell
All right.
y'all. I've been trying to
Well,
tell
Pete
y'all,
now
bro. You
Chris
don't.
Greer.
Now
Yeah, I've been
you seen
saying
him.
that for the longest. You don't
Chris
pay no
Greer.
offensive lineman with this guy.
All
He's
right,
gonna
Chris.
throw the
Pete
ball
said
quick.
What's his
Pete
middle
been
name?
listening
Chris?
to Chris Greer
I'm not
way
gonna
too long.
listen.
Hey,
Listen, this
what
offensive
name they
line.
call him? What's his Aloysius? All right, Aloysius
Aloysius,
Jr.
Yeah,
Pete Aloysius,
Aloysius Jr. Yeah.
the fourth.
it made sense, didn't it? Right? You guys like that offense, that quick passing, looking like a basketball offense.
No.
Height, boom, height, boom, height,
No,
boom.
we need to invest in the offensive line.
Basketball.
You need to
That's what it
invest in the
was.
offensive line,
who
Pete. Because if you trying to sign,
we look like? The Lakers,
Showtime. There you
the
go.
Showtime
No,
Lakers.
Tua is the assist king. That's who he is. He's the assist king.
The Showtime like Magic Johnson,
Jason Kidd
dishing
was
the ball,
hey
quickness.
Pete, Jason Kidd was one.
Jason Kidd, man.
Jason Kidd
Jason
was
Kidd.
the
Yes,
dishing
sir.
off them assists everywhere he went.
Jason
Yeah,
Kidd
you
was
know
an
what?
assist
I don't want
king.
Jason Kidd because he didn't get that ring. He had 2
Nah, he was
That's
not.
why I
back with
said
New
he's
Jersey.
Jason Kidd because
He,
he ain't gonna
he,
never get that ring.
Back
he,
to back with New Jersey,
And that's
man.
he
another
came
factor
close.
why
He
you
was
see you
always on the
wonder.
other
I'm
team
not gonna lie.
that
Yeah,
did win.
I do, and it's not hate, but I want Tua gone. I want him off the
I
team
know you do, but
immediately,
it is
right
hate though,
now.
Pete.
You
It's
sure
not
you
hate.
sure you want Tua
Yeah,
gone, Pete?
You told a half truth,
everybody
Pete.
knows it. Duh.
But
You
it's
so
not
hypocrite.
hate. It's not hate,
Pete, it's hate, Pete.
and maybe it is a little hate. Maybe
I
Oh,
don't
take
okay.
know
it
if
There
you
you
however you
go.
want to
He
hate.
coming
But
around.
I
Clip.
hate. I'll
Somebody
say
clip
this.
see.
that, y'all.
Look. I'll say this.
I don't
I
know if you
hate the
want him
fact
off
that
the
I
team,
feel.
Pete.
Look, I'll say this. I hate. Right. I'm gonna say hate now. I hate the fact that I feel like we have a team that's capable to be like Showtime on offense with the Penguin and the Cheetah. And yeah, I admit, I hate that we wasted it last year to try to force it down our throats that, yeah, Tua is capable. No, you have the two stardom at wide receiver, two of the best wide receivers in the NFL. Imagine what he could do with the other qualified quarterbacks who I think will rejuvenate their career. I don't make this up.
I don't
You
know if
go
you
out and
want to
get
get rid
Zach
of him.
Wilson. Zach Wilson might be a star. I
Pete, the
don't
key
want
word
that
there.
wasted. I don't care
Hey,
about the defense. I've been telling people I'm tired of having a good defense. Give me a crappy defense and force this
no.
offense to
Hey,
be
I don't
high
want no
scoring.
crappy defense
The
now.
Yeah,
crappy
yeah.
defense.
I
I
Damn.
don't
don't
know
care. I
about
don't
that,
care
Pete.
about that
I
no
don't know
more.
if I want
I
a
don't. That's
crappy
why I don't
defense,
play that.
Pete.
I don't play that injury excuse. Drew
Hey,
Rosenhaus is
listen,
trying to
man.
throw, and all the
Pete,
everybody on defense was injured. That's why I don't care. Give me 30
Pete, but
points on offense because I
you
know
said a
we should have
quality
scored 30
quarterback.
points.
You say any kind of. Just remember that.
You
When
want
you
a
crap me
crappy
in the name,
defense, Pete?
yeah, crappy. He
All I'm
want a
saying,
quality
I don't.
quarterback with a
All
crappy
I'm saying
defense.
is, if I had to pick one crypto, let's just say moving forward, and you had to pick either a high-powered offense or a stellar defense, one of the top notches, I want a high-powered offense because we've been that top defense for decades now.
Oh
We
my
always had a
gosh.
defense. We
We
always had a
also we
defense.
also
We
had a
never
top
had an
offense with
offense.
Dan Marino, Pete.
Yeah, we had a top
And we
offense
was
too,
crying about running
Yeah,
game
but
and defense
and
didn't.
we
So
couldn't
y'all
we
did
score
that.
enough.
come on now.
Yeah, exactly. I want the Marino era. I didn't live that era.
Well,
I want the
I lived
Marino
it.
era.
Pete, it hurts a little bit more, Pete. Pete, I
Nah.
can remember. Listen,
Yeah.
when you can remember exactly where you were when you lost, when we missed that field goal to go to the Super Bowl, I remember where I was. I was getting a haircut in the middle of Town Park, bro. I know I was a little youngin, but I remember that. That's how much that hurted. So you don't want to live though. I mean,
Painful. You don't want that.
you like it hurts a little bit more. Like y'all don't want to. Y'all asking for something that y'all never lived through. That pain is a little bit more because you like that team is not better than us. Can you imagine being a Buffalo Bills going 4 times in a row and losing?
If we would have
Heck
scored
no.
Right.
if we would have scored one touchdown a quarter versus the Chiefs, 7 points a quarter with a high-powered offense, 28 points, we would have won them. We would have beat them on the road.
Yeah, but you
That's
want to
what we
cut.
should have done.
But
Hold
you're
on, Pete.
saying that
You can't
you're
forget
saying
about
is
the
that
Our
crappy
if our
defense
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 too.
was
was
made the
crappy.
same,
We
No,
had
Pete. No,
Melvin
no, no,
Ingram,
no.
Justin
How was that
Houston.
crappy?
That
Barely
was a
held them
horrible
down, Pete.
defense. Everybody was hurt and
Pete,
missing.
stop it, Pete. Stop, Pete. They
what do you
wasn't all
mean
crappy.
horrible
They
defense?
wasn't crappy,
That was the
Pete.
best
That
defense
we
we had against Kansas City.
Yo, it took
That's
me forever.
crazy.
They were settling for field goal after field goal after field goal. Pete, don't do that.
That was miss opportunities that
I
fell
tell the
in our
truth.
favor. It was
Listen.
our
If
defense was not
if you
stellar.
had a
It was a
crappy
weak
defense, you
defense in
wouldn't
that
miss them
playoff game.
opportunities.
That's what I'm saying. We weren't
And
stellar.
I'm
Our
saying we had a
defense
crappy
was
defense.
bad in that playoff game. That's why they're blaming it. Oh, we lost because of injuries on the defense. They played bad.
Pete,
They they
Pete,
they just
Pete,
No, the
the
offense
Chiefs
didn't score enough
missed some
you
points
was
in
a
opportunities.
that
serviceable
game.
defense.
The offense was horrible. If we would have put up 28, we would have
Hey,
won.
Pete, do you think that defense was terrible over there
Well, we'd have
in
scored,
Denver with Peyton
but you
Manning?
got to remember, Pete, if we'd have scored 28, we probably would have gave up 30 in that
Yeah, if you
game.
had a crappy defense, maybe 31 cut though. But
Right.
if you had a crappy defense, when Peyton Manning went on them runs, his defense at least in Indianapolis, they was a top 2 or top 3 defense in the playoff, not in the regular season, in
Right.
the playoff. And that Denver defense was top 10 defense the whole season when he won, and he had the number one best offense in history over there. So he still had to have a serviceable defense to win the Super Bowl. So don't tell me you want a crappy defense. No, we could
Yeah,
maybe,
you're
you know
going to
what I'm
be
saying?
heartbroken
We
for a
could take a
long
couple of
time if you
losses.
want that. We've had
I
crappy
mean,
defenses. Well, we just, we couldn't
this
stop a
defense.
nosebleed.
I tend to agree with that, but I mean, I don't think he did enough for us to win. I don't think Tua did enough for us to win, and I think he had enough opportunities to be able to do that. So I won't completely agree with you, but I won't disagree with you at all either. But I won't
What
necessarily
comment was that? I missed it. I wasn't looking at the screen.
put it back
Somebody
up
said
there,
something?
Pete. Put it back up there on Pete. Mr. Finsider. He said exactly it was because of Tua we lost, even with depleted defense, and they held it down. So Pete,
Oh,
you
you
back?
talking
You
about the
back?
Kansas City game?
Yes, he was talking about the Kansas City game, which
Oh,
Yeah, okay, about the defense.
Yeah, I mean the defense did. I think the defense did more than enough.
Just enough to try to keep them from scoring those
Well,
touchdowns.
if you go to the
Because
first three quarters,
it could have been 48-7 if it
yes,
wasn't if
yes.
the defense wasn't
Hey,
holding about the end zone.
That's why I
hey,
said
Pete,
it
throw
was
that
Mahomes and the
comment back up
Chiefs.
about Mr. Finsider, the tool one, exactly that one right
Yeah,
there, crypto. You
I
see it?
agree with that.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
mean,
okay, I see.
mm,
Yeah.
the defense did what they had to do. I'm not
They
gonna lie.
did just enough for us. They did enough for us to win.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. I think they did more than enough, considering the player that was out. Now, I don't know if y'all said this or y'all mentioned this, right? Let's just say, that Buffalo game, right? Don't forget, bro, we had a bunch of backups playing special teams and starting at the same time. So if y'all think that they weren't gonna get worn down, then you got another thing coming, bro. Like it's only so much you can ask for your defense to do when you got them players playing both ways the whole game, and
Yeah,
you're going
but
against Patrick
golly,
Mahomes
when you have that powerful
with
offense,
a bruiser
it
at running back.
no, because when you have that powerful offense, don't tell me
You could
that if
you
we
could
would
hold
have
the
been
ball
able to
from them, but
get
we don't
first down,
have that offense. I'm talking about.
exactly. That's what should have happened. That's what we should.
Lord.
That was in our favor. Keep Mahomes on the bench because we have the old. You know, Greer had the audacity to sit here and point that
How
out.
many?
Oh, we had the oldest defense in the playoffs.
The
Okay.
oldest?
That was you.
What that
Yeah,
got to
he
do with
said
anything?
the
No, what the hell that's
that's
supposed to
Greer.
mean?
You signed off on that. You brought the
Right.
oldest
He signed
defense.
it.
You
What do you
making
mean
fun of
oldest
what he
defense?
did. It was
but you
crazy.
but
That's
now you
crazy
trying
to
to
me.
sign up on a horrible a crappy defense.
But
So you
it
trying to
Yeah,
take
was,
that's
and it was
the
supposed
that's
to be our
competition
crazy.
to another
offense.
level.
No, it was our offense was supposed to put up more than 7. We would have put up 28 with that defense allowing what 25 is what the Chiefs scored. I can't really
27. Did they
remember.
score? What they
27.
score?
25 or 27. I can't remember, but I know it wasn't over 28, and we would have put up one touchdown a quarter. It would have
But
been
with a
the
crappy defense,
decision
they score
factor,
more points. You forgetting about that.
or
They're
they
not
could have
holding them
had
to.
made more mistakes.
They
They could
not
have
holding them
easily,
to field goals. You know how many they kicked? I believe they kicked 5 field goals that game, Pete.
yeah, because our
Who? No,
defense.
we kicked 5 against Dallas.
No. I'm talking about
No,
Kansas
the
City. How
Chiefs,
many field goals did
the
they kick?
Chiefs, they kicked 3, I think,
Was it 3?
and yeah, I think they kicked 3 field goals.
Well, that
Hold on, let me see.
yeah,
Shout out to
because
Fred.
they had a
But
touchdown
anyway,
call back.
Pete, that would have been 6 points at least. They would have had at least 18 more points, my brother.
So it would have been. Look, so what
Yeah.
you're telling me? They would have been playing from behind. They would have been more aggressive. They would have went for it on
They
4th
wouldn't have
down
been
instead.
playing from
They
behind.
probably would have scored less.
It would have been neck and neck, like the Chargers in the I mean not the Chargers, like the Rams in the Kansas City game in the that 2
On that
years
Monday
ago.
night. Yeah. On that Monday night.
Yeah, y'all trying to give the Chiefs more points than they actually scored,
Well,
making it
because
seem like
but that's
nah.
because we
No.
adding in that crappy
No,
defense
Pete.
that you want. That's why.
No,
We had in
I'm
a crappy defense because
I'm
they
adding
they
this.
would have
I'm
scored 40
adding.
points in that
You
game.
gotta
I'm
account for
going
that.
by
You
the
gotta
same
add more
outcome.
points to them, Pete. If you take away the defense, you gotta add more points to the offense as well.
Right. Because now instead of kicking field goals, they're going for it on 4th down now. And they're trying to put more points on the board.
This is
Hey
crazy.
Pete, I don't know why you got crypto up here, bro.
God damn, crypto
I
Crypto
taking
can't
shots.
believe
be. Hey,
I
Fred.
don't know if Fred
Crypto
is up
been
there.
cooking up here,
This is a
man.
Dolphins panel, not a Bills panel.
Oh, Fred,
Yeah, he said it
you
was
a
Falcon
Bills?
night. Well, no
What's
crypto.
up,
You
crypto?
got a
What's up,
Falcon.
bro?
Hey, crypto, you got a Falcon running the channel, so you can't say that, crypto.
No, it's the
Oh yeah,
Falcon
that's right.
running the
That's true.
channel.
They got different teams hosted.
Yeah, I don't know. You know what? We are out of place now. Think about it, crypto. We out of place.
Right. Yeah, we're out of place.
We
Bills and
in enemy
Falcons. Are
territory.
they gonna play in the Super Bowl this year, Pete? The Bills against the
Who?
Falcons?
Hey, Pete, you
None
weren't
of
gonna
those
trade.
teams got Super
Hey, what do
Bowl
you think
experience
about?
unless we get the right quarterback.
Hey, Pete, what do you think about Tua over there in Falcons? Huh? Would you like to see that, Pete?
Tua in Atlanta, I like that.
Yeah, I think that's
I
why you
like
trying to
Tua
get
in
him out of here
Atlanta.
so bad, Pete. I just
Yeah.
caught on to you, my
He
brother.
said he
No,
liked
no.
Pete. He liked Tua in Atlanta. See,
Yeah.
I knew Pete was a Tua near.
No, I would
I
like
knew
Tua
he
in
had it
Atlanta.
in him.
And here's the reason why I
Oh,
like
Pete
it's
Tua
over
had
in
it in him. Now
Atlanta.
he
2027. All
want
right,
him to
cool.
play for his team. I knew you
Sorry,
had it in you, Pete.
Atlanta don't want Tua. Sorry.
You never know, man. NFC South
Pete,
might be the
Pete,
division
I
where
didn't know
these
you
short
had it in
quarterbacks
you. I didn't
go.
know you was a 2 and near, Pete.
No, think about the
He is
NFC South.
deep
They
down.
probably
Think
have
that he's
the
a two in
shortest
there. He just
quarterbacks in the look. If Tua lands in Atlanta, they got Tua, short quarterback. Carolina, Bryce Young, short quarterback, shortest quarterback in the NFL.
but he
Then
gonna win the division over there, Pete. He gonna
you
win that
got the
division.
Buccaneers. People don't. Baker Mayfield is
He getting
short
a
as a
home game.
quarterback too.
He might get a
That's a
bye
short.
week too.
Derek Carr, he's probably the tallest quarterback, but he ain't as tall. He's the
Man,
tallest quarterback in that division. That's a short division, if you ask me. They send Tua to Atlanta.
That's
Let them
that's
short
why
guys
he'll
battle
win
it
that
out.
division, right? Pete, he'll win the
Short
division every
guys
year.
battle it out.
Ain't nobody over there beating two over the Falcons. B.J.
You
hey,
crazy?
Robinson,
what's
Drake
that? What's
London.
that?
I think Baker
What's
Mayfield will
the?
give it to him.
Hey, what's
Uh,
that tight end? What's that tight end's name over there in Atlanta, man? What's his name again?
Kyle
Pitts.
Pitts.
Kyle
Kyle
Pitts, yeah.
Yeah,
Pitts.
Pitts. Man, you know what? Man, he would piss
Yep.
Kyle Pitts off, bro. He would.
No. Hold on.
Hey,
He
that's
would,
facts,
bro.
Now,
Fred.
He
hold
pissed.
on.
He
That's
pissed.
facts,
Now,
Fred.
He pissed
What?
Kyle
wait.
You
Pitts
saying
off,
he
bro.
not gonna throw the ball to the tight end?
Kyle Pitts will
What you
he
Exactly,
probably
saying,
will get
man.
more
Fred?
Exactly.
touchdowns though. He probably get more touchdowns. They don't use him like they supposed to be in Atlanta. Let's not. I like they be using him like to it. They
They
don't use him
tried.
like
Yeah,
that.
they.
He had
They
a rookie
tried.
Yeah,
season where he went over 1,000 yards and that was it. They don't give him no touchdowns.
that was it, right?
I
Yeah,
think
that was
yeah.
Matt
Go
Ryan
look at
last
his
season,
stats.
wasn't it?
Huh?
Matt Ryan
Or was
didn't
that
play with Kyle
was it?
Pitts. But you're right,
Oh, it was
Fred.
Ritter.
Kyle Pitts
Yeah.
will he'll probably request out, bro.
Exactly.
Well, here you go.
It was Ritter.
He'll be like Mike Gesicki. Remember when Mike Gesicki used to break
Exactly,
open on them
bro.
outside posts, fellas? And then
Exactly.
he'll be pouting his feet on the field like, damn, man, this
Yeah.
idiot didn't see me,
Exactly.
man. I was wide open. We saw
Mm.
so much of that with Gesicki. I used to get hot. That's why I still believe so much in Gesicki, because I said, man, imagine how many this guy would have had easily over 1,000 yards if Tua would have been hitting this guy all season long. This man was frustrated. And imagine how much money he hurt Mike Gesicki from earning a contract.
I
Kyle
think
Pitts ain't
Gesicki's
gonna
gonna
fall
be
for that.
They kicked 4 field goals, by the way. I was one off.
Gesicki's gonna win the MVP this year.
Stop it, cut though. For team MVP. for the Canadian
Hey,
League,
you know
I'm not
what?
going to
You know what?
Yep.
They're going to get it. They're going to get an offensive system. Hopefully, some kind of quarterback over there in New England. And Mike Gesicki is going to be back on the map, bro.
And what do y'all think about
Yeah.
Gerard Mayo as
Hall of
behind him
Fame.
as the coach?
Gesicki.
What was he even doing before that? I didn't even know he was still in the league coaching.
Who?
Yeah,
Wait a
he
minute. What
was
was your
part of their
question? What was that,
coaching. Yeah,
Tony?
he was part of the Patriots coaching staff.
Gerard Mayo. I mean,
Oh yeah, he was on a staff for a minute.
I
Yeah,
noticed they keeping everything in house. You think that's a good
in house.
idea?
Yep. Yeah, they keep everything in house.
Not really. A lot of players don't like that Patriot way, and to me, it seems like he's going to carry that
Well,
Bill
Bill Belichick
Belichick
is
way.
out of the. Oh, well, that
Well,
is.
he's out though.
He was so buddy. Remember, Jerome Mayo was a Bill Belichick draftee. He learned everything under Belichick. He's going to carry that same tree.
And he was a fine
Yeah,
he was a
but I think
fine
he's gonna be
linebacker
different
too.
though. From
He was a fine
right.
linebacker too.
I think he's gonna be different. He's gonna coach different from Belichick. He's gonna be hard on him, but he's gonna be
I
like
think
Mike
Mike
Tomlin.
Vrabel was the only one that kind of. Well, he
He's
did
gonna be
seem
more
like
like
he was
Mike
figuring
Tomlin.
out, but they don't pan out well trying to do that Patriot way. Nowhere they go. Man, Judy,
Unless he do what
out of that.
Vrabel did. Yeah. Yeah.
Hey, so what kind
It's
of
gonna be crazy.
what kind of trouble is Tyreek in now, Crypto?
They were saying
Beats me.
something about
I ain't hear about it, Fred.
You ain't hear about it, Crypto?
I didn't hear the whole. No, I didn't hear about it.
It was some kind of
I didn't hear
football
about
thing
it.
that they were doing. Like it wasn't even like you know what I'm saying, like a real. It was an activity that she said that he. I guess he was going too hard. I guess, you know. Now it's not like it was like a fight or something or some kind of anything domestic or nothing like that.
But
It was basically an activity.
Tyreek was around this shit. You know what I'm saying? He was around.
But
Fred,
I think that it was one
he
of his
broke a
wasn't it one of
lady's
his
leg.
events?
He broke a lady's. Oh my God, man! Oh.
No, she broke her leg. I don't think he did it. She broke her leg when she said that he was going too hard, basically.
He tackled her too hard or something.
Oh.
I
She
don't think
broke her
tackled her. I
leg, and
think
now
she
she's
I don't
suing
know the
him.
whole thing, so I can't say it. But
What do you mean? Broke her leg or broke her back?
her leg. Crypto, I got it.
Broke her leg, Crypto, man.
I'm just saying. I'm like, he did say he wanted to be a porn star, but that's neither here nor
Hey, and she
there.
was the only what is she, OnlyFans girl? So yeah, started
But here we go with Tyreek. Here we go with Tyreek. Caught
Here's
up in
another
some more
incident
shit.
with Tyreek and with
Yeah,
some
another
more
incident with
possible assault issues.
exactly.
Hey,
And
Pete, how
now
you
with a
feel about
woman,
Tyreek though, Pete?
I feel like now after hearing this, I'm upset at
Now
Tyreek.
before this, like, what do you think about his play on the field?
God, it's
Oh
crazy.
man, I think
Are you
Tyreek Hill is
satisfied?
probably no, I think Tyreek Hill is probably the best player in the entire football league.
Jesus Christ.
No, I don't.
Damn.
I don't.
So
I don't.
so
He's
you
not
got
there
so
yet,
much
Pete.
criticism for Tua Tagovailoa, but you gonna say Tyreek
He's
is
the
the
best
best
player.
player in the NFL, and he
I
dropped a
don't.
No,
touchdown in
No,
every
I
big game
don't.
that
he's
he
not even the
played.
best at his
No, I
position.
Every
don't think.
big
I
game, he
don't.
dropped a touchdown.
I don't
Nah,
think Tyreek is the best wide receiver in the NFL. Definitely
he's
not the
he's
best
the
wide
most
receiver in the
Who
he's the
NFL,
best.
bro.
He's
who you
everything.
got
He's
over
in
him then?
everything.
Who do you have on
Look,
over him?
okay,
Well,
man.
I'm sorry.
I got JJ.
I see a lot of wide receivers over
I like that
Tyreek,
quick
bro.
though.
I see a
You
lot of.
can't say a
Yeah,
lot now. Come on.
I'm
What's your name?
I'm
Phil?
going
I'm
to
sorry.
I'm going
Your
to
I
name is
got
name
Phil,
I'm
correct?
JJ.
going I'm going to name one. My man, Jamar Chase.
Oh,
Jamar
get the
Chase is
fuck out.
better than
I'm
Tyreek.
sorry, P. I'll touch any channel. Don't do that. Chase? The
Jamar,
first name you said was Jamal Chase? You didn't even say Justin Jefferson?
Jamar Chase over
Now it's
Tyreek.
for
Yes, bro.
assault. Not only
Yes.
suing
Man,
him, but he might be pressing charges
his
for assault,
leg.
bro.
Yeah, so what? No, she's not going to press charges
Shit.
because he didn't hit her like in a fight. In way they were
In
doing
the
an
face,
activity.
right?
Yeah, but
But go
what's an
ahead.
assault?
Go ahead, my
Did she
brother.
got? Do she got carpet burns?
It's probably knee. Yeah, she had on a knee pad. Cook, though. You know they make sure they take the phones and give them all the equipment that they need, all the necessities.
Right.
The essentials. My bad. It's the
Low,
essentials.
the essentials, but yeah, if she got the knee pads and no carpet burns, it happened, right?
I mean, can you? Okay, you said Jamal Chase, and give me.
Yeah, and I'm gonna say another one. I'm gonna give you Amon-Ra St. Brown.
What?
Oh
Yes.
man,
Somebody time Fred out.
Yeah.
Amon-Ra is
St.
good. I would
Brown.
say he's up there with Waddle though.
Well,
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell you
My
another.
God.
I'm
I'm
not
gonna
even
tell you
putting him
another
next
Go
to Waddle either.
explosion.
You know
I'm
he
gonna tell
speaks
you
three
another
languages.
explosion about to happen with
That
CJ
man
Stroud
speaks
and
three
Tank Dell, bro.
languages.
Tank Dell. You think
Yeah,
he's better
Damn,
than
Tank Dell is elevated
Tank
to
Dell.
Tyreek
Tyreek.
Hill?
Yes, I think he's equivalent of
Are you
Tyreek.
talking about
Yes.
his route running, or are you talking about
Wow.
overall?
I'm talking about his route running. I'm talking about him going deep.
He said
You know what I'm
overall,
saying?
Cook. Though.
I'm talking about him taking a short pass and
Yeah,
going the distance. Yes.
yeah, P. I'm
Yes.
sorry. I
Oh
can't take this
shit!
guy serious, P. I
Oh, you
can't
said
do it.
overall.
No,
Okay.
no, 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 no.
Like,
This is how I eat all of y'all alive with
What
this.
about Adam Thielen?
nah, P. Not,
Tyreek
not.
Hill. Tyreek Hill has already
Adam
shown.
Thielen.
Look, look,
Adam
look, look, look,
Thielen's
look,
done
look, look.
now.
Watch this. Watch this. Watch this. Watch this. Tyreek Hill has already shown he
T.
can do
Higgins, T. Higgins.
everything y'all favorite guy is over him, right? Which I completely disagree with. Tyreek Hill will have Jamar Chase number 2 in Miami. Tyreek Hill will have Justin Jefferson in Miami
No, he
begging
will
for
not.
targets.
No, he won't.
No
Let's
Tyreek
way.
get
Hill will
up.
No, he
have
won't.
these guys
No, he won't.
begging for it. And let me explain something.
Nah.
Those same
Amara
guys that
St.
you're
Brown would
talking
be
about,
wide receiver number
remember
3
what
on
I
the
said.
Dolphins.
Remember what I said. I
Number
said he's the
3.
most he's the best weapon in the NFL. You're not putting and I'll give it to Jamar Chase. He's the only one possibly.
He's only
You're probably
fast.
putting him in the
He's not
backfield.
mossing
You
nobody.
can't put none of those other
On fourth
receivers,
and
Amon-Ra
19,
St. Brown.
what
You're not
play has
putting any
Tyreek
of that on
made
the
when
backfield. You
everybody in
could
the
do so
stadium know
much
he
with
was getting the
Tyreek.
ball?
You could do
He got
so
the
much
ball
Fourth
with
in the
and
second
Tyreek.
in the
19.
Super Bowl. I
Way
mean, in the
more than what you could
AFC
do with those
Championship
other
game.
guys. Tyreek is
What
probably
did
the most
Okay,
explosive
matter of
weapon in the
fact,
In the
entire
against
second
the
in the
NFL.
AFC
Buffalo
Championship game.
against
Cook,
the
though.
Buffalo Bills, what did Tyreek Hill do against the Buffalo Bills when it was fourth and 19 and everybody knew the ball had to go to him? What did he do against the Bills?
Well, because
Go
Justin
ahead, Pete.
Jefferson does it one time. Tyreek Hill,
One
bad call.
time.
Bad call.
It
Why
never,
were
never,
we in a fourth and why were
he
we in a
couldn't do
fourth
it.
and 19? Having Tyreek Hill, you shouldn't even
We
be
were
in
in
the
fourth
fourth
and
and
19.
Oh
19.
Lord.
That's what I'm
It
saying.
wasn't like we
Kansas
was
City?
You
never in
could
fourth and
miss
Kansas
19.
City wasn't
you
never in
can
those situations, Pete? That what you saying?
rarely, but how much do those
Okay, but but you said you
situations with
should
this team,
never. You
he
said
get
never.
converted.
How
You
much
said
does that?
never.
That's a low
Uh-uh.
4th and
percentage
19.
He
outcome.
moving that
That's a
goalpost.
low percentage. That's a really low percentage
All right.
play. That's
He
real.
hit
That's
30 and
real
22
desperate.
last year.
That's real
Right.
desperate,
He
crypto. You're
hit 30
getting real
22 last year
desperate.
to
Low
Jalen
You're
Waddle.
getting
percentage,
real
right?
desperate, crypto. 4th and 19. That's
Hey,
Yeah,
wasn't
desperate.
it?
that
Hold
means
That's
on.
it's a
Hail
low
Mary.
probability of making. You should be
That's
able. You should
Hail
be able to stop
Mary.
the player.
Hold on.
That's
If
Wasn't it?
Hail
everybody know
Mary.
you're
Come
the
on
best
now.
player in the
That's
building,
real desperate.
a
Was,
defensive coordinator should be able to scheme and stop that. Why
wasn't it
didn't they
30
did
and
do
stop it?
that.
22
That's a
against
They
that
did
Ravens
do
game
that.
when he scored that touchdown?
They did do
They
that.
did. They did what?
I tell all
They
the
tried to stop
winning
him.
teams, everybody above 500 that they played, they did stop him. He didn't have 100 yards in neither one of them games.
He scored a touchdown against
Exactly.
Buffalo.
Neither one of them games, bro. None.
Yeah,
When you
Misutilized.
saying
and on
stop him,
4th and 19,
you saying based
on
on yardage or okay,
on
okay.
4th and 19.
Hold on, no. I'm not gonna let y'all do that. They did not stop Tyreek. Tyreek stopped himself. He dropped the touchdown in every last one of those games.
Tyreek
So they
stopped
technically
No,
didn't
he
himself, bro.
stop
didn't.
him.
I'm not gonna lie.
Okay,
I'm not
He
gonna
okay.
got
lie.
he got
I would have
punched
gave
in the mouth
Tyreek
because
Hill.
he got
Yeah, he
mauled out
did.
of bounds.
I give you. Well, they had something
Exactly.
to do with it, so I'll give them their credit. The defense because they did force him to
They
play.
was they was
Yeah,
they was playing physical at the point of
You,
yeah.
attack.
you know
They
how you know
slept.
how
They
Especially
Tyreek.
putting
Let
the
me
slept.
let me
Jeffrey
explain
on
something to
and
y'all.
Sneed
You know that under Mike McPeak, he would
to
have won
Darius Sneed.
MVP. I would have never gave Mostert 20 touchdown opportunities. I would have put Tyreek Hill in the back, and I would have
But we
forced
seen
him
what
to win
Tyreek Hill was
MVP.
doing with his
Tyreek
opportunities. He
Hill
was
would have
dropping
been
them.
getting 5
But he was
carries a
dropping them
game.
too,
He
right?
was
He that
dropping
mean
them,
he would have
Pete.
had
Okay,
like
y'all talking about drops with
He
7
should have
Tyreek
had
Hill?
at
drops.
least
He
15
should have had
touchdowns,
5
Pete.
carries.
No,
He
how many
should have had
touchdowns
5
Tyreek
carries.
finished with? Was it like 12?
Not enough.
Yeah, man,
Not enough.
something like that.
So
Well,
he
it
would
Not
at
couldn't be
least
because
enough.
have.
that's half of what Tua's threw.
He would. Let me see. He
Two
would
only
at
threw
least. He should
29.
at least have 15 or 17 touchdowns himself.
How many
Yeah,
carries did he have the whole year? How
No,
about
we
that?
talk about Tyreek. You talk about Tyreek
carries.
or Tyreek.
Tyreek, yeah. How many
Since
carries
when
did
is
he
he
have
Not
the
gonna
that,
whole
carry the
year?
ball? It's not Andy
man,
Reid. We don't have Andy Reid as head
you
coach.
can't say we overuse him and then I don't say he should have had more carries.
I would have.
Pete.
That's what I'm saying. I would have gave him 5 carries a game,
5
automatically,
carries a
no
game
matter what.
and
5 carries a game.
12. Man, come on, Pete. No,
I
see
would
now
have
you
limited
coach.
some of his
Now
targets.
I
I would
mean,
have
come
limited some
on.
of his. He would have had probably 7 catches a game, but he would have had 5, 7 carries.
Pete, you gonna make me cuss at you on your own channel, Pete? Don't do
He's
this.
I'm
jammed, man.
serious.
Tyreek
Five.
is jammed. Tyreek is jammed at the line of scrimmage, and that's it. And that's it. But you get some dumb defensive coordinators let him get started, let him get his speed revved up, and then he goes right by him.
Dumbass coordinators. I agree with you, Fred. How the
Couldn't
hell you
even get
let
off the line
Tyreek?
of scrimmage. Couldn't even get off the
But
line of scrimmage in Kansas City.
in
Hey,
those
Yeah,
Pete.
they was punching
instances,
him in
in
the
those
side. They were
instances,
Hey,
I
pushing
Pete.
him
agree.
down to the ground and pushing him to
But
the
remember how
sideline,
hard.
Hey, Pete.
Remember
almost
Put up
how
all
that
hard it
game
comment
is
by
long.
to
Sack Man
remember.
56,
Hey,
Pete.
hey, hold on. Check this out. What other team have y'all ever seen put a wide receiver with that type of threat, hiding him under the right tackle?
Nobody. That's what is
Well,
innovative.
that's what Mike McDaniel do. That's
That was
what
the
Mike
innovator. What
Virginius
you
do.
mean?
That's a part of the innovative offense.
That's a
You're gonna
stupid
hide
waste
them.
of us.
Study
That's
lining
dumb.
them up at the X position and
That's
say,
hard.
beat your
But
man, get through this press coverage,
Pete,
and you
I would
know,
trust
and
Pete,
that. I
then
would
you
you
want
trust
to
don't
do
like
that
that.
more often than
you don't
not.
like
I would
Reed,
trust
right,
that
Pete?
more often than not.
Pete, you don't like Tyreek, right, Pete? So
I
you
love
I mean,
Tyreek, but
you
I'm
love Reed,
calling
right?
out Mike
Pull
McDaniel
up,
shenanigans
pull
right
up that
now. It's
comment
a
by Sack
waste.
Man 56 though. What you think about
Say
that?
that again.
You
Pull up the
said he was a
comment.
midget.
Pull up that comment by Sack Man 56. What you think about that?
You said he was a midget.
He's not a blocker. He's not a
What
blocker at all.
what y'all
He's
think
not a
about that
blocker at
comment
all.
though?
Let
Yeah.
Waddle take over as number one. Yeah, let him take over. He's
What
got
you
the
think, Pete?
capability.
Pete's takes. What's Pete takes on
Tyreek
this?
Hill is only performing the way he did because of
I'm
Waddle,
not.
Pete.
If I have to pick one, I'm telling y'all right now, Waddle can go.
Oh
I'm
yeah, I'm
not
out of here,
letting the
y'all. Hey,
cheetah.
hey, hey, it
I'm
was
not.
nice
I'm
talking me, Rod. I'm
I'm
out.
not.
Pete done
The
lost his
big
goddamn
way to
mind.
go. I
He's
want
a
the
leopard.
cheetah.
He's not a cheetah. He's a more of a freaking leopard
Pete, you done lost your rabbit ass
because
mind right
it
now, Pete.
changes freaking
All right.
spots.
I'm telling you right now, Tyreek Hill don't drop those passes Waddle did in the playoffs with Skyler.
What about the ones he
Oh yes,
dropped
he
this
does.
year
He already
against the
dropped one
Bills?
He
that
ain't
same
dropping
What
all
about
game.
the
three.
Philadelphia
Not all
Eagles?
three.
Hold
Not
on.
all three.
He dropped one in
Hey,
that game.
Not all three.
well, he dropped. He did. He dropped two that
He
game.
dropped one in that game. Yeah, he
He
dropped
dropped
Hey,
some in
two.
that
He
game
dropped
A
already.
two.
That
comeback
same
route.
game.
A
hey,
comeback
Pete,
route. As soon as he turned around, the ball was right there.
Waddle drop
Surprise.
that touchdown that Tyreek dropped in the goddamn Baltimore Ravens game?
I'm talking
Huh?
about in Buffalo,
I'm,
3
I'm,
in a row.
but I'm talking about in
Tyreek ain't
Baltimore.
dropping 3
I'm
in a
talking about in
row.
Baltimore.
I'm
He
gonna give
did. He
y'all. He
I
dropped
might
can
the
drop
explain
one
one,
that
that
drop.
led
but
to
he
the
ain't
drop by
dropping 3 in
Waddle.
a row. He ain't never
I
showed
can
me him
explain that
dropping 3 in
drop.
a row.
I can explain that drop. It's simple.
Nah, ain't no explanation for that drop. He dropped the
Which
ball.
Fred,
drop
let
you
me
talking
ask
about? The
Fred.
Tyreek drop?
Fred,
Which
let me
drop you
ask
talking about,
There
Fred?
is an
The
explanation
Tyreek
for it.
drop.
I'm
Nah,
talking
What
about the
Fred?
one he dropped in
Fred,
the
what drop you
touchdown he
talking
dropped.
about?
the Tyreek one
The
in
touchdown.
Baltimore.
The touchdown
Oh,
he dropped in Baltimore.
There is no
the
excuse.
Sun. It was
It,
Sun.
no, he
No.
dropped passes.
I
That's what
tell
the
you what
excuse
it
is.
is, bro.
That he
I
was
tell you
doing
what
it in
it
Kansas
is.
City,
He's
and
getting
everybody
punched
was
in the
ignoring him.
mouth.
He was dropping balls in
I
Kansas
tell you
City.
what it is, man.
What is it, Fred?
The same way Tyreek dropped that touchdown in the Baltimore is you could say that's equivalent is an NBA player blowing an easy layup. So what? It
Yeah, no, it's
happens.
not.
It happens.
It
Blows
happens
an
once
easy
in
It
a
don't
layup.
while.
happen.
Yeah,
You,
yeah, yeah.
hold on.
Easy ones rarely happen. He probably was like, wow,
So
and
you
he
gonna
got
say
stopped.
the highest paid player at their position miss wide open layups in big games?
No.
I've yet to
What I'm
see
gonna
that.
say on I'm
Because
gonna
Tyreek is the
explain that
highest paid
drop
player
like
in his
this,
position.
bro.
Yep.
Give me a
So
second.
never
I'm gonna
was.
explain that drop like this. To me, I've caught passes. You know what I'm saying? You know, to me, it's quite simple. It's like Tyree's job is usually to go over the middle. Where it's tough. He better make that catch and get down. So on that play right there, Tyreek was so open, bro. He's so open, but he's it's in his mind that catch this ball and tuck it and get it
No
away, and
concentration.
the ball just slipped from under him, man. Just slipped from
No,
under him. That's
why?
all.
But why was he
That's
thinking like
all.
that? Tyreek
That's all.
haven't got a big hit 2 years since he been here. Why would he think like that?
He ain't had a big hit like that, bro. But that don't explain it. But that don't take away from the fact that those big hits are possible, bro.
No, they're not.
Every
You
time
get
you go,
fined for those now and get kicked out of the game. They're not possible.
they are
No, they're
possible.
not.
They are
No,
He didn't
no,
take
possible.
a
no.
hit
Okay,
till
well let me
later
tell
on
you.
that in
Okay,
the year,
okay.
the
You
Buffalo game. He took
seen
him
Waddle
out.
go across the middle.
Yeah.
When they play the Titans, did Waddle get back up, bro?
Yeah, he got back up. He got back in the game. So what are you talking about?
After he felt that shit
That
though,
was in
right?
the ab. He
He
already was hurting in his ab. He
he
came in the
what?
season with his
He
ab
what?
injury.
He wasn't injured before he caught that pass, bro, and got lit
Yes,
up.
he was. He came in the season injured. What are you talking about?
I mean, he was. Come on, man. I
Bro,
know he's
bro.
injured coming in
So
the
we're gonna make
season, bro.
excuses for
I
Tyreek like
know
this,
he's easy coming in the season, injured.
bro.
But
Fred, let me ask you,
like
Fred. More
Fred,
look,
don't
often
do
than
that,
not, in
Fred.
that
Fred,
playoff
don't do
game,
that, bro.
let
who
me
you
tell you.
think is? You think Tyreek is dropping 3 in a row, like Waddle
Yes,
did
he
in the
dropped
playoffs?
3
That's
in a
some
row.
No,
He
goddamn
did.
lying,
he ain't
bro.
dropping 3 in a row. No,
He
Exactly.
dropped 3 in a row
No, he
Pete,
did not.
when he's with the
Pete,
Chiefs.
stop,
Yes.
No,
stop
he did
clipping for
not.
Tyreek, Pete.
He
And he
did in a
he
championship game against the Bengals. Stop
Oh
it.
my God.
more often than not, I'm picking Cheetah
Okay.
not to make that
Pete done
drop
lost his
over
damn
Waddle
mind.
because I've seen Tyreek Hill actually catch with his hands. This guy
Another big
Waddle,
game against the Bengals.
And
He dropped a big
Waddle's a
one.
body
Caused
Hey,
an
catcher.
who that was
interception
called
to
him out?
close the game.
Who was that called him out saying he can't catch with his hands? You remember he had to put the video proving that guy
who
Yeah.
wrong?
said
Right.
that?
Yeah, you said that. Yeah,
Who
he
I know
called
who
they said Waddle
yeah,
can't
he's a
catch with
body
his hand.
catcher.
I know they
Well,
said
both of
Waddle
them are
yeah,
can't
body
but
catch with his
catchers.
hand.
Waddle didn't
But I
make a
tell you like
video.
this.
Waddle
I
didn't
tell you
make a
like
video
this.
proving that he could catch with his hands though. Only Tyreek
Yeah,
did that.
Waddle can catch with his hands, but I tell you like this, bro.
I'm
Going
just
across
He
that
saying. So
middle,
prefer catching it with his
going
body.
Tyreek
across
was
the middle,
dropping
going across the
balls.
middle, going across the middle. Tyreek and Waddle know they want to
Fred,
catch that
come
ball
on,
with their
Fred.
body most
You're
of the
not
time
making
go
any
across
sense
that
right now,
middle.
Fred. Nobody is scared of getting hit around the middle. Tyreek doesn't
Not
take big hits.
anymore.
He just
Man,
dropped
you
the
got to be
ball,
kidding.
bro.
You
Like
got to be kidding.
okay, bro, you wouldn't give this kind of pushback if we were talking about how Tua missed a throw. You will be pointing out how bad it was. He made that throw. He should make that. He's a quarterback. He's a professional. But now all of a sudden we talk about Tariq and his excuse on top of his excuse. That don't make sense. Come on, we gotta be fair across
I
the
mean,
board.
as a matter of
Yeah.
fact, that up until that point right there when Tyreek did drop that touchdown, it was meaningless in that point in that game, bro.
No, it wasn't. That was at the beginning of the game. What are you talking about?
What you talking about?
Which game you
What
talking
game you
about?
talking? I'm talking
The
about the
Baltimore
Titans,
game?
bro. I mean the Baltimore game.
I'm talking about the Baltimore game. That's the beginning of the game. He
Okay,
dropped
so
that touchdown.
they lost. They lost 15-0. 59 to what? 19.
But
Okay,
that
so
was a
where's
game
that?
changer. That was a game changer.
That wasn't gonna be no game, bro. You ain't wasn't
All
gonna
right,
be no
man.
game
Come on, bro.
changer.
Come on.
Are you crazy?
Come on.
Are you
Come on
crazy?
now.
That was gonna be a game
Now
changer.
you're looking at hindsight instead of watching the game.
That was gonna be a game changer.
Yeah, you don't never
59
know the
to
outcome. That could have changed the outcome.
59 to 19, bro.
Man, you're looking at
It's gonna be
2020 hindsight. It
that
wasn't 59.
one
It
drop
wasn't
was
59
gonna
to
be a game
19.
changer.
Bro, if I got to explain to you how that would
But
have
yeah,
been a
you can't
Dolphins
spiral out of
I ain't gonna
control
argue
after
with you,
one
bro.
drop,
All I
though.
know, all I know
That's
is, all I know is,
59 to
all I
19
know
was
is,
gonna be a game. It
hey,
was gonna
hey,
be a
Yeah, but
game
so what
changer.
hey,
see, that
Fred,
means
from
that
what I
all
learned
I
from
do is
this,
let me
Fred,
know is that you really
Tyreek
don't watch
Hill's
football
drop
like that,
didn't
bro.
cost us a
You can't
game
know
based on
football
that
if you're gonna
score.
say that couldn't be a possible game changer. Because you can't look at the end of the game and the outcome of the
Yeah, I'm
game
gonna say
and
that.
say that.
Yeah, I'm
Because
gonna
I
say
can tell
that.
you,
You know,
hold on,
Yep.
because I can tell you
Because
if two of them throw that
In
interception right
Buffalo,
before
that was a
halftime,
loss.
that's
hold
a
on,
game
Pete, let him
changer as
go.
well. I can tell you that too. But you can't say that, bro.
I'm gonna say that because in that
Nah,
game right
bro.
there,
Nah,
I'm gonna
you're
say
being
that right there.
disingenuous.
That touchdown
You're
wouldn't have
being
mattered. Because
disingenuous, bro.
look. Listen, let me talk. It wasn't
Yeah.
gonna matter because Lamar was doing whatever he wanted to us then, bro.
That was
Whatever he wanted
afterwards.
to
That
us.
was after
Okay, it would have been 50, well,
man, I'm not
59 to
talking.
what?
I'm a
26,
man.
27,
No,
59
Yep.
27.
no, you can't say that, bro.
Come on, bro.
It could be a
Not
Yes,
gonna be
you
no
completely
could.
game
different
changer
That's
on
what
game.
that,
the
bro.
score would have been.
It could
Bro,
have
it
been a
wasn't
completely
gonna be
different game,
it
bro.
wasn't gonna
Hey,
be,
yo,
it wasn't,
if
and
I
it
gotta
wasn't gonna
explain it
be
to y'all, that
no
means y'all don't know what
repeat,
y'all talking about, bro.
and it
Come on, let's
wasn't gonna
not
be
do
no
this.
repeat of what the Ravens did last year, bro. It wasn't gonna be no repeat of
Yeah,
that
they were
either. You,
determined
We
not to
don't
let
know
that
what it
happen.
would have
yeah,
been. I'm not
you was
really
looking
gonna
for
say
They
that
were
that,
it would
wasn't
have
you?
definitely
been
determined not to let
59.
that happen.
Hold on.
That's what they had on their
Hold
mind.
on. Hold
That's
on,
why they ran
Pippo.
up the score the way they did.
Hold on, wait a
They
minute,
was
Pippo.
determined not
Let
to
me
that
ask a
to happen
question, bro.
again.
So you mean to tell me that one touchdown that Tyreek Hill dropped, and also if Tua doesn't throw that interception right before halftime, you can't tell me this is not a completely different game? You're a bit
Okay, 50,
disingenuous
It's
if
a
you're
different
saying
score
that.
at halftime. It doesn't
59,
mean a different game.
59 to
It is
34.
a different
Okay,
game
what?
if it's changed the score
No,
at
because
halftime.
we still have to play a second half. The defense still showed no sign of
What
stopping them.
What do you mean?
Exactly, bro. Exactly.
How they broke at the end, of course. Well, not at the end because they couldn't stop me. You're right. But
That's what
if
I'm
we score
saying. It
with
just changes the total
but if we
points.
score with
I'm
them, it's
sorry,
a different
CC.
game, a different outcome. Now he's saying because it was 59-16, that don't mean nothing. That's just a 2020 hindsight because you've seen that. But if we get the
No,
ball right
because that's
then and
what
score,
eventually played out. That's what he's saying.
yeah, it played out. But I'm saying that it could have been a
But that
different
that
game.
that
That
one
touchdown
drop
wouldn't have
doesn't
mattered,
make
bro.
Baltimore
I
score
didn't
more
say that one. I
points.
didn't say that one drop score. I said it's a different ball game. We're still in
No,
the
it's
game.
a different
We
score
still
at
have
that
more
point though.
at that point.
That's
Yes,
all it
that's what.
proves.
All right, but and then that's when I said if you telling
And
me
Tony,
that if he dropped,
it wasn't
Why
gonna
we
be no
you
just saying
different
cannot
because the
ball
say
fact
game,
that
that
the
bro.
because you
defense
got.
still
Hold
played the way
on.
they played, they still put
Oh
up
my
50 some
God, bro!
points.
If we have,
Tony, it
if
Yeah.
we
wasn't
get
gonna be no
7 points
different
there
ball
instead of
game,
having
bro.
to kick a field goal, bro, it's a different outcome of the game. If Tua doesn't throw that interception at the end of halftime, which gave them more points, that's another possession and more points. They
That's only
possibly don't
14
have.
points. That's
So you
only
can't.
14 points.
Okay, all right. So you take 14 and give us 14 more. That's a different
No, you don't,
outcome.
because we kicked the field goal on that play.
That's what I said.
That's
If you
4
if you
extra
Turn up,
if you
points.
God damn
That's
it.
no,
that's
you
Turn
not.
that's
up.
I'm telling
no,
you
that's not even 14 points.
that is
That's not
14
even
because you
right now.
scored a touch.
No,
Well,
because we still got 3 out of that possession. That's only an extra 4
all
points.
right. Well, okay. Well, give us 11 points then. That's good enough for you?
Hey, Tony.
Hey, Tony,
11
give
Turn
us
up,
plus
that.
God damn it.
19, we're still
Turn
losing by
up.
3
Hey,
touchdowns.
what you said?
Hey, Tony,
Now I
can I ask
said
you something?
that
Can I ask you
then we
something,
losing
Tony?
by 3 touchdowns.
Hey, Tony,
Yeah,
can I
because
ask you
now
something?
at the end of the game, you're not one-dimensional. You're not predictable, and they have to play a different style of defense. All these type of things
We were still
change
one
if
dimensional.
the points are changed and the games are different. You cannot say that with the same thing. game. When
We
you
were
want
still
dimensionals in the deepest
we were still playing the same
confetti
one.
zone,
We were still playing
come
the
on,
same
bro.
dimensional.
Y'all wilding right now,
Turn
bro.
up, god
Y'all
damn it.
wilding right
Turn
now.
up.
I don't
Hey
think we're
Tone.
scoring
Hey
56.
Tone. Hey
They
Tone.
don't
Let me
got to
ask you
score,
something,
but they
bro.
don't score 59 then. This is what I'm saying. You don't got to
They
score
already
56
scored
at
Because we
that
56,
didn't
point.
stop
56.
them.
We
It's
didn't
the
stop them,
same
but
as
we
the
also
Rams
gave them.
Chiefs game.
Man, I'm not
They're
for the
still
argument.
going to score their points.
What are you talking
Hey
about? You
Tony,
don't
can
know
I
if they're
ask you
still going to
something,
score
bro?
that point. If Tua
Hey
doesn't,
Tony,
Because
let me
they
ask you
didn't
something,
do
bro.
nothing to our defense stopping them.
Tony, let
they
me ask
don't
you
have
something.
to. They don't have the ball as much.
They
If you
do
change a
because we're
couple of
still
players, in,
scoring at the same speed. We
no, they
didn't
wasn't.
become a ball control
Clippo,
machine and
Clippo,
killing the clock at that point.
Yeah.
Tua gave them a gift at the end of the first half. You cannot tell
Hey
me
Tony.
that don't
That's in
change
the
the
first half.
game.
But that's
But that's
them
Tua's
playing their
fault giving them a
defense.
gift, not the Ravens, not
That's
Lamar.
But what I'm telling, all right, man, I ain't. They playing their defense, cool. But what y'all telling me is that if Tyreek catches that ball and we get a 7
That
point,
doesn't stop Tua from throwing an interception later.
Hold on. I just said, but I gave you 2 plays that could change the outcome of the game. But he's telling me that it wouldn't change nothing. It does change stuff.
No, it just changed the score. It don't change the outcome.
Turn up,
God damn it. Turn up.
No,
Turn all the way up.
it just changes the
Do you
score.
watch football or do you just watch players? You cannot tell me that big plays like that do not change the outcome. It's momentum.
No, it doesn't. That's no guarantee that the outcome is different. It only changes the scoreboard.
Steamroll. You don't been steamrolled before. You can't tell me that.
No, the steamroll was happening regardless, like it did last year. They still scored 30, almost 40 points.
But that's because they were being steamrolled at the time.
But the point is that the outcome happened. They got stops.
Damn.
Our defense got stops against the Ravens that
allowed
allowed us to come back.
Don't tell me that y'all. Come on, bro.
Tony, you let this nigga body
did happen.
Hey, Tony, I just want to ask you one question,
You gotta watch football to understand.
Tone, don't let this nigga body you like
that.
I'm saying the outcome is the same. They still scored at will both times. The only difference, our offense matched theirs in the first time against the Ravens last year. And it didn't.
If you turning the ball over, you're not scoring.
The thing is, we turned over the ball the same amount of times last year against them, and we overcame it by scoring points.
As well, so that's why we came back. This time we were dropping.
Yeah, they wasn't scoring. They didn't score.
They stopped them in the fourth quarter. That's all they had to do. They were steamrolling us in that game, but Tyreek wasn't dropping goddamn touchdown. He was catching them in that game.
They was. John Harbaugh decided to keep. John Harbaugh decided to take the best field goal kicker out of the game. John Harbaugh took the best field goal kicker out of the game and started going for it on 4th down.
That helps it out.
John Harbaugh didn't kick 3 field goals, guaranteed field goals.
You literally just say how we be different. If you score, at least you're keeping up, and you still got an opportunity. You don't have to be.
No, it wasn't different. No, John Harbaugh refused to kick easy field goals. There's a reason why they didn't win that game last year.
Fuck John Harbaugh. He wasn't on the field. What happened, Fred?
He wasn't. He made the decision to keep Justin Tucker ass on the sideline when he could have kicked gimme field goals. He took 9 points off Justin Tucker's feet.
Sideline right now. You on timeout? Come on, Fred.
Hey, Tony,
what are you talking about?
You was looking for one of them.
Justin Tucker freaking got the ball taken out of off his leg by his head coach.
Damn. That man Thomas in there, he got pom-poms for crypto right now. He calling for crypto to put your ass in the dirt. That Twitter guy Thomas. That Twitter guy Thomas.
Bring it back up here and bring himself. Well, I dig his dirt for him. I dig his over his
No. Wait and get him next time he pop his head out in one of them goddamn Twitter spaces. That's how you deal with that man. That's how you deal with that nigga.
What's my bad? Go ahead, Fred. What you saying?
Hey, what you up here for, man? What kind of smoke you want, man?
Man,
damn, Fred. Fred's trying to catch the body.
I've been waiting for Ian to show up on here. Hey, next time you call me out on somebody goddamn panel and they don't drop that link, don't be trying to make it look like I be running from this smoke, Ian.
What you talking about, Tom? What you talking about?
Running for the smoke. Hey, you talking about last night?
I don't know what you talking about, Tom.
Wait a minute, hold on. You talking about CB or last night?
Say, I thought we made
on my show or the CB show.
I thought we made peace long time ago. What you talking about, Tom?
But you called me out.
Well, you gotta fill me in, man.
Damn, no nothing. That nigga don't miss nothing. That nigga don't miss. I didn't even know you was in the chat. I said, "What that nigga Tom at?"
I put him right here. I'm like, oh, now they gonna act like they don't see me.
Hold on.
That's that.
What
That's
what happened with CB83?
No.
CB 41 and a half.
Yeah. That's what I was getting ready to say. I thought it was CB 41 and a half.
Oh Lord.
Damn. Niggas always be listening, boy. Don't nothing get by these niggas, I swear.
83, 41 and a half. I know he gonna let me up on
That's right.
I said,
Goddamn it.
EM, EM don't set me up. I got you now, EM. I see what kind of game he play. You don't set me up like that. I see
I
I'm
don't know.
used to the
Hey,
YouTube
make
world, so I
sure
don't
you
know
handle that
what
little light work, that Thomas Jensen character in the chat, though,
man,
Tone. You need to make that your project for the week. Next time he pop his head out that
EM,
goddamn
now,
Twitter
hey,
space,
hold on, EM.
put
Now,
your
hey,
foot on his goddamn neck.
EM, now you getting me humble too? Goddamn. What's up, Fred?
Damn.
You keep calling you off, so
Thomas.
you got to jump in here.
Shit.
Hey, you know what? CBA 3 he ain't even doing enough, man, to not let somebody up on some panel, bro.
Ooh,
He need to let
wow.
me
Oh
back up on that
shit!
panel, man.
Damn.
Oh,
You gonna break his jaw, Fred? You gonna break his jaw?
No,
He ain't even
Damn.
talking good enough,
No,
man, not to let
he,
somebody up on a panel, man. You know
no,
what I mean?
no.
What?
Fred told that
He's
nigga
break.
Lou he gonna break his goddamn jaw when I see him.
Break his
Hey,
jaw.
He
damn, we
told Lou
breaking
that.
jaws?
He told Lewis
Oh
that.
shit.
Who
Lewis.
told
What
you
did
that?
I
Fred,
miss? What did
Damn.
I
Fred
miss?
said when I see him, I'm stealing on him. I'm gonna steal on
No,
Oh,
him.
I told you it ain't safe
he
over here
must
on
have told
YouTube.
me
I gotta
that
go back to
first,
Twitter
EO.
where it's safe at. God, they breaking jaws over here.
Damn.
Yeah, man. Hey, man, these niggas be
He said
wilding, bro. They be wilding for
he
sure.
Jesus
gonna break
Christ.
his goddamn jaw.
I don't know about his jaw, man. I know he
Y'all
got
trying to
bodied
get me over
today.
here on this
He
YouTube
was up
world so y'all
he
can
was
start
up on
breaking
Peace
jaws?
earlier today getting bodied. I know that.
Oh yeah,
Oh
what?
shit.
Oh
Yeah,
Whoa,
shit.
wait.
What?
God damn,
Hey,
I
what
missed that
happened, Fred?
episode.
What happened
I
now?
say he was up here on Peach earlier, man, with me, Pete, and Mountie, somebody else too. He was
Hooking
getting
them.
bodied then, man.
Hooking
You
them.
know what I mean?
Lou
Yeah,
got
bodied.
y'all cooked, y'all sauteed his
Yeah,
ass earlier.
yeah.
Oh
Really?
Lord,
Oh man,
Oh
somebody go
shit.
get me here.
everybody
Say,
knew he
man,
was
some of you
Somebody
bodied.
go
niggas,
get me
hey,
Yeah.
here.
go tag that
Talk
nigga and tell him to
talk
pull up. Goddamn it, he got some explaining to do.
Somebody
talk
go
about
get
a
me here.
duffel
I hear
bag, bro.
you.
Talk about a duffel bag. Oh my God.
You
Oh,
been
they
running
packed
for
him. Oh, they
COO. Y'all
packed him up too. They packed him
Oh
up
Lord.
too. Oh
Send him.
shit,
He coming in
Send
here with
him.
all this chaos.
man. Man, what
Well,
y'all on
what's up?
tonight, bro? I just turned my
Yeah,
goddamn.
He in here
I just
talking
we
about
just
turned.
doing anything, we just doing anything, bro.
No, y'all
yeah,
just talk. Yeah.
these fools in here talking about replacing Tua
Free
with
agencies.
anybody with an empty bucket of soda and I mean an empty can of soda and a
Empty
bucket of
bucket of
chicken. That's what
soda.
they trying to do.
And then
Then
pack
they
of chicken wings and some
talking
watermelon.
about the dang on
That'll work.
just
Oh,
fed
let me ask EM this question.
Some
talking about
watermelon.
EM,
Ryan
I see
Tannehill.
that damn thumbnail,
Hey, he
Pete.
talking
I see
about
that
Ryan
goddamn thumbnail.
Tannehill.
exactly what I was gonna
You
ask
know,
you. Let me ask you:
get out
Did
of here,
you
Pete.
ever believe in Tannehill by any
Oh
chance?
God.
Oh yeah, I did for sure.
I
You
did too.
Bro, I love Tannehill.
The first
Me
three and a
too.
half
Me
see
years,
what
and that
too.
I'm
was it
saying?
after that point.
I love, bro. Listen, I
But
love Tannehill. I ain't gonna
I
lie.
Kenny
won't say
Stills ruined it for me.
He from Texas too. Hell yeah, I was riding for that nigga.
But
The
are you
Super
What
replacing
Bowl
about
Tua
hard
for
for
Kenny
any more
Stills?
Tannehill.
pounder?
What's that?
AM,
Now,
you think Kenny Stills gonna make him better?
Oh, get the hell out of here.
come on now.
Well, you know what though? You know, Tannehill. I'll say this about Tannehill. Like he let us all down. You know, we could never get over the hump and make a deep playoff run. But Tannehill wasn't a terrible. He wasn't a bad quarterback,
It
bro.
was more injury,
He
don't you
just
think?
wasn't elite. He just
Sure
wasn't elite.
wasn't.
And you know, I think he didn't have the support that he needed. Because look, if the Dolphins would have supported him the way Tennessee did, guess what? I mean, he got them to the AFC Championship game, made multiple
Yeah,
deep playoffs runs. So
yeah.
Tannehill was
Exactly.
capable. Tannehill was capable, but he just wasn't the guy. And I think a lot of us, the fan base, we get caught up in trying to find the next Dan Marino, trying to find the next Dan Marino. But we just need somebody that's capable, and we need to build the best team we possibly can, because again, in this day and age, especially in this day and age, that's the only way you're gonna get far, bro. With
Yeah.
these
You
high
think
level
Mike
quarterbacks in the
Wallace was a
AFC.
bad time to get Mike Wallace at
Mike
that time
Wallace,
for
don't
him?
you bring that
That's
young
you
man
see,
up
you
in this
keep bringing up names that were horrible for Tannehill. That's
Oh
why it's
God.
important. Tannehill right now,
Hey, but
Yeah,
we
Mike
not
and
Wallace wasn't
Derrick
the right
Henry.
person.
oh gosh.
I truly think he upgrades us
We
right now
not bring
today, EM,
he's not a
over
Who is
Tua right now.
who
bro.
was that? You talking about Ryan Tannehill?
Yeah, man, he's
Yeah,
not
Tannehill
a
for Mike
and
quarterback.
Derrick
Wallace.
Henry. Yeah, Tannehill and Derrick Henry
No,
right
it's
now with
not.
the Cheetah and the Penguin. I think we'll get further along the line than it is with Tua and Mostert right now. I'm sorry.
No, I
You
think
lost
at
your damn
this
mind.
stage of Tua's career and at this stage of Ryan Tannehill's career, Tua is a clear, in my opinion, respectfully. respectfully, Pete. And goddamn it, when I drop comments in there, don't be blocking my shit. Goddamn it, I see.
Damn,
you
you blocking
know
the
damn well.
How
I
he
was
second
sounding that
round
He's
goddamn
pick?
only
panel
keeping up
killer alert.
comments as somebody that moves.
I
That's a mover in this community.
I
Ian.
I
Said you're not a mover.
You have people
Hey,
in my
yo.
chat. You have people in my chat begging for me not to drop the link for you,
yeah
EM.
that
I'm
dumbass that
sacrificing viewers to have you up here, dude.
yeah
Oh
I know
man,
yeah
Only movers
yeah
and shakers
yeah
get the comments posted, Em.
yeah. Hey, hey, yeah I know. But no man, two is clear. He's a clearly up. Tannehill's best days are behind him, bro.
That's
Tannehill's
what
the
they said.
backup.
Tannehill was drafted with Russell Wilson. Russell Wilson is still
He
a
got
hot
the
shot.
coach
How you
fired.
feel about Russell Wilson?
Vrabel is
You
out
think
of
that's an
job because
upgrade
of
over Tua?
Tannehill.
No,
Pete,
not at this stage. No.
Pete
What?
want to bring him in.
Mm-mm.
Get the hell out
Tony,
of
you
here.
don't think
Vrabel,
Russell
you
Wilson
gonna
is an
bring
upgrade
Vrabel
over
in as a
Tua right now?
linebackers coach?
Yeah, he bringing
Pete, what you done moved off that Skyler? I thought Skyler was your guy though, Pete. That's what you
he ain't
said.
used to start like
Whoa,
one
whoa,
time
whoa,
today.
whoa, whoa, whoa. I
He
clearly
ready to
said,
trade Skyler for a first
first of
round
all,
pick, Em. That's what he
he
said.
said
Man,
he
they're at
started
Will. These hoes ain't loyal at all, bro.
at
Listen to
all.
that.
Yeah,
He ready to move off
no,
his
no,
bay.
no, no, no.
He
I
ready to
just
move
don't.
off his
I don't want.
goddamn
yeah.
We
bay.
can get a first round pick for Skyler.
And you got
Shit.
people on here listening to
No,
this man
no,
like
no,
you know what
no.
the hell he's talking about.
First
He's saying
round
a
pick
bunch
for
of
no,
shit.
Skyler.
I
That's what
how
we
I'm
you gonna
not
need.
move
off
off Scott?
Skyler. I'm not off Skyler by a long shot.
How you gonna
You ain't
move off
mentioned
something,
Skylar
man?
in your
You ain't
face.
never
What you talking
experiment
about,
with it,
Pete?
bro. You never experiment with nothing. How you gonna move off of that?
The same way the Seahawks landed. Remember, the Seahawks were never even supposed to start Russell Wilson. They dropped the bag on Matt Flynn that
That was
offseason.
Matt Flynn. Pete, what are you
Matt
talking about?
Flynn.
Flynn,
Yeah,
Anyone
they
letting
did
that
pay him a
man
lot of
go?
money. What they pay him like 40 million?
They bet
Damn,
the
back
he
then.
robbed him without a gun. They bet the bricks
That's a
up,
lot
and,
of
exactly.
and he
money.
Back then with that
and he
cap,
lost his job to what a third round pick. When they drafted Russell Wilson, the third round or fifth
Third,
round?
yeah.
Third round.
Third round. Yeah.
Yeah, so he ain't make it to one
Third
off
round.
season. He ain't make it through one off season. You gonna talk about him? He ain't, man, come on.
Mm.
Yeah, they paid a lot of money for Flynn.
Yeah, they made a
Yeah,
mistake.
you know
Moved
why?
off of him.
Yeah. They moved off of him, yeah. Because
Mhm.
Flynn was Green Bay's backup, right? He was in Green Bay, right?
Yeah,
He had a
Yeah,
good
he was,
year.
yeah, yeah.
He had that
yeah,
one good year with
But
Green Bay.
it
yeah.
wasn't really a good year. He had like a game. Like he threw for like 6 touchdowns, and they thought he was.
Yeah,
Yeah.
You're right.
Yeah, he did.
They thought he was a
Yeah.
shit after that,
Yeah,
and
he got one damn 6
It was the
touchdown
Matt
game.
Castle effect. I call that the Matt Castle
Yeah,
effect.
that's another one.
Yeah,
Mhm.
have a real
That's
good
another
season, and
background.
next thing you know, you get a
straight,
lot of money. You get
straight,
traded, and you're done.
straight fool's gold for sure.
Yeah, that's the freaking Matt Castle effect.
So what y'all think about y'all talked at all about Mike McDaniel speaking at the combine today? Y'all touched on that today at any point?
Nah.
I
I
don't know.
mean,
What
Pete was
was it?
on earlier.
he was
What
on.
was
What
what?
was it,
You
Em?
say that?
The only
No,
part
What
I
did he
heard,
say? What did he say about the combine?
the only part
well,
I heard is the one he
Men
was
in
talking
tights,
about.
goddammit.
Well, he was talking about Tua, saying that he absolutely expect them to extend them. That's the part that I heard about him. I didn't hear
mhm.
anything else.
Oh, that he's looking forward to the extension.
no, that he's
Yeah,
optimistic. He's
he said he's
optimistic.
optimistic. He said,
Optimistic that they'll
he
they'll do it. Or
Oh,
not.
he's
What did he say?
he's
Optimistic,
out.
or he looking forward to it?
Yeah, he said he looking forward to it.
mhm.
Yeah.
He say he looking forward to it, or is he optimistic? Which one, bro?
He's
Which one?
optimistic. He's
Hey, listen,
optimistic. They're putting in words.
Oh,
Talking
So
about
what
he
does
looking
Drew
forward
hey,
to
Rosenhaus
listen
it.
say?
to it.
What's the
Hey, listen
number?
to it for yourself, Floyd, and you'll see what he said.
What's the number? What did
He's
Drew Rosenhaus say the number was?
they didn't put a number on it.
Well, Drew
But
Oh,
Rosenhaus
there's no
wouldn't know
number
what the
yet.
number
You
is. He
think it
can't
should be
say.
a number? It's almost May.
Speaking
It's
of,
May 1st.
they were blown out of proportion because he said right now at this time, with a contract situation, he think that they should prioritize Christian Wilkins over Tua, and they
yeah,
blew up at proportion. But
Christian Wilkins over
hold
Tua. Who
on,
said that?
hold on, they left out the part that he said because Tua is already on his 5th-year option.
hmm
So this is
Oh,
why he
so
said
they
that
they
need to
can
get
do
Christian
one
because
first.
Christian Wilson is already a free
Okay.
agent. So
right.
they
So it's
tend to
best
leave
to
that
do
part
Wilkins
out.
first,
They
then
like,
do Tua
And
last.
Tone, you see how niggas are trying to blow that up, talking about he think
What were they
Christian
saying?
Wilkins. You know
it's
how
more
people was trying
important.
to
Yeah,
twist that.
Oh,
Nah, what they
that's why you got to
saying?
go
You know
listen
what
for
they
yourself.
saying, bro? Go ahead, finish
Nah,
that.
niggas was just saying they was just trying to to add and trying to make that out to be something that wasn't. He was talking about, just like Tony said.
Right.
He was coming back purely from a contractual standpoint. Tua is under contract. Christian Wilkins is not. So obviously Christian Wilkins should be the priority. Well, not in my opinion, but that's the point that he was trying to make. Christian Wilkins should be the priority. You know what I mean?
Let's not forget
He
that
also
Drew
said they need
Rosenhaus
to sign
called.
both of the guys. That's what he
He
said.
did say that.
He
He did
said
say that. He
said
said they're
what,
both
Tom?
important,
They
but
should
he
sign. They
didn't
should
call
sign both of them.
Tua a stud. He didn't say Tua is a stud. He just he called Christian
Oh
Wilkins a
Lord,
stud
Pete.
2 times. He didn't call
Pete, but
Tua
did
a stud.
did he not say they need to sign both of them? They should both be the
He said
priority.
they're both important to sign, but he didn't
He
call
said they
Tua a
should
stud.
sign both of them.
I
Pete. Now
think
you trying to
Christian
take
Wilkins
up the
gonna get
word.
$30 million. What y'all think?
Hell no.
Woo,
No, he didn't get no 30. Hell no.
woo.
You're
That's
on
the
mute.
market
You're on
think
my
value.
phone, Crypto.
you know what? I didn't think I've been on the
Who
record.
you know right now? You know free money.
Y'all know
Go ahead, Em.
I'm just saying.
Go ahead,
y'all
Em. Go
y'all
ahead, Em.
y'all know how I feel about that situation. I've been on the record, but it's looking more like the Dolphins might try to hang on to him at least 1 year. They might
I'm
tag him.
done.
They
I'm
might.
done with him here. I want Chris Wood out the building. If he tag that man and waste
Yeah, he
our
can't
time,
do that.
unless he
EM, you
tag
can't
him,
afford
trade him.
that.
Hey,
Uh,
bro, you should
Chris
have got it
Greer
done
might
last
make
year.
his
You
worst
planned on
move if he
tagging him,
do that.
bro.
yeah, I
It's
agree.
gonna
I
be a
agree.
Gesicki-like
I agree.
situation.
But I think it's more so. I think with Christian Wilkins, bro, it's more so an age thing over everything. Because he'll be 20, he'll be 30, 29 this year,
He's
and then
entering his prime.
Right.
no,
Draft this
you in your
replacement at
in football
21
football
or
years, you get in your
53.
prime when you hit 25, 26. He's
Right.
getting close to 30, bro, and he want a long. It ain't. I don't think the Dolphins. And again, I don't agree with it, but I don't think the Dolphins have a problem with playing him 18, 19 million, maybe
Thank you.
20. But it's the number of years that he's looking for. That's what I think that's a big issue with his contract. The number
Hey,
of years.
Ian, you think he could
He
take
won
18
like a
million?
5-year deal.
See,
I mean, 3 years minimum. I think.
Ian, you think
two of
he
them
take
wasted 4 years of this
18
man's
Man,
million
life, man.
that's
Ian?
crazy.
Hey, hang on. What's that, Tone?
Do you think he's taking 18 million?
He trying to get 20. I
He
was
Okay,
ain't
I
just
taking
don't
no
think he's
18.
doing
he trying to
okay,
get
I'm
18.
20. He trying to
Yeah,
get
I
20,
ain't
bro.
think he was taking no
he
18.
wants
No, I
20.
ain't. No.
They probably would have signed him last year though, EM. That was the tag last year.
Yeah, I just think
That would have been
but
last year.
but Chris
Yeah.
Greer, to be honest with you, bro, he fumbled the ball on several players in terms of getting out ahead of them, extending them. You could extend
Yeah, you got to
Robert
do it
Hunt
the year
a
before.
year
This
ago. You
year,
could have sent Christian Wilkins 2 years ago, right?
Yeah,
Javon Holland, look, and that's another situation coming
you
up
got
that
to
we're
do
gonna have to
him
deal
this
with.
year.
we didn't get
This
enough
year
for
you got to
Michael
get it
Second,
done.
so
Nothing for Gasecki.
you already
If
tagged
you're gonna
somebody.
keep
and let me know.
Holland and not trade him or tag him, you got to do it this year for Holland.
But
Because
no,
remember,
he
he was in
can't
the
do
second
that.
round.
No. If he do that this year, no, I'm on his neck, bro. No, hell no. We're
Who you
not
talking
gonna
about? Holland?
tag.
You don't want to sign Holland this year?
No, no, I'm saying Christian Wilkins. Like you gonna tag him,
Oh,
and he end up
okay.
walking for. They ain't gonna tag him again, and he end up walking for nothing like you did with Mike Gesicki, like
Yeah,
2
it's
years
crazy.
back to back. Like when you
Right,
gonna learn from your mistakes, my brother?
And the thing, and that
right,
Mike Gesicki, he
right.
deserves a lot of
Exactly.
criticism with that because
Yeah.
allegedly the fucking Cardinals had a second round pick on the table for the nigga,
Oh,
and
I didn't even know
they
that
said
second
no.
round. I heard they
Oh,
were
they said
trying to
no
get
to the
first
Cardinals'
round
second
for
round
Yeah,
Holland.
offer.
and then the Cardinals wound up drafting a tight end in the second round anyway, so that lets you know that there's some validity
Right.
to that damn
To
story.
it.
Yeah, I
I
heard
mean,
they.
That's who they
Yeah, I did
doing,
crazy.
heard that
man.
he was trying to get
Well,
a first round pick
they
for
was out the Hurts, right? Then they wanted Zach Ertz,
that Ertz.
Who was that?
the
Miami?
Cardinals.
The
Oh, the
Cardinals already
Cardinals.
had Ertz.
Yeah, Ertz was already on there.
They already had them.
Oh, that
Yeah.
wasn't a part of that deal. Oh, okay.
No. Mm.
Oh, okay.
So
Yeah,
that's Chris
yeah.
Yeah,
Greer
what's that
letting him
Cardinals
go.
tight end? You talking about Trey McBride?
The
For
rookie?
the Cardinals.
Yeah, I think
No,
that's his
Ertz
name,
was
right?
the
Trey
veteran
McBride?
that was
No, that's
on.
the rookie that you guys are
No,
talking
he
about.
talking
I
about the
think it's
rookie
Trey
they
McBride.
drafted.
Yeah, but you remember
Oh,
our
okay.
guy Elijah Higgins that we drafted and
Yeah,
we
Mm-hmm.
never
Yeah.
Yeah, in the
used?
6th round. Yeah.
The Cardinals
he was
used
at the
him late in
Cardinals.
the season last year. He was making catches.
He ain't make no
Yeah,
difference.
they
And we
put
got
yeah
and we
they
got rid of Hunter Long too. Got tossed him out the Rams with the Ramsey deal.
Oh no, we got.
yeah
Oh, I was gonna say we got Ramsey back for 100 long now. He got something back for
Yeah.
him.
yeah.
Right.
Yeah, they snatched off Higgins off our practice squad. We tried to stash him, and yeah, so
Shout
it,
out to
Well,
the
it,
Higgins, we
it,
wanted
Cardinals.
to turn him into a tight end or wide receiver, or which way, other way around.
mm.
Why are we drafting wide receivers, turning them into tight ends, and vice versa? Why don't we just draft the
Each
position?
He trying to change the game. Well, you know, Mike McDaniel wants speed at every position, and I don't care.
What he want? Track stars at center and lineman?
Hell yeah. Well, he definitely at the skill
Yeah.
position. He wants speed, bro. And And we know wide receivers are more agile and more athletic than any tight end for the most part. So he wants speed at every position at the skill position.
Where you gonna
And
put the toughness at?
Miss Fins.
what's that?
Well, then,
Where you gonna put the toughness at?
Yeah, I know, right?
yeah,
You
that's what
got
I'm saying.
So
Any room for
you gotta get some
toughness?
toughness.
We need some big tight ends, that's gonna run over somebody.
oh
Let me
yeah,
They
say,
should have
Miss
got
Fins is
Darnell
like that.
Washington.
let me say one more
Yeah.
good thing about Michael Smith. Miss Simmons. It
What
was all
happened to
good things
Darnell
Oh
about
yeah,
Washington?
Miss Fins. Okay, all right.
Everybody in this fan base wanted Darnell Washington. What
Toughness
happened with
where
that?
at? Toughness
Yeah, I know
where
that
at, bro?
man.
What toughness where?
Everybody wanted him.
I think we are. I
What
think we
happened?
are tough, man. I think we are tough.
tough.
I think we
Well,
are tough.
I don't think we
Toughness,
tough
tough where?
enough. I don't think we
where
tough
No, not
enough.
tough
tough?
enough.
I
Not
mean,
not at that
you want
position.
to at being tough at okay with our running game. I mean, if A Chain doesn't miss 5 games, I think we have 2,000-yard backs.
You give an 18 name and you correlate that with toughness?
Hey,
Huh?
Right.
That's a skill guy, my brother.
oh yeah, Miss Fins is like that. Oh, okay, all right. Let it be
So
known
where's the
then.
not where's the not toughness in the toughness in the offensive line?
Get him,
Bro?
Miss
Where's the not
Fins.
toughness?
Mm.
So we need toughness.
I like that,
I
Fred. Good
say
point.
when you could
Yeah.
go to when you get down to it, right? And they had pretty decent. Now I ain't gonna do it, a real good run game, right? But when it came down to it, and in the games that they had to run, and everybody knew it, they only got it done in one game, and that was the second Jets game. All other times they failed. So we get a little bit more tough on the offensive line. Get a tougher running back. I don't know if they're gonna keep Chris Brooks. Like these are the toughness that we looking at.
Robert Hunt.
When it's called, now I like Robert Hunt. I ain't gonna disrespect him, but when it's time to line up and my man versus your man, mano y mano, we need that kind of toughness.
No,
We
okay, no.
need to beat them at least 7 out of 10
Where
times.
nah, Tony, where the toughness ain't at it, bro, is at the quarterback position.
Oh, we knew that was coming.
Come on, bro.
We know that
You
was
want to
coming.
clarify that, Fred?
We know that was
Hey,
coming.
can you elaborate on that a little bit, Fred?
We need a tough quarterback, bro. We need a tough quarterback, bro.
Give us elaborate on that, Fred.
We knew that was coming.
Why you say that, Fred? Give me an example.
You've been listening to him too long, Fred. You've been listening to him too long. You've been listening to him too much, Fred.
So you got to.
That's not popular take in the community. You've been listening to him too long.
You need to put it at where you need the toughness, Tony. You need to put it at where you need the toughness, bro.
I don't need my quarterback to be tough. I need him to be
That's
accurate.
not a popular take in the
That's
community.
what I need my quarterback to do.
You don't need your quarterback to be tough.
You go get
You don't need the
Cam Newton,
quarterback to be tough, bro.
I don't need my quarterback to be tough. I need him to be accurate and be a field general. I need my offensive line and my defensive line to be tough. My linebackers, I need them tough.
Definitely got to be tough. You ain't lying about that.
Accurate either.
If you soft
Yeah, your O line, your D line, your line. That's where you need.
Trenches definitely what you really need the toughness.
Okay.
That's what you really need. If they soften the trenches, you in trouble.
The quarterback threw for 4,600 yards, and both of your backs almost had 1,000 yards. So where's the offensive? Where's the problem with the offensive line?
Nobody said they weren't talented. Who said they didn't have talent?
No, I ain't say talent. I said tough, bro. I said tough.
Fight. We talk about fight here, not run. We got a bunch of track stars. Well, can they get in that ring and punch you and knock you out? Can they push you over? Can they bully you?
We talk about toughness, bro. We talk about toughness.
Fred, we need players that
toughness on the offensive line.
Say, Fred, we need players that's willing, like Tony said, get in that ring and throw them hands, right? Like you said you was gonna break. I'm gonna break your fucking jaw, Lewis. Just like you told Lewis. We need niggas like that.
Damn.
You told Lewis you was gonna break his goddamn jaw. We need niggas like that.
Shit, Leo, man. You know, shit started, man. Don't do that shit.
What he say? We gonna break his damn jaw.
So
I'm gonna break your goddamn jaw when I see you, Lewis.
We ain't tough. We ain't tough.
We need that toughness, Fred. Goddammit.
We're not tough on the offensive line.
Hey, Fred, go back and bring that Fred that we're gonna punch Lewis in the jaw. I want to talk to him. He gonna understand what I mean by toughness.
Go back. What? Tell me what you're saying. Tell me what you're saying, bro. I can't hear you.
I was saying, go call that Fred that wanted to punch Lewis in his jaw. I want to talk to him.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
I want to hear that Fred is.
say Pete, drop that link for Miss Fins, bro. You need to get your numbers up. Go on and drop that link for Miss
Okay.
Fins.
Hey, his numbers is already twice. Then well, I'm not gonna say
Shit,
his
I'm
numbers
good.
already in the doubled.
Oh, he doubling up on CB.
Oh
Hey,
yeah,
truth be
doubling
told,
them up.
truth be told, before I hopped on here, I had pulled up YouTube on my phone. I saw Cap was live too. I saw P. He killing Cap too, though. By the way, he
Oh
killing.
shit.
Come
No,
on, don't do that.
he's
Yeah.
punishing Cap right now. I
don't
said,
stop the
damn,
cap.
Okay.
Cap
That's
slipping,
crazy.
Okay,
Y'all
boy.
pussy.
making me feel bad
Hey, that
now.
nigga
Hey,
CB said the math ain't math, and goddamn it, I'm just saying that's
Hey,
what CB
hey,
said. I didn't say that,
hey,
but that's what
hey,
CB
EL,
said.
EL. Well,
Mhm.
you know your boy in some shit again now, right?
Yeah, man. You know something, man. I'm like, bro. It's always something with Tyreek. It seemed like, bro.
Bro, he
Always
had this
something.
bag. He had this shit
He
with him
can't stay out
in
of
Kansas
trouble.
City, bro. He had it with him in Kansas City.
Hey,
Mm.
Pete,
Let me tell you
Yeah,
that.
but you didn't hear that much from him in Kansas City.
Oh well, you ain't hear that
They
much,
kept
but
a lot of
he
that
had this shit
insulated.
with him.
Yeah, probably he ain't hear nothing from him out there. And
It's
now,
all
boy, he get to Miami. Damn,
it's always something with Tyreek.
the hell's going
And
on?
Always.
so I
Kirk don't
seen
say
him.
he
Hey,
broke a leg, he
I'll
broke a
say this
back.
Is it
though.
true what Poupar said though about him?
About what?
Is that true about Tyreek? About the
What he
whole
did.
willing and dealing and stuff?
What you talking about? What you talking about, Willing and Dylan? What you talking
I'm
about?
talking about as far as the whole lifestyle stuff.
What you talk about, Willis?
Is Miami.
Hey, crypto. That's how rumors start, crypto.
Hey man.
I heard.
I'm just
I heard.
inquiring. I'm not starting a
Hey,
rumor.
I know.
I'm
I
just,
know. I know we got
Poupar
Miss
kind
Fins.
of hinted
I know we got Miss
about the
Fins.
culture.
I know we got Miss Fins in the audience in the chat right now. Cover your ears, Miss Fins, or any females, by the way. All I know is I seen that picture, that thing. With hey man, Tariq, hey bro,
Hey,
God, say
they
man,
said. Hey, they
it's
said.
tough living in
They
it's tough
said.
living in Miami. I'm gonna just leave it at that. Lord have
They said.
mercy.
They
Right.
said the
It's,
girl jammed. They
it's,
said the
it's
girl
an
jammed
obstacle.
Tyreek. The girl jammed Tyreek from going into the store. She jammed him, so he broke her leg and shit.
What?
Mm.
That,
Sounds like a bedtime story there,
so
Fred.
nah, bro. It's got to be more to the story. Nah,
That does a bedtime story.
all I know is, damn, ooh-wee, it's tough living in Miami, boy.
Right.
Lord.
He said he wanted to be a porn star, so you got started
He
early.
said he wanted to be a porn star. I just want to
Well,
put that out there.
he did say that though. He did say that.
Yeah, don't knock,
And
don't knock
and
him
that's
down.
definitely that. Well, let me stop. Let me stop. Let me stop.
Let the brother get his money, man.
Mhm.
Some extracurricular activities in Miami.
He's
Damn.
hard out here. He's hard out here.
Yeah. What's that Ocean Drive down there Tony? Ocean Drive?
No.
Hey, you know what though?
I thought Ocean Drive was open.
Ocean
Hey,
Drive. We're shutting that down, crypto.
Oh, okay.
hey, I heard
holidays. Not permanently, but just for the holidays.
well,
Oh,
real
okay,
quick.
holidays.
Tyreek, he need to change the name to Ty Freak. Goddamn it, because he getting it in. He getting it in. Oh, hey man,
Right.
do your thing.
Yeah, that's true. You gotta
Ty Freak.
like the Greek freak. Yeah, you gotta turn it to the
yeah.
Thai freak, right?
I say trade that nigga now. Trade that nigga now and get shit from him, cause
See, Fred, you don't lost your goddamn mind. Nah, I ain't trying to. No, hell no.
Yeah,
Ain't no way in the
hell
world
no,
I'm
he
getting rid
do
of the
that.
Cheetah. Not this year.
Trade that nigga now.
Hold on to him. We got one more year left.
Give me 2 first rounders.
Say, I heard real quick, Miss Fins, hit that StreamYard link because I was on Twitter. I think it was yesterday. And I saw where Dolph Freaky gave you a shout out. Like she recommended you to. I don't know what show she was on. I don't know if you saw. You probably already aware of that, but yeah, she gave you a big shout out. Like and again, I don't know what platform or how big that platform she was on, when she recommended you, but they asked her a question about other female Dolphin fans, and if do you, well, again, I didn't see the whole show, but I just saw that clip. But anyway, they were asking her about female representation in the community, and she gave you a big shout out. So you probably aware of that though. But I thought that was real cool to hear her say that.
That's cool. Insanity.
Mm-hmm. Mr. Polk, what's good, homie?
Insanity.
Mr. Polk, Mr. Polk in the
Yeah, what's
house.
happening, Mr.
Hey,
Pope?
how's everybody doing?
All right.
Trying to get by this foolishness. You've been in the chat. You've been listening long enough. I tell you, panel killer alert. That's what's
Oh my
going
God.
on.
Oh my
I,
God.
Shit.
I just
You had
want
to
to
be
jump
talking
up
about
here.
Pete.
Just want to give Pete congratulations because this is my first time on the
Pete.
show.
Damn.
So shout out to you, Pete.
Pete killed his own channel. That's
Oh,
crazy.
Pete got up out of there.
Like
Oh,
Pete killed his own goddamn
Damn.
channel.
Hang on.
Damn.
I thought this was a Pete show.
Don't
Yeah.
worry, I got it for him. I got it for him.
Oh,
Damn.
We just took it over. He'll be back.
Mm-hmm.
I just want to address one thing. I've said this on the other platform. As far as our running back roster go, I wouldn't really address that. I would use that pick to get something of need like on the in the trenches, whether it be the offensive line or defensive line. I wouldn't bother with the running back roster because um, we got two rookies. You got two rookies. Got two veterans. You got Mustard. You got A Chain. You got Chris Brooks. You got Jeff Wilson. And I wouldn't really address the running back room unless somebody want to get undrafted running back out of college.
Who said what? Somebody said they looking to draft a running back early.
No, I've been seeing in other platforms where people are suggesting that we need to get a running back, and I said that's not to me it's not a need. It's not a need. It's not a need for the running back on our roster. We got
No,
other
it's not.
places
No, it's not a
that
glaring
need
need. I agree with
But
you. It's not a glaring need at all.
you want to take Derrick Henry if you had the
offensive line,
opportunity, though?
center,
Well,
left tackle.
Well, it's not a glaring need, but I wouldn't just up and ignore the position at all. Like if you in the back half of the draft, sixth, seventh, definitely undrafted status, and somebody slips and falls, and you think the talent level is too good to pass up. No, I mean I would address it at that point, but early on, no, definitely not.
Exactly.
But I would rather them go into free agency. I'd rather them go get a that true. I'm with Omar Kelly where he been banging the table for Derrick Henry. I think if you acquire Derrick Henry, you completely. I mean, just his presence alone, bro. Like that physicality that we all agree that's lacking on offense. I mean, you bring in Derrick Henry. I mean, bro, you actually can start to put fear in opposing defenses. I don't think that at the end of the day I would be all for that, but I don't think it's gonna happen. I think Mike McDaniel, he love his boys, Mostert, Jeff Wilson. I think Wilson might be, if they do make a move and somebody won't be back, it would be more likely to be Jeff Wilson. But McDaniel's all about his guys, bro. He let them do, and again, Mostert has been highly productive. Jeff Wilson has been, productive when given an opportunity for the most part. So, but I definitely would like to get a veteran guy. Derrick Henry will be ideal. You got that power back, and you got Achan. You really have thunder and lightning at that point. So we'll see how it shakes out. But I saw where there's a lot of marquee names on the market. Running back wise, and in terms of price, that's going to drive a lot of these running backs asking prices down. You know what I mean? Because the pool, the players that's available at that position in free agency, it's oversaturated right now because of so many big name players that are going to become available March 13th. So this might be the year where we can get him at a reasonable price. And if that is the case, I think Chris Greer and Mike McDaniel, they need to be all over him, bro.
You want to take a Josh Jacobs or Derrick Henry if you had the opportunity to do?
Oh well, yeah, I'm open, but I think with the age and all of that, I think Josh Jacobs will be a little more expensive. I think, and again, you're not trying to bring a guy in to be a bell cow. You just want a guy, and you want Derrick Henry to be complementary to what you already have. So, but I would definitely entertain Josh Jacobs too. But I just think with his age and his asking price might be he might be asking a little more. So because Derrick Henry 30 years old, man, and I don't think I think his age, his style. I mean, you bring him in as a complimentary guy to complement what you already have. That's the perfect at this stage of his career. That's the perfect opportunity for him.
But do you think he believed that though? That's the real question.
Hey man,
I'm saying he's trying to bring him in because I don't think he's going to come in on a bargain.
He might not. But I will say he dropping them Dolphin Nuggets now. 3 times he didn't had an opportunity. I think there's some smoke there. Now whether or not yeah. So we'll see how it works out. But I think he would definitely entertain coming to Miami, bro. I mean, like who wouldn't? So you gonna be facing them light boxes 80% of the season. You ain't worried about like in Tennessee, man.
Oh yeah.
Bro, they loaded the box up like 90% of his whole career, bro, facing them 8-9 man fronts. That ain't happening in Miami.
You heard that, Pete? Tannehill was throwing against 89 boxes.
I agree, and Derrick Henry still with the loaded box was still killing it. But here's what we have. We have the cheetah, the penguin, like Ian pointed out.
That's why he coming here to play with Tua, not to bring no damn Tannehill.
It's not with Tua. That's why the title is Ryan Tannehill. Derrick Henry wants to play with Ryan Tannehill. That's his guy. That's who he feels like is gonna be his guy, in my opinion.
Well, they asked the man at the Pro Bowl when they interviewed him. Tyreek Hill interviewed him, and they were talking about going camping and fishing and all of that. He said, "Who you taking? Who you taking with you at all these Pro Bowls?" The first name came out of his mouth was Tua.
So your name say Pete Tate, but we know that don't mean shit either. So we don't give a damn about the title of his goddamn.
Kind of add something to what EM saying. If you did bring in Derrick Henry, he can be a good what's the word mentor to Chris Brooks, who is another.
Yeah.
100% big back also. And
I do too. And see, I like how they had he played a lot of fullback for us too this year. So I don't know, that might be an experiment. Miami Daniel, bro, he loves cross training and trying to, give players dual roles and lining them up all over, in different, in terms of formations. Look at what he's trying to do. He's trying to revolutionize the tight end, right? Trying to convert wide receivers to the tight end position. Chris Brook trying to convert a true natural running back to a fullback. And again, that I see the vision, because if you can they can make that conversion and they can be productive in those, in that new role. I mean, their natural, style of play. Think about if you got a fullback that can give you that dual role, man, and he can catch the football out of the backfield. He can block. Again, given the sample size that we saw from him this year, they could be grooming him for a big role once you eventually move off of Alec Ingold at some point, probably next year. So,
speaking of cross training people, what you think about Chase Claypool?
Man, I love Claypool, Tone. Hey, I love Claypool. Look, I'm willing to bring him back. Yeah. And again, if they truly are, because I've heard things about them trying to make that conversion with him, convert him to tight end. I would love for them to bring him back on a team friendly deal and continue that that experiment with trying to make him a kind of a hybrid player. Being able to play a wide receiver and tight end. So I would definitely look to bring him back. But I think Eric Ezukanma is a name that for the most part, the fan base has kind of, they're not really, they kind of been overlooking him, this year. And then especially if we're getting into I think he's primed to have a much, much bigger impact than what a lot of people think this year.
He don't remind you of what's the dude Williams? Goodness, the one we just had him, bro. He had all the talent. He had the size. He had the talent, but he just kept getting injured.
You talking about Preston?
Preston Williams, yeah.
Yeah, Preston Williams.
He kind of remind you of him.
Who easy?
Yeah, but body types. Yeah, I see the comparison. But I think
it seems like no matter what, something always happens to where he's not on the field.
Yeah. I don't know what Again, Mountie might could share a little more light on that, but I still would like to know what happened with that next situation. Now, I know Mountie said months ago about he heard there was an altercation or whatnot where he got hurt or whatever. I haven't heard anything about that.
You
I
talking
haven't
about
heard
Preston
anything.
Williams?
No,
No.
Eric is a comma.
Is it coming?
Oh, okay. No, I don't know what happened to him.
So,
I guess
but you know what
we'll
though? But see, here's the thing, Tone, where as I see the comparisons, body type, profile wise, but see, this is where I think if he can stay healthy and stay on the field, you're just not lining him up as a receiver. He'll have that. You can put him on the
Yeah.
field to where he can be productive at different positions. Look at how look how Mike McDaniel was losing him in that Charger game.
Yeah.
I mean, I was like, oh, this nigga. Probably my leg was Pete, but I was like, this nigga here, bro, he poised for a breakout year, bro. Like we
That's
could
what
have
I'm saying.
easily have seen that.
I'm really saying that, like, we see the talent, like we were seeing with Preston Williams, but it's like, bro, can you just stay on the field, bro? You know what I mean? So we could develop that talent and see you prosper. He's more, I'm having that kind of vibe. Like, I just think that he got all the talent in the world, but we can't seem to keep him on the field.
I feel
Yeah,
that way
man.
about Claypool,
And
but
y'all
he's not
don't think
utilizing him.
Akuzama wasn't used much because it looks like the coaching staff was in love with his talent. Playing
Oh,
him at running back
well,
versus
I've
the
heard they
Patriots like
love
we
him,
did.
bro. They
Yeah,
love
so
his potential.
you
No,
don't think someone like Tyreek Hill who has power was like, let's put a stop on this. I'm the guy here.
Man, Pete, come on with the bull crap, bro.
Yeah.
Man, Steve, we having a productive conversation. You come in here with this casual take. Come on,
I'm not
bro.
gonna lie. I think Tyreek Hill put a stop to it because he's the man.
Man, it's
He
casual
wants
hour,
the
y'all.
2,000
Casual
yards.
hour.
I guess. I mean,
And
well,
then
how he
Stop
gets
it, Pete.
shut down and we ain't see him no more?
Pete,
I had
stop
a
it,
problem
Pete.
with that.
no,
Oh my
but look
God.
at some of the other players we had. I mean, we didn't use Claypool that much,
Oh
and he
my
wasn't
God,
hurt.
Mr. Park, did you not hear Tony right now bring up what's his dude Alec Ingold? That's another guy
I
underutilized.
didn't
He
bring
had
him up.
0 touchdown. Who brought up Alec Ingold?
I did.
I
No,
heard
we brought
Alec
up Chris
Ingold.
I
Brooks.
did.
Alec Ingold 0 touchdowns, 0. That
Well,
doesn't fare well with me.
what you mean, Pete? You're not an Ingo fan? Know what you're saying?
I'm an
Pete,
Ingold fan. I know what he was capable. He could have at least had 2 or 3 touchdowns this
Pete like
year.
everybody that ain't doing shit.
The same thing
But see, hey, let me address Miss Finn's comment real quick. Pull up Miss Finn's comment. She was saying about how, but while we try to make that conversion with Claypool, if he doesn't block, we had
If
it.
you could read, I'm grabbing
He
my
don't
phone.
Oh,
block.
my bad, Pete. My bad. She said, but Ian, why would we do that with Claypool, who doesn't block when we already had a Jaceki? Well, true. That's why I said, if he can make that full conversion, but where you can kind of be a little more patient with when you're trying to make a wide receiver conversion. Because again, you know what Mike McDaniel's objective is. He wants speed at every position. And we can all agree. Exactly. Mike Gesicki is nowhere near the athlete Chase Claypool in terms of being able, being a receiver, going out, making plays, through the air, whatnot, catching a football. Mike Gesicki is nowhere near on the level of Chase Claypool. So, but I think again, that's why I said if he can make that conversion, I would definitely entertain bringing him back. And because again, say what you want about Claypool, I don't know, he's had some issues the last 2 years, but highly productive in Pittsburgh. He had Justin Fields as quarterback in Chicago, and not to kind of shade Justin Fields, but again, he, I don't know what's been plaguing him the last 2 years, but the talent, he's still young enough, and the talent, the foundational talent is there. So I can definitely, because if you're trying to convert him to tight end, the upside is so high because I think he can be another Darren Waller. If you look at his skill set and Darren Waller, because Darren Waller was a wide receiver conversion as well.
Yeah.
So he could be that dynamic because he's so athletic. So that's why you see McDaniel. He's tried to do this 3 times. He did it. They drafted Elijah Higgins, right, from Stanford, was a wide receiver. What were they doing in training camp? Trying to make that conversion of tight end. Tanner Connor, wide receiver in college. They're still kind of experimenting with him, trying to make that conversion with him, and now they're doing it with Chase Claypool as well. So we'll see how it works out. But I think it's clear Mike McDaniel's vision for that position. He wants a dynamic playmaker. And Mike Gesicki was just not that, in my opinion.
Well, I think Claypool got it, 'cause with that
Yeah, he
speed
don't
I'm
fit this
hearing about,
offense. Yeah.
oh my goodness. See, he is
Yeah,
very
Mm-hmm.
I'm
speedy.
not really too high on Chase Claypool.
I
Like
am.
Well,
he's
that's
a
a good thing
sloppy
He,
for us.
route.
he's a
He's
We
just
big
we
like
hound
body.
Skylar
He's
Thompson, so
he.
big
we know how
body
that
and
looks.
he has speed and he's very talented.
I mean, he's sloppy route runner. He's a wide receiver
He
that
hasn't been
can't
on
be
the
a wide
field.
receiver.
He
Now he
hasn't been on the
outgrew
field
his
long enough,
body.
Pete.
Yeah, I mean, he's been passed around the league. Like he's not what people thought he was gonna be coming out of college. Now, someone like Ekuzama, I'm high on him. I like him. He's better than Chase Claypool to me, in my opinion. Cedric Wilson is even better than Chase Claypool. I'm inclined to bringing that back. Those are two big body guys that can. You remember Ekuzama with Skyler in
They're
the
not big body.
preseason,
Well,
snatching.
Cedric Wilson.
Ezukama was catching stuff in double covered, and he could get up there. So sometimes
Yeah,
you could be
He
six
can't stay
two,
on the
but as long as
field
you
though,
got
Pete.
some ups, he can. He could stay on the field. What
No,
happened?
he
Nobody
can't.
knows his injury. It was a mystery. Come
Yeah,
on now,
it's
it's a
still
mystery.
yet to be
I don't
seen.
trust the organization. They've lied so many times. It's to the point where you can't even believe an
Every
injury.
organization now.
and
Yeah, but I'm not. I'm worried about us.
he was
I know
handpicked
my
by
team has
our
lied.
wide
We can
receiver
have
coach.
both of them though, Pete. We don't got to get rid of one to keep the other.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
I'll
here's
tell
my
you what,
thing.
Eric,
Here's
Ezekama's
my
got a
thing.
brother.
Hearing the
Eric,
fact that he's gonna be converted into a tight end, I don't like that option either. That's like a wasted of a player. You're trying to develop this guy to be a tight end. We have a tight end. We really do.
I
Oh,
tell
My
you what,
opinion.
there you go,
I tell
Pete.
you what, Eric Ezekama's got a brother. Oh, he is a monster. He's going. I think he signed to TCU. He's he's from Dallas Fort Worth, and he is just absolutely ripping. I mean, he's like one of the top prospects in the nation. I think he signed with TCU, but he been tearing up Dallas Fort Worth. So I
What
think
position?
wide receiver, big body
Okay.
like him, just like Eric. But I think he might be. Again, I can't say that, but he's been, he's been a bro. He's been highly productive on a high school level, and like I said, I think, and again, I'm not 90% sure it was TCU he signed with. I think next year, but yeah, he's one of the top players in the nation coming out. So
Yeah, because he
definitely
was
should be
from
on the
Texas
lookout for
Tech.
him.
Yeah, because he came from Texas Tech, the same school as
Hmm.
our wide receiver coach.
Hmm. Yeah, yeah. So
I saw a mock draft. I saw a mock draft the other day on Twitter, right? And it had Liam Eichenberg's brother, the linebacker, coming to Miami. Liam
who is
Eichenberg,
that?
Liam Eichenberg's brother,
Oh,
Eichenberg,
oh yeah, yeah,
he's a
yeah.
linebacker.
Yeah.
We, you know
So
how
the
Greer is. You know he's
speaking of
bringing them in.
Van Gogh.
speaking of the linebacker position, what direction do you think the Dolphins? What strategy you think they should take? Like, should they address that? Because I'm here, more than likely Jerome Baker. I think they're gonna try to attempt to shake him down. Who knows how that works out? But he might, be a cap casualty as well. If that is the case, they can't come to some agreement with him. What direction y'all think the Dolphins are gonna go in to address that position? Because other than David Long, I mean, they have nothing, virtually nothing. If they move off of Jerome Baker, they got nothing behind him. So and again, that's just another problem, another hole to fill that they have to address. How do you think
What?
the Dolphins address that by either the draft or free agency?
Well, Ian, can
Wait,
I
you
ask you a
don't like
question?
Duke Riley?
Duke.
Not as a starter, no.
Ian,
I
can I ask
mean,
you a question?
Wow.
possibly both of them. I don't know who's out there yet. In free agency.
Ian, what's going on with Channing Tindall, from your opinion?
Oh man, bro, like
Um,
I'm so
Because
disappointed.
I really like the guy
Channing
coming
Tindall,
out of Georgia.
listen, I liked Mike. I think it was Mike Anderson was his name, the kid from Montana State. You had him. You had Leo Chenault. You had Channing Tindall. I was high on all three, but I like I liked Mike. I think his name was Mike or Troy Anderson, I believe. He's from Montana State that year. He came out, but he went to Atlanta, and you know I knew the Dolphins were going to target linebacker at some point. So when you know when they passed on him and they passed on Chanel, when they drafted Tyndall, I felt Tyndall was a little underdeveloped, but
Okay.
he got elite traits though, and I was like, well, I can
Yeah,
see,
that's what
I
I'm
can
saying.
see the vision for him if they can
Was he
just
a
get him
project
coached
though?
up. What's that, Tone?
Was he a project? Because like he
Yeah,
wasn't
yeah,
even
he
a
clear,
starter
yeah,
in
yeah, yeah, yeah,
Georgia.
he's clearly a project, but I felt like it'd be the worth. See, the third round and beyond, that's where you take you'll be from a draft perspective. You know, GMs are generally more willing to take on projects at that point. They're gonna bet on that athletic upside, right? And I think that's the strategy they took with him. But for whatever reason, man, he just cannot. And again, this will be his third defensive coordinator since we had him. Boyer was first, then Fangio, now Anthony Weaver. This is the third coordinator in 3 years, and
Yeah, and
man,
if it's true, if
they
it's true that he can't learn a playbook, that don't feel well for him.
no, not at all, bro, not at all.
Mm, mm,
So,
mm.
but you heard,
That's a
but one
shame.
thing is encouraging though. When the few times when they asked Fangio last year about Tyndall, you know, he said his development that process is kind of, it's delayed. But he said, again, I'm paraphrasing, but he would always say there's a lot of upside there. So that's encouraging. I think Fangio acknowledged, he might be behind the eight ball in terms of his development. But again, that's the NFL, bro. The more talented you are, the more grace you're gonna get. And hopefully this year that light bulb comes on for him. Because if they could ever get that kid coached up, the fundamentals, get him
Man,
to the point where he can actually process at the linebacker position consistently enough to where he needs to be, and you marry that with with those traits, bro, you could have the
monster.
second coming of Patrick Willis, bro.
That man is a
Hey,
monster.
when you
If that
speaking of
happens to him,
linebackers, let me ask you a question. Like, let's say we try to attack it in the draft. When you draft, okay, we don't got a third and fourth. So let's say fifth all the way down to seventh. What would you think would probably be the best type of philosophy? Position of lead or best player available?
At that point, bro, I think at that point it's probably best player available. You constantly monitoring the draft board because this players always fall. You know what I mean?
Right.
Somebody, we see it every year. That's the nature of the draft. Um, because I think this year specifically in 2024, the Dolphins they got too many holes that they definitely need immediate attention, right? O line. If Christian Wilkins Even if Christian Wilkins signs, bro, they got
We need
nothing
depth.
behind him as Zach
Yeah.
Seiler. Nothing. Like Brandon Peely. Are we confident with him moving forward into the season?
Linebackers.
Linebackers too.
So
So they
so
have to. They gotta go. And I know the whole strategy you hear Chris Greer talk about when you never draft for needs. No, bro, teams draft for needs, bro. It just happened to be you just hope the talent at at where you're picking them matches up with the board, right? But they've got too many holes. They've got issues. They've got too many holes that they need to address early on. Now, once you get later on in the draft, now you can kind of play that best player available type of position, because again, players fall every year in the draft. So, but now
right.
early on, they need to address them holes, bro. They need
That's
to
what I
address.
think so too. Because
so
I'm
somebody,
thinking, even when you do your draft board, whatever. I mean, you're gonna have you build a draft board, but if you got positions that needs right, i.e., linebacker, maybe defensive lineman, I think
Mhm.
a smart approach to it would be you should have a player at your position in need at every round. You should have a player that you
Mhm.
would take there. So
Mhm.
you could be already prepared. So I don't understand when you say you don't draft position in need. When bro, you got to fill it somehow, some way. So you
100%.
got to get ahead of this kind of thing, and you got to plan out for this because just like you said, everybody drop. Players drop all the time. Players also go higher than expected all the time as well.
100%.
So
100%.
you have to be prepared for these type of things, and that way you
Mhm.
have both options available to you. You know what I'm saying? Like
Mhm.
at this position, we will take a linebacker here, but this best player available is here, and we got a linebacker we really like on the next round, so we could take that risk. I think that's a better
Mhm.
approach than to just I don't know how they be doing it, but sometimes
yeah,
it confuses me and baffles
like
me.
Trevin Wallace
Oh
of
yeah,
Kentucky.
100%. I agree with you, bro. I agree with you.
Yeah.
Um, but they, I don't know, man. They
That's why it's
golly, dude.
important to bring pieces like Duke Riley back. You guys might not like the
Oh
name,
my God.
but he is a good depth piece.
Yeah,
He's a
yeah.
good guy we could bring
I'm not.
back, and I
I
trust
said
him
as a
as a
starter,
starter.
Pete. As a
I,
starter.
yeah, with him, you could bring back Jerome Baker. Jerome Baker's a good linebacker. He's a stud. We're
No, but
good at linebacker.
not inside linebacker
The
though.
question mark that I have at linebacker, honestly, is David Long. I don't really like it. I don't really like
What?
David Long. Yeah, I don't really
What?
like
What?
David Long.
What
Man,
did
David Long
I
is a monster, Pete. Are
he?
you serious?
Nah, nah.
Clickbait. This is clickbait,
He
y'all. It's pretty clickbait for him at
Oh,
this point.
Tone, you hear this? Yeah, do
I
y'all
know
hear
what he's
this,
talking
bro? Oh my,
about.
Oh
bro,
man,
David
That's
Long is
Rose's
a.
politics.
he is a
Oh
beast.
man, you and
That
again,
man is a beast.
Let me
man,
ask
you
you.
heard Anthony Weaver. That man, David Long quickly came out of his mouth when he was talking about the
What's that?
players that he looking forward to coaching. David Long, man, David Long is a beast, bro. Like all that,
He
like a
said
lot
him
of people.
before Wilkins, Pete. It was
Yeah,
it, it was Sally
yep,
and then David Long Jr.
yep. No,
So
David Long is a bro. He is, and again, I even look for him this year to even take a bigger leap than what we saw last year. And he was, bro. They had him rated as the number one linebacker against the run
the
all
run
year,
stopper.
bro. Like that's over Roquan Smith. That's over, Bobby Wagner's of the world, Fred Warner's of the world.
what does Duke Riley do better than David Long?
Nothing. He
Why
tell
were they?
us. He the one
You mean
banging the
nothing? They
table
were
for him.
taking David Long out and putting in Duke Riley. Even when Jerome Baker was healthy, they'll have Duke Riley in there.
But
Well,
Baker's
Clearly
not
does
really an
something
inside
better than David
linebacker.
Long if they're
well,
substituting him.
They
well.
was running packages.
David Long, though, I will say this early on. Clearly, Vic Fangio was frustrated with him from a coverage standpoint because they had Van Ginkel in on subbing him as a replacement for him in their when they went to sub packages, nickel and dime packages or whatnot. But as the year went on, David Long got much better. He started to be a true, I would say this definitely the second half of the season, maybe even sooner, you started to see him be that true 3-down linebacker because he wasn't coming off the field at that point.
And
So, but I don't know what happened early on. Maybe it was new system. He was just trying to adjust and kind of find his way and get his feet underneath them. In a new team, new scheme, all of that. But once the second half of the season came, no, he was good. He
yeah,
was fantastic, bro.
which puts more emphasis
I
on and stability at these damn coaches and coaching scheme. Like we can't keep changing them in and out. And
Mhm.
expecting these players to start the season off at peak level. Like, no, you're gonna take time to adjust. You know what I
Mhm.
mean? And learn the
But
system. Like you
but but
you gotta
but
account for that too. So
but
you
here's
gotta
the thing: we
expect
didn't
some of that.
when we
I
drafted
don't know
Jerome
what you
Baker.
talking about.
He wasn't the inside
I'm a one
linebacker.
trick
Wasn't he an
pony.
outside linebacker when we drafted him?
Who?
Who?
Who was that?
Jerome Baker. I don't remember drafting him as an inside linebacker. I think we got it. I think
Did
There
he
Gino
you
play
had him
go,
inside
coming.
on
G. That's
Ohio
He
why
was
State?
Duke
outside
Riley was
linebacker.
coming
Man,
in.
G don't know what the hell he talking about.
That's
Did he,
why Duke
No,
Riley was
no.
coming in.
They you got to consider when we drafted Jerome Baker,
All that speed and he can't even cover. He's
hang,
right.
hang on. You got to remember, Mr. Polk, that when we drafted Jerome Baker, yeah, we drafted him as a weak side linebacker in a 4-3 because we were under Matt Burke. Remember, Matt Burke was the defensive coordinator that year.
Hmm.
And so yeah, we were a 4-3 team at that point. So they did draft him. He did
Oh,
play,
okay. That's right. I
he
see what you're saying. I see what you're
yeah,
saying.
so but once Flores became the coach, he was a carryover, and Flores just kind of in a 3-4, they kind of transitioned him to the inside. So,
Hmm.
but I think Jerome Baker, me, I've been on the record being highly critical of Jerome Baker early on, but he kind of like Tua, bro. That dude has just gotten he is silenced. He didn't pay attention to a lot of the criticism. That man just put his head down and got better every single year,
Hmm.
and he's been one of the more up until this year, one of the more durable players on the team. And a team can do a lot worse than Jerome Baker, bro. Like he ain't the
Hmm.
best linebacker in the league. You'll never get him mixed up in the conversation with the Fred Warners, with the Bobby Wagners of the world. But you can do a lot worse than Jerome Baker at this point. So
Yeah, but who's to say that Jerome Baker doesn't get better right now at the age he's at?
he only 27 years old. So yeah,
Exactly.
he could get better,
But
and I hope they bring him back. I hope
it's
they
the
can find.
contract. That's the problem. His contract.
Mm-hmm.
it's not the talent or the obviously is not his durability, but that contract is like,
13.8 million. I think they're capping, bro. No, again, I love, I like Jerome Baker a lot, and I give him credit for him really getting better in every year, but he ain't no goddamn 13 something. I think his cap hit is 13 something million. He is not that. He is not that type of player. You need to get him around what you gave David Long, that 5.5, maybe 6 million range. If it's me,
he might
so
be
and I
back
think.
by default. He might be like if you go out there and test the market and see what the market dictate his value at, and he might be better suited to stay here in Miami.
Yeah, and I think that's what they're gonna pitch to him. I think that's what Chris Greer is gonna pitch to him and gonna say, "Look, bro, you here? You already been here your whole career. No state taxes. We just need you to take somewhat of a pay cut. We need that. We need that. We need to recover some of that $13.8 million cap hit. At least. We need to get you around 5.5, 6 million, kind of what we're paying David Long. So hopefully he goes for that. But I seriously, he ain't getting 10 million on the market, bro. He's not doing that. That ain't happening.
Yeah,
So,
because the biggest question is who you think is better right now, him or David Long Jr.
David Long clearly better.
So there you go. We can't have you on his roster getting paid more than a guy that we think is more
Yeah,
productive.
100%,
How
bro.
we gonna explain that to him? You know what I mean? So
And I think David Long, if I'm David Long, I'm trying to, this the last year of his deal too, because he signed a 2-year deal. If I'm him, I'm trying to get a little more out of them too. You need to bump that up to about, I'm at 5.5 now. I'm going to need at least 7.
But
You know what I
but this
mean?
would be the perfect time, like we said, for Good to get out ahead of that. Because you
100%.
don't want him to have 2 good seasons. And now we're
100%.
talking different numbers. This is
Mm-hmm.
I'm not too really good when it comes to the front office and all that. But who do we have in our front office that's like that kind of football mind to be like, yo, listen, these are the things that you need to start focusing on. This is how you build a winning franchise. Like, who do we have that's good at that could tell them like, yo, we got to start thinking about these things ahead of time, because it don't seem like we have nobody in the building that does that kind of thing, or at least that's
Not
good
just
at it.
not
Yeah,
just that,
man.
Tony, but somebody needs to, step up and say, listen, we got to start utilizing all these players, not just certain, not just the Tyreeks and not just the Wallace, but start utilizing some of the other wide receivers that you have, the tight ends that you have on the defensive side. Start utilizing these these other players that we have, because I haven't seen what's that guy named Brandon Peely. I know Brandon Peely is a rookie, but from what I've heard in preseason, he was playing pretty good. But we're not utilizing these guys or getting these guys some snaps where they can start developing. We got to
Mhm.
start developing some of these players that we have on our team.
Mhm.
You saying more so on the offense than the
You see,
defense?
Mr. Punk, you
Well,
probably didn't
well,
see
but see,
G.
here's the
G is
thing:
in the
we don't.
comment section killing it, Mr. Punk. If you would have
Man,
saw that earlier comment, I would
man,
have posted it up. But
G killing
it's not
himself.
about
That's the
it.
only
You
thing
see,
he killing himself.
what you're at.
He keeps
You see,
setting
the
me up.
thing is,
See,
you can
anybody that
ask for
makes
the
you look
fastest
good, you
car,
say
but
they
if you don't
killing it.
have a good
That's like being the
driver,
tallest
you don't
midget.
have a good driver. That's why I keep like I'm upset at every mock draft saying we need a tight end.
Jesus
I don't
Christ.
think we need a tight end. They're loud and wrong. Tua just didn't see those tight ends. And that's why Mike Gesicki's not here no more, because Tua never threw it to him. Tight ends, tight ends are supposed to have
Pete,
more touchdowns than they
Pete,
had last
Pete,
What
year.
real
about the
quick though.
2022 season,
Pete,
Pete? He didn't
Pete,
throw it to him?
You do realize in Tua's rookie second year, Mike Gesicki had his most productive years as a receiver. You do realize that,
How
right?
many touchdowns? How many touchdowns did he have with Tua, or wasn't it with Ryan Fitzpatrick?
Well, I'm talking about catches, yards, and all of that. I don't know how many touchdowns he had. I think he never came close to double digit touchdowns. I don't think, even with Fitz, but he probably had around 5 or 6 tubs that year. But in terms of yards, in terms of catches, all of that, he had his most productive year under Tua. So what you mean Tua don't throw to the tight end? No, it's just
No,
Durham
I don't.
Smith.
I don't remember him having his most productive year with Tua. He had his most productive year, I think, with Ryan Fitzpatrick.
No, Tua's second year I think was his most productive, bro. If I ain't mistaken. But
Well,
Tua,
that's the case, Mr. Polk. That's how I feel. What you're saying is what we've all been asking for, but it hasn't been nobody's fault. It's the quarterback's fault, really. He's
Oh
been the
Lord,
guy
have
not
But
mercy.
that's
hitting
oh
those
man.
but
guys, Mr.
no,
Polk.
but Pete, that's why I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that we got to start utilizing and developing the talent that we have on our team because we are too focused on um, the Tyreeks and the Waddles on offense. It's more I can name. And then on defense too, we need to start developing these guys that we have. That's behind the second and third string. We got to start developing some of these guys so we can utilize them because this is a problem I've been seeing with Miami Dolphins for years, and to me, it's hurting us. We need to start utilizing these guys because I'm seeing players when we let some of these players go because our wide receiver coach is one of them. We drafted him as a Miami Dolphin, and we let him go to New England. He balled out, and
Well,
he's
he
not the
balled out
only
in New
person.
England and Denver, so it wasn't just us.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, I think these past couple of years they've been helping to develop basically by default because of all the injuries. So I
Mm-hmm.
mean, there's something to be said about that kind of stuff. There's only so much you could do with these players, and then to be throwing them into live action before they fully develop, it could actually hinder their development as well. So you got to be careful with what you're trying to do. It's certain context to everything, but the injuries I think is the biggest issue that we've been having to where we can't do everything that we need to do. I know every team deal with injury, but ours been kind of catastrophic for like 2 years back to back.
Yeah, goodness.
Yeah, that's the biggest priority. This team got to get healthy, bro, and got to figure out a way to be healthy enough, for enough of the year to where you got your top guys in the biggest games come postseason. You need to be at close to full strength as possible. They got to. Man, that's 2 years in a row, bro. Like
Yeah,
you can't
back to
have
back.
a third. We can't have a third because
Mm-mm.
man, I don't know what they're doing from a conditioning standpoint, from a strength and conditioning standpoint, to where, and again, I know pretty much injuries are a luck of the draw because pretty much in terms of like, I know different teams do different things, but for the most part, everybody's doing the same shit in terms of preparation and all of that, right? But man, that's 2 years in a row, and I mean,
And it's unfortunate.
Devastating.
And at
man.
some point, you got to stop using that as an excuse. Like it can't be an excuse
Yeah,
no
yeah,
more.
100%. You know how teams remedy that though? They remedy that situation with depth.
Yeah,
You know what
yeah.
I mean? That's how you, again, injuries are unfortunately just part of sports,
That's
and
probably
there's no way around that. But the only way you can address that and kind of get over that is you got to build depth at virtually every position. You got to have, if
Make
one
sure
guy
it's
goes
not a
down,
big drop off from the number two,
yeah,
three
yeah,
guys.
100%. From the 1 to 2 guy, it shouldn't be,
It shouldn't
again,
be like a
how much
chasmic
of a
drop
big
off.
drop off. Yeah.
right.
Right.
And
Yeah, you
but
got to
but
minimize the
that's
drop
how
off.
but as a GM, unfortunately, in any sport, that's the hardest thing to do, bro.
No, it's not the GM at
Yeah.
that point. It's the coaching staff to make sure that those guys are not a drop off too.
Well,
Making sure
yeah,
they're
that's true. But I'm
understanding the
talking about
concepts and stuff
But see,
once you
right,
get
right.
those
But I'm
guys
talking
in.
about
that's what I was saying
I'm talking about
earlier.
a player acquisition standpoint, the
Yeah.
draft and free
You know what I
agency.
mean? I
Right.
think, and to that point, I'm not gonna lie. I'm not opposed to moving back from 21, bro. Picking up at least
Yeah,
another
yeah,
third.
yeah, yeah,
Picking up
hundred
a
percent,
third round.
100%.
My
Cause
I'm with that.
proposal is
I'm
move
with
back
Do
to
that.
you guys
30,
think Greer is gonna
39,
want
move
more
back to
draft
38,
picks?
pick up two
we need
picks
bodies.
That
Yeah.
from the
guy's
third and
panicking
fourth
right
round.
now
Mhm.
that the draft is around.
That's my
Greer
strategy
probably
I
going
hates the
mean,
into it,
draft.
Tony. I'm
Say
moving
again,
back
Coco?
and doing what Detroit did. I'm moving back 20
Yeah.
slots and pick up another two picks in the
hmm
draft.
We
Because
need
you can pick
bodies.
up decent people in the early second round in the 30s.
hmm
And
Yeah.
then you'll get them extra two picks. You'll get a third rounder and a fourth rounder with
Yeah.
that pick.
Second,
hmm
third, and fourth round is like, bro,
Yep.
it's
You
not
have
too
two
big. Too
seconds,
much
a
big of a
third, and a
drop off
fourth.
when you get in those
You can rock
rounds.
and roll with that.
And see,
So you're telling me that center that these guys want desperately. Let's say JJ McCarthy's there at 21. Y'all still thinking about trading back?
Jay.
Jake,
Yeah.
what is it?
Yes,
Justin Thomas.
Pete.
I gave y'all
Yeah,
out the
I'm
center. I know
trading.
y'all
I'm
love the
JJ
trading.
center.
Justin
Y'all
with the
I'm
still
center
trading
thinking
spot.
Skyler for two first round picks, Pete.
Oh,
Nah,
Who
I'm just
oh,
saying. Cause
who's
cause
picking behind us? I
I
gotta
know
look
I
at
can
or
get
the
at
draft.
least a first and a third for Skyler.
Who
or
needs a
maybe
this
center
isn't
maybe
behind
even.
we
us
can
from
pick up a
Prince
free agent.
Young Game?
I mean, a free agent player.
I want to know how many rookies y'all think y'all gonna
Free
pick up
agency, I mean.
that'll come here and change this team in 1 year.
Yeah,
I
For
we
think
talking
honest,
about
I
first
All of
think
them.
round.
you can get legitimately this year based on
All of
the
them, Pete.
strength of the draft. I think if the Dolphins if they just stand pat, or if they trade back a little bit, I think the first round you'll be able to get a starter on the interior O line. I think you can get a starter in the second round at the on the defensive side of football on the interior as well. If you
Nah,
target though, I think the strength would it be in the O line, and I think it's several very
Right.
good defensive tackle prospects that you can get high first, late first round, in well into the second round, you can get a legitimate starter.
Yeah.
So,
Oh yeah. You can definitely get a starter in the second round.
I think
Which
too, and
which
really,
You
position do you
got
think
two
will
starters
impact
on our
us
team
more?
right now.
And
yeah,
don't
Ron
forget
One on
Bush
the
Berry.
offensive line
Xavier
or one
Howard
on
is
the
second
defensive
rounder.
line?
Right.
Which
Don't
one will
forget Bush
impact us
Berry.
more immediately?
what's that, Pete?
But which player you think will impact our team instantly better? That offensive lineman, even if he starts, or that defensive lineman if he starts?
Defensive
I,
line.
Offensive line,
no, I think O line. I think because again,
Because offensive
this
line
O
it's
line,
a bigger learning curve.
this one of the more O line friendly drafts in recent memory. So his talent level, well, you can get starters probably well into the third round on the O line, especially on the
Mm-hmm.
interior. And so I think O line. But again, the Dolphins really, if they attack free agency, if you go and you sign Hunt, you can entertain. I would even entertain bringing back Connor Williams, because maybe you can get him on a much less
Mm.
expensive deal. Prior to him getting hurt, you can bring him back.
You don't think that ship is sailed?
No, I don't think so, bro. I don't. I think Connor Williams is still well in play for the Dolphins because they think they can get him now. They can get him because I mean, what money is he? Again, that's $7 million. What they gave him, he's been making the last 2 years. I mean, coming off an ACL injury, you think he's gonna get that on the open market? No, I
No,
don't think so.
I feel like
It's still a
I feel
business.
like he would
It's still a
probably
business.
prefer to go to Dallas instead of come here after what Greer did to him.
He came from
No,
Dallas.
he came from Dallas. He ain't going back to Dallas.
Yeah.
I'm saying if he's gonna take on a
Came
cheap
from
deal, I
Cowboys.
feel like he would prefer to pick his
It
own
wouldn't be. It
the
wouldn't
team
be a
that picked
cheap
him up.
deal. It'd be what the market did determine his value is at that moment. That don't make it
And
cheap just because you're not getting paid top dollar. It's what you value that.
No, I agree
Mhm.
with EM. I would like Connor Williams back, but at the same time, I think that ship has sailed. I think he's burnt
Mhm.
his bridge with Chris Greer. He only at this point he would have to be overpaid more than any other team. That's just the fact. I feel like for
I,
him to come here, he would
I'm
probably have to
telling
get a
you,
big deal.
I'm
Right
telling
though.
you my strategy. Even like, say for instance, even if you go and you sign, you bring back Hunt, you bring back Connor Williams, you bring back Isaiah Wynn. So you
I
got your
understand.
starting five intact. I still would go and double up on O linemen and just build just crazy depth. Build that
Well, yeah.
wall
it's
from a starter standpoint and a depth standpoint. That way, again, you can have the players that you select in this year's draft. If they're not starters immediately. They're sitting behind your starters, and then again, you addressing your depth issue or lack thereof. But then next year, when you're moving off of if you bring back Connor Williams for a 1 year deal or Isaiah Wynn for a 1 year deal, you have these guys ready to step in, and they can hit the ground running for next year. So,
it's
and you're gonna need that O line depth. We all know that. We've seen the last 3
That's
years.
what I'm saying. Short term
right.
history would tell you, hey, you need to get O line depth regardless.
hmm
It don't
Especially
So,
matter.
with especially
And
you
D
got
line
Bush
depth
Berry
for
as your
that matter.
offensive line coach. I mean, because Bush Berry been doing a great job with
Yeah,
those
he's been
guys
doing
this
great. So
year.
we not blaming it on him. He's doing a great job with the
He's
talent that he had
doing
on the field.
right. That's what I'm
Like the
saying.
production we got with the talent that was on the field, like we didn't listen. We wrote Austin Jackson off. We wrote Liam Eichenberg off, and
hmm
he gave us some serviceable minutes when he was in there. So
Oh,
we
don't
can't say
forget
that he
Kendall
was
Lamb.
a disaster like he used to be. And look what he did with Connor, moving him from guard to center. Like that's not an easy transition to do, but he made it seem pretty, what you call smooth transition. So that's majority of that is coaching. You know what I'm
hmm
saying? So
hmm
you gotta give him his credit. Like nobody should say nothing about Bush Berry. You know, he did his job.
hmm
And don't we still have
100%.
Kendall Lamb?
Well, he's a free agent too. I would look to bring, cause see,
And he
man,
was serviceable. Well, more than serviceable. He played pretty well when
he did.
Savon was
He
on.
he
Yeah,
he did.
that's why I
He
brought him
played
up.
really well. I think he was even ranked in the top 12, I think, for stretches of the season at the position when Armstead went down for them, 5 games. Kendall Lamb was in the top. I think he graded out, at I think he got up to 12, I think, at some point. So he was playing. I mean, you got a player, again, I know it was a smaller sample size, but you get a player playing at that level as a depth piece. I mean, bro. So I would look to bring him back, give him, because I know you listen on Mark Kelly, he's a big Kendall Lamb guy, and he always talking about, he would make him a priority. You would give him a little more than because he said that Kendall Lamb told him straight up, I'm not coming back to the league minimum. That ain't happening. So you sweeten that deal for him, you know what I mean, and look to bring him again. Just build just crazy depth. You gonna need it. You know what I mean? You're gonna need it. You set at the skill position for the most part. You're moving forward. You're secondary. You got Jalen Ramsey. You got Holland. More likely they're gonna bring Deshaun Elliott back. You got a little uncertainty with Cam Smith. We'll see how he works out, but he's a high pick. It's time to move on from Xavier Howard, and we'll see what we have in Cam Smith. But edge rushers now, early on, now that is a big issue. Like, if you're not going to address edge rush, and again, I know we're going to get Chubb back at some point. We're going to get Jalen Fields back, but again, more than likely they're not going to be ready at the beginning of the season. So that is where it gets a little tricky for me in the first round with that first pick. If you get a premier edge player, talent-wise, if you have a high grade on him according to your draft board, and he falls to you at 21. I mean, what are you doing if you're the Dolphins, bro? You know what I mean? What are you doing? Are you pulling the trigger or what?
At that point, it should be best player available. If you don't have, like, let's say, and then because they do determine what they're going to do in free agency. Because, like, let's just say they adjust the lineman, and we might dangle something with Connor Williams and Robert Hunt. They took care of them. I mean, at that point, a defensive end sound way more of a best player available and position of need at that point, because you already took care of your old lineman. So you killing two birds with one stone with that. And then on top of that, you building depth as well. So that sounds like a perfect scenario all around the board. So that I mean, and that's the type of things that they need to be, accounting for days prior to the draft. What these are the type of scenarios that we're looking for, because we know the DN, linebacker, offensive line, those are positions of needs. So we need every scenario to play out. Who are we taking? Are we taking this guy over this guy if all three of them are available? Who are we taking in this situation? That's the stuff is what I'm saying. Who's the football minds that's talking to these about those kind of situations, and not just being stuck when it just and being caught off guard. Like, no, you should be already prepared for these type of things.
And also like if an edge player falls to you at 21 that you feel he's too good and too talented to pass up, you could select him there. And again, like to your point, Tone, that's going to bring a lot of depth to you. But also when you move off of next year, when you're looking to move off of Bradley Chubb's contract, you already got his replacement already in house and ready to hit the ground running.
Yeah, because if you get a D lineman now, I just said an edge rusher now, you know what I'm saying, and that gives Jalen Phillips a whole year to develop back, and I think he's going to be back a little bit sooner than everybody thinking and expecting. So now not only do you have depth, but you have that young and up and coming talent that's on that rookie contract. So you at least got 4-5 years with him while you're taking care of Jalen Phillips. You know what I'm saying? So you still have that one with a big contract and one under that rookie. Like, these are the type of things that they need to be trying to input instead of waiting on, if we always wait to the last moment. And now the market fucking dictate what we paying these guys instead of us getting ahead of this shit. Like, we can't continue to do the same thing, because that's not how winning franchise operate. They operate in a better,
more aggressive.
Yeah, well, no, they're more proactive than being reactive. You know what I mean? You get out in front of things, you already ahead of the game, so you already know what your next move is. If this happening, we cannot sign him for any reason. You already know what your next move is. we have these two options or these three options that we're going to go with these, whichever one pans out the best. These are the type of things that, I mean, if I could think about this, I think the people in the front office should be at least thinking about these kind of things. And we cannot continue to be stuck in the same situation to where we have to work cap miracles. Yeah, they get at their job, but just because they're good at it don't mean they want to have to work and create miracles every single season. That's not how it's supposed to be. So we got to at some point do better at this kind of stuff, and that's how. I mean, getting that man, and then you have time for misses here and there because you always in front of a certain thing. It is not as catastrophic as has it been with us in the past 2 seasons because we were dependent on guys that that haven't even been proven yet, but because of injuries, we had to thrust them into action. So this type of stuff is they got to get better at that, and that's why I'm really looking at Greer like, bro. I mean, you know what I'm saying? At some point, you gotta start addressing your weaknesses. You hit on free agency. You good at that? Cool. The splash names, you good at that. Now, all this team developing, this is what we need you to start improving on. You know what I mean? Upon these things to become one of those top GMs that say even when you do miss, you done hit on so many other ones that it could, you know what I'm saying? It outweighs that, or at least even up the playing field a little bit.
I mean, you look at Kansas City, bro. I saw a report where, you got L'Jarius Sneed, who's arguably a top 5 corner in the league, that they are threatening to sign and trade him because of the depth they got but sitting behind him, coming up already in the pipeline.
Definitely, I mean,
So
that's a good thing.
Yeah, man, you got that. That's a big responsibility of a GM, man. You got to continue. You got to, because again, in a hard salary cap era
That's a
that the NFL
Belichick
is
type
in.
move there.
Yeah, 100%. So I know it's a different position, but you need to take that approach with every position, even a quarterback. I would, I would be even, take a page out of Green Bay from, they draft a quarterback every year because you have to, bro, the hard salary cap year. I mean, the hard salary cap that the NFL has, man, that you can't just, you got to replenish your roster and cut corners and get less expensive at key areas and continue to bring in talent that's ready to step up and be productive for you. Because again, you can't pay everybody. So you got that approach. Definitely, that's how championship teams do it. So yeah, I'm with you, Tone. Hopefully, Greer gets a little more consistent in that regard moving forward. So, but yeah, man,
those rookie contracts is way better than a veteran minimum. Even though veteran minimum becomes a bargain at some point, but it's never going to be more of a bargain than you got those 5th, 6th, and 7th round rookies.
Yep, that cheap labor. Labor.
That helps you keep them core players together and continue to develop. Like, I mean, it's a copycat league, so you gotta copy the ones that's doing it, and the ones that's doing it been doing it on a consistent basis year in and year out.
I was listening to Omar too, their show the other day, and it might have been today, and he mentioned right around this time during the combine, that's where a lot of trades.
Poupart.
Yeah, Omar and Poupart. We all know the combine this time of year is where a lot of movement happens, a lot of discussions, about movement, players, trades, free agent signings, all of that. A lot of those potential moves that come down, next month start at this point, right during the combine. A lot of the owners meet, a lot of the GMs. So he brought up a name that he was hearing even before chatter surrounding this player, but he said he even thinks moving forward as we get, into the combine and pretty much everybody gets settled in Indianapolis. He's forecasting his name might even, start to resurface and becoming, that chatter might be a little louder, linking him to Miami. And that's Patrick Surtain Jr. in Denver. And he keeps.
He's gonna come for a penny though, huh?
Yeah. He's gonna be at least a first. So what he said was, he said now, from what he's hearing, Steve Ross wants to make a splash, another, maybe one or two big splashes during free agency. That's just how he does business, right? We all know Stephen Ross he gonna make it rain. But he said, I don't necessarily can't say that I haven't heard that they're targeting Sertan, but he's expecting them to be maybe not quite as aggressive as they has in the past, but they're going to be aggressive in free agency. And it's just a question, a matter of who. Now, my question to the panel, to y'all, maybe what if it's not, it might not be Pat Sertan, but what if, would y'all be inclined to address, because you got a legit top 5, top 6, 7, 8 options with L'Jarius Sneed and Pat Surtain available to you. I mean, would y'all look to kind of be ultra aggressive in addressing secondary to pair one of them top young guys next to Jalen Ramsey? Would y'all be more inclined to do that or not? Or y'all passing?
But what you gonna do with the likes of Cam Smith and Kato Kohu?
Good question.
More specifically, Cam Smith, like that's a second round draft pick.
Mm-hmm. Right. What if you can get Denver, Kansas City, or Denver to play ball and include him in the package?
And you don't think that you think what?
They did it to Hunter Long. They did it to Hunter. They drafted Hunter Long the 3rd round and got him up out of here.
Well, who would be more Kato Kohu or Cam Smith? Like,
I like both of those young prospects.
Honestly, he'll be more eye candy for somebody to be like, okay, that look more like a sweet of a deal. I'll take him over. Which one would you take over? Because you got Cam Smith, but he didn't get on the field. But the guy looks like a dog. He looks the part. When you see him practice and compete, he got the thing that dog him that you can't coach up. He has it on him. I will say Kato Kohu has shown that, and I would say he is a dog, but I don't, he has to be more consistent, and he has to go out there and put that on the field. And
I think Cam is just more naturally talented than Cole.
Yeah, that's what
you know what I mean.
Yeah. So I mean, I wouldn't be opposed to it because you're getting a proven commodity in either one of them. Trent McDuffie. I mean, what is his name?
L'Jarius Sneed. Mm-hmm. Or young too. Young too. Like,
you know what I'm saying? So, hey, two bona fide cornerbacks will help your defense. I don't care what team you have. So I'm not opposed to that. The thing about it is that you're going to be doing more like the Xavier Howard, Byron Jones type deal, to where you're going to be allocating a lot of money to your cornerbacks.
Yeah.
So you're going to have to take some kind of trade off somewhere, and most likely it's going to be on the defensive linebacker side of the ball. So you know what I mean. So it's that type. I mean, I say it's rated for a Patrick Surtain Jr. type. Both of them, the Derrick need too, but yeah, man.
You could. I would do that. What you could do?
Clean up that offensive line. If we could clean up that offensive line, give me them 2 corners, we could work with everything else.
Mm-hmm. This what you could do. Like that money that you were going to take, that you're going to trade, that you're going to pay Christian Wilkins. Let him walk or sign and trade him, and then you can pay it. Once you acquire Surtain, because he's gonna want a deal. We'll just again give him that $18 million he was going to give Christian Wilkins.
Yeah. I think. Yeah.
I agree with that. That's the route that I would prefer to take. I would prefer.
So then we have to drop. We will be drafting. My bad, Pete. We will be drafting D line, D tackles for sure.
Exactly. And right now, with that type of secondary, let's say we get Sneed with that type of secondary. I mean, I just feel like we'll turn around and just try to draft run stuffers, and it won't be that hard.
Yeah, and like a lot of people are see DJ Reader from Cincinnati, and he's unrestricted. Like he'll be a free agent this year, and he's 30. I think 20. He's 31, 30, in between 29 and 31. Right, but he's still productive against the run. Like a lot of people are thinking, like, well, we need a guy to kind of, if we let Christian Wilkins go, we need a guy to kind of replicate the sack. No, you really don't need to. Right, we're going into another year. Another year with a different philosophy. Right, if Anthony Weaver is what he was in Houston, and on top of that, if he's anything remotely close to who he sat under for the course of his career, he's going to be more. He's going to look to be more aggressive than what we saw under Vic Fangio. So, do you need guys if you're going to blitz a lot more than what you saw under Fangio? Well, do you really need guys in your front four to be consistently beating defeating number one, winning their one-on-one matchups,
Right.
because Fangio was a guy that he liked to send for. Well, if you're
Killing
just
five mistakes, then
exactly, so
your
if you
cornerbacks
go
become more important. Then they become more essential
exactly.
to your defense. Yeah, that
Exactly.
makes
So if
most
you're
more
going to
sense.
do that, and that's where a reliable corner like Patrick Sertan or L'Jarius Sneed comes in handy, because if you're going to be, more aggressive and you're going to play more man on the back end, well, that's playing right. That you're playing to the strengths philosophically of what you like to do. So
How
I'm
old is
just
Snead
saying,
again?
you just need a guy to be a run plugger, and DJ Reader, I think, still at this point in his career, he can provide that.
How old is Snead again? Do anybody know?
Who is that?
What's that?
Darius Snead.
I think
He's
Snead
like,
is
he's like
20.
28, 29.
No, I don't think he's that old. I think he's 26, bro.
Not 26. We could do something with that.
He's a little older. I think he's a little older. But you know what? I don't agree with this cornerback stuff, because I got faith in Cam Smith and Cater Kohu to be able to handle the slot himself. Jalen Ramsey's the one that I have a little question mark longevity, but at least for like the next 2 years, having him, because Weaver, he's gonna probably implement that McDonald, that Ravens defense going to more man. So therefore, you got your man guys. You got Cam Smith, the starter. You got Jalen Ramsey on the other side. You got Kohu in the slot. That's a tremendous trio right there, in my opinion. That I count on that, because I don't forget what they were saying about Cam Smith in training camp. I didn't forget how
Pete
Cam
sounds like
Smith.
he's making some sense, man.
Yeah,
You've been
I
listening
mean,
to
I
my
got
audio books lately, haven't you, Pete?
Good
audio,
grief,
yeah,
Crypto.
and those audio books are selling. Let me tell you something, Crypto. They're selling at a high pace right now, because I'm buying
Yeah.
it. I'm buying it right now. I believe I'm not wasting all of this for
He's
a Patrick
27, Pete.
Surtain. 27.
Hey, Pete, don't get Crypto started now. Don't
Yeah,
get
so
Crypto
he'll be
started.
20.
Trying
He'll
to
be
get
28
Crypto. I
start of
want
the
Crypto
next.
to get started, because I feel like Crypto is believing in Cam Smith's development too. He's a good prospect. I don't see
Look,
nothing wrong with him.
Snead turned 27 this year, so he was 20. He just turned
January
27.
21st. Yeah.
27.
So
Okay, but
we
what
could
y'all
do something with
what,
27.
what
That's
y'all
the
think
Mhm.
about
age that cornerbacks actually start regressing.
No,
They
what?
never they
Yeah,
Oh,
never
that's
get
when they hit
better
in
at
their
that's it.
prime,
cornerback.
Pete. No,
That's
they
it.
don't
Not
start
not
regressing until
linebackers.
they get on the side of when they get
Linebackers and
30 and all
defensive
that.
linemen hit their prime around 27, 28. But not corners. This is when you start losing a little speed. This is when the
What are
speed
you
starts
talking about,
declining.
Pete? They most of them be 3 to 4
They're
years removed
already
from
in the
college. What are you
NFL
talking
like
about?
4 or 5 years, 6 years in the NFL already.
No, that's 3 to 4.
Cornerbacks hit
College, you really only
cornerbacks
got to
hit
do 2
early.
years.
Cornerbacks hit early. You get them on that rookie deal, and if
Some
they
do,
hit,
some
that's
don't.
when you know.
Some
Yeah.
do, some don't.
Yeah, it's hit or miss, right?
but what y'all think about some of our other defensive tackles on our team? Like some of the
We
second
don't
and
got
third
none. That's what
string.
you're trying to explain. I know you ain't talking about
What?
Raekwon
Mhm.
Davis.
No, I'm not talking about Davis.
Mhm.
I'm talking about that. I mean, what's the situation
Really?
with Brandon Peely?
He a practice guy for a reason.
Oh,
I
I
okay.
mean,
mean,
I'm hoping he could take a step forward, but going into I didn't see enough to where I'm comfortable enough to say, well, look, he can provide solid depth for us, behind Siler or Christian Wilkins. No, I'm nowhere near that. So I mean, they might know something we don't know, but no, I didn't see enough from him in the preseason.
Okay, that's just wishful thinking there.
Yeah,
those
but again, he might develop, bro, and but they like him. They like him a lot. I heard, they
yeah,
like the upside.
he looked pretty good in off season training camp type stuff.
Yeah, he was straight.
Looked pretty good in that couple of the preseason games. But
And he made the 53-man roster too at the beginning of the season when
yeah, definitely, yeah.
he made the 53-man roster. So they thought enough of him, and that's behind Raekwon Davis too. So and Deshaun Hand. Remember
Yeah, I'm about to
they brought
mention him
Deshaun
too.
Hand later on in the
Come
year,
later.
but
Raekwon Davis got to be the biggest disappointment on this
Yeah,
line.
man, I'm so disappointed in Raekwon,
I
bro.
don't know what he
I ain't gonna
did
lie
for
to
me.
you.
Because he's
When we
6'7",
talk about
ain't he?
dogs, if he had that dog, we would have been all
Oh,
in.
oh, he'd have been ridiculous. He'd have been Chris
I
Jones. That's who it
mean,
would have been. He'd
that
have been
man was
Chris
a
Jones.
What?
physical
Calais
specimen, bro.
Campbell type. Calais Campbell type. You know.
You ever seen that man in person? Good
Damn,
God,
EO.
They
EM,
say he big.
that's
That's
quite
all I
lofty
know.
goal there.
I
he would have
mean,
been
he could have been. Look, I mean, look at his fit. I mean, fit. You talking about his ability? Yeah, he got that type of ability. That motor runs way too hot. It runs hot. Sometimes it runs way too cold. Unfortunately, to consider, it's like night and day with him. You
you know,
can't have that, bro.
he can be a
You can't.
consistent starter. There's no consistency with him,
Hmm.
and that's a
Yeah.
waste of. He was
You going hot and
blessed
cold
with
like that,
the
EM.
measurables
Yeah, bro. He
to
is.
be a monster, bro.
Yeah, yeah.
And
Just.
he just wasted, man. I don't
That is.
You see how we can't always keep it real up here?
like
You see
Alabama
how
stuff.
look. So we could come up with all these excuses and blame all these other coordinators and coaches for Tua, but we can't sit here and say we haven't found the right coordinator for Raekwon Davis. I mean, the guy has been
But
through what?
what you
Flores,
mean? Look at Zach
Big
Sealer and look at Christian
Fangio,
Wilkins. They improved every
Hoyer. Who
season.
has helped them develop, get to that next level? The
The
man has
same
had
coaches
horrible coaching.
that helped Christian Wilkins and Zach Sealer develop every season.
Mm.
And Mary Alba has his two productive seasons here as well. So don't try to blame it on our coaches. He just
I
ain't
Yeah.
just
have
felt
it.
like our coaches mismanaged him. Maybe they don't know
Not
because he still
mismanaged
is a
him,
good
but they
player.
managed the rest of the players well enough to where all of
Raekwon
them
Davis,
improved.
I think we should bring Raekwon Davis back.
Everybody else
He's
having
not as
career
bad
years
as
but him.
advertised.
Get out of here.
Everybody. Wilkins, Seiler, Chubb was on his way for a career year. Jalen Phillips was on
He
his way.
was.
Van Ginkel. Everybody producing but him. No, bro. No. It ain't coaching wasn't the issue. No, it
I'm
was
gonna
that
have to
nigga.
look at his
You
stats.
And you know I love
I'm gonna look
Raekwon
at his
Davis,
stats
but
right now.
I'm highly disappointed in
I
that.
like
Raekwon
that.
Davis
I
bombed
haven't
out.
given. Yeah, I'm not done with Raekwon. I feel like we should
I
pay.
mean, Pete,
EM, what happened with Raekwon?
we just saying the size. He's a physical specimen. He got all the measurables, but he
Yeah,
just
Was
doesn't
six
have the.
seven. Good grief.
Yeah,
He ain't
he
motivated.
don't got. Yeah, that's it. Like
He ain't
Pete, why you
motivated to be
always holding
great.
on?
He's
You
not
always holding on
wow.
to the outcast, like you was adopted or something, Pete. You want all of the people that's been.
No. Because because I know Raekwon Davis is not a problem on this team, and I feel like if we could bring him back
Why?
as depth, he's a
We
good person we could
he
bring
don't got to be
back.
a problem,
This
but
is
he
someone
damn
we
sure is not
need.
an asset
We
either.
need him back. We
We
need
need
him back.
him back based on what? What kind of production that he showed you that we need from him?
I'm looking up his stats right now because you
I
guys.
don't know why
He
you
wasn't
doing
as
that.
bad as watch.
You can
Watch.
close your eyes and go
It,
listen.
it, it shouldn't take you long.
Good grief, EO.
Close your eyes and
And you know me, I
yeah.
love Raekwon, but man, I'm disappointed. I need for second. And again, I'm not gonna say he been a complete waste because he did provide. He was that nose tackle, the anchor for us, and we've been. And again, he was a big part of why we've been as productive as we has been against the run. But he left so much on the bone, bro. So much, bro. He just never maximized his talent, never. And Brian Flores talked about how. Again, Brian Flores loved Raekwon. He was like, if I can just reach this kid and get him to where his motor needs to get to where it needs to get to motivate him and to be the best version of himself, down in and down out. Man, we could have a Chris Jones, a Aaron Donald, a Calais Campbell type player. But you can bring a horse to water, bro, but you can't always make him drink. And that's what's going on with Ray. That's what happened with Raekwon.
Yeah, but look at you now. You're comparing first round draft picks to a second round draft pick that has been he's been doing pretty good for his career. 129 total tackles, 2.5 sacks as a second rounder, behind some of the stuff that he has to deal with. I mean, he has all the intangibles. He has the size. He has the body. This guy has consistently. I think he gets double team. And see, double team is not a stat, but I honestly think he gets double team more than Christian Wilkins. Doesn't that help out and open up things for others?
You got to
In my
bring up the
opinion, I
overall
felt just
numbers.
by the
I mean, he
eye
had a
test, I
bad
can't
season.
look up that stat, but I feel like this guy gets double team more than others. Let me
You know
see
why you
something
need the
real quick.
total need to make it sound good. to make
No, he
110
gets double teamed more than others.
I mean, how many tackles Christian Wilkins had last year?
Hold on, because
Yeah,
I'm gonna look at this. I'm gonna try to see if I can find his double team stat real quick.
yeah,
That's what's
Yeah,
important.
you ignore me when I
yeah.
ask you about Christian Wilkins
When we
stats
had
compared
Sue,
to
Sue
his,
was
right?
getting double teamed, but he made his way back there though.
Now we
He was back.
comparing Sue to Raekwon. I'm telling you,
You
this
want
guy
to talk
just needs
about
to be brought back as
102
quality
career?
depth
How
piece.
many years he
I'm
played,
not
Pete?
saying he's gonna be our starter, but y'all don't think he should be back on a good team friendly contract?
Well, who Raekwon? I mean, I would
Yeah,
entertain bringing him back as a depth piece. Yeah, at a team
Exactly. That's
friendly,
what
I
I've been
would.
saying this whole time. And y'all talking like y'all don't even want this guy as depth piece.
No,
That's
no,
why I'm
no,
getting
no,
Nobody
no,
upset.
no,
said
I'm
I,
getting
that.
no,
annoyed at
no.
this guy
That
now.
no, no.
That
Nobody
That's not
said
how I
that.
quarterback
feel.
good enough. That's what I've
No,
been
but
But
saying.
nobody said that, Pete. We were
Nobody never
saying
said
how
that.
Go
he
back,
could
and
be
that's
a
what I've been
monster.
arguing.
We saying he
no,
could be a monster.
no, we
We
just said he didn't maximize his potential, bro. That's all we were saying, Pete.
Yeah, cause man, that's a big guy from what I've been told. Some
Man,
people said when
man, he
monster,
is,
bro,
they seen
man.
him in the game, they said
monster,
that guy's huge,
Man, man.
huge.
monster.
That
I
shit
don't
should be
know.
restricted
Hey,
on
hey,
this
man,
man.
Weaver. Hey,
6'7",
listen.
320.
He look at the impact he had on Matabuke this
Maduka.
year. I don't know. Weaver might be that guy to reach him,
Oh, I
Pete.
hope he is.
I hope
If he
so.
turn that man into a dog, boy, look here. Christian
Yeah,
Wilkins, get
I
on
know,
him.
right? Yeah, yeah. He might be that guy, bro. So I'm excited though. I was a little. I'm still a little down. How the season ended, disappointed or whatnot. But man, a draft always get once free agency hits and you get rejuvenated, you get a little more excited, with the new year and all of that. And but I'm really excited about Anthony Weaver.
You got to stay out of that cabinet.
I hear
He
you,
said
man.
he's excited about Anthony Weaver. Let me tell you something
cautiously,
about Anthony. You know,
cautiously
Anthony
optimistic.
Weaver wasn't our first option, right? We missed out on the guy that he was the name that was supposed to make this fan base excited. Go
Who was
to
that?
through La La Land. It was Chris Shula. The y'all right now
Are you
are
Man,
talking
supposed to
about
be like,
Shula's
really?
yeah, we
grandson?
got Shula.
Wait a minute,
Yeah,
Pete. What
that
the
was
hell you
supposed
talking
to
Do
be
about?
the
you,
whole thing to get
do
over
you
y'all
practice these
head
bullshit
after
ass
the
take?
collapse. Because the collapse is so
There's,
bad.
there's
Y'all
no
ain't
way you
over it
believe
because
that,
I'm not
Pete.
over it. That's a disaster after how we just collapsed, right? Chris
Stop it, Pete.
Shula was gonna be the name that makes you guys be
Stop.
like, oh, we got the Shula, everything. Now we fell off, couldn't afford
His
Shula.
grandson,
Hey,
huh,
Now
Pete?
we got
can
that
can
y'all
we
don't remember those reports that we were gonna go get Shula from the Rams?
can we
Yeah,
write the
yeah, that were reports
That
out there.
how you write in the
exactly.
chat while you up here? Somebody teach. I need to put the panel killer alert for Pete.
I'm
This
just
man got
saying the
going on.
Weaver. I'm
Panel
not
killer
biting
Panel
alert.
to the
killer.
Weaver. Now, do I like his scheme? Yeah, I
Sound
like
that
his scheme.
siren. Panel
And
killer
Sound
alert.
we don't know if it's his scheme.
Damn,
That's the
Pete killed
thing.
the
Is
panel.
he gonna copy Mike McDonald's defense? Then he's gonna copy that outside boundary man. He's gonna switch it from zone to man now. We've already had man. We went from man with Flores and Boyer. And then we said we needed to play more zone. Now we got Vic Fangio for the zone. That didn't work. Now we're gonna go back to man again. When you see what I'm saying? A lot of people already knew we weren't built for the zone and Vic Fangio. We had a lot of man guys. You see, like everything is so awkward. Like, why do people forget stuff? Why do people try to like just sit here and think everything that just come in is the best ordeal? Is it a better than Fangio? I think so. Just by going to man, you have more
Fangio?
personnel that way.
Well,
Yeah,
We're bringing
with
Vic
Weaver,
Fangio
but we
back.
don't know who Weaver is because is he? What is he gonna do? We don't.
well,
We can say he's gonna
I'm,
copy the
After this
Ravens way,
season,
but
we're
what
gonna
if he's
bring
a lunatic
Fangio
and he says,
back.
"Oh, I like zone"?
well,
See what I'm saying?
I'm more excited about the style of defense that we could be having if he, again, if he lives up to kind of what he was in Houston, and then again sat up on the record, learned under Rex Ryan, learned under a lot of different guys or whatnot. But again, I'm a Fangio fan, and I'm still disappointed that he's no longer here. But stylistically, I rather that Brian Flores, Bill Belichick, maybe what Anthony Weaver is going to bring. I'm more a fan of that style of defense than I am with Fangio's. I love that aggressive, man, physical press corners on the outside, highly pressurized in terms of bringing 5, bringing 6, bringing 7 people. aggressive. I like the more aggressive style of defenses, and hopefully, again, I think we're going to see more of what we had on the Brian. Maybe not as blitz happy as Brian Flores was or is now, but similar, right? And in the man coverage on the back end. So that's what I'm more excited. I don't know what he's going to be. Like, I'm cautiously optimistic about him, but again, I'm still excited at the same time because I'm just a fan of that style of defense.
I don't know much about him, but I know he's been in the league for a while though.
Nobody knows much about him. All we know is he's a defensive line coach, and he's getting credit for everything the Ravens did now because he's a Dolphin. And I don't like it. I don't like it. I like to evaluate when they get here. I want to see what he's going to do. Y'all think he's going to get any reign on bringing any player here? He has any power?
Patrick Queen.
They said
Yeah.
Javon. They said Javon Clowney. I've been hearing his name mentioned.
Javian Clowney? No, he can stay where he at.
Clowney has ditched us like
Clowney
3
had his
times
bench.
already.
Clowney had 9.5 sacks last year.
Yeah, he did.
He was productive.
So now, you see, this is what I don't like. You see, look, this is what I don't like. Check this out. He can't go out and go get his own guys. He has to go out and bring the Ravens players over here. Now it's only the Ravens players. So now we're gonna be the Ravens defense. Now that's what we're aiming. So we gonna bring the Ravens.
Don't all coaches do that though?
Find his own. I mean,
But
yeah, but
don't
at
all
the same
coaches
time,
do that?
When has it worked?
Did it work under Brian Flores?
What did it get us? It got him fired.
Well, it wasn't because of the defense.
His mouth got him fired. He was,
I mean, Mike McDaniel didn't he bring some of his guys over with him, coaches as well? That's how it works, Pete.
He went in the locker room and told Chris Greer, "Step on this square, goddammit." And mano. That's what got Flores about here.
No,
he told Chris Greer, "I'm gonna punch you in your damn jaw."
Now.
He did what Fred told Lewis, goddammit.
We're gonna put Ronald Darby too.
He said, "I'm gonna punch you in your damn jaw."
No. Fred told him, "I'm gonna break your goddamn jaw." He didn't say nothing.
Good.
Hey, you know how they bring the students bring their teeth to the apple to try to he brought Chris Greer jawbreakers.
Oh goodness!
He told that man, "I'm gonna break your goddamn jaw." That's what he told him. Come on in his office.
Come in his office, goddammit.
Oh my goodness!
But Pete, that's what coaches do, man. They bring their people in. They bring their assistants in. They bring in people that they're familiar with because they know, that's how it works.
Hey, my boy Pete. Man, you've been rocking all day. You got 9 hours in. It's 12
I'm not
o'clock.
gonna lie, Tony. The only reason why I stayed up is because you slid through, buddy. I was supposed to be off around.
You're welcome, though.
A long time ago.
Say real quick, Tone, Pete. I didn't know y'all grew up with each. I didn't know y'all grew up. Y'all grew up in a, y'all knew each other growing up or whatnot.
Yeah. I made sure people ain't bullying him in the neighborhood.
Oh yeah.
You was the enforcer.
Yeah, I didn't know that though. That's what's up, man. That's all right.
Pete to get big, to bullied around.
Hey, that's why I don't understand why he got so many terrible tapes. But I knew how you grew up. I don't know where this come from.
Pete's getting back at everybody. He said, "I'm gonna treat y'all."
Hey, Pete, your boy Tom. I mean, why you let the nigga get greenlit to where the nigga he can't go to games and shit no more, bro?
Yeah, well,
right. What the hell, Tony?
Damn. Why you let that man get greenlit like that?
Hold on, he moved away, but when I found out, I told Pete to come up. He got a free ticket to every game. He don't want to show up.
That boy's
free
scared.
tickets. Pete didn't want a free ticket.
He got a free ticket to every game. I wish somebody would think they're gonna pull up and nah.
That boy Pete scared. He bumping that ghetto boy. He bumping that ghetto boys. He peeking around corners, peeking out windows and shit. His mind playing tricks on him.
Right.
Pete ain't trying to hear none of that.
Hey, you welcome, man. Now next time I'm gonna have to charge you for getting these views up like that. You know what I'm saying? We welcome
Appreciate
you.
it, man. You guys
It's,
been
it's
rocking
all
out
love.
today with me.
I see you though, Pete. I see
Yeah,
you. You
man.
try. You making that move. You coming
Yeah.
for
Man,
CB. You coming for CB 41.5, right?
Yeah,
You coming for his
I,
spot in the community,
Good
Pete? Is that
grief.
what you doing,
I'm
bro?
not coming for nobody, man. Whenever I get time, I'll come up, hang out, man, have a good time. I had a great time today. Time flew by.
I know one
That's
thing.
what I feel like it's all
You
about,
better
man.
not block my goddamn comments in that chat. I know that no more.
I
I know
never
that.
Oh
blocked none
shit.
of your
Pete put
comments,
you in
dude.
timeout, EM. Pete
Yeah,
put
Yeah.
you in
block me.
timeout.
Yeah, blocking my comments. I was hitting that goddamn panel killer alert in the
Yeah.
chat, and they gonna block my he gonna block my my comments.
Damn, Pete. He
He
said
took
you
his
gatekeeping,
down.
Pete.
Hey,
Damn.
well,
Trying to put
I'm
something
gonna
in
holler
your
at you,
Gatekeeping
man.
face,
You
on.
get up
man.
out of here, man.
No
Hey,
problem, man.
Tone, salute,
Appreciate you,
bro,
man.
salute.
All
Hey,
right,
Appreciate you,
Tone.
dude.
yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Appreciate you, Crypto, Monty, and I don't know who Buddy is right there, but hey,
Mounty's
nice
still up
to
here.
Now
I
he
ain't hear
about to get up
Mounty
and
yeah.
go to
come up.
work here in Hawaii. He just getting his day started.
Oh shit. Yeah.
Damn.
We'll let you know, man.
Damn, Hawaii.
Have a coffee, my brother.
Yeah,
All
All
right,
right,
yeah,
man.
Tony,
Get
take
you
it
some
easy,
God bless
coffee.
Tony.
yeah,
you.
yeah.
I'm about to punch
All right,
this
Tone.
clock out. All right,
Hey,
Tone.
Pete, thanks for having me on the show, man. I subscribe to you, and this is my first time in the chat room and in your panel, bro. I appreciate you.
Hey, Mr. Park, man. I appreciate you as
Yeah,
well, man. You came through. I was happy to see you, man.
Yeah,
That's
man.
what's up. Yeah, Mr. Polk,
Yeah,
bro.
man.
Hey, man, it's
Mr.
always
Pope.
always respect to you, my friend.
hey, man.
Yeah.
Like I said, we all brothers and sisters, man. That it's all about them Dolphins.
Mm.
That's what it's all about. And
Yeah.
I'm up here to learn, man, from you guys. So that's why I ask a lot of questions.
And I'm glad you're up here. You know why? Let me teach you something, Mr. Park.
Uh oh.
Don't listen to these two ears, man.
Yeah,
Ryan
yeah,
Tannehill and Derrick
yeah, yeah.
Henry upgrade this team immediately. And I think even Stephen Ross knows that himself. I really do. I think Stephen Ross probably has already he's already given up. Like he knows it. Damn, Ryan
Hey,
Tannehill with this team right now. What would it
hey,
have been?
say Pete, you and Crypto. You know, I know y'all hang out on Twitter a lot. So, hey, y'all keep me posted on when Tony pull up on Thomas Jensen when he put his foot on his goddamn neck. Y'all let me know because I
I
do
will let
not.
you know.
Because hey, because I
Good.
definitely don't want to miss that one. I want to see foam coming out
Oh
the
yeah.
side of his goddamn mouth when Tony pull up and choke his ass out. I'm not. Hey, I can't wait for that one. Yeah.
Good grief, yeah. Good grief.
Yeah, man. So yeah, damn, Pete, how long you been running today? 10 hours, 9 hours?
I had to go backstage for a little bit, eat like the whole sandwich, that a chicken sandwich that I had. Like if it was prison or something, I had to eat that thing so fast. This thing was rocking. It's been a crazy day. I'm not gonna lie.
You know what, Pete?
I had a great day.
You know what though, Pete? You need to do this, man. That's how you grow your shit. Like there is a market on YouTube for the panel format, right? So I know some
Yeah,
people
but
kind
that's
of.
all I want. You see what I'm saying? Like, I'm not worried about growing. To me, it's about, like y'all coming up here, giving me your thoughts, us having a good time. And that's really like I'm sounding like Larry right now, right? But that's really what
That's
it's
what I was
always
getting ready
been
to say.
about. It's really what's all I'm not trying to be no big YouTuber. If it happens, it happens. I think, look, I'll be honest with you. If it happens, I'm the type of person, bro. Everybody that comes up on these panels, I start making money, bro. I'm splitting it with you guys. Hey, you came up here, EM. You split 2 hours, man. Look, this stream is gonna make $50. Here's $20. Hey, Crypto, you shot with me 3 hours. Here's another $20. That's just how I would be personally. That's not what I'm looking for, man. I hear you. I'm not gonna lie, I don't like when y'all saying it because I'm not trying to compete with anybody, but man, today I called off. I'm not working. I'm gonna just try to talk some ball and see what we could do. And that's
But
just
yeah,
what
yeah,
it's
yeah,
about, man.
Pete. I was gonna say that you would take because see, Larry left I think a bit of a void in the community when with his fin, and I know Larry's terrible and all of that, and I still got smoke with Larry. By the way, when I see you, Larry, if you listen,
He said,
goddamn it,
"Go get you,
it's
goddamn
still up. Goddamn it, it's still up with me. But but when he left the Fin Fans panel, that I think that left somewhat of a void in the community, bro. Because people, like
Yeah,
midday.
well, especially on Saturday nights. And
Yeah,
midday,
yeah, and midday people, they they're lunch breaks or people, they will, just listening on, at midday or whatever. That people just want an avenue sometimes to just hop up and just get this shit off and bounce. And Larry provided a lot of that for the community, and you could be that, you could just slide into that because I don't think, to my knowledge, I don't think anybody's taking the place of Larry's his show. So. I think there's definitely a window for you. There's definitely a market. There's definitely potential there, bro. So, but it's up to you, man, to be consistent at it. If you do that, I think your channel will, you definitely gonna get CB 41.5 out the way for sure. You don't get him out the way.
You see, saying something like that will make me not. I don't
CB
feel like
41 and a
that's
half
right,
is in trouble.
Nah, but you know what? Larry was the first panel I've been up on YouTube.
All right,
That's
Thomas.
why.
Salute to you, bro.
Yeah,
Salute to you,
my
man.
first panel. Yeah.
See, Thomas, he out. So, yeah, man. But yeah, Pete, and then on top of that, even late night, because me, I really don't go to bed. I get up at 5:30 every day, but I don't sleep. I don't need much sleep at night, so I normally laying down. I pack it in probably about 12 o'clock, 12:30 on average. But a lot of times, man, I'll be up late and nobody will be. I'll have nothing too much going on, and I'll look to see if anybody live or whatnot, and
yeah, you'll catch our live insomnias, EM.
Yeah.
When we do them live, we'll be doing them live from time to time. 2 o'clock.
So, So yeah, but late at night too, there's a window there too as well. So,
I like earlier when Jason was up here. You're gonna get guys like Jason the Canadian.
You said Jason Sonny was there? Oh no, you're talking about
Jason the Canadian was up here earlier. He was hilarious to me. Like, that's
Jordan?
Like, you're gonna Jordan. There you go. Jordan was up here, man. Jordan was up here earlier.
Yeah, he was. I was surprised at him.
Letting us know how he feels about Tua. There's a lot of Tua haters that are over here. EM. I don't know if we're gonna grow, man.
Nah, bro.
Listen. I had to put some money on EM books. So Jordan said the Texas Rangers packing them up and sending them up out of here.
Yeah.
So I had to put some money on his book.
Who the hell is that clown that was that's the same dude?
That's the same one. Yeah.
Oh man, I'm really sorry I missed that clown, bro. Oh man.
Yeah, that was him.
Idiot. Oh yeah, he a big Tua hater.
He came back today. I'm like, damn.
Yeah,
down there in Cuba messing around.
That motherfucker be stalking me, bro. He stalks me. That's a damn shame.
Stalking you.
Stalking another grown man.
He said them Texas Rangers got your number.
Yeah.
You're gonna be checking in.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, I know who y'all talking about.
I'll keep that in mind.
You would have been hearing me on these panels, Mr. Finisher. You would have understood why, man. Figured out offense. It was regressing at a high pace. And it let us down, man. It really did. And that's why I had asked Tony earlier when he was deflecting all these names, Justin Fields, right? Do y'all feel like EM, you think next year with Tua, we got a chance with the same scheme, the same offense?
Yeah, I think we'll be fine, bro. Like, it's not necessarily the scheme; it's the talent within the scheme. Like, if Tua was going to be out there throwing to, unproven guys, well, then there'll be, I can understand there's, why, people need to be concerned because I would be too. But this team, again, you got Jalen Waddle and you got Tyreek Hill, bro. Like, long as they come back in 2024 at the start of the season healthy. Man, no, bro. It's not necessarily. It's the talent that's within the scheme. And again, bro. This team is too talented not to be to not be as productive or even better. Considering what we've seen the last 2 years under Mike McDaniel. But again, what if Eric Ezukanma's that third guy that they desperately need? He steps up. He takes a leap forward. This offense is going to be even better. Or they might find an option in the draft, or they might go sign a Noah Fant, right? Who can provide that vertical seam threat that, that this offense is lacking consistently. I mean, Noah Fant is a player that I would target. I would make a priority if I'm Mike McDaniel. And I know he might not be the blocker, but he is
Noah
ultra
Fant.
talented. If Mike McDaniel's objective is to get speed at every position, Noah Fant can provide a lot of that for you, and he's a legitimate tight end. So, no, I think
You saw how just
He's
in
a
one
free
year,
agent.
what's that tight end that went to the Jaguars name turned
yeah,
it up?
Evan Ingram.
Evan
Everybody had written
Ingram.
him off, and that man had back-to-back
Everybody writ him
1,000-yard
off.
seasons.
Yep, he had
I
a
think I think
crazy season.
man, that's a good point, Pete. That might be the best
Evan
point I
Ingram.
think I've ever heard you make. That is the perfect comp because
Be
look at
careful, Em. You know what it's gonna
He
say
said,
after that.
Pete on a roll right now. God damn it, Pete on a roll. Hey, but he say he ain't coming for CB 41 and a half. He
I
coming
gotta
for
keep my eye open on EM. He says I'm doing an amazing job, but yet
Hey.
I'm a panel killer. Make that make sense,
yeah. But yeah, Pete, I agree with you. He could be the next Evan Ingram in terms of teams writing him off, but yet he bounced around the league a little bit, but then he finds he gets his feet underneath him in a new spot. So Noah Fant could be that guy, bro.
Who was the offense? What's the call calling the plays over there the whole time?
Doug Peterson.
Or Peterson, is he doing the play calling for the most part?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
What's up, Kahari?
Well, that's
I
a
see
good
you
offensive
down there in the
system
chat
he's
room.
in then.
Who was that?
No, I was sending a shout out to Kahari. I see him down there in the chat room.
Who?
Oh
Kahari,
man, damn,
so.
KP, the boogeyman.
KP.
He said he's taking names. God damn it.
I don't think I know a
He's
KP.
writing down the list. He's writing the list down.
It was a KP I knew long time ago that I had a lot of respect
That's what he's
for,
doing.
but it was a KP I knew from the internet a long time ago that I had a lot of respect for, but I don't see him around anymore. So I don't know who that guy is in the chat is. So
damn. He said he's taking names.
Well, Adam 131. Yeah, he was written off because of his injury history. We never said it. I never doubted his talent, but he was written off because he was injury prone. He couldn't stay healthy, so he kind of bounced around a little bit, and then he got with Jacksonville, and he's had, in terms of his durability concerns, he's addressed a lot of that. But again, I never questioned his talent, and I think that's kind of where Noah Fant is as well. Where they're kind of where they're similar.
All right.
We're having Christian McCaffrey. He was injury prone when he first came to the NFL, and look what happened when he went out to San Francisco.
Yeah, he was injury prone for most of his career until he went to San Fran. Yeah, good point, Mr. Pope. I thought he was done.
Me too.
Coming out to San Fran like he's on the IR or not completing the season. Damn. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Crypto, where's Shake at tonight, bro?
Oh, I ain't
Shake that they needed.
Yeah, I ain't seen him. I mean, I talked to him earlier, but he was I don't know, because Larry K sometimes have a show on Tuesdays. I didn't see nothing. I didn't see him on Larry K. So
I hadn't seen that guy.
He probably took a week off. Larry K.
I hadn't seen the homie, that old boy Lucci. I hadn't seen him around either too much.
Yeah, him and Lucci do on Thursdays and Tuesday.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Right.
It's been a while since I've seen King DTA.
Yeah, DTA. It's been a minute. DTA might be totally out the YouTube game.
Yeah, as far
Oh
as
no,
YouTube,
no,
he
no.
be on Twitter.
DT, I saw DT there
Now
exactly,
he was on
crypto. I saw
Twitter.
DTA on
Yeah,
Twitter. I mean, Mr.
right,
Negative cooked him.
right.
Mr. Negative cooked that dude on a tweet. I couldn't believe it. I had just saw it. I started
Oh, he
laughing.
did.
Yeah,
Mr.
Mr.
Negative on
Negative got
something.
him. Mr. Negative
He
got him on
did.
a tweet. Yeah, he tried to go after Mr. Negative, and Mr. Negative clapped back and gave it to him like the hammer. Bah!
Oh, did he really?
Dropped it on him. Dropped it on him. I forgot what it was. It was recently too. Shout out to King DTA, but Mr. Negative laid it on him. It was funny seeing it because I didn't see him in a while either.
Right.
And then he just pops up on my timeline getting chopped up by Mr. Negative. That
Mm.
was funny.
Hey,
Right.
I fuck with Mr. Negative, man. I think Mr. Negative good people, bro.
Mr. Negative, man, this guy is like
I think
he
he
just
lives in
knows how to
Canada
word
too.
everything. He's good. He's
I think.
another
Yeah,
Canadian. Yep.
I
yeah,
think
he
he lives in
connect.
Canada.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Miami has a lot of Canadian fans.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And y'all remember Mike on the
Yeah.
mic?
Yeah, yeah,
Who?
yeah.
Yeah. I haven't heard him in a minute. I
Mm-hmm.
ain't heard him since last season. Since the end of last season. Coming
Yeah,
into this season.
yeah. I haven't even heard from Mike privately. It's been a minute, bro.
Yeah. He
Mm-hmm.
from Texas too.
Mm-hmm.
And also the guy that was with Batman. I've heard from him.
Geo.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
Talking about
yeah. I
Geo.
think Gio, man, he done, bro. He ain't active nowhere, bro, unless he on a burner
Nowhere.
account or something.
Right. And him and Jubatron. And Jubatron showed up one time and he's missing for a while.
Oh
He
yeah,
came back.
Jubatron. Yeah, where he be? Oh yeah,
Then
where did
he
he pop
came
up
back.
at?
He came back on I think even on one of Stephen D shows, and then he came back in the chat, and then he went back out for a while. I'm
Hey
like,
man,
damn, because
I
bro.
he
don't
was
think none of those guys are
everybody
Dolphin
looking for
fans anymore.
Jubatron. Yeah,
Hey man, that internet will do it to you, bro. Like,
yeah, it did it to Roach.
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
right. I haven't seen Roach in a while
oh
either.
yeah. So what?
Poor
He
Roach.
bet he
We
he
lost
bet-
Roach.
he said he was done for good or what?
No, you were just talking
I don't
about
know.
his tight end. He's a Jacksonville Jaguar. We
He's
lost
Jackson.
him.
Yeah, he's a Jacksonville fan.
Oh,
What?
He
okay. I
switched to
ain't know that.
Jacksonville. Yeah.
You think it's a joke?
Are
Oh,
you?
DM, I'm telling you,
Yeah.
Wow,
bro.
man, come
You
on,
know,
what
really,
he?
bro?
Anthony Manzano
Yeah.
is no
DM.
longer a Dolphin fan. If we
Yeah.
pay
He's
Tua,
done.
we lose Anthony. He's done. He's going to be a Charger if we pay Tua.
Wow,
Yeah.
Roach
Wow.
said,
Yeah.
you
He
know
said he's
what? I'm gonna
done.
holler, huh? Mm.
Damn. Yeah, Roach is he did a stream with McCullough. I think he went on one time. He said he was gonna do a stream with and he came in as a guest as a Jags fan with Color, I think, one time.
Damn, really?
Okay.
Yeah.
So he switched over, or he was always a Jacksonville fan.
No, he switched. He liked
Okay.
them, or he just kind of like made it official.
Oh, okay.
He was like a soft
Wow.
Jags fan. The
I
Dolphins
mean,
pushed him over the edge. Damn.
damn, how is that even possible? How can people just switch like I can't do it, bro. Like,
Me neither.
Yeah.
I can't.
Let's be
I
honest.
can.
I mean, I don't know. I don't
Yeah.
know either, right? But
It's hard to
I'm gonna
do
be
it.
honest.
It's too late in the game to do it. If I was a
We
kid,
mhm,
maybe,
invested
but
too much.
yeah,
it's too late in the game.
Look, and honestly, let's be honest here, right? We've probably rooted for one of the worst franchises in the longest, right? But when we do get that victory, when we do get it, and it's gonna happen, it's gonna feel better. We lasted this long as a true fan. Some of these guys, man, they turned their back, and and it sucks because Roach, he was a good dude. Turns around, Dolphin fan. Now he wants to be a Jag fan. How? How do you do that? How do you support
Mm.
that next team with that same love? You know what I'm saying?
I don't. Yeah, I don't know how
I don't
long
know
he
how to
was been a
love. Like,
Dolphins
how would
fan.
you love another team? How?
See, I don't think he
You
became a
it would
Dolphins
have.
fan when he was a kid. That's the thing. That's how I think how they
It's
change.
you know what it is. I'm starting
He
to
must have
think is
became
all
one
the
as an
fans.
adult.
This is what I think it is, crypto. I think it's all the fans that switched when we had Marino. You see, the Dolphins were the most popular team in the NFL because of Marino. And all these fans I hear, oh, I
Yeah, but
became
they
a
would
Dolphin
still
fan
be a
because of
fan though,
Marino.
Pete.
Oh, they probably used to like the Bears. They probably like their own team at home, whatever it was. You see, Roach, he has a way get out. The Jaguars are a new expansion team. He said he was from Jacksonville, whatever. You should have liked him since '95 or whatever. But at the end of the day, he found his piece.
Yeah.
He found his route. But man, some of the guys that flipped because of Marino, I could see those guys looking at Tua and saying, "Yeah, I'm not supporting this no more. I became a Dolphin fan because of Marino, and I'm done now." You see, I could see that. I could see those fans
Man, that
flipping
is.
off.
I just don't understand
Yeah.
how that's.
It's hard if you're a Jags fan. Since they became an expansion, then that was way after Marino.
Yeah, because the Jags came
Marino
in
was the
'95,
quarterback,
right?
right? But Marino was still the quarterback.
Hey, wait, hold on. The Jags came in the league in 1995.
No, it was like like in the '90s. Yeah, it was like
And
early
what
'90s or mid '90s. Yeah.
did they have a special season in '96?
Yeah,
What
they
year
went
was
to.
it?
They went
Yeah.
to. One year they upset Denver and went to the AFC Championship game that
Went
year.
to the last game. Yeah.
Was
They
that?
beat
I think
Denver.
that was '96. I think.
Right. Yep. They was the first team. They was the first wild card team to win a playoff game or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
The AFC to be the AFC top seed or something. Yeah. That was Denver, and I
Yeah, I
want to
fell
say
for
they
the
beat the
cut.
Patriots too with Mark Brunell. But yeah, it
I
was in
just
the
don't
'90s
see.
where they became a team. But Marino was in almost just getting out of his prime. I mean,
Yeah, but
he could have switched.
a lot of these fans switched because of Marino. They loved
Mhm.
Marino so much they forgot their team. They're like, yeah, Marino's so good. It
Well,
was like the
Marino
Patrick
did it for
Mahomes of the
me,
era.
but I became a fan right before we drafted him.
Yeah, because I
But
watched
yeah,
him at University of Pitt. That's why I felt.
right.
That's when I started liking him at Pitt, at University of Pittsburgh.
Yeah,
Right.
I hear you,
I
Crypto.
didn't think we had a shot at him.
I don't
Well,
see. I don't see how that's when you're an adult. How can you just change and flip flop like that to another?
yeah,
I
that's
don't.
hard. Yeah,
I
I
can't
think
get
it'd
Yeah,
be
into it.
too late.
because
I
I
can't
remember
do
like
it.
when I was a kid when I played little league, how I became a Dolphin fan. Really, well, to be honest with you, my first little league team was the Dolphins, and then my second team was the Seahawks. So I kind of was flipping back and forth as a kid. But once I got
Right.
old enough, I was like, the Dolphins just won me over, and then the whole Dan Marino era. Then kind of midway through the Marino era, and then ultimately, the '90s, 2000s, and I'm a fan forever, bro. Like there ain't no way in the world.
Right. Once it became ingrained, you like, okay, it's hard to reverse it,
Right, it's
stuck through
impossible
thick
for
and thin.
me.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
bro, all the years of spending that money on draws, on
I
socks,
know.
on jerseys,
Exactly.
t-shirts,
Blood, sweat,
shorts,
and tears, literally.
coffee mugs,
Right.
Sunday tickets, packages. Bro, I done invested way
Yeah.
too much in this team to flip. It's
Exactly.
not
That's the
possible
only
for me.
team I could do it. You be paying
Mhm.
catch up for 30, 40 plus years just to
I
get
know,
in.
right? It ain't
I'm
happening
like,
here. It ain't
how's
happening
it
over
The, the
here.
possible?
the
What
the only
start?
place I ever switched, and this is probably why
I
Tony, and
mean,
this is probably why that whole Falcon, and that's another thing. I never played with the Falcons in Madden. I actually hated the Falcons because my brother would always pick the Falcons. That was his team. But in Madden growing up, I never used to like playing like my friends. Hell no, I was too competitive, so I never picked the Dolphins. The Dolphins were trash. I always try to pick good teams. You know what I mean? To try to win. In Madden, these guys
all to win the
they
Madden
did. They
game.
never picked the Dolphins either.
So you
Nobody
was
had
picking the 49ers and Cowboys
yeah, we
at that
know
time.
the Broncos because they had Champ Bailey. I used to love Champ Bailey,
Bronco, yeah,
or
Champ
play
Bailey
with the
was good.
Redskins with Sean Taylor. I used to love that, and then we had Santana Moss. Like that, all those type of names. I used to
The
play with
Redskins on
the
Tecmo Bowl was real good.
yeah, but when I like my era right there, crypto when Madden, you know what I'm saying? Like that time, our Dolphins,
Yeah.
nobody ain't playing with the Dolphins in Madden. They were the worst team, and that's the only time I felt like after a while, like after years of years, I'm like, man, I played Madden all the time. I never played with my team, bro. Like nobody plays with the Dolphins. They were so trash in Madden for so long, and I didn't like that Ronnie Brown stuff. You know what I mean?
I was
Mhm.
mad
But
at
that
that
was the
thing.
only thing. But everything
I
else,
was
I
so
could see
mad.
why nobody would probably say, "Oh, Pete never played with the Dolphins in Madden." And nobody did. Only in my
I didn't even
franchise.
want to pick
I would
Ronnie
play him in
Brown
my
on the video
franchise.
game. I was so bad at that pick. Like, how can he do us like this?
Yeah, man.
It's hard to change now because you're thinking like, if it's already ingrained in you 30 plus years or any hell,
If Tua gets
15
that
years,
extension, there's going to be a title that
it's
says
ingrained.
"Who's switching off the Dolphins now?" I want to hear everybody flip flop. I want the fans to sit here and say, "I'm not rooting for the Dolphins no more."
That would be great. If that was even a human possibility, it would probably be regional for me. It would be Green Bay or Detroit or Chicago or, if I was to ever do the unthinkable, that would be crazy. I would have had to have been a Packer fan from day one.
Even with the Tyler Thigpen days, you had
For
Tyler
the
Thigpen.
Mikowski days and the damn from after Bart start era. Shit. Burline, the quarterbacks they had. Shit.
Yeah, I feel there ain't no way I'm changing up. Like, I love the San Antonio Spurs. It's my favorite basketball team. But
it would be hard to go from the Spurs if you've been like it.
But still to this day, this ought to tell you how loyal I am to the Dolphins. I love the Spurs, right? Almost as much I love the Dolphins. But guess what? I don't own not one T-shirt with the Spurs, not a jersey, nothing, coffee mug, nothing with a Spurs logo on it. I only have one team.
Bobblehead from Tim Duncan
means more.
No,
and you see you're a Spurs fan, so you felt
they give them away at the game.
You felt championships with the Spurs. The Tim Duncan, he won the finals. Tony,
they gave away all the Tim Duncan bobbleheads at the stadium,
and I refused them. I never would take them, bro. Like my wife. Like my wife, she knows. Like when she buys me, stuff for my birthday, Christmas, what she don't buy no Spurs shit. No. And I love the Spurs, but I just feel the Dolphins are my team, bro. Like that's my team. Right. Every other team, and again, the Spurs are a very close second, but I just feel bad wearing any other logo but that Dolphin.
Right.
Yeah. So no. I am completely and will always be loyal to this team. Period. 100%.
Now, you said the Seahawks are your team. So when they started, that was way before Russell Wilson. That was like they had Craig and freaking who the hell was that damn quarterback? Yeah, Craig was the main one. Before they was a AFC team probably back then. When you was
I remember the Seahawks. Did you like the Seahawks when they had Seneca
They was in
Wallace?
the AFC at that time.
Yeah, they were.
Seneca Wallace?
Yeah.
He also had that bad running back.
They always had good running backs. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Seneca Wallace was another a guy that they had. Largent, Craig, that dirty player, Barnikowski. What's his name? What's his name? Bosworth. That's his name.
Yeah.
Bosworth was his name. Yeah. They had some good teams. They just could never get past the Broncos.
I love their throwback uniforms too, from like the late '80s to early '90s. Them that blue and with the silver helmets.
With the silver helmet,
yeah. They got some fire throwbacks.
Yeah, they were. That damn line fluorescent green shit they wear is crazy.
Mm-hmm.
That lets you know how long franchises can go without a traditional franchise quarterback.
Yeah, they mixed it up. All kind of styles.
Long disaster.
The Elway spoiled it for the Seahawks, though. They spoiled it for a lot of teams in that division. Hell, KC couldn't even get out of the way, They was good, but they was never like can get past the Broncos.
I think we'll be fine, though, Pete. I think we'll be fine. I think we'll be all right this year, man.
You see, I'm not one of those fans that are scared of Patrick
Marino
Mahomes.
said we're
I'm
not getting our
buying into
uniform,
this
so
dynasty thing.
I think we're in trouble.
I don't care about no Chiefs. Now, do I think there's a hard? They'll make the playoffs, but I don't think the Chiefs are like a team that's unbeatable. Mahomes plays reckless. He's a reckless football player.
We proved that. We had him on the road. We had him on the road.
The problem with that is because Everybody thought that about Tom Brady and the Patriots for a lot of years too.
Mhm.
They were
But no,
beatable. The freaking Peyton Manning, and Steelers couldn't get past them. The Ravens barely beat them. Got past them. It looked
I
like they're
mean,
beatable, and then until you play against them, they'll do that 1 or 2 plays in the game that end up costing you the whole game.
I think San Francisco. I
You
mean,
could be beating them. You could be beating them for 48 minutes, but the last 2 minutes they'll put on a clinic, and that'll be the difference in the game.
San Francisco
That's
proved
what's
that they're
up.
beatable. I mean, and again, it's not like Kansas City been blowing the doors off of everybody they faced. No, those games have been highly competitive. We were competitive with them. That's why, a lot of people in our fan base, a lot of fans are panicking. Nah, man, I think we're close, bro. I think we're close. We just need to, kind of change a few things, make
But
some personnel additions, and I think we'll be right. We'll be right back where we need to be.
yeah, it just sucked because this was the year that Kansas City had the quote unquote down year.
Yeah, I
But it
know, bro.
wasn't their
This is the
best,
year that,
and they still pulled it off. That's
hmm
what makes it so depressing. Every
Well,
team that was supposed to be primed to beat them. I
but
know the Bengals was thinking the same thing. The Bills
yeah,
was thinking the same thing.
Chargers,
We had them in our building. It's just
but
it's like
that lets you
logical.
know. That lets you know how great you got to be, how good you got to be. You got the best coach, you got the best defensive mind, and you got the best quarterback. You have to be.
Clicking on all cylinders
Yeah, you got to be,
to
bro. You
overcome.
have to.
Yeah, you can't
100%.
have no hiccups. Yeah. Now that their defensive coordinator Spags finally put it together, because he was kind of growing in the early years. He wasn't like doing it right away, but now this is his best year by far as a coordinator. I know as a KC coordinator because he did good with the Giants. He shut down New England's high-powered offense too.
Mm-hmm.
So this was his best year by far with the Chiefs as a Chiefs coordinator.
Yeah, he was phenomenal this year, bro. That defense was phenomenal. It really was.
Yeah, and they got rid of some players. Matthew was kicked out of the door. Who else they got rid of that was big time? That kind of replaced.
They got Frank Clark. Got rid of Frank Clark.
Some guys. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. You know what?
When that safety was gone, I thought they was toast. To be honest with you.
Here's the issue with Patrick Mahomes right now. What he has accomplished has been great, but what I see is a player whose injuries are catching up to him, and I feel like once and that little gimmicky offense. He's another quarterback. They do that little trick stuff to try to get people open. It's a lot of simple things the last 2 years with Mahomes. And then you try to compare it to crypto. You try to compare it to Brady. He's not on Brady's realm, bro, because Brady had never had to rely on his legs. He played the same game his entire career. He masterminded that game. There was no changing that. That's who he was. You had to stop Brady knowing what he was going to come with. Mahomes' legs are going to fall apart soon. Mahomes is not going to know how to win out of the pocket consistently like a Brady. And that's why, in my opinion,
He already
what
did
we
this
saw,
year.
No, he didn't. But he hasn't passed Brady.
He only had 25 yards running in one of them playoff games. He was throwing the ball.
He had only 20 and one playoff. This guy was averaging like 50, 60 yards per game. Rushing, almost.
That's not a lot of yards. That's not like Lamar. That's not like 100 yards. Yeah, like he's a running back.
That's a lot of yards, bro. That's why I'm telling you. Him look at his stats. They're regressing. Mahomes' stats have regressed, and he just hasn't looked the same. And I don't think he's going to be that same quarterback. He's going to always think he's faster than what he is. He's going to rely on his speed, thinking he could get away. He's not going to ever break. No, he's not going to be the GOAT.
He only needs to buy himself just enough time to throw a 50-yard bomb like he did in the Super Bowl. He didn't run. He went sideways and threw the ball across the field 50 yards right into the bucket of his receiver. They turned the ball on that drive, but he still showed you he can do it from the pocket.
Nah,
he only moved the ball. He only moved to the left just slightly
he knows how to
throw a ball across the field.
He knows how to create big plays off script. Once that off script starts fading away, which I think is coming up shortly, I would say 2 more years, Mahomes is done. We got the best out of Mahomes ever right now in these last past years. We're not going to get anything
Nah,
better.
you
He
ain't
has
seen the
hit his
best.
ceiling. He's not going to get any better than this. He has hit his ceiling. Once
He
that
has
guy's speed, yeah, he's going to be taking
his,
shots the next 2
his
years.
production. His production was down because his receivers dropped a gazillion balls. He
And
would have had 5,000
you
yards
already
this
see how
season.
he acts. You already see how he acts. He'd be crying and complaining about every call he doesn't get. Just wait until Travis Kelce retires after the
And
next
you're
year.
right. He cried about all the calls until he lifted another Lombardi.
That's
And when
fine.
his receivers start catching when it mattered, that's all that mattered. He put up 400 yards against the Niners defense, which is a top 10 defense. He did it through the air. And then he put up another stellar performance against the Ravens defense, which is the top defense in football. He only do enough to win, just like Brady did. You only need to do enough to win. You don't have to score 50 points every game. Just do enough to outclass the other team. You might just score 9 points a game. That's all he'll do. If his defense gives up 9 points a game, Mahomes will put up a 12 burger. He'll just score the 12, and he'll be satisfied. Everybody be like, well, Mahomes is having a bad year. He only needed to put up 12. He'll only put up 40 when he needs to. That's the mystery of Patrick Mahomes.
Nah, that's not going to be
He
the
will only put
mystery
up
moving
40.
forward.
He will
Any
only
case,
put up
I don't
40
think so.
when he needs to. He showed
I
it
don't
this
think
year.
so. The moment he starts
He,
only putting up 12 and winning
he,
that way
he
because the
showed it.
defense is going to show
He,
that he's
he
not
showed
that
it.
guy anymore, Crypto. It's
So
just going to show. It's going to show that he's not. If he consistently starts winning games with low scores, oh, yeah.
Yeah, if
That's
his
a
defense
problem.
does that,
Of course,
but if his
they won't
defense,
care
if
because
it
they already won Super Bowls with him. So they'll let it slide. They'll let it
it,
ride.
it, it don't
But
matter
he's not
because
going to win
the
Super Bowls
minute
no
they
more.
slip on
That's it. It's
defense,
over for him.
you're gonna see him put up a 40 burger consistently, and you're gonna be like, wow, where did that Patrick Mahomes come from? He's now got talent at the wide receiver level because they now truly drafted Tyreek's replacement, and now they start catching balls, and then the whole world will be shocked that they're averaging 40 points a game again.
So what you think, Pete? What do you think? What do you think Kansas City finishes this year?
I think Kansas
He
City
already
might be a
said
one and done
he
team.
already said 3-14.
No, I didn't. I said they might be a one and done in the playoffs. They're going to make the playoffs, but they're not going to be that team that. I know, I get it. Oh, Mahomes only lost one. So what? The guy's not going to be this guy anymore. When he has to rely only out of throwing out of the pocket, he's so accustomed to breaking the pocket and making those plays that's what's going to screw him up long term. He's never going to learn how to just sit in the pocket like Brady and chew it because that's not his game. That's not how he is.
That's his
not what
game
got
now.
him there. That's not. You can't say that is his game now. That's not even what won him the Super Bowl.
That's
Playing
what he's
like
been
that.
doing
He had to break stuff
for
happen.
the
He had to
last
make
3
things happen.
seasons.
No.
He only do it
And
enough in the game when it's required. But overall, he has been
2
staying in the
times in the
pocket.
game, Crypto. That's not
Against
gonna work.
us, as a matter of fact, against us, which we did play solid defense, he only ran the ball maybe like 5 times. He only had 10 yards running. The rest was through the air. 3rd down and 10, I'll give you one. He simply called out 45 is coming. He said it. We can hear it audibly, what he said in the pocket. And what did he do on 3rd and long? He burned 45 for a crossing pattern to Rice on the crosser. He literally was calling the play from the pocket. Didn't do nothing with his legs. He sat back there and said, 45 is coming. 45 is coming. And then what did he do? He burned him for Rice for a touchdown. That was a pocket.
And you're ready to hear
that was him manipulating the pocket. Nothing to do with his legs, Pete. Nothing.
Nah.
And that was against a reputable defense because we were playing great defense in that game. Evangel style defense.
Didn't he have to run for a 1st down on 4th down?
No, that was a 3rd. That wasn't a 4th down play when he ran and got his helmet cracked. That was a regular down the distance play.
Yeah.
That was a 3rd down. Now, I don't even know if Andy Reid went for that many 4th downs in that game. He didn't need to. He was leading the whole game.
That's my trajectory with Patrick Mahomes. The moment he can't run no more, and I feel like that's going to be in the next 2 years. Boom. Same case is going to be for Josh Allen. Let me tell you,
That's a
I
bad
love Josh
narrative.
Allen. I love Josh Allen, but Josh Allen doesn't get this Super Bowl window between the next 2 to 3 years. That's another quarterback might fade in the dust. All the good
They
stats,
will
all the
always
good play he ever put
they
up
will always
didn't
have a
amount to
window as
anything.
long as that guy is up under center. As long as Pat is under center, their window will be indefinitely open. Just like Brady's
Yeah,
window
I
was
know you
indefinitely
feel
open
that
as
way
long as he
because
was
of these
under.
last couple Super Bowls. He got lucky this past year. All
It
the,
wasn't
you
the
see how
last couple of
they,
Super Bowls. No,
if they
the
sat
rest
here
of
and
the
said that,
league. No, the rest of the league got lucky that their team was down and suppressed, and the window was open. That window for the other 31 teams was open, and they failed to seize on it. So why hate on the guy who continued his reign when him and his offense was limping and inept throughout the whole regular season? Everybody had the opportunity to seize the moment, and they didn't. And so it feels like every all the other 31
wait.
teams windows
If
closed
we were
and
told
they
that this was an
didn't,
easy year for Tua because of all the quarterbacks that got injured in the AFC, same as
including
that it was an
Mahomes.
easy ride.
They
It was an
receivers got
easy ride. It was an easy
the
ride for
receivers
Mahomes
got
this year. He got a
the
pass because
receivers
of
didn't
that.
get injured, but his receivers had a historic amount of drop football passes that hurt his numbers overall as far as his production and the overall team's offensive production. You can't say that. That skewed their
The Bills,
numbers in
Josh
the
Allen and the
negative
Bills
fashion.
got his number.
And
Josh
it,
Allen
and it
and the
was
Bills got his
perceived
number.
and it was perceived that the Chiefs had
Joe
a down
Burrow
year.
has his number. I'm telling you, it's not. It's a
and
wrap for this guy,
everybody
Mahomes.
and everybody is playing like they're because their last outing against Burrow, he beat Burrow at the head
It
in the
ain't
championship
the gap
game.
is not as big as they make it seem because he has all these Super Bowl
The
appearances.
gap wasn't as big with Tom Brady and Peyton Manning neither, but the Patriots got it done. That wasn't a big gap between the Colts, Tony Dungy teams and the Steelers with Mike Tomlin and Ben Roethlisberger. That wasn't a huge gap between those two franchises. But what
Oh
happened?
yes,
Bill
they
Belichick
did.
found a way to get it done.
Didn't they switch coaches from Tony Dungy to who with Peyton Manning?
No, I'm talking about Mike Tomlin and the Steelers. When they that team pound for pound was just as good as the Patriots. But they had a quarterback that was the difference, but that was the tiebreaker. Quarterback and head coach was the tiebreaker, just like Andy Reid and Mahomes have been the tiebreaker when all else is even. They just got the tiebreaker.
That's exactly the type of career
Everybody
Mahomes
thought
is gonna have
everybody
now.
thought Tom Brady was done
That
when
Big Ben
Tannehill
career.
when when
Remember when
when
Big Ben couldn't
Tannehill sent
move
them
no more? It
packing.
was over for him.
When Tannehill and the Titans finally beat the Patriots in the playoffs, everybody like Patriots are done. Tom Brady's done winning Super Bowls. He went to another stacked team and got it done with them. Long as these guys are under center, windows never close. If you're a great quarterback, your window never closes until you retire.
I don't see Mahomes winning another Super Bowl, crypto. I'm sorry. I just don't. It's not. I find that hard to believe. I just got to be honest with you. I find that truly hard to believe.
I see him winning at least 7 more.
He's gonna have to go through an injury-riddled year. Every quarterback goes through it. I'm not hoping he's
That
gonna
team
get
was
injured,
injured too.
but there's a chance this guy might get hurt. Look, Joe Burrow got hurt last year. Herbert got hurt last year. Tua got hurt the year before. Quarterbacks get hurt. It might be next. Mahomes might be the next one to go to get hurt. Then they're gonna say, "Oh, we didn't win the Super." Chiefs are gonna feel. Chiefs fan are gonna feel good about that. In a sense, oh, the reason why we didn't win the
There's
Super
only
Bowl
one
because
got hurt.
Mahomes got hurt. You see what I'm saying? That's what they're gonna feel. But that ain't no excuse.
Well, isn't that what happened when Tom Brady tore his Achilles? We won the division title. Isn't that what happened?
Well, we won the division title because Brady got hurt. It was still tied.
He
What,
tore
10
his
and 6,
Achilles, did he?
11 and 5?
Well, then that will be the same logic people will use if Patrick Mahomes goes down. They'll say that's the reason why somebody else won it.
Yeah, but
Just like
here's the
when Michael
difference.
Jordan,
Brady came back. Here's the
just
difference.
like when Michael Jordan retired from basketball for 2 years, there was a void, and Hakeem Olajuwon won 2 titles.
Here's the thing. Let's just say that it's the same thing. It's that knee ACL injury. Like it goes back. Brady, he knew he never relied on mobility. So breaking his leg in 10 places would have never affected him because he knows how to sit in the pocket and manipulate a defense, and he knew how to
As we,
read coverages.
if,
Mahomes breaks his leg and
no, the
starts slowing
defensive
down,
coordinators
and that slows him down, and he can't run no
wasn't
more.
enough.
I'm sorry, I don't see him as a traditional drop back quarterback to be able to just win you out of the pocket all game.
He did
He's
it
gonna
this
be
year because
stubborn.
he
He'll get
ran less.
re-injured. He'll
He
be
ran
stubborn.
less
He'll
this year
re-injure
than he
himself.
did ever in his career.
He relied on those legs too much to make plays. That's the type of quarterback he is. You can't take that away. The
He
same
ran
narrative is
less
like with
this year.
Lamar. If Lamar Jackson slows down, he can't run no more. You think he's going to be an elite MVP type quarterback?
That has
See
nothing
what
to
I'm
do
saying?
with when you throw 5 touchdowns in a game. That means you're throwing the ball. You're not running the ball.
Mahomes is considered a mobile quarterback, a dual threat. He's a mobile. He relies on his mobility. He always has.
He didn't rely on it. He only tapped into it when it was required. See, that's the
Now he
difference.
only tapped in when it was required.
That's the way it always is. It's tapped
That
into it when it's required. It's not a
you still
necessity.
can't
It's
say
not like
that,
Andy
Crypto.
Reid.
You
It
still
doesn't
can't
like
say
Andy
that,
Reid
Crypto.
plays that other what you call it. Andy Reid doesn't sit up there and draw a play telling him to go off script because we need it to work. He only do it when it's required if the offensive lineman misses assignment and things break down. But there's
Okay,
been plenty
so
of times
let's
when Mahomes had ample amount of time and stood in the pocket and picked the teams apart like he did against us when he said 45 is coming, 45 is coming. That's just one of the litany of examples he used on 3rd and longs to carve a defense up.
probably gave an
3rd and long
obvious.
had nothing to do with it. Had nothing to do with his legs. He didn't move. He didn't scramble. He just sat there and waited for the man to come at the last second, and he beat him right over the middle with a pass.
He could do that. I like that. I could see him being like what Big Ben started doing late in his career with Pittsburgh, right? Dropping back, being back there in the pocket like 12, 13 yards back in the backfield. Yeah, that's the mobility he might have to extend the play with. Being way back there, you better have some good tackles. But at the same time, him trying to win off script continuously and get to a Super Bowl like that, it's not going to happen. I don't see that happening,
Kenny
especially
Stabler
if
was
he
doing
gets
it
injured.
until he was 40 years old. He could do it as long as you're in shape, you're an athlete, and you're not allowed to be touched. You could do it till you're almost 50.
All right, I'll start talking GOAT Mahomes when he gives me one more. He gives me one more, and it don't need to be a three-peat. Just make it to another Super Bowl. I'll consider, but he ain't no GOAT to me. He's good. I like him. He's a good player, but I don't think people should just already be sitting here crowning him as the GOAT of the as every now
Well,
every quarterback has to be Mahomes. Every quarterback don't
no,
got to
and
be
every
Mahomes.
quarterback don't have to be Brady because that's an anomaly. First of all, you don't have Andy Reid and Mahomes as a combo have the stigma of cheating or having going into people's play calling and getting suspended because of cheating scandals or Deflategate scandals. There's no aura of the Mahomes Reid era that constitute cheating and winning Super Bowls and beating and getting past good teams like the Patriots stigma is throughout their dynasty. Where there's always an era within Brady's first 4 Super Bowls was always a stigma of Brady in the cheating Patriots. You don't have that same stigma with the freaking thing. So you can't crown him the undisputed one either. If you're gonna crown somebody other than
You got
Mahomes
to
to
get
go,
out of your feelings with that whole Brady
you would
cheating
crown
stigma.
you would crown Joe Montana because there was no stigma of the 49ers ever cheating when Bill Walsh dominated the Cowboys in the 80s and won titles with the 49ers with them 4 Super Bowls. So you got to have a clean record, no era of cheating, no punishment for said cheating, in order for me to crown you anything, the GOAT of anything. When it come to coaching with Belichick and it come to quarterback, it come to Brady. Because in my mind, Joe Montana and these Mahomes don't have that era and stigma on them. Period. Because
I mean,
Andy Reid is not sitting up there getting caught filming the freaking defensive play calls and the offensive play calls and getting caught doing it. and then wondering how you massively calling game plans to shut down great teams.
That
People
is cheating
overlook
to me.
that.
That is cheating.
People,
I'll give you that. But that's another little thing. Nobody
you
has
think
it.
about
Oh,
it,
so how many games was it? 2, 3
if the
games with
Michael
only one
Jordan led
whistle?
Bulls would have
So
got
you're trying
caught
to make it
cheating
seem
for
like every
anything,
game and Brady got now Brady had reps on every team for his throughout his entire career, and every ball was deflated too,
up
right?
until the point that and up until the point they got caught and got corrected for doing it,
Up until the
it's a
point. So
taint.
so let's
It's a
say
taint on it.
15 years. He did 15 years. He got away with it.
Yeah, you're gonna do whatever you can to get away with it until you get caught. You're gonna curb the rules until you get caught.
Crypto ain't cooking a goddamn thing. I see that clown, Mr. Finisher, in the pet in the
You're gonna
chat
get
talking
till
about
you get
crypto
caught.
cooking. Crypto ain't cooking shit.
Oh, no, right. He right. He put it out there. Goddamn it. I ain't
That's
crowning
good.
nobody shit when you got the stigma of cheating.
Crypto is cooking.
I ain't giving
I agree with
Belichick.
him now.
I ain't giving Belichick and Brady a damn thing until 2014. And even that's tainted because of Pete Carroll's stupidity for not running the goddamn ball with the best running back in football. So they benefited from somebody else's stupidity too.
But that still don't give Mahomes the right to be crowned the GOAT either. Only
It does
because
because
Brady's the
there's no
cheater.
stigma. Yeah, there's no stigma. Everything he done was clean.
So other quarterbacks have won
No,
Super Bowls too
no
that were made clean.
steroids. No freaking filming inside of the opponent's freaking lockers. I mean, I know freaking Ravens and Steelers and Colts had to be pissed to know that that's what was going on all this time and wondering why in the hell we can't beat this ball club with Peyton Manning at quarterback. There's a reason. The motherfuckers knew every single play you was about to call at the time you called it.
If I was Peyton Manning, I'll beat the shit out of Tom Brady for doing that to me.
Literally took a Super Bowl out of this man's hand. He could have been winning Super Bowls early and often if it wasn't for that nonsense.
Because in reality, Peyton
How many
Manning is
other
probably
teams
one of
would
the
have been
greatest
won
quarterbacks in
Super
NFL
Bowls during that
history, in my
era?
opinion. Who's better than Peyton Manning? Like realistically, pound for pound, who you picking? Peyton Manning or Tom Brady?
Well, Peyton's got more talent. Yeah. Yeah. To pound for
Peyton
pound, you're
Manning is
talking
the
about
better
just playing the
quarterback.
position. Playing the
I think Peyton
position.
Manning is better than Tom Brady. I really do. As a matter of fact,
Well,
they got the same amount of rings. You could say Patrick Mahomes can't even be considered better than Peyton Manning right now. You
come
can't
on
even
now.
say that.
He's won more. Patrick Mahomes has a higher winning percentage than Peyton Manning.
Higher winning percentage because of a lesser career. Mahomes only been in the NFL, what, 6, 7 years? Compared
Yeah,
to
that's long enough. That's
Peyton
enough
Manning?
games played if you add the playoffs.
Yeah, but Peyton Manning's career, what, 15, 16 years?
Yeah. That's
Nah,
no
you can't
excuse.
compare that. You can't compare that.
What's
Only
his
because
what's his name played a long career? He's got a high winning percentage.
look at the long career by Ryan Fitzpatrick. He don't have a long winning percentage. See what I'm saying? You can't go by
That's
one that's like there's one that has like 300 games and the other one has 150 games here, crypto. You can't go
well,
by
then win
percentages on that way.
250 of them if you're that good.
And they're telling you you're cooking. What you cooking? Noodles up here right now?
That,
It's 1 in,
then
crypto.
if
We
you
should be asleep at
if
this
it was
point.
if he played 300 games, he should be winning about 275 of them.
Nah.
That's what he should be winning if he's
Is
gonna call himself
is
great.
Patrick
Because I
Mahomes
tell you
is
what,
Patrick
if Patrick
Mahomes enough
Mahomes
for
gets a
that?
game,
He just lost 6
I
games
could,
this last year. He lost 6 games. 6.
yeah, that's
And he
still a
didn't
high
do with
percentage.
injuries. So
His whole
who would say
freaking
now next year he's
defensive
gonna
people
lose
on
7?
injury and freaking but he didn't lose in the postseason. Isn't that what matters? I'm talking about his winning record in the postseason.
Oh, now we're talking postseason. You see how we got it now it's postseason. I love it. Go ahead. Yeah. We'll see how
Postseason
it
and
goes.
regular season. 6 years versus 20, or however you want to say. It's the same thing. You want to say I can't compare it because he had a small season. Well, there's other quarterbacks that got the same amount of games played as Patrick and don't have the winning percentage, that played the same exact 6 years as he did, and they don't have
Yeah,
the
but
same winning
of
percentage.
course there's
So
other
you can't
quarterbacks
say
that
that.
have it like that, but not quarterbacks that you're trying to consider naming the GOAT. You're passing up on plenty other quarterbacks
It don't
that have
matter.
done more than Patrick Mahomes, but now you're thinking Mahomes is the GOAT now?
Yeah,
Because
he did more than
you just
enough to
finished saying
solidify
you just
himself
finished
that.
discarding Tom Brady, who is originally the GOAT, and I agree with you based on the cheating part. But there's still other quarterbacks out there that you just can't bypass and put
No,
them ahead of Mahomes right now. You just can't.
because you're
Peyton
saying
Manning is better.
greatest of all time. You have to have the talent to me combined with the accomplishments as a package.
So Peyton Manning was the first quarterback I think that threw for what? Over 50 touchdown passes? Wasn't he the first one?
Yeah, yeah, that's because Mahomes wasn't in the league yet, Pete.
No, I'm just saying. He's done things that Mahomes has already done too. But you're already getting Mahomes, you're putting him ahead of guys like Peyton Manning already. You just because I get it. You had your real excuse with Tom Brady, but what are you going to use now
Mahomes
with
did more.
Peyton Manning?
Mahomes did more with less. Peyton didn't do more with less.
Peyton didn't do more with less.
Yeah, every team that Peyton won with was pretty much a loaded team. You put that freaking Chiefs team and put Peyton Manning on that team, they ain't going nowhere. They're not even beating the Chargers. They're not even winning 4 games.
You're aware that this is recorded, what you just said, right? You put Peyton Manning on
Yes.
any team, he wins games, bro. He was the offense. He
On
was the
that, on
system.
that, on
He
that,
was the
on that,
brain.
on that particular Kansas City, this year's version of them. Oh yeah,
Yeah.
they're not going
Yeah.
anywhere.
Top
They'd be
defense?
lucky
You
to
got
win
one of the
4
top
games.
defenses? No.
Well, what happened?
I
What
mean, you
happened when he
probably
had a?
forgot about Peyton Manning.
What happened when he
I'm
had
gonna
a
tell you
top?
why you
What
feel because
happened
Peyton
when he had
Manning
a
always
top
struggled
defense in
against
the
the
Super
Dolphins.
Bowl?
That I
What
will give
happened?
you.
What happened when they had to rely 100% on the defense in the Super Bowl just to beat the Panthers?
I mean, did they not get the dub?
Okay,
That's
so
what I'm saying.
okay, but they had to rely on because of what he did. Then what
So
happened the following year against the Seahawks?
you're giving right now the nod. That's it. The guy that's
What
still
happened?
playing in the NFL, who already shown regression, who has not gotten better,
I
who's
didn't see
shown
any
regression.
regression. I saw a production that went down because of ineptitude on the wide receivers.
I'm gonna be
I
honest
didn't
with
see
you,
no
Rico.
regression.
I'm
I
gonna
didn't
be
see no
honest with you.
regression.
I'm not even putting Mahomes over Brett Favre right now, big dog. How about that? I don't even think he has gotten to Brett Favre. I don't care if he won more Super Bowls.
Now
I'm
you
not
just
putting him.
now you
Nah, I
just
like
arguing because Brett Favre is a turnover machine. He's worse than Josh Allen.
turnover machine late in his career, throwing 30, 20 interceptions
He
a
was
season.
turnovers from start to finish. That's the way he always been.
I don't know.
From start to finish,
I'm
he's
not
been that
even
way.
ready to give Mahomes.
For
Mahomes, to me,
every
this
2
year he got
touchdowns, he throw 2 interceptions.
matter of fact,
He got the
Mahomes.
nickname Gunslinger because he wanted to throw the ball all over the field and take a lot of risky passes. That's what he did. That's Brett Favre in a nutshell.
We'll see where
Brett,
Mahomes'
Brett
career
Favre is
ends.
basically Brett Favre is basically Josh Allen.
In this new
No
passing
different.
era, yes, he's had surprised many. He has sat up here and made people feel like, yeah, but this is a new era, a new passing. Everybody's throwing a lot of passing yards. That's not exciting. His
Not
game,
this
his
year.
style, I just don't feel like it's
Not
gonna
this
be.
year. Everybody not throwing it. The lowest total passing yards ever combined in almost 20 years.
Yeah, but this year also had one of the highest quarterback injury rates in the NFL as well.
Yeah, but if those quarterbacks would have faced Mahomes and forced him to throw the ball as much, they would have been playing against him, which means Mahomes numbers would have been higher.
I love how you're making these excuses for Mahomes, dude. I just love it.
I ain't making no excuses. I'm just telling you the lay of the land because they wrote Tom Brady off early in his career like this, and they found out 20 years later that he added another 6 rings because of the team and coach, the personnel that's there, the core personnel, Andy Reid, Spagnuolo, and Mahomes. That's the trifecta.
Well, I'll give you this one right now. I'll throw you a bone with the Mahomes and how it's different. Mahomes is actually taking record-breaking contract deals, something Tom Brady never did to keep an elite team around him. So that I will, he sacrificed some pieces on offense like Tyreek Hill to go younger and stuff. So he did. Mahomes is, I'm telling you, Mahomes is good, but I don't think I'm not ready to crown him GOAT. I'm not there yet. I think too many people are already labeling him the GOAT too early. There's guys there's guys that I'm missing, and you know who I'm talking about, Crypto, because you could say some names, but you don't want to burn your own point at this point, it might seem. But there's some other quarterbacks out there that you might that had stellar careers. And you have to
No,
wait
that
and
better
see if
talent.
Mahomes could even
There's
finish
people that's
that way.
got better that throws the ball better than him. As
No,
far
no,
as
no.
better
Better
talent, but they're not
careers,
better quarterback.
better careers, better quarterbacks, everything.
There's only one person that's got a better career. It's because he played a zillion years. He played till he was 80.
So Big Ben hasn't had a better career than Mahomes right now at this point.
No,
Why? Because Mahomes has 2 Super Bowl wins, and Big Ben
no,
only has one.
correction. He has 3, and Big Ben has 1. He's already on number 3.
Well, yeah. Well, you know what I mean. That's the
So
thing,
he's
man.
already in a class of quarterbacks. Skipped a class of quarterbacks to be a 3-time winner. He's starting from that to just starting out. If you want to just base it on Super Bowls alone and not what he did for the rest of his career and all the other stuff.
I think if he
He's
wants to
already
be considered the
he's
GOAT, he
he's
has to get
already
one more.
tripled Big Ben.
You don't have
So
to. He
Big Ben
might not have
he's
to beat
already blew
Brady.
him out.
He might not have to beat Brady. He's never going to take Brady's name out of this legacy thing. But I just feel like people are crowning him too early. So straight up, they're crowning him too early.
I don't agree that they crowned him too early. I think it's appropriate because if you put the totality on how he won his Super Bowls and how Brady won his, it's easy to say that discussion should be had because of how it was attained. You know,
Here's because I'm about to end this, man. I appreciate everybody rocking, but here's how I'm gonna end this right now, right? Mahomes was drafted at what, 2017? You think Greer at that time had any thought about drafting someone like Patrick Mahomes in a draft? You think he had that evaluation under Pat Crypto?
Greer believes in don't believe in drafting. I mean, his style of how he drafted Mahomes wasn't on his radar because he was already believing in Tannehill. He couldn't be wrong about Tannehill, so why would he draft Mahomes?
Wait, did we have
You
Tannehill in
know how
that
Greer
year in
operates.
2017? Oh yeah, we did have him. We got rid of him that following year in 2018, right?
2016, 2017 season.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
when Mahomes got drafted, 2017. That would have been the perfect time to draft Mahomes. And I don't think we even got a conversation about even Mahomes coming to Miami or any report like that. These guys weren't looking at Mahomes. We never had a shot.
no, only 10 teams had a shot at him. 9, I guess, if you count Andy Reid moving up. The Chiefs moved up to get him. Let's not forget that neither. So they saw their scouting team saw just enough at Texas Tech to say, let's go ahead and give this guy a shot. I think he's got enough intangibles to get it done. And then they moved up and got him. They didn't stand back. They
Exactly.
would have never had him. They would have let Buffalo draft him.
That's exactly how Stephen Ross has to be feeling about JJ McCarthy right now. I know this guy has to be feeling that way. He has enough intangibles, but he won a championship. Ross saw him win a championship. And then when you're
Yeah.
looking at JJ and you're looking at Tua, Ross might be desperate enough to sit here and say, man, I'm trading up to draft the quarterback. So by the time I have him ready, you know, in 3 years, Mahomes regressing, injury plague season already happened. That's how you win a Super Bowl. That's how you're gonna end up winning it in Miami. You're not gonna win it with Tua paying him a contract and then trying to build around that. That's not gonna work. That's not gonna work. You have to go young right now and draft a quarterback, I feel. Or
Well, they took a chance on drafting him early. I mean, early because they used that 10th pick. The Bears should have just picked him
drafted
outright
him at
and
11, right?
give him Trubisky, right? Instead, they chose to go with Trubisky and say Mahomes wasn't good enough. And then the Bears is
Well,
still
Mahomes
punting
wasn't
bait
even
for
the
that.
other quarterback they were talking about in that draft either. It was Trubisky
No,
first.
he was like the third or fourth one down the line.
Yeah, I'm trying to think
But
about that
see,
2017
but
draft.
see, the scouting. This is where the scouting comes in at too. You see just enough intangibles in a guy that you know you can win with, and you got to pull that trigger at that point because the same thing happened to us with the Wayne Haskins at 15. They thought he would maybe good enough, and then they let Lamar Jackson slip into the second round, and then Baltimore moved back into the first round and got him. So every team, all 20 some teams except Baltimore, decided to make the move back to get him. This year, it almost paid off for them, that gamble, but they're going to always be perennial contenders because they have enough around and there to keep it going.
Oh no, he was the second quarterback selected. Wow. I thought Deshaun Watson had went before Patrick Mahomes. That's crazy.
No,
So
Deshaun
they
Watson
passed on
this year.
Deshaun Watson even before because Deshaun Watson, what he did, coming out was better than what Patrick Mahomes was doing at Texas Tech. So that's how good
Yeah,
of an evaluation Andy Reid and his staff did to actually select Mahomes before Watson, bro. That was not supposed to happen.
no, Watson went fourth in that year.
Golly, the Bears screwed up
No,
that bad. They passed
no,
up on
the
Watson.
Trubisky. No, they didn't pass up on Watson.
The Bears passed up on
Watson,
Watson. They said they selected Trubisky, number two. They passed up on Mahomes
no,
and they passed up on Deshaun Watson.
no, Watson went fourth.
Deshaun Watson went 12 to the Houston Texans. Patrick Mahomes went number 10 to Kansas City. I'm looking at it right here.
What?
Bro, the Jets selected
Who was that?
Jamal Adams. The Jets selected Jamal Adams at number 6
Oh,
over Patrick Mahomes and Deshaun Watson.
that was the Johnny Manziel draft, ain't it? Who went first, right? Or was that
No, that was the Myles Garrett. The 2017 draft,
Garrett?
Myles Garrett went to, bro. I'm not saying Cleveland did a horrible job selecting Myles Garrett because you saw how didn't he just win Defensive Player of the Year?
Yeah, yeah, he just won
But
it this year.
passing on Patrick Mahomes to select Myles Garrett, that's an organizational
Well,
bad
they
move.
said
Let's
11,
be honest here.
11 teams did.
Yeah, everybody. Look, the Panthers, they had Cam Newton at the time, but they selected CMC. The
Yeah,
Chargers, the Chargers selected Mike Williams for Phillip Rivers, bro.
yeah. See, they already. That's the problem when you already got. You think you got a quarterback, you don't gonna take a chance on another one. That kills franchises all the time. They
Kills them.
never
It
do.
kill. I just named some teams that
They
it
never
killed. It
do what
killed the
Green Bay
Bears.
did.
Yeah.
They,
It,
they should have did what the Packers did. Just picked
look
them
who
in.
you want to know who we drafted at 22? And
Was
we
that was a
Charles
Fletcher
Harris.
Harris? Okay, now I'm thinking Fletcher.
Passed
That's
up on
okay.
the guy that EM was just talking about, Evan Ingram.
Ingram,
We
yeah.
selected Charles Harris at 22. The Giants got Evan Ingram with the next pick at 23. It's crazy
Mhm.
going back at some of these drafts, looking back and playing Monday morning GM because you could see how many teams made mistakes. Look at Tennessee at 5 selecting Corey Davis. Horrible. The Jags, bro. The Jacksonville Jaguars passed up on drafting Patrick Mahomes and selected Leonard Fournette out of LSU.
A running back. So now they're gonna be forever. They lucky they got Lawrence years later, but
Jordan coming back.
yeah, they lucky they got Lawrence.
What are you guys talking about? I was out. What are you guys talking about now, Trevor?
We're
Jacksonville?
just we're talking
No, we talk
about how
about the
bad the
disastrous
2017
draft.
NFL draft, how Andy Reid
They,
is just stunting on all these GMs by doing that
I
move.
wanted Allen. Wasn't he in that draft? I wanted us to go after Josh Allen.
I think he got
No, it
picked like
wasn't Josh Allen.
some
Josh Allen was a 2018 draft with Baker Mayfield, Josh
Baker,
Rosen. Yeah.
Okay, well, don't
Baker and
get
Josh.
defensive. I'm just saying I was keen on
Yeah,
Josh Allen. That's all. That's all I'm
in
saying.
2018. Yeah,
Fuck.
that's right. That's the Baker Mayfield one. Baker was
Yeah.
And
first. Josh
Cleveland
was.
did a horrible
Who do you
job
think's
too.
better, Burrow or Allen?
I think Allen, Josh Allen for
Right
look.
now,
You might not
Burrow.
agree. Right now,
Yeah,
what they
That's a
give
close
you,
one.
Jordan, with what they give you, I think one of the best players in the NFL is Josh Allen. He
I
literally is.
probably go with Burrow just because I think he's smarter. That's why
right. Yeah,
I think he's definitely a little bit smarter, but he's injury prone
he's
now.
sneaky mobile. But watch, I guarantee you. I'm not gonna guarantee, but I would bet. I'll be willing to bet now that he had his first full season-ending injury at the beginning of his career, then in the mid, and then last year he had one. I bet you next year he don't miss a single game. All the quarterbacks that missed this year, they're gonna play the full season. Watch what I tell you, and then you're gonna see a
Well,
lot of
crypto.
passing numbers
Pete
go up.
says Tua's not going to be not getting the bag. Do you agree with him? He made a compelling case. He was telling me something, and I haven't verified it. I don't doubt him, but they're not going to give him the bag. Do you think they're going to fucking? They can't give him the bag. I hope they don't.
If the draft comes and goes, then I would say it's official that they're not. They're gonna make a play on it.
They're not going
Sorry.
to.
No, I say if the free agency period starts and a lot of signing starts happening and they don't do it by the end of the free agency first wave, then yeah, he's not getting it.
Yeah,
It has to be within the next
he
8
doesn't
days.
deserve it. He doesn't deserve it, in my opinion.
I
He's on a
think it has to be
franchise
done.
TV.
What's this, the 27th? I think it's got to be done within the next 8 days. If it ain't done within the next 8 days, then he's not getting it. I think it's got to be done in 8 days.
And I think they should tag Wilkins. He'll probably refuse to play though, but I would tag him. I'm not just letting him go for nothing. I think I franchise tag him and say, well, if you want to hold out, fucking hold out, but you won't get any money.
Well, crypto. You remember when we paid Tannehill?
Yeah,
we paid
then
Tannehill
we
in
paid,
May,
and then
right? We paid him in
late.
May, not in March.
No,
We paid him in May when we gave him that big contract.
but that was different because it wasn't nobody in the draft that they was looking to replace him with.
Look,
But what's the case with Tua? Why would they be looking for someone in the draft to replace him with?
If they're gonna use a backup strategy, they're not gonna pay him if they know they ready to move off who's in house and they willing to take a chance on a quarterback. They're not gonna. I don't think they're gonna tap the funds. They just gonna use Tua as a bridge quarterback. That's why they need to get it done before the draft. I don't think they can afford wait till after the draft to try to pay him.
Okay, and crypto, who do you think and who do you want them to draft? I mean, realistically, I mean, don't
If it
say
was a
Drake
quarterback,
May.
If it was a quarterback, it's Daniels. That's the only quarterback I want. If it's a quarterback,
realistically, he won't be there, man, unless we moved up.
Yeah, Daniels is the only one I really want.
So who do you think we'll get? Who do you think? I think they're going to go for the fucking center. Okay, Powers Johnson.
Lineman, defensive lineman or offensive lineman? Tackle or I don't want no center, to be honest. Everybody wants center.
I think they're going center.
I think that's a mistake.
Oh.
My My opinion is a mistake. You got to get Armstead out the door. You got to get his replacement in right away.
Well,
You're gonna use
fuck,
that
they're
pick.
gonna
You
have
need
to
to
pay him, and he's not retiring. He ain't retiring. Why would he? Is he gonna fucking leave all that money on the table? Fuck that. He ain't retiring.
no, you get him out the door. We can't stand for him to play 7 games a season.
I know. He wants to just cut him. Who wants more on the cap?
Yeah, Mike is messed up. Okay. I can't hear you. Yeah, that's probably my mic.
I want to know if Mounty's still there.
Yeah, he's sleeping. It's like what
P,
time
this
is it?
thing's been going for 10 hours and 35 minutes.
Hawaii, it is now
Yeah,
7
this
o'clock
shit's been
Hawaii
crazy.
time.
Are you in Hawaii,
Y'all better not
Crypto?
be asking me to go live no time soon. This
It's
is 10 hours. Y'all
7:42 in
gotta
Hawaii.
Are you in Crypto? Are you in Hawaii?
No, Mounty's in Hawaii. That's why I was telling you what time it was where he was at.
I need a fucking vacation. Where do you think I should go? I'm back in Canada. I came back from Florida. Where should I go? I need a vacation. Yeah. You guys see any deals?
Well, shit. I don't know about deals, but hell, since it's February, almost March, I would say go to North.
I don't want to go back to Cuba. I'm not going back to South Florida. I'm
take a
thinking
trip to
Europe, maybe.
I was gonna say Northern Ireland, the Arctic Circle, as a place where it's
Maybe
24
Belfast in the UK, Northern Ireland. Yeah, maybe see some of like the paramilitary like paintings and shit.
24-hour daylight in this one spot up there.
Oh, that's gotta be fucking like somewhere like in Norway or way up north in Canada, maybe.
Yeah.
I don't want to stay in Canada though. I want to go somewhere. I want to go somewhere like maybe back to Britain somewhere.
Damn, Britain. Okay, Scottish.
I need a good vacation, man. I was working hard in Florida for cash. I need a good vacation. I mean, I got a degree, but they were paying me actually $22 an hour American cash. I need a fucking vacation.
Making cash in Florida. What part? What part of Florida? The Everglades.
South Florida. I got a connection. I got lucky.
Dade County. Connection to Dade County, huh? Down in Dade County or other one?
Well, it was right near the Dolphins' old training complex, like 15 minutes away.
From the Dolphins complex? Okay.
Their old one. Like Northwestern, sorry, not North. What was the university called? Nova something. Anyways, I just can't take the cold. So.
Oh yeah, I don't like it. Unless I'm playing football or something, a winter sport.
Yeah. Well, you're still in Washington, right? DC.
Yeah, just outside of DC. Yeah.
Outside. I remember the red light. Remember you came home from a game that you got the red light on. Yeah.
Oh, you talking about I turned on the
Yeah, your light. You had a red light.
Yeah.
You came back from I don't know what fucking game it was, the Washington game, I think. Or something.
Yeah.
It was in the Beltway. It wasn't the Baltimore game. It was the Washington game. You didn't go to fucking or was it the Patriot game? Did you go into the Patriot game, didn't you?
Yeah.
I think that was the night that you came back. It was like 8-9 hours of the drive, and the red light was on. That was the game. Good thing you didn't go to Buffalo. That's a shithole. I'm about an hour and a half away from there, maybe an hour 15 with not much traffic. That place is a shithole. I'll never go watch a Dolphins-Bills game in that shithole. Straight up.
Oh yeah, you went to the stadium. You was out at the stadium.
I've been going to that. I've went to that fucking stadium since I was 7, 8 years old when Brian Cox was telling them to fuck off and everything. They are filthy people. The people of Buffalo, my words, they are dirty. There is so much fucking white trash, okay, in that fucking community. It's a shithole. You think you're in West Virginia. It's a fucking shithole in Buffalo.
Actually,
Straight
first
up.
in West Virginia? Damn.
I
I'm
thought that
telling you
was
right
personal.
now, the people they jump on tables. The woman showed their tits. I mean, if you're really into that, that's not very ladylike. Okay, they show their titties. You got like 9-year-old boys looking at they're fucking drunk.
Damn.
It's a shithole. I'm not making this up.
Damn.
It's like the Detroit,
Yeah,
but
I
white
heard about
people.
Buffalo. Yeah, I
It's
do
the
hear some crazy.
Detroit, but they don't have that many black. It's white. It's like the white Detroit of America. End of
The
story.
white bird.
That's all you need to
Detroit.
know.
I don't care
Damn, the
what you
white
say about
Detroit.
Buffalo, Jordan. You could talk about all
Damn.
that Buffalo stuff.
Yeah, well, I know.
I
I
heard
can speak
Buffalo
on it.
air
I live
stinks.
right over the border. I probably went to
Yeah,
that
right
fucking
there.
shithole at least 45 times in my life for Buffalo Sabres games and
Oh
Bills
shit.
games. Oh my God, I know that shithole well. Okay, not a place
Sabres.
I'm going again. I hate it. No, they have no class there. You got people like Mark. Okay, they have no class on the fucking Finns tailgate. Mark, no, they have no class. They're so shameless about how they act. I mean, it's just terrible.
You think
They
Mark is
squirt ketchup on each other. What fan base fucking throws ketchup on each other and mustard at the tailgate on their faces?
Cleveland Browns fans throw dog biscuits and dog food on the
Oh my
stadium.
fuck! Yeah, but they're putting ketchup. I honestly, I do not feel that safe with a dolphin. If I'm got a Dolphins coat on, I'm not 13, 14 anymore. That you won't touch me, or they'll just throw a rock like they did once. Okay, at my jacket. I'm older. I'm a grown man now. I got a little bit of gray hair. They could really like fuck you up, man. I'm just telling you. Watch out if you ever go there.
Yeah. I had everybody on that stream, Jordan, when I came for the Patriot game. That was when I drove home. I did the entire show while driving.
Yeah, it was a long show. It was about. Yeah, I remember. It's all
You
coming
remember,
back to me.
yeah.
It was the Sunday night or Monday night game. I can't remember. I think Sunday. Sunday,
yeah.
I think night. Sunday night
Yeah.
game. Van
It was the
Ginkel
Sunday
came up
night.
big. Van Ginkel. We need to bring him back because those edge rushers, Chubb, Phillips, they ain't fucking come back till November. I want Van Ginkel
got
back.
up.
He's a priority signing.
Fired up the show and drove, and I did the entire show in my car driving back.
Do you agree, Van Ginkel? It's imperative we sign him. He can play inside too.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Yeah, we got to get Van Ginkel, even if it costs us $10 million a year. And Robert Hunt has to be signed too. Let Williams go.
Yeah. That was crazy. That night, man, that was a long night that night, man.
Well, a fan, didn't he die at the game? There was a fight or some shit?
Yeah, the guy
There's
got
a fan
killed.
that died. Yeah.
What, in the
fan
Washington
died.
game? Somebody died?
No,
the
the Patriots game. Dolphins guy smacked up a Patriots guy, but the Patriots guy, I think, provoked it.
Right.
They provoked it.
Oh, yeah. Damn, man.
And then remember the story out of
He was
Buffalo?
right in the same. He was on the same level that I was sitting at. Like
There
on
was
the
a
other
story
side.
in Buffalo where the guy wiped his shit on himself, a fan. He was like high as a kite. Do you remember that story? There's some serious shit. I'm telling you, Pete. Buffalo is not a place you want to go. Trust me, if you
It's
ever
crazy
want to see
'cause
the Dolphins on the road, don't go there.
I changed because I was going to go to Buffalo, and then I changed to New England this time. I said
It makes more sense if you want to see the Dolphins in Buffalo to see Niagara Falls, fly into Toronto, Canada, so you can see Toronto. That's a world-class city. Then just rent a car, go to Buffalo for the fucking day, see the fucking falls at Sorry for Swearing. After, you can see the Niagara Falls, or before. You got to leave early, though. There's lots of traffic from Toronto. So leave for the game, honestly, 7:30 in the morning. Leave for the game. Because with the traffic, you'll get there by about 9:30, 10 o'clock. And then, you get a bite to
Toronto.
Yeah, well,
So
because
it's
of the
only like a
traffic.
2-hour, 3-hour drive?
It's about, with the traffic, probably about 2 hours, 20 minutes. But you could be there if you drive quick like me, I go about 130 kilometers an hour, whatever that is, miles per hour. Okay.
It's about 80
Uh,
something.
So Canada is full of Buffalo fans, right?
yeah.
There's
Yeah.
another.
Yes, this
You're
area.
surrounded by
Yes,
Buffalo
it's
fans.
in this. Oh, but the Bills get about 35-40% of their fan base from Southern Ontario, and they mock Canadians. They're so disrespectful. I mean, the team would fold without Canadians. The team would fold. I'm telling you right now, that team would fold. And they fucking know it. Mark knows it. That team would fold.
Mark. I'm
Yo,
surprised
they would because all the big money's in Toronto. They almost moved to Toronto. They had a game each year, and they had 2 games, and they had a regular season, and then they had the exhibition preseason game, whatever you want to call it. Okay, remember when Chad Pennington was our quarterback? I went to the game at the Rogers Center, the old Sky Dome. I was in there at the Dome when they had Ricky, Ronnie Williams. We destroyed them.
In a preseason game.
No, it was a regular season game, 2008. You can Google it, the highlights. I was at that game. Chad Pennington. Bills fans were furious because they really hate Miami. If you ask a Bills fan who they hate the most, they'll say Miami mostly. They won't say the Patriots, even if they're 20 years old, because Miami is the antithesis of Buffalo. Buffalo is fucking ugly. It's cold. It's a shithole. And Miami, it's paradise. At least the weather. There's partying. You party in Buffalo. Where are you gonna go to party in Buffalo? It's freezing 6 months a year. It's a shithole. I mean, Toronto it freezes too, but at least
You're gonna party at the
they have
local
better clubs.
tavern.
Yeah, but
You're
you're
gonna go
right,
to
Crypto. They just go to their local. That's where
the
they have to.
local
That's where they
tavern.
have to go. But in
Yeah.
Toronto, there's clubs. I don't go to them as much anymore. I'm getting older. I'm pushing 40. I'm a cheap ass. I save my money, but we have clubs here if you want to go out and stuff like that. P, where you at? You're in Florida, aren't you? You're in
Yeah.
Florida, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Myers, Florida.
Say Fort Myers. Okay, that's on the golf
Yeah, it's
side,
on
I
the
think.
West Gulf side. Gulf
Yeah.
Yeah.
Coast.
Yeah.
That's what shake money is.
I've never seen so
Yeah,
many
that's
golf
right.
courses like they have them over here.
That's just before Alligator
Golf
Alley,
courses.
I think. That strip to Miami on the highway, interstate, whatever. I-95. I can't remember. So big.
Yeah, 95 goes to Miami.
Yeah, it's so
75
big.
too comes around, loops around.
So I thought with Jacksonville and Lawrence that they took a step in the backwards. It's going to be interesting to see what Jacksonville does during free agency because they got some dough, some real dough, and apparently they're looking to spend. They're going to re-sign Josh Allen, their edge rusher, the other Josh Allen. I mean, maybe they could poach some of our players. Maybe they go after Robert Hunt. I don't know. They got lots of more money than
Robert
Miami.
Hunt's he's going Houston, Green Bay.
Oh,
It'll be crazy if
we
the
need
Patriots sign him.
Miami has to sign Robert Hunt. He was a second round pick.
They need to
He's
sign him next
physical.
week.
We need to get more physical. We can't allow him to go.
If he doesn't sign by next Tuesday, then that means Ross needs to resign and freaking Greer needs to resign.
He can play right tackle too. If Austin Jackson goes down, he can play left guard. He could probably play left tackle. I wouldn't want him to be, but the only position he can't play is center. They better sign Robert Hunt, man.
Greer has to resign if that doesn't happen.
They have to, because we need to be physical. Robert Hunt, we need to sign him.
Robert Hunt doesn't
I'll
sign,
fucking
and
go
if they
nuts.
sign Christian Wilkins to an extension, Greer's going to have to resign immediately. Effective immediately, noon.
Well,
Effective
Crypto,
immediately.
I think he's going to hold out Wilkins if they tag him. And I'm from Greer. I just say, okay, well, whatever. He doesn't get paid then.
Better. Shit.
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you what, he better not.
With the
He's
He
gonna
salary
his
will.
cap that
career
we
is
have,
gonna
do you
end
think
abruptly.
so you're telling me if extending Tua helps the salary, extending Robert Hunt
I
doesn't
don't
help
even
us?
know if that's true anymore, Pete. I think that's a meme that they putting out there.
You see what I'm talking about? Because it never
You know
makes
that
sense.
center
So,
from.
so extending Tua, it will help the salary, but now extending all these other guys won't help the salary. Like like I don't care
I
who
don't
we
want them to
extend.
bring back
My problem
Mostert.
is
Yeah, that's
don't
what I'm trying.
extend Tua because I don't feel like that helps us.
I don't want them to bring back
I'm trying to
Mostert.
figure
I
out.
want Henry.
I think
I
that's a
want Derrick
meme.
Henry. Derrick Henry. I want him. I don't want them to bring back Mostert. We need a
Shit.
physical power fucking running back. Enough.
We
How
have
many
it.
3rd and 1s we throw the ball? 4th and 1s. This never ends because we got a little
Never
fucking
end.
Smurf as a quarterback. I want a real man running back. Is that not
Yeah,
fair?
but yeah, but you're just
Well,
asking for a running back, and we got one, bro. Like that's the least of my concerns. We
Well,
got
what?
Devon A. Chain coming back.
But they cannot get always 3rd and a half or 4th and a half a yard. We can't have no tush
mm,
push with this Smurf quarterback.
no,
No,
we
He
I
can't
can't
think
even
do
we
that.
could have
quarterback
got him.
Yeah,
snag.
we're not doing the tush
Quarterback
push
sneak's
with
a joke.
the quarterback rule we got.
He can't even do a quarterback sneak. This is why I get so angry, and I swear it's pathetic. Like, why don't they have
Right.
like a special package or the second string? If it's put Skyler in there because he's bigger, he's more physical. He can get that. You can do a tush push with Skyler.
Right.
So what's Skyler? He's what 6'4", 230 pounds.
He's like 6'2". He's not 6'4". He's like
Not
6'2".
6'4". So okay, what's how much he weigh? He's got to weigh to at least 225.
Oh, he's NFL ready. He's like 220, 6'2". He has
That's
every
all you need.
intangible you want in him. He
That's
has
what.
mobility. He has the smart. He's the leader. He's fiery. He just I don't know what's going on. They're just holding him back
Well,
for I don't
who
know.
wanted him? McDaniel may have wanted him. He might have saw something. Maybe this is the Brock Purdy. They like if they bring Tua
Better than
back.
Brock Purdy, in my opinion. I know what I
Why
see in
why not
Skyler.
an
I like
open
that guy.
fucking competition? Why they're the same shit with Tannehill. They never had any open competition. They metaphorically speaking licked his asshole. They just why no open competition? They're worried about
Meaning,
hurting his feelings, Pete. They're worried about hurting to his feelings. That's pathetic.
no, man. You got you. That's not what it is. Tua's a franchise quarterback. You don't think he's the deal?
No, I'm with you. You don't think he's a fucking deal, too. You don't want Tua back here. You never liked Tua, Pete. I gave him a chance. He's not the guy. Move on. They're probably going to bring him back. I hope they don't give him the bag, but make him play in his 5th year. I don't think he'll hold out. I don't think he's not going to hold out.
Well, I just finished watching this one play right now, and you know what? After watching this one
Jordan, you
play
think
of
he's
Tua,
holding out?
I think
No,
who?
I don't think he'll hold out. I think Christian Wilkins will.
No,
I don't think Tua will.
no,
If
Tua
they
won't.
bring
He
him
can't.
back,
He's not in position to do that.
yeah, no, he's not.
Yeah,
I pray
Who's
that
not in
we can
position
sucker
to
a
hold out?
GM.
Tua.
That would be
Wilkins
one of the best things. That would,
will
you
hold
know
out.
what? Tua holding out and demanding a bag will actually benefit him more. I think it will. Him
Why?
holding out
Why
because
would it benefit him
he
more?
could use all the stats. At the end of the day, he could use all the stats. He could sit
Well,
here and
he
say, "Look
will.
what
He's
I did.
already
Look at
doing
all the
that
wins."
now,
No.
Pete.
That's what they're doing. That's what another fan base will do.
And Greer will go
Another
tell
fan
him to
base will
pound
decide.
rocks.
There's a I don't know, man. Sometimes I feel like it's a double-sided sword. You know what I'm talking about? Because I feel like these other fan bases, they lie to us when they're up on here telling us Tua's good because I feel like it's for their convenience. Bills fans trying to tell me, you know that dude Josh Allen. Yeah, man, you guys should pay Tua 40 million, 50 million. That's a
Hmm.
good deal. There ain't no good deal about that. Not in my opinion. But you got Bills fans, Jet fans, Patriot fans begging for us to pay Tua. They're waiting on it. They can't wait because the moment we pay Tua, they're gonna feel happy. Since when
Oh,
has
for
paying
sure,
your
You said they're
absolutely.
your
gonna feel
franchise
happy.
quarterback? Yeah,
We're gonna get our
Because they
quarterback an
think we're going to be
extension.
tied down, and that's going to give them an opportunity to keep winning. That's
Exactly.
what
Oh,
they believe.
of
That's what they
course, and
believe,
it
of course.
will.
And but
That's why we can't give him the bag.
Yeah, that's
Bills
what they're going
fans
to say.
deserve to feel that way. Eight and
What's
one.
his
This guy
name?
never loses. They'll feel happy.
They're going to say, well, we just tied them down for that long, and that means we can keep winning. That's what the fan base for the other teams going to think.
Remember, you guys just
Hell,
finished
even the
paying
Jets
Tua,
fans
and
are
he
rooting
can't even
for
get over
it.
Buffalo.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jets fans want
Well,
that.
Greer, yeah. Mm.
And I've always kind of like been a stat guy because when you play sports, you care about stats. You're worried about the numbers you're putting up. You want numbers, right? It just seems like with Tua, those stats
Mm-hmm.
don't count. They're so inflated. They're so fake. There's a lot of plays he got a lot of yards out of because of Mike
Well,
McDaniel.
you think you think Kyler Murray can get the same numbers with Tyreek that he got with Hopkins?
Yeah,
You think
I
you
think
think Kyler Murray can
hell
get?
yeah. Kyler
You think
Murray
his
would
numbers
have
would be
probably
good
went to
with
the
Tyreek
Super Bowl with
or better than
Arizona.
Tyreek's? If
I think
because of remember he had Hopkins and he had a good year until he got hurt. You
yeah,
think
but
if
here's the
you
thing
think
with
Tyreek
Hopkins.
Hill or Waddle can give Kyler Murray those kind of numbers because they just signed him. They just said that they're signing him again. You think Tyreek Hill can get the same numbers that D Hopkins put up? Well, actually, they beat Buffalo, didn't they?
Why are you saying DeAndre Hopkins?
Because that's who Kyler Murray played best with when he was with Arizona.
Yeah, but if you give Kyler Murray in Arizona, Tyreek Hill, he'll do better than what he did with Hopkins. Remember,
So you
Hopkins
think
is
he'll be
he's a
have
good
better
receiver.
numbers?
Hopkins, yeah, I think Kyler Murray would have had better numbers, 100%. Hopkins is an elite receiver,
Yeah,
but
he's not the
Kyler
breakaway
Murray,
speed where he gonna get extra
uh,
yards after he catch it.
exactly. Hopkins will catch it on the sideline, tiptoe, and make that catch. Hopkins will run after the catch too, but just that Kyler Murray speed and making the play extend and Tyreek Hill having different options. He could have did an
His
out
numbers
route.
would have been
Next,
higher.
Kyler Murray buys time. That's why Justin Fields is intriguing because he boom the play's not there. McDaniel he calls that little high school offense, puts him in that one read, throw it to Tyreek Hill in a slant. Oh, it's not there. You see how Tua he takes that sack, he falls.
It's
Justin
gonna
Fields ain't gonna do that. Justin Fields gonna break
it's
off
gonna be
that
hard to
tackle,
sack
scramble
Fields.
a little bit. If he puts his chin up in the air, he looks downfield. You probably got Waddle for 70 on the touchdown. You're
I'd
not getting
rather
that with
Fields
Tua.
over
Yeah.
Tua. I'd rather Fields over Tua, but Fields, in my
100%.
opinion, will never be a franchise quarterback, Pete.
No, you know what? Fields might win a
You
Super Bowl
that's
in
because you
Miami.
don't think that Mike McDaniel could get to Andy Reid level.
Exactly. Fields could win a Super Bowl in
Well,
Miami with this roster.
Crypto, I'll tell you what, we lost the game, in my opinion, to Tennessee because of our coach and the play calling near the end there. We're up, what was it, 14 points with like fucking 4.5 minutes
Yeah,
left.
but it was Tennessee. It was Tennessee the reason we was up to begin with. We was throttled the whole game. They let us up by fumbling the ball real quick, and then 10 seconds later, he pitches the ball to the right with a running
And
back, put
Derrick
the
Henry
ball on the ground
fumbles.
again, and he fumbled again, and we basically ran it in. So really, that was all Tennessee's doing. The reason why we was up in the first place. They killed us
Exactly.
that whole game. They controlled us for almost from start to finish for 3.5 quarters.
Well, this is
A
why
lot
I
of
want
people,
one.
a lot of people just focusing on that 14-point comeback, but really
Yep.
that was Tennessee the reason why he was up in the first place.
Well, we
Yep.
are a
A
soft
bad
team.
special teams
Tennessee's
play,
not.
and a fumble, the very next play. The blink of an eye, we was up by 13 points. That was all on Tennessee. That was nothing that we did to force that fumble. That was a botched punt, a muffed punt,
and then the guy just completely tossed it to the side where the running back couldn't even get it, and we fell on top of the ball. That was gift wrapped it. Those 2 turnovers, and all we had to do was just walk it into the end zone because it was at the 10-yard line on one of them, and the other one was at 14-yard line. I mean, we was guaranteed at least some points, just about, because Jason Sanders wasn't gonna miss no chip shots, so we was gonna at least get 3 out of both possessions. So yeah, that's why I
I
say,
just knew we were gonna lose one of
that
those.
that
Remember, I kept
they
telling you,
killed
Coco.
our offense. Our offense was totally shut down that entire game.
Remember, I kept telling you and everybody. Oh, everybody had the Dolphins going like 4 or 5-0 in that stretch, and including the Titans, because that was going
Yeah,
to
they
be
did
one of
say
the
five and
easy
zero.
wins,
Yeah, right. The
right?
Titan was gonna be the easiest one. Yep, out of
And
all of them.
I kept saying one of these games we're going to lose to one of these bad teams. It's going to be,
One of these bad
I
teams, right?
I thought it
It
was going to
happens
be the
all the time,
Jets.
every year.
I
You're
thought it
gonna
was going to
lose to
be that
one
Jets
bad
game.
team.
Yeah,
I thought it was gonna be the Jets game, the first Jets game.
The Tim Boyle one. No, I thought it was going to be
Yeah,
the Tim Boyle one. They were
yeah,
going to. You remember how the Jets
that's the
ended up
one
getting
out
new
of the
life
two.
with Mike White in that first game. Mike
In the
White
first game,
came
they got the
out.
interception.
No, I'm
No, they
talking
had
about
got two
when they had Mike
interceptions in the
White
first game.
the year prior to that, when they had Mike White, he came in for Zach Wilson. He lit it up that first game.
All
I thought
against
Tim
Buffalo and
Boyle,
against the
yeah,
Vikings. Yeah, Bears. I
I
mean,
thought Tim Boyle was gonna do one of those. His first game, come out on fire, and it's just
yeah,
so always happens. Dolphins always end up having a quarterback come out their first start and just letting them shine.
and end up being that quarterback and them having a good game. This time it happened to be freaking Levitz.
Levis, yeah.
He
Dolphins,
was
we
the
always
one that
let a
everybody
rookie,
would
we always
expect.
let a backup come in and just light it up, no matter what.
He happened to be the one. Yeah, versus all them Jet quarterbacks. Yeah, it happened to be Tennessee's rookie that did it in our own building at that. Oh, that's what, like, everybody came out on Monday night. We had the white T-shirts, and everybody was pumped up. The next thing you know, it's a 13-10 game at halftime, and they offense couldn't move the budge. I mean, we was getting nothing for 3.5 quarters. And what's crazy about the Titans and playing them again this time around with Mike Daniel coaching staff, the last time we played the Titans, they did the same thing to our offense again in that game. We only had 3 points going into the fourth quarter.
Yeah, but
So
that was in bad
two
weather under
two
Flores too.
yeah, it was bad weather, but they was the last team to hold us to no offensive touchdowns in the whole freaking 3.5 quarters. No offensive touchdowns. The only team to do that in that whole entire time since that Tennessee game with Flores. And then Mike Brable dials it up again with a rookie quarterback, and then has the defense to shut down this offense, which is 10 times better than what Flores had. Remember, this is the same offense that put up 70 points early in the season, and they held them to no points going into the fourth quarter. It's
Dang.
crazy.
Yeah, that is.
Because remember, when we scored, it was a defensive touchdown, our first touchdown in the first half. So we had no
Yep.
offensive points. They
Yeah, they
literally
did.
shut us out. Our
Yep.
offense blanked it. They was the one team that played the best defense against our offense all season. A lot of people overlook that because they look at the point total and look at it the whole time, and they look at the flurry of points after those turnovers that Tennessee had late in the game. You know, it was like basically an average of 10-yard ball at the 10-yard line each time. If it wasn't for those two turnovers, we would have probably only ended up with 10 points the whole game, because it showed up at the end where when we did get the ball back, we couldn't even get 10 yards
He didn't
when
even
we
throw a
needed it.
touchdown pass. He didn't throw an interception though. I'm looking at the
Right.
stats
We
now.
we can even get 10 yards. But so that proved
He
that it
got
was
sacked
really them 5 shutting down our
times.
offense.
Yeah, it was his worst performance because that's the game he got sacked the most. That's the only time he got sacked 5 times. It was versus
Yeah, they
Tennessee.
literally shut our offense down. And then for us, we getting those field goals late, and then those what you call
You
those
remember
all
that
on the
Titans
short
game?
field.
They were missing their
That was our
defensive
worst
tackle.
offensive game.
They were missing
You
their
guys
top
like
defensive tackle that game, right?
Levis? Do you like their quarterback? I think he's good. He's got really good potential, man. He could be franchised. Will Levis, he could be.
Yeah,
He
I
can.
like him.
They
I
gonna
like
give him
him.
a shot. They gonna try to build around him for
Oh
another
yeah,
year or so.
I
They'll give
wish
him
we had
another
it. I
shot.
wish we had that guy. That guy has the upside to be top five.
I,
I don't
I
care
think
Would
what
he'll
you
give him
people
rather
another
think.
have
shot.
Will Levis
I
or
think they
Bradley
fired
Chubb?
Vrabel too early. I think they fired
Oh,
Vrabel
I'd
too
rather
early.
Will Levis. You can't do anything in this style of NFL nowadays
You
without
said
a
Bradley
great
Chubb.
quarterback or at least very
That's why we
good.
don't
Wait,
have
what was
Will
your question?
Levis. Who would you
What do you
rather
mean?
have, Bradley Chubb or Will Levis? Because we literally gave up the
What do
opportunity
you
to
mean,
draft Will
Bradley?
Levis because
So
we
you
We
took
saying
the
gave,
that's the
first
we
round
pick?
gave
draft
that pick
pick.
away.
That's the first round draft pick. Yeah, that's the year.
He wasn't
That's what
picked
we.
in the first round.
I
Will
think he
Levis was a
was.
second rounder, but he was in like
Oh,
the first or second
mm-hmm.
pick of the second round.
Yeah, yeah. Okay. Well, yeah. As a backup now, then we wouldn't have to worry about this year. We can just pick defense now. If we had Levis on our roster now, that probably would have worked out.
Yeah, we could. Yeah, he's a leader of men. Tua, I keep saying, he's just too
Mm.
reserved. He's too like shy. He doesn't inspire any confidence. He's not tough. His arms. He's good for short to intermediate. But I'm convinced this man is not a smart quarterback. He cannot read a defense.
You
That's
don't
all I'm
think he can
saying.
read the defense?
I honestly don't. I'm being honest. I don't. And that's why Mike McDaniel, that's very smart, notwithstanding some stupid play calls, he has a timing based offense. Tua doesn't
Yeah,
audible.
it
What
is.
fucking
He's
quarterback
showing
doesn't
too much.
fucking audible? That's fucked up.
That doesn't audible.
He does
He
not
should be able
audible.
to.
I haven't seen Tua audible.
Well, no, he's got to be able to audible. That's not fair to be able to not to audible.
I haven't seen it though. I don't see him even pointing that often. A
I
little bit
mean,
at the line of scrimmage. There's no.
they
He's
say
not.
he has
He
the
doesn't
ability.
command
They say he has the
respect.
ability. He's been given permission to, but whether or not he do it often enough is the thing. I don't think his staunch supporters want to admit that he been given permission to audible, because if they say yes to that question, all that means is if we could have audible out of situation, that puts the onus on Tua to take control and be more of an authority on the field or coach on the field. So they want to indirectly say he's that, but yet when it comes time to call an audible and get out of a bad situation and he doesn't do it, they say, "Oh, nope, it's only on McDaniel. Tua didn't get permission to audible." So they
That's
kind of have
funny.
it both ways.
Yeah,
But
he has
yet,
me cracking up too. Fins up. This guy Jordan is something else.
yeah.
What's going on? Echo?
No, you fins up 74 in the chat said Jordan, you crack me up, bro. But I agree with you. Tua needs to go. I don't want that bum either.
Well, that I mean, like I try to be
Tua's
nice
gonna
with
win the
people, but I just
Tua's got
don't.
the
I fucking
odds.
see
Tua's got
it.
the 1,800 odds. If you play $100 on him winning MVP next year, you will win $1,800 if you put 100 down. So Pete, you gamble a lot, so you better put $100 down on Tua winning the MVP. You get $1,800 on your payout.
That's a bad bet. I don't think he's gonna win MVP. He lost all
What
No,
do
his
you
he
mean?
won't
It's a
win.
MVP
hundred.
No,
It's
before
no.
only
last year.
$100. It's only
But
$100,
that's
Pete. You win
$100 in
1,800.
today's economy. In today's economy,
Goes a
I
long
mean,
way. I could
fuck.
buy a Mercedes Benz with that.
No, I mean, fuck. I'm a cheap Jew. In today's economy, fuck, man. You're burning $100. Don't make that bet. He's not winning the MVP. He's
What do you
only played.
mean? That's
There's
eighteen
no way he's
hundred with a
winning.
chance to win
I,
1,800.
but he's not winning. There's no way he'll win the MVP. I guarantee it.
I
I
don't
guarantee
know.
it.
I think.
Yeah, that's a bad bet. He won't win it.
I don't know, Pete. You might
He
want to
cannot
take
beat
that bet.
Josh Allen. He cannot beat Josh Allen, man. Fuck.
Mm,
He
Come
cannot
Exactly.
on,
beat
man.
Josh Allen. He would have to beat Josh Allen in at least
Yeah,
one
he
of those
would.
That
games.
needs to
At
be
least one of the
discussed.
games.
We're not gonna
Cannot beat
get
Josh Allen, man.
that
I
needs
think
to be
Pete needs
discussed.
to make that bet because
Uh,
getting the opportunity to win 1,800 smackaroos. Oh man, you could finally take your girl out on a dinner date, and have her eat to her heart's content. That's what you can do with
Fuck,
1,800.
I need a steak dinner.
And then you can
I need
say,
a steak.
Tua, it's all because of Tua. I get to take you out on this fabulous date. 1,800.
and just
Can't beat
like
that.
that's how he had Greer, Mike McDaniel. He had all the fans feeling like that. Up 3 games in the division with 5 games remaining. He
Guys,
had
I think I'm gonna
everybody
go
Oh
out to
feeling
man.
A. You guys, you got me thinking about
Yeah,
food crypto. I
that
think I'm
three
gonna go
game
to
lead.
A&W. Get an A&W fucking hamburger. You got me
Oh, the
thinking about
A&W. Yeah.
food. I
Yeah.
fucking need like a mama or
A&W
daddy fucking burger. I need a burgers,
A&W root
man.
beer. I thought you was talking about the A&W root beer. That's what I thought you were
No,
talking about.
I'm talking about. I need a burger, man. I need a burger. I
Oh,
don't
you talking
drink
about the
pop that
restaurant.
much. You guys
Oh,
call it
okay.
soda. I don't drink pop much. Yeah, there's a
Yeah.
24-hour one. I gotta get a
like
fucking
pop.
burger soon. Yeah,
Oh well shit.
You drink soda pop.
I don't. So I I like Perrier. I like Pellegrino. Like carbonated water, but I also like just Evian and Fiji water. I don't like there's lead in the pipes in this area. That can give you cancer,
Okay.
man. I drink bottled water, ideally Evian or Fiji.
Bottle. Hmm.
Pipes can give you cancer. The
Yeah.
lead in the
Yeah, the
pipes,
lead in it.
man.
Yeah, yeah. The lead pipes
Crypto,
can,
you
yeah.
know that. You're from fucking Chicago, man. You know that.
Yeah.
It's not healthy, Pete. You should get there. You should get bottled water, or you can get like a
But
Brita water
I'm gonna tell you
filter.
something right now. Jordan, I don't drink anything out of a bottle. I don't like bottled water. I won't drink soda out of a bottle. You know those little 20-ounce soda
You
bottles? I
you
don't
make
know
your
how
own
people
soda
drink
stream,
that.
Pete?
No,
You
I
can
don't
make
make.
your
No,
own
I drink
soda.
Coke. I
Yeah.
drink Coca-Cola. I love Coca-Cola, but I have to
Oh.
drink it out of like a glass, or I have to drink it out of like either like the cans. I'll drink it out of the can, but
You
My
got
nothing. I'll never
grandmother,
drink. I don't
she
even
would
like
never
water
drink
in a
it out of a
bottle.
fucking can. She said that's
mm,
disgusting. She would always
No,
make me
I
get a glass. She goes, people, they pick
glass
their
or
nose. There's fecal matter everywhere in this world. It could be on there. She was like really strict when I was in her house when I was younger. You
hmm.
have to use, she would make me use a cup.
I don't even like plastic cups. I can't drink out of
Why?
a because if it's a plastic cup, I don't know. I don't like it. I'm really
Fuck,
picky.
I've drank out
I'm
so
really
many
picky,
beers
man.
in
That's
college
crazy.
or university, as we say in Canada. When I went to university,
Hmm.
out of the red plastic cups, the proverbial red
Yeah, the
plastic
red cup
cups.
of, yeah.
Those for the parties, man. Like American Pie shit.
Nah,
Yeah.
anything out of plastic or like that
Why
plastic out of
though?
the
What's
water
wrong with
bottle.
it?
I don't know. It just I don't like it. I don't like plastic bottles or drinking out of it. I just don't like it. I
Are you
just to
like one
me
of
it
those
feels like
green eco-friendly dudes, Pete? Is that where you're going with me here? Like you're against plastic bags too?
plastic bags. We need those. They carry groceries.
They're
We
getting rid
need
of
the
them. They're
plastic
mostly
bags.
gone in Canada. If you ever come to Canada, they don't fucking use them. We have to reuse these bags. You can buy one for 35 cents. They don't. They have a war on plastic in Canada on bags. You can't get them unless they're garbage
So you
bags.
got plastic, yeah, garbage bags. You should be able to
Yeah,
get
you got to
plastic.
get garbage bags for plastic. Yeah. The days of going to like the pharmacy, you guys got Walgreens, your big one. We got Shoppers Drug Mart.
Yeah.
They make
Sure.
you buy a bag if you don't have one. You just bring it back. They want you to reuse it. This eco-friendly. They're getting rid of
You could bring paper
plastic
ones.
bottles soon.
Yeah,
They want paper for your water even. They're getting rid of. There's a war on plastic. So I thought maybe you're into
oh,
that,
so you're
Pete.
saying use a paper water.
Well, we got the government we got in. Okay, they're anti-plastic. They're really pro-green, left-wing. This government. So they're banning it's
They've been banning it for the last like 5-6 years. You can't get
So
it.
they what phasing out every plastic bottle or the
Well,
and
that's what they
bags at the
figure.
store?
This government. Well, bags are gone. Bags are gone. You go and you get bags. Sometimes you can order them, guys. Like for when you get takeout, you'll get a bag and stuff like that. But if you go to like the
Mm-hmm.
pharmacy, you go to a lot of places. If you go to some like Foot Locker, a lot of them. I don't even think they give out plastic. They give you out a big paper one to put the shit in.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's the
and you got to double them
7-Eleven. They
up
don't
because
even
they
give
rip.
out plastic. Yeah,
Yeah, that
yeah.
must be a Canada thing, man. I go to
It
Publix.
is.
Yeah.
It is. It wasn't like this in the States when I was down
I
there
actually like those
like
bags.
this.
I use
What
those
paper
bags. I collect. Yeah, I
paper
need
bags?
those
Yeah.
bags. Those are free bags. You go to the grocery store, you buying all these groceries, bag everything up. Matter of fact, that milk you see right there, double bag it. I got a long walk to do to the truck. You know what I'm saying? Like you need to use those bags.
Yeah, paper bags,
No, not the paper bags. Those little plastic bags. Those are good bags.
the plastic
Yeah.
ones.
You got to get. You got to
The ones
purchase
that
your.
Publix gives out, those are good. Those are useful. I pick up trash with those. They're small, but it's just for like little things. You just use
I
it.
mean, I could take a picture of one I got. I'm in a hotel right now to show you what you got to buy if you want it. Because they're not giving out plastic.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Rexall Pharmacy. That was that. That's the way it is.
Farm. Yeah, they trying to phase out the
Well, a lot of
at least the
pharmacies
plastic ones, the paper ones they
like
give you. They go
yeah, like
double
Walgreens and
paper
stuff like
ones
that.
because they could you could just set them on fire and get rid of them if you don't, you want to dispose of them. I mean, I
Yeah,
guess they just burns back into whatever. But yeah, the plastic ones, yeah. You got to bring your own little portable ones, the reusable ones.
yeah, yeah. You have to because you can't carry all this shit. Otherwise, you
You
got to
can't
buy
carry it.
fucking you new bags. Yeah, well, I mean, you can put in your cart if you got a truck and load it all that way, but it's going to take you like fucking 20 minutes to get it into your refrigerator. You're going to be going back and forth from,
Hmm.
keeping your door open in the house. Too long.
Yeah, that's a bit much to go back and forth.
But you said you were hungry, right, Jordan?
I am hungry. I'm debating. I kind of want to go to get an A&W burger.
But let me ask
Fuck.
you something. Let me ask you
Yeah,
something.
never heard the
How
A and
would you
W.
feel?
I
Let me.
love A&W root beer.
How would you feel, Jordan, right now? Right, you order Uber Eats. You want a hot sub, maybe a meatball sub. Who knows? You ordered it from Subway. You're getting a hot meatball sub. And
Mm.
you ordered it when you're hungry. Yeah, I'm talking
Yeah,
about you were
I have some
hungry.
weed.
You
Yeah.
yeah, you were starving, and then you placed this order, and you look on your Uber app, and the last time you checked, it said, oh, it was 8 minutes away, and then like 10 minutes go by. You look at your Uber app, and then it says the order has been canceled. Does that happen? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like
I actually have
expecting
not
that
used.
food.
I don't use Uber. I just go fucking pick it up. I go to the drive-through,
No,
or
that's
I'll go
fine.
pick
Mm.
takeout.
But
Takeout.
but in this scenario that I'm giving you, not that I'm not saying in
Okay.
that scenario, let's say you are hungry and you're waiting on that food to come in 10 minutes.
I file
10
a
minutes
complaint.
pass by. You notice the order was canceled. They canceled on you without even telling you. They reimburse your money. How you gonna feel in that situation?
I'm gonna be fucking pissed off.
That's how
I'm
Stephen
gonna
Ross
call up to them
felt
and I'm
when
gonna say,
that's
"What
how
the fuck?"
Stephen Ross felt when Tua laid an egg in Miami versus Buffalo. He was
Mm-hmm.
hungry. He was hungry for a home playoff win. He was not even for a win. He just
That's too
wanted to
much
host
fucking
a home
shit. I
playoff
know,
game.
Pete. I know. This is
That's how
bullshit.
Ross feel.
24 years, guys. People think that this is late night talk. It's adult
No, you said
dolphin
earlier
talk.
about that
But
guy was using a coping mechanism. He was saying that bringing up
24
another
years.
stat, bringing up another
24
stat to
years.
make it harder, make it easy about not winning in 24 years, being the only franchise out of all the major sports. And then he
Yeah.
brought up something about some other team not winning since '85 or whatever.
Well,
You mentioned that was a coping mechanism. I was gonna say, yep, it is, because he's trying to
well,
cope with
look, the last time the
the
Dolphins won,
devastation of
I
not
was
winning a playoff game.
a playoff fucking game. I was 15 or 16 years old. I'm pushing 40 years old now. So I was fucking in high school. It was before 9/11. The last time this team won a
That's
playoff
before
game.
9/11. Yeah,
Yes, it was
yeah, it
before
was.
9/11.
I was living in Italy at the time when the
This
last time
team
we
is
won.
shit, man. This sort of
I wasn't
Steven
even living
Ross.
in this country.
Oh my God, that was an eternity ago. I had zits on my face in high school. Oh my God, it was a different world back then. Now everywhere we didn't need passports to travel to America back then. We now we need passports. You guys need passports to come here. This world's getting crazy, man. Since then, and we don't even have one playoff victory. That's what kind of organization this is. And this is why I don't have any patience for Tua. I want him gone. I want them to sign Kirk Cousins, but I don't think they're going to do it. I don't think they're going to do it. I hope they could sucker one team into taking Tua for a second round fucking pick, and then we sign Kirk Cousins. Because him with this talent on the offense, when we sign Robert Hunt, okay, and maybe we got to draft an offensive lineman, okay. Him with this talent, we're going 35, 40 points a lot of games. He's top 10. He's a leader, man. He's got a strong arm. And there's familiarity with Mike McDaniel because he coached him in Washington. Shanahan, he's a Shanahan guy, McDaniel. He learned under the tutelage of Mike Shanahan in Washington, not just under Kyle. Shanahan drafted fucking Kirk Cousins. I want him, man. I mean, he's not top five, but
Kirk Cousins, like ever since that little show came out on him, and then we got to see how tough he is. Did y'all watch that? Did y'all earn a little respect after Kirk Cousins after seeing what he went through, playing with like injured, taking all those shots? What show was that again? That recently had came out, right?
Well, it was on HBO about his life. I
I
thought
don't
there
remember
was
which one it is.
Yeah, and they showed him playing and
Hard
taking
Knocks,
hits.
Minnesota Vikings. Was that it? That might have been it.
It might have been. It was something like Hard Knocks because we were
They
watching it.
showed him with his wife, his little baby.
Yeah. See,
I think that was on Hard Knocks.
Was it? But
Yes,
was it Hard Knocks?
his wife went through
see
2
how-
or 3 miscarriages. That's serious shit, man. That's
You see
fucking
what I'm saying,
bad.
Crypto? You notice that, right? When I guess, and I don't know if he's right, but if it
Who
is,
went through a
if he is right
miscarriage?
that it was Hard Knocks, guess
Kirk
what?
Cousins'
If
wife
that
went
was
through
Hard Knocks,
2 or 3 miscarriages. That would fuck with my head. So he lost 3 of his like kids because they died. Miscarriage. He's strong-willed, strong character. Kirk Cousins is a good guy, good character guy. He wouldn't fuck around.
I
He
didn't know that
come
about his
here.
wife.
I love this
yeah,
guy. I love Kirk
but
Cousins.
Crypto, did we see Tua
Yeah.
on Hard Knocks? Like, did he? Because Kirk Cousins like
What do you
stole
mean?
the show. If that was Hard Knocks, he stole that show because it was always they were always talking about Kirk Cousins if it was Hard Knocks because it's crazy.
You know what else, Pete? I would love
get
in
to see
crypto.
Tua's house during Hard Knocks. We didn't even see Tua on Hard Knocks other than watching him in the auditorium. What
In the
Tua said?
film?
We got Raheem. Yeah, we got Raheem Mostert like
Right.
3 times. Alec Ingold. We got all these other guys. But when did Tua steal the show on Hard Knocks?
He never
Not
did
as a
because he ain't
feature.
no leader. He's not charismatic. I don't want him here. You know what would be great?
Jordan, you're
Kirk
worried
Cousins,
about.
listen
Hey,
to
these
this,
fans
Pete.
are telling us Tua's gonna get paid, but yet he's not the main monologue in a Hard Rock in the Hard Knock situation. He skips the cancer
I
challenge.
know he's
He
not the
doesn't
main
even show
character.
up.
No,
That's what I'm
I know.
saying. He's
But
not.
Kirk
He's
Cousins,
not a star like that.
he would get this team fired up when we played the Bills because he fucking hates Stephon Diggs. This is what I love about Kirk Cousins coming here. There would be that rivalry with the Bills would go up. The Bills would have a tougher time beating us, believe me. Oh
And
fuck,
let's be
man.
honest here. Kirk
They hate
Cousins will
each
have the
other,
best
Diggs
weapons
and
he's ever
Cousins.
had in
Mm-hmm.
anywhere. I know he's
Yes,
coming.
exactly.
I know he's
Mm.
coming from having Justin Jefferson and Adam Thielen, but that's not better than the Penguin and the Cheetah. It just
Oh
isn't.
no, we got it. No, and we can probably get another. We'll probably get a third wide receiver in the third or fourth round or someone because McDaniel just loves offense, and we might get or we might get Derrick Henry. Sorry, Travis Henry was like 20 years ago, the Bills running back, but we might get Derrick Henry. We could really. We could really go far on offense. We could score 35 points a game, I think, against good teams with Kirk
Mm-hmm.
Cousins healthy.
Right.
Why don't we? Why doesn't Greer just? There's gonna be one GM we could sucker into taking Tua for a second rounder, and then
Would
we
you
could use
trade?
that.
If let me ask you, do you think if we trade for
You
Travis
said they'll
Kelsey right
sucker him
now,
into it.
Jordan, if we trade for Travis Kelsey, you think
You
that'll be
think it?
enough to win a
You
Super
said
Bowl with
they're going
Tua?
to be a sucker for that.
Well, what would we have to give up though?
No, we just give up a second and a third for Travis Kelsey. He's old.
It's not
You
that
think
old.
if we have Tyreek Hill, Travis
If
Kelsey,
we had, we would as long as we sign Robert Hunt and might as well draft that fucking center then. And you know what? And you have to get a good swing tackle because I don't have faith in Armstead. Then yes, then yeah,
Mm.
we could win the Super Bowl.
we're
I
trading. All
have the
right,
utmost faith
that's what
in
it's gonna
Tim
take.
Smith.
That's what it's gonna take. So we got to trade for Travis Kelsey. That'll have you thinking we'll win the Super Bowl with Tua.
Well,
No,
I think we
we're
could do
not a
it
tight end away.
because we would be. There'd be look. Tua is slightly above average. He's nothing special, but you can with all that firepower. Oh my fucking god, that's like giving like.
But
Oh,
it's only one football.
I know, but he's got all these targets. How are you gonna fucking defend that if you're a defense? How do
Punch
you
him in the mouth.
defend that,
That's how they
man?
defended us before.
No, that's too
Punch him in
much.
the mouth.
This is why I've talked
It's
about
real
Hunter
easy to
Henry.
defend.
Hunter
Physicality will
Henry.
always overcome finesse any day of the week.
I
Well,
think
that's
that's
why
what
I said we
Tua's
got to
missing.
sign
He's
Robert
missing
Hunt.
Tyreek. He's missing Travis Kelsey.
We got to sign. We got to sign Robert
He's
Hunt. We
not
need
physical enough.
physicality. Robert?
No, Kelsey.
Well, Kelsey's got a mean streak. He's an inline blocker. He can't block. Okay, what about the name Hunter Henry? I think he'd help the offense. But this guy wants Julian Hill to start. Pete wants Julian Hill.
That's
I
not
know.
what makes our offense falter in late in the season when we play against great defenses.
Well, it helps when you got a quarterback with a shitty fucking arm. I shouldn't say shitty arm. He's got a good short to intermediate. Short to intermediate, people. He doesn't have a strong arm. So a fucking big tight end, a big target. Jalen Waddle is soft. We got small wide receivers. Hill, he's great. He's the best in the league, but he still is small. We need a big target for Tua. River Craycraft's good, but we need a tight end,
He
big
has to
target.
get cut.
Well, fuck.
I'm making
rounder?
hard decisions.
Well, okay. Who's your third receiver this year?
I'm cutting Terran Armstead. I'm cutting Wilkins. I'm making hard decisions this season.
You're
They're
going
not
to cut
going to
Christian Wilkins?
crypto as a GM. Yes. I'm letting him walk. Oh, I'm going to trade him for
Who are you going to
a
replace
second
him with?
rounder.
Who are you
I'm
going
going
to
to trade
replace
him with his replacement is sitting in the draft.
Who are you going to get?
His replacement is in college right now.
The only thing I think you could think of is sign Raquan Davis, move him to the defensive end spot. He's better in a 3-4, and then you draft that guy from Texas Longhorns.
I'm ready to make the tough
nose
decisions.
tackle. Who's the guy for the nose tackle from Texas? Sweat? So sweet. It's pronounced.
Sweat.
He weighs like 350.
Oh, you're talking about the guy that's in college.
Yeah, he's projected as a second rounder or late first round. That guy's huge and he could fucking move quick. There's comparisons to Vince Wilfork. I don't think he's going to be like Vince, but there's comparisons. I'm just saying. And if you sign Raquan Davis and let Wilkins go, I'm down with that.
It's time to finally believe in the coaching staff.
I'm going young. If you're over the age of 22, you're getting cut.
Okay, now you're just fucking with everyone. Over the age of 22, you're getting cut.
Yep. There you go. I
I
want
think
a young
maybe.
You
team.
know,
So
I
you're
like
cutting
that.
Jalen Ramsey? You're cutting
Yep.
Jalen Ramsey. No,
Yeah,
no, they
yeah.
need to. They need to sign that. They need to sign Sean Elliott too. They have to sign that fucking that other safety opposite Holland. They have to. And the cap's going up $30 million too, crypto. There's no fucking excuses. It's going up $30 million. This is the biggest
But
percentage increase I think maybe ever.
but that's because
Maybe
they're gonna be
ever.
future salaries of people that's already there.
Okay, it's because it's Peacock. This is why they're doing it. They're making
Yeah,
more
you know
money
they got
internationally. They're selling the
other
game.
people
So
that gotta pay. You know.
yeah. Well, it helps. I mean, look, if they want to franchise, they can even just pay Wilkins $23 million a year. Okay, with that, the cap going up as much money is money's not a huge issue. People are thinking money's a huge issue. It's not as huge as I thought it was because the cap's going up $30 million.
It already went
Yeah.
up. Yep.
Mm.
Yeah. So there you go. So you know what? There's no excuse for not signing Hunt. There's no excuse for not signing Elliott. There's no excuse for not signing Van
But
Ginkel
Chris
and
Greer
Wilkins.
said
Those are the guys I want back. Let Williams
Chris
go. Let Williams go.
Chris Greer said we're gonna have 40% turnover. We gotta be willing to make the hard decisions.
He said that.
Well, since
Yeah, he expected
2020, since
he said
2020, Greer has
40%
averaged a
turnover.
roster turnover of like 60 something percent.
Yeah, he's been turning these guys over like a freaking, you know, freaking fillet fish.
Well, yeah, this is a defining off for him. I mean, this is fucking it. If they don't win a playoff game, he ain't coming back next year. I guarantee you that. Same with McDaniel. This is it.
I think he's going to be on the team this year with the options available.
Well, he's
We
done
just got to,
anyways.
Well,
yeah,
it's all the Chris Greer will be. They'll keep Chris Greer. He's the GM for another year. They'll keep him. So is McDaniel. They're keeping them. But if we don't win a playoff game, they're gone next year. They'll be fired. Guarantee
I'm
it.
sorry to tell you, I'm telling you right now, if by
I don't understand why would they go down that road.
mid-season next year, Tua playing on his 5th-year contract without an extension, Dolphins start 2-6, expect firings to happen in season. That's what'll happen, Jordan.
Oh, no doubt. No doubt.
There's not going to
You
be no
said it.
excuse. Tua gets hurt week 2. Dolphins start 0-3, 0-6. Greer's fired, McDaniel's fired, and the rebuild is happening right then and there. And they'll throw in Skyler. They'll throw in Skyler and let them wash the league out the rest of the year, see what they have. And
And
that's
they
the
got to
worst
cut Mike
situation
White.
to be in.
Guys,
Yeah,
they cut Mike White. They say $4 million.
he's
Skyler's the
out the door.
backup. Cut Mike White.
I wouldn't be shocked if they keep Mike White because of the salary cap raise.
We're gonna win one
That
game
kind
if
of
we
helps
keep
us.
Mike White on this roster.
We save $4 million, Pete, if we fucking cut him.
Yeah, but we don't need to save money. I know we look bad right now, but with some
But
of these extensions,
Skyler is
Christian
better than
Wilkins,
Mike White, in my
when they make
opinion.
their decision on Christian, 100%. 100%. A lot of people would agree and tell you the same thing. Skyler got pushed back because of just like almost like
It was a
Rosen.
political move.
Yeah, it was political, just like Rosen. Believe it or not, these guys could come up
They
here
was
and
playing
laugh
politics
and
with
make
that whole
fun. But
thing.
let me tell you something.
I hate to
Josh
be the bearer of
Rosen,
bad news.
what?
No, they was playing politics with that whole Skyler Mike White thing. They just did that for pure appeasement of a certain section of the fan base to do that. They know good and well
Oh,
Skyler had a better concept of this offense than Mike White did.
100%. I'm glad
They
you
was doing
admitted
it to
that. And
appease.
it
They was
benefits
they was
them.
doing it to appease a certain fan base, so they wouldn't have that discussion of him threatening the starter.
And you know what? I feel so sorry for Skylar Thompson because if I led that charge and I was the loudest one with Skylar and they did that because of that, I feel so bad for Skylar. That's messed up because I agree. I think they did do that. They didn't want the whole situation You heard Omar and Poupart, right? When it was the Barry and TD show, and Barry
Mm-hmm.
turns around and asks them, "Oh, about Skyler." There was like a little signal there. There was like a little secret there that because since they worked for the team, I guess
Right.
they couldn't slip. Like if you go back and watch that part when Barry says it, there's like a feeling that I got that I was like, oh, they're not being truthful about this. Maybe Omar and Poupart, they're getting paid from the organization to not answer
Mm-hmm.
that question in specific because he clearly said, oh, we can't talk about this, right, Omar, or something like that. And that gave it away. That was like a situation like, whoa, y'all, they're really hiding Skyler. And you know what sucks? Because if they're really doing that, they're only hurting themselves. They've only been
Yeah.
hurting themselves unless this whole thing has been a plan to this offseason. We build up to it. We know we got the roster. And we trade him. It's just so weird. I don't understand how I could think of the fact that the better talent is on the bench. That rubs me wrong, to me at least. And this is not this. It just I feel like that's the case. I'm not saying I'm smarter than Greer. I'm not saying I'm smarter than anybody else. I'm just saying, in my opinion, based on the small that I've seen, I feel like Skyler will be better for this team than Tua. And I don't get how other people can't see it. And you bring up that playoff Buffalo game, and they go
Mm-hmm.
instantly getting mad at you. But in that pressure situation, with the limited amount of reps that he had already got, limited amount of games, a 7th-round rookie, for him to come out and play ball the way he did and show off like that, I find that
Mm-hmm.
amazing. To me, it was an amazing game. It
Right.
sucks that we lost that game, and we didn't lose that game because of the rookie either. You know? That's just how I feel, man. We didn't give that guy a fair shot.
Yeah.
I'm glad you said that, Crypto. But man, I'll end it with some Skyler love. That was good. I'm really gonna end it now, man. Appreciate everybody tuned in, everybody
Yeah,
that
I'm
came
going
in,
out for my
chimed in,
burger.
Appreciate it.
calling it a
Yeah.
night, man. Crypto,
All right.
thank you, Jordan.
Happy
Everybody
birthday.
out there, Mountie, happy birthday, man. You guys have at it.
Yep.
Time to
Appreciate
cut
it,
the
man.
cake. Good night,
Take
guys.
it easy, yo.
Take it easy, man. We'll holler at you, man.